not if Shy's got anything to say about it. Overclock gets a couple. Hawk next on the chopping block. They are just running over them at this point.
Be advantage for Lee Soo-min too. This is how Shy was able to find the value of that overclock. Despite sound barrier being invested, we get to see the nerf to sound barrier, the decay, the duration of that ultimate running out while OC was still active and Shy could still find impact.
Feels much better. Gotta go.
And this is going to slowly get away from them now. If Weibo can pace out their ults, Spree, Cage, Beat, then into a rush later on.
Space Station, they have to find the turnaround, and now.
Cage already... Oh, Sugar Free just gets deleted. SSG are out. They're gone. Well, they're going to try and leave. Shy's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Ultraviolet, you've got to be careful. They're running for the hills. Tail between their legs, straight back to spawn.
Space Station, they've got the Cage, they've got the Spree. A devastating combo, but one last chance to be able to use it. And Weibo,
they're going to go first. Spree for Lethal's going to try and be a difference maker. They're going to try and get the flip. Amble's already gone down. The supports from SSG are already dead. The Cage, Hawk, it means absolutely nothing to Weibo Gaming. The crown jewel of Chinese Overwatch, making it as far as they've ever done. They eliminate NA from the competition.
Such a difficult shot. He makes it look so easy. The hit on Nikelix here, double side over the top.
Quartz is the only one that can really interact with the enemy Sojourn and the Fire at the same time.
Yeah.
Yubi's job becomes trying to control the enemy tank. That is really going to overload your bandwidth. Any lesser hit scan player would have crumbled in that scenario.
It's going to be so difficult though. GK on defense, right? Like if you're going to play this Vendetta, Vendetta with a Freya, interesting enough. Like you can only play the Vendetta aggressively, right? You can't just kind of sit back. So you're going to have to take a lot of risks here.
I think the idea is that hopefully Lambda can be less of a drag on the healing resources of GK. They can really invest in trying to set Alpha E up to be aggressive, find success. You have to play close here. This is going to give you, at worst, 2 fights. If you get any more than that, you're starting to cycle into some very potent support ults. What's simple thinking here on the Zenyatta? Pretty powerful against the Malga, but a little bit vulnerable to dive. He switches off. It's just as well because I just saw the health bars of Twisted Minds almost disappear, but they found the first pick.
I mean, that's your main source of healing as well. Absolutely cannot lose Finn off the start.
They've got to run in the stagger now. They've got to try and get something, but even a 1-for-1 here is just not good enough.
I mean, could you have lost any player that would have been like worse? I mean, maybe Ziad there at the start, but like
about as bad as it gets.
Yeah, losing the Kyria to Kyria Lucio comp instantly is about as bad as could be.
At this point, you can start to forget about stage 2. 2 reverse sweeps in one weekend. It's brutal, but it doesn't matter. These are the games that matter, where the lights are brightest, where the fans are loudest, and when the stakes are highest. 2 minutes for Twisted Minds to basically get this first checkpoint. Even less than that, it is very doable, especially with Quartz creates a path forward for you with a pick on Telex. Lambda's not even bothering to look at him right now, and why would you? The sun is too bright as well. Avert your eyes, because Quartz is in charge. Alpha Yee's pummeled into pace, and Ziad is in no man's land. Doesn't know where he's supposed to be. Confused Travolta stuck inside that tunnel. In the dying seconds of GK's claim to glory here in Paris, we'll see Telex desperately throw himself at the problem. Not a subtle nor effective solution, I must say. Lambda tries to step up, he'll give it a go, but that won't be enough either. Twice, Twisted Minds let GK escape. Tonight, our world champions finally finish what they started.
It's the EWC Spotlight. Hello, everyone. We're here for esports. I'm Avali. I've got Miracle with me as as well as Blaze. Gentlemen, I am so glad that I have you two here because there is so much esports going on.
I guess we're starting the show, huh?
Yeah. We're starting the show. What, you didn't get the memo?
Oh, you spooked the heck out of me. I was out of nowhere. It's okay, I believe.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm just happy to be back with you on a Saturday, not a Tuesday.
I know. It's like, why do we have to be in Paris in order to see each other again? Mirko, unfortunately, this is the first time that we really get to meet.
That was a
Hopefully
great first impression. Great first impression.
Fantastic, fantastic. But dude, we have to jump straight in because we got to talk a little bit about MLBB MSC that we just saw, the grand finals finishing up. Where do we even start with this? Because it was such an incredible story for Team Spirit.
That's a good question. I don't even know where to start, man. Firstly, this is by far the best international ever for MLBB with the results, with the quality of the matches as well. I think we got to go all the way back if we want to talk about it, man. The journey of all these teams. But firstly, just the upsets that we got to see. I think a little bit of a spark already at the start of the tournament where we got a little bit of a tidbit, foreshadowing of how crazy it would be with TL, the defending champions, the team that everybody thought were going to go back-to-back, losing, getting eliminated by E7, a team that many think are probably the worst team coming into the tournament. So that set up the entire storyline all the way in the grand finals. Yangon, Galacticos, they made it. It's been 6 years since they made it to an international major final. So crazy storyline there. Amazing, amazing plays, amazing sweeps in the series as well. Then we have Spirit. Two of their members, they've played MLBB competitively all the way from 2019, from the first ever World Championship. To see their journey as a caster who's just been in this scene for such a long time, going through that and now seeing them every single time being rebuilt around. And finally, they finally cracked the code, I guess with Sour Ego is here and Hiko. They made it to the grand finals. Still, a lot of people doubted them. A lot of people didn't think they would get it done. Most of the Southeast Asians as well thought it was going to be Yangon. It's always been Southeast Asia who's been dominant in MLBB. But finally, Team Spirit have put the West on the map.
Let's go.
Exactly, because again, they were the first non-Southeast Asian team representing the
EECA.
EECA, there we go. I mean, hey, we're in Europe. You got to represent Europe a little bit. But as you said, 7 years these players have been playing. But I also know that one of their moms was in the crowd as well, cheering them on. You said you're following their career. What's it like for Mama Bear in the crowd?
Oh, Mom Bamba. We'll call her Mom Bamba. And the player's name is Kid Bamba.
That's
Kid
so
Bamba's
cool.
been with us from M5. That was the first time we saw him in an international stage at the time with Sawa, with Sunset Lover. So it's already a bit of history there. And then the team got picked up by Team Spirit. Then they just continued to develop, getting newer players, developing all throughout. And it's just really cool to see that story for Mom Bamba and even for some of his best friends who came to watch in Paris, obviously, because, you know, they're all European. They live in Germany, so they just flew over here. And I got this, like, one word or a sentence from his best friend. He said, Bamba told me that he was going to win a championship. 4 years later, here we are in the grand finals. And he told me right before the match, this is the day. Same goes for Mom Bamba. She walked up to the caster desk, just said, today is the day.
Dang, I got chills off that one a little bit. You know that?
Right.
You translated that one really well, okay? You brought that right over to us.
Man, but those are the beautiful storylines that I absolutely love following. And again, huge congratulations to Team Spirit there. But okay, Blaze, come on. You know that we got to talk a little bit about Call of Duty and Warzone. I know that this has been your game, your stage over on stage 2.
Yes, it has been.
Right now, we're currently looking to lock in those top 6 for the grand finals tomorrow. How's it going?
I mean, it's been absolutely wild. We got some teams in a survival round that we did not think were going to be there, like Falcons, Vitality, Leviathan. And so these squads in the group stages over the last 2 days didn't have the performance in which they wanted to. But, hey, they get a few extra matches currently. They're looking good. They're in the top 3. We got about like 2 more rounds left on the survival. But, I mean, you're going to get the Falcons out there. You're going to get Vitality and Leviathan. But the bottom 3 teams, they're kind of getting mixy. You know, we got GK up in the mix. We got Heretics trying to make it through. We got teams like For Fun all on that bubble on the cusp. But hey, we'll see if we can get it done because making it to Championship Sunday is going to be everything.
Now, I wonder because right before we started this show, we were kind of looking at some of the standings. And as you said, we saw Falcons, Leviathan, Vitality, Novo, GK, Team Stallions potentially. But as we know, those standings could be shaken up. They could be shaken up right now.
They are currently shaken up. You guys Esports, y'all have to go over there and watch the Warzone stream because, as Avali said, like even squads like GK, they dropped down. When I was just checking 20 minutes ago, they was dropping down out of that, and you had another squad come up and kind of reach. Stallions went up a few spots. Novo dropped down, so it's getting real mixy. It's Warzone, everybody. All right, it can get crazy out there.
Do you have like one underdog squad that you've kind of been watching or like secretly cheering for? Don't worry, we won't tell them the bias. No bias.
Don't worry, we can put it out there, okay? I had a little NA bias, just a little NA bias out there, Avali. Team for Fun Esports, you know, maybe my bias is coming because I got a chance to eat some fruitini with them. I don't know if you guys know about fruitini, but they take fruits and they fill them up with sorbet, right? And the actual fruit skin. And so I got to eat a lot of fruitini and sorbet fruits with them. So we kind of bonded, all right? We shared some spoons together. So I want to see For Fun make it to Championship Sunday.
Okay, so all I'm seeing is that Blaze's love can be bought with sorbet, which, you know what? Same here.
He gets me.
Same here.
He gets
You can
me.
just give me a jersey and I'm all yours, man.
It's like
He wears a large, everybody.
Get that esports swag in and we are good to go. But all right, and just again, there are a lot of these games that are still going on across these stages, so make sure that you are checking in. But let's move straight on to Street Fighter because I believe they just wrapped up their quarterfinals. You and I were watching backstage going like, what is happening?
And I got a chance to even go over there towards the stage and check it out. You know, we got so many prominent figures in the Street Fighter and fighting game community hanging out over there. And, you know, we got a chance to watch Carmi, the young prodigy, turn up playing for Team Falcons, looking to get Falcons their first win of EWC. And he's going to those semifinals looking fierce. I saw Steve in the back getting hype for him and a few other boys back there. Street Fighter 6, man, the finals is today, and you guys don't want to miss out on that.
Oh, absolutely. As soon as, I mean, listen, don't go anywhere. We're still doing our show. Come on. But as soon as we're done, you have to go hop over to those, I believe, semifinals they're jumping into, and then the grand finals later on. I know we have Hibiki and Hinao, I believe, coming up soon. And then, as you said, Crimey and Yamaguchi as well. And actually, we could take a look at the tournament bracket and look at those. Yes, exactly. So the first semifinal, Yamaguchi from Zeta and Crimey from Falcons. Then we have Hibiki and Hinao. And I mean, listen, we've got the final as well as the third place match. But Blaze,
I just want to say that first set in the semifinals is going to be amazing. I watched Yamaguchi clutch up a series 5-3 going up against Boosie Lee, and Boosie had some great defense in that series, but Yamaguchi's offense was just proved to be a little bit too much, and he's on hot fire right now.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you, actually, I'm going to ask you this question.
All right.
What were you doing at the age of 15?
15? Playing League.
Same, brother, same. Same.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say 2013 was my league year, season 2, season 3. I grinded. That was my stuff right there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Crimey is 15 years old, headed up to the stage right now. Gentlemen, we may be washed.
15? I wasn't even online gaming yet at 15. I wasn't online gaming yet.
What?
I'm still playing with the locals in the neighborhood at 15.
It's all about the young guns now. 16 is also Sour Ego's age, winning MSC earlier. So
yeah. No, that is absolutely ridiculous. But okay, for our final stage that we've got, Blaze, we got to talk about Overwatch. I mean, listen, man, they're currently in the quarterfinals right now. Tomorrow is going to start with the semifinals. And wait a second, do we have... No, okay, I can't read that far away, but I don't think we have all of the teams locked in. But what I can say...
some of the biggest things about Overwatch for us to really know is that Falcons and VP, they got eliminated early, all right? So they're not even in the tournament no more. So it's going to be some mix-ups over there. And, you know, I want to say Falcons and VP, even when it came down to, like, club championships, they was relying a lot on those Overwatch squads. So they may have to look at some of these Warzone teams to help them get those wins that they need.
And actually, we have the bracket that we could take a look at just to see how all of these quarters shook out, because I know we had like what, T1 3-0ing. Here we go.
Twisted Minds in the building still. Zeta Division, T1 as well.
Weibo.
Yeah, so looks
and
like
Weibo.
Twisted Minds taking on Weibo. Then we got Zeta Division taking on T1. Those are both going to be incredibly fun semifinals to watch, started tomorrow. My goodness. Do you have any favorites?
Hey, I'm just going to say Weibo Gaming.
Weibo, really?
Yeah, for no reason at all. Weibo Gaming.
And that's cool, because I was going to say Twisted Minds, all right? Twisted Minds been having a great EWC out here, folks. So,
I have some beef.
I mean, Miracle, I'll go against you. I'll put a bet down on that one.
All right, let's MLBB first, then Street Fighter next.
Heard. Take on it.
All right. They're getting the love in. They're getting all of that fun stuff in. But we do have to talk a little bit about the club championship because, as we said, Falcons meeting that surprise exit. They don't have as many points right now as they did in previous years. So kind of like, what's going on?
I mean, that's a great question. You know, maybe they don't have the home field advantage anymore. Maybe it's them being in Paris. I don't know what it is, but I will say this. If you are a Falcons fan, make sure you tune in to Championship Sunday because Falcons currently are the back-to-back land champions for Warzone. So on Championship Sunday, they're looking to three-peat and have a perfect season at EWC and be able to hoist that trophy yet again.
But let's talk about this for a second. I was going to say Na'Vi was in that top spot, and I think it was VP right underneath. But the team that has been missing for me is, where's Team Liquid? They've been the runner-up 2 years in a row, and yet we are looking at the top 24 right now.
I'm seeing Heretics on the right. I don't see no Liquid on there.
I do not see Liquid.
They were there in the top 10 earlier, but it was pretty low. But again,
they were pretty low?
It's the same, right? It's the same story. A big contributing factor of how they were able to get top 2 the last 2 years was because of their MLBB team as well, being one of the strongest teams, and they dropped out early. So no points, bang.
No points whatsoever. Man. Bang indeed.
Bang, bang.
But, I mean, listen, in addition to all of the amazing esports that we have going on throughout this entire expo hall, we also have the Fan Fest. A lot of people kind of hanging out there, as well as the schedule for tomorrow that we could take a look at, starting with the Overwatch as well as Warzone, basically popping up there.
It's going to be a banger of a day, man. I tell you that.
What has the crowd been like in the Warzone area for you?
We got so many drums. We got so many cosplayers. The Ghosts have showed up from Call of Duty Ghosts. They got their face masks. They're all throughout the crowd. I mean, you know, if you know the Genomates fans, the Paris Genomates, I mean, we got tons of Genomates fans, Falcons, Leviathan fans as well. Like, everyone is showing up for their squads. Championship Sunday for Warzone is going to be the loudest stage in this venue, and you can quote me on that.
I'm excited to see it. But listen, again, I want to go watch those Street Fighter games. So, Mirko, last things from you.
MLBB is amazing. MSC continue to surprise. I think the EWC is going to have a crazy turn of events.
I mean, watch out for VP, Virtus Pro, all right? It doesn't matter the game. Virtus Pro, as far as an organization, I got high hopes for them this EWC.
All right, and everyone, this was the first ever EWC Spotlight in Paris. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to go watch the Street Fighter games. So, bye.
Let me know what happens.
Nope, I'm going.
Yo,
bye.
1v1 now? 1v1 now?
Let's go. Shoot, I'll write 1v1 rock, paper, scissors. Let's go.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Hey, I'm Kuffa, this is Winter, and we're here from Team Secret, and we're playing Translation Mayhem.
On est sur une bonne lancée. Ne gâchons pas tout.
I feel like that's Widowmaker, but maybe I'm tweaking.
That sounds like Brick.
I have no clue what they're saying. Ash. Oh, well.
Wow.
We're both chalked.
Wow.
Moi qui croyais que t'allais me donner du fil à retordre.
That sounds like Brick.
That sounds like Kiri.
Tracer.
Now.
Kiri?
Kiri or Tracer, either one.
Kiri or Tracer? Okay, you go Tracer, I'll go Kiri.
Alright, I'm going Tracer.
Alright, I'm going Kiri.
Je croyais en avoir fini, mais on dirait que non.
It's like I'm Junkrat or something.
I'm giving that one a pass.
Junkrat.
I'm
just giving it Junkrat.
Kiriko.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was never getting that.
Nous naissons tous fous. Quelques-uns le demeurent.
Okay, yeah, that's Zarya for sure.
That's Zarya, right?
But what's she saying? I can't remember any Zarya voice lines.
What?
It's over. We're so sure. We're gonna get at least one. We're gonna get at least one.
What?
That has to be Hog. Yeah, that has to be Roadhog.
Roadhog.
We got
one.
We didn't get what he said, but close enough.
We got the correct.
That counts as one in my book.
Yeah.
Y a pas à tortiller. Pour que ce soit bien fait, il faut le faire soi-même.
I'm saying, I'm gonna go Morga.
I'm going Ryan.
Oh,
That makes sense, actually.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Tu n'as jamais l'impression d'être un simple vigile qui surveille le gameplay de Doomfist?
Doomfist for sure. Or
Are you going Doom?
Yes, I'm saying it's Doom for sure.
I think it's Soldier.
You think Soldier?
I think it's Soldier.
Okay.
I'm going Soldier.
I've never, heard much French in my life, let alone play the game in French. I feel like some of those I was really confident in, I just didn't get.
Probably
Give myself a 2.
Probably got like a 3.
This is Winter and Kuffer from Team Secret, and we failed Translation Mayhem.
Terribly.
Are there any really strong rivalries that maybe are a little personal, maybe not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I can say it.
gentlemates. Right?
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
We can't lose against gentlemen. Just like it's impossible, For they will burn the venue. So
I was like, is that boost? I was like, damn, they are ruthless out here. But I love that energy. You need that rivalry, right?
Actually, we have a lot of rivals. Each time Casey is winning, we are the best org in the world. You are so bad, etc., etc. So everybody's hating us. Just when we lose, there are so many people that are happy, especially MCOY, Gentlemate, Vitality, G2, Fnatic.
all the EU orgs.
Exactly. But when we win, they are crazy bad with the, the other org. So that's how it works.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous. You look short. Everything's good? Mm-hmm. Fight. Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Hello guys, I am thrilled to welcome Cam and Peyton here in Paris because they have something very important to tell you guys. Can you quickly tell me about the reason why you're in Paris watching Overwatch EWC right now?
Me and my wife got married recently, and we are here on our honeymoon. We spent the first week exploring the city, and now we are here to watch our favorite team play.
That's bloody lovely. I wanna ask you, Peyton, first. How did you guys meet? What's that story with Overwatch? Tell me about it.
We met in 2020 online. 2 weeks, COVID shut everything down, so we needed to find something to do. I'd always wanted to play Overwatch. Cam played a lot of it. Cam got me into it, and then the rest is history.
And the rest is history, right? But I want to ask you an important question. Who's the better player between you and I? And what do you guys play when you play together?
Well, I'd have to say she's my better half in more ways than one. And in the queues, nothing's different. I used to play tank a lot, main tank, and when I started dating her, we got a new off-tank, main tank duo, a lot of Ryan Zarya. Unfortunately, no more 6v6. We're very sad we're missing the event this weekend to play it. But now we do a lot of main support for me and then flex support for her. Her Kiri, impeccable.
The only thing I will keep in mind is that she's better than you, by the way. A quick question, who's taking it? Who's taking the trophy here at the mid-season championship?
Oh, Zeta all the way. Proper is the best player in the world.
Do you agree?
I listen to my wife.
You know, this is the perfect answer. And last but not least, how have you been enjoying Paris? Because this is my city. I hope you're having a good time.
It's amazing. Gorgeous. Everyone here is so nice. The food, amazing. I love it here. We'll have to come back.
Merci. And what about you? Having good food, sightseeing? How's it been?
The food's incredible, the city's incredible, the people's incredible. And if I can take a moment here, I would like to thank all the staff who are making this possible, the people who are casting, the people who are hosting, even just the floor staff. Everyone's been incredible and welcoming, and I just really want to thank them all for the dedication and making this possible.
That's really sweet. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. Can we get a fist bump and a hug, maybe?
Everyone is playing, you're not yet.
EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
What's good, everyone? This is Championship Sunday for us here at the OWC Mid-Season Championship, happening live here at the EWC in Paris, France. We're standing in front of the L'Arc de Triomphe next to the quay wall, looking down the Champs-Élysées. Jack, Jake, what a time to talk about esports.
I'm so happy you didn't get me to say all
I got you covered. Don't worry about it. I got you covered.
But no, you're not wrong. I mean, it's been a good time. We're on the final day already, which is kind of crazy.
I mean, the matches, they've been incredible. We've already had some really historic upsets here in Overwatch, and I'm just excited to see what breaks down on Championship Sunday. I feel like any of these Final Four teams could potentially make a run for it.
Absolutely. And yeah, this wall here is constantly being updated as well to keep up with all the things happening at EWC. The festival, the Esports Festival, will also be taking place later today. And of course, in the OWCS Mid-Season Championship, it's going to go down today. But first, let's recap what happened last day. Okay, we had some elimination matches, and man, the storyline, the scriptwriters have been cooking for this one. Let's start with T1 taking down Crazy Raccoon in a really convincing fashion as well. Like, that was crazy.
3-0. I mean, like, what? How does that even work? Like, Crazy Raccoon just come off of a hot win in Tokyo, and then T1 bring him down like this at a LAN? Like, unexpected to say the least, considering T1 were what could be said with the weakest Korean team coming into this event.
I mean, this is a watershed moment for a lot of those young players on T1. You know, it really has felt like they've been that third, fourth place team, you know, maybe happy just to qualify out of Korea. That's been good enough for them. But they've also been hungry for more. These are young players with still a lot to give in their careers. And T1, the organization's faith in them has now been vindicated with a top 4 placement. Up against Zeta, I mean, that's a pretty scary one to be going into, but hey, they've defeated the other 2 Korean representatives. Why not Zeta? Like, why not another chance for this young Korean squad?
I can see them riding the momentum into the day. They already are playing with house money. I don't think they expected to come this far, and I think we can say the same thing about Weibo. Weibo finally bringing China back on the map here for esports in Overwatch. And they took SSG down, finding themselves in the semifinals now.
That's the second time they've eliminated SSG at a LAN. So yeah, maybe the easier run, but I disagree. I think taking down Falcons too was just a ridiculous historic moment for Chinese Overwatch. And I'm happy to see them back. Can they make the run continue? That is the big question today.
Shy is on form though. Like from the eye test, watching some of those clips, it's like, whoa, that is some.
That's the old Shy, yeah.
I feel like seeing Sunzo now into the lineup has introduced this new complication for other teams where this is not just a one-note team that plays these fast comps around Goose Ray. They can slow things down, play more tactically, and also have success. So they've definitely leveled up. It's what was required to make it here to the top 4.
Yeah, we talked about that stopping strategy between the tanks so often the last few days, and it's really been working for them. How far can they take it? Can they make it all the way to the grand finals? We will be finding out very soon. I think for me, the Sony story of the day is that this is actually going to be a 4-way fight for club championship point, because all the 4 teams which are still in it are eligible to collect those points. And I mean, those clubs are fighting for $30 million.
Yeah, the gap is increasing as well. Like as the days go by, as the games, complete. And I think for teams like Zeta, yeah, they want to be up there in terms of club championship points. I mean, Falcons have taken it the last 2 years in a row, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to take it for the 3-peat. So yeah, exciting times, and we'll see who ends up coming out on top.
I mean, for a lot of clubs, I feel like here at the Esports World Cup, this is a huge opportunity to compete, beyond just in an individual game, right? To compete really across the world, the universe of esports. I mean, here with the key wall, it's like there's a lot more opportunity, but Overwatch is going to maybe be a key decider, as it has been in the past, where sometimes, right, the Overwatch winner has gone on to become the eventual club champion. So a lot on the line there in the club championship.
All right, predictions then for those 4 teams. Which of them will be making it?
Call the winner, Jack.
Do it.
Call the winner, Jack.
Say it with your heart. Too much heart.
I want to say Zeta Division, although I think a lot of people underestimated T1 yesterday. So I'm going to go with T1, and they're going to make it historical.
You're a man of the people. Yeah. What about you?
Oh, I just think there might be something in the air for Twisted Minds. This is a team that consistently has their best performances on LAN under pressure. Yes, the online stage, it wasn't what they'd hoped for. If you'd watched just the online, you'd think I'm crazy for saying this, but come watch this team play on LAN, under the bright lights, under the biggest pressure. They just get better. I think they came in last-minute swap in Champions Clash and almost won there. I feel like this team is on the warpath, and they might be able to make a run for the first place here in Overwatch.
I think this is really tough to call, because we have 4 absolute power squads, very different teams as well, each of them having so much to play for here at the EWC. Now, we're going to send it over to Ginny to talk a little bit more and give you updates on our club championship.
Overnight, the story of EWC changed from is Falcons going to make it here in Paris to who's going to be Falcons. And I know you're probably wondering, how did we actually get here, Ginny? And that's exactly why I'm going to give you a bit of an update, because Falcons was struggling to get any points, but somehow, miraculously, their 15-year-old player in Street Fighter 6, Crame, actually managed to get them 1,000 points, with it the club championship eligibility to lifting the trophy once again, regardless of the fact that they were knocked out in MLBB, regardless of the fact that they also were knocked out in Overwatch. Now, MLBB, however, was won by Team Spirits. They're putting themselves currently in that 7th slot with 1,200 points, which is a great spot to be in, because their CS roster is coming at the end of week 6. So week 7, they'll be around here, and that's another 1,000 points, maybe potentially, that they could get, but they're in a good spot. So Overwatch is also what we really need to keep our eyes out for today, because there are a lot of club championship teams competing that overlap with COD. And you might be wondering, what are those teams? Well, Falcons, Vitality, AGAL, T1, as well as Twisted Minds. Every single one of these teams are here up looking to make as many points as humanly possible, because this is the last day of Championship Sunday of Week 4.
Thank you so much, Jenny. What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Mitch, who is going to be helping out, talking about what happened throughout the week here at EWC for the mid-season championship. We started with 16 teams, Mitch, right? And now we're down to 4. Let's talk about some of the teams that were eliminated and got their keys crushed.
I mean, some of the most notable teams to find on this wall is Crazy Raccoon.
True.
Obviously, your mid-season championship champions, they were down by T1 of all teams, so actual a bit of a rivalry story there. Virtus Pro also find themselves on this wall already, which is a surprise considering they are the best team, or were the best team in EMEA, but Dallas Fuel got to them before they themselves had their keys grabbed.
And also, we can't forget about the EWC 2025 defending champions, Team Falcons. They also got knocked out by T1. T1's been looking pretty scary.
Yeah, dangerous. They're a team that have stuck together for quite some time, a core four that have just been believing in themselves in the process, and it's been delivering so far. But they're going up against Zeta Division today, which will be their greatest test probably ever.
I mean, and also EWC is very interesting where if you win and become the champions at EWC, you get to pick 3 of these crushed keys and put them in the trophy base. So if we were the champions, Mitch, who would we pick?
Okay, let's say if I'm T1, for example, I'll use them because I think that's great.
Yeah?
They're definitely putting Falcons inside their totem. I honestly think they might take Crazy Raccoon and put them there as well. Donghak was saluting the Crazy Raccoon key as it was being crushed. So I imagine they'd fill their base with other fallen Korean teams as a sign of respect, but also a reminder that they've overcome their region here in the international stage.
If I was part of Twisted Minds, I think I would have to put in Crazy Raccoon because just to get back them from the mid-season championship, right? They lost to Crazy Raccoons. They in the second place, so I feel like Twisted Mind, if they do get the win, they should definitely put in Crazy Raccoon. All right, that is all we have for now. Throwing back to Ginny, who is standing by with a special interview with Zeta Division.
Ahead of the matchup today from Zeta against T1, I'm Ginny and I'm joined with SK as well as our lovely translator to give us a bit of an insight when it comes to the club championship points. So first of all, thank you for joining. I do appreciate it. So far this year, you guys are getting a few points for the club championship. What was the strategy coming into this year?
今日はお時間いただきありがとうございます。なんかポイントも着々と獲得していらっしゃいますけれども、ここまで、到達された戦略というものに関してお話しください。
そうですね。確実に上位に入れる部門を今年は組閣をしたので、ある程度結果が出ていると思ってます。
We made sure that we are going to bring their divisions that we are surely be able to aim for the higher ranking. So yes, we are steadily moving up the ranking this year.
Yes, you are. And it is very different than last year. Was there anything you learned from last year that you implemented now?
わけなんですけれども、まさに着々と上位に駆け上がっていらっしゃるわけなんですけれども、何か去年とは違う戦略ですとか取り組みをされていらっしゃっているのでしょうか。
特に違った戦略っていうのはないんですけど、本当に良い選手と良いチームスタッフを集められて今挑戦しております。
Well, we haven't made any significant changes from last year, but we have luckily great players, great crew, and great everybody. So we are still on the path of challenging.
And today is another challenge, semifinals in Overwatch against T1. Are you gonna win this?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your time, and thank you as well for your translations. Arigatou gozaimasu. That's it from us. Back over to you, Paket.
Thank you, Jenny, and it's awesome to hear from Zeta Division. It's Championship Sunday here for another Overwatch weekend, and this is our mid-season championship. Joining me in the studio today to open up a Championship Sunday, we have Johnny Reinforced Snowden, and of course, Matthew, Mr. X Moreau. Matt, welcome to the studio. How's it feel to be in front of a camera?
Yeah, we bring the big gun and then the littlest gun. We have the tiniest.
Oh, the little gun.
The small one. Yeah,
it's huge. It's huge.
Yeah, it's an awesome time. We have 4 great teams left. There are going to be some sick matches today.
Johnny, some huge surprises on day number 4, so let's get into what we have in store for us today. Instead of Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division, we're going to see T1 in the mix. How did T1 pull off the 3-0, and what does that mean for them now in a rematch against a very familiar foe?
Yeah, it's the little brother leveling up at just the right time. T1 that has always played second to Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon in Korea. Now taking down Crazy Raccoon yesterday in a dominant 3-0. They have an opportunity today to take out all the Korean teams with Zeta Division.
Those results, Puckett, though, that doesn't spell good for T1 today, right?
Hey, I see one win there. It was in a race to 3, so we'll see if they can get it done because, reminder, when we get to that grand final, it'll be even longer. It'll be a race to that 4th win. For now, though, we got to check in with our friends. We have 2 fantastic human beings who are joining us live from the co-streams. Poco, are you there today?
I'm, of course, there. Can you guys hear me?
And Tayo, how we
Hello.
feeling? Welcome to the stream, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a few questions for you, but let's start here. Tayo, why is your team going to crush Poco's squad today?
Okay, crush might be a little bit of an overstatement, but I think it's going to be a very close match. Recently, Zeta beat T1 3-1 or 4-1, I think, but T1 looked very strong this tournament, so I think it's going to go 3-2. I don't know which team's going to win, but of course, I got to cheer on my boys.
That is a
at
humble
Zeta Division.
co-streamer.
Yeah, like you're a little bit too humble, Poco. We can't echo that humbleness. Like, you gotta come out. You know this game day.
Yeah, you know this
gotta
game.
show up with confidence and like we're gonna destroy the opponent.
Exactly. I don't think it's gonna be a close one. I mean, like just yesterday, have you seen the game? Crazy Raccoon, Trio, and I think it's gonna be the same for Zeta. Sorry, Teo, but Trio and the boys gonna go in final.
All right.
What is it, Poco, about T1 at the moment that makes you so confident? Obviously playing at a really high level.
Yeah, I think they are underdog and they like that spot. And yeah, I don't know, like the team is so good, the coach are like so smart, and everything is like
so chill, so calm.
Tayo, this one's for you. Talk to me about who you will play in the grand final. Will it be Weibo or will it be Twisted Minds?
All right, I think it's going to be a 3-0 for Twisted Minds. It's going to be a sweep. It's going to be fast. It's going to be violent. I don't think that Weibo have the manpower right now to stop Twisted Minds.
Do you guys feel like this is a match about who will win the tournament? Do you think that the lower bracket is just way better than what you're seeing on the other side with Twisted Minds? Or how do you feel about the 4 remaining teams?
I mean, I think in the finals, whether T1 or Zeta, whoever goes and meets Twisted Minds, it's going to be a close match. I think those 3 teams right now are the teams to beat, and I think one of these 3 will be able to win the tournament.
All right, we were talking a little bit over here. We need something extra on the line for this game.
Baguette to the back.
If Chris Puckett were to get you guys a baguette, would the winner of this series allow the other to hit them, break the baguette over? I mean, I said their head, but
America's guys. I'm sorry. Like
what?
I'm down.
I mean, yeah, sure. Why not? Why not?
Let's get it going. We'll send Puckett to go get a baguette.
It's championship
somewhere around
Sunday.
here.
We're going to get spicy.
We'll make that happen.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go back to your co-stream knowing that your back could be beaten by a baguette in just a bit. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We love them so much. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for enjoying the French fun. I think it was a bad baguette that took me out yesterday, Matt. Did not have enough butter on it. I fixed that this morning. We threw some bacon.
That's why you got to go the Danny route. You just got to eat the butter, bro. No bread. Just eat the butter.
It's been great. Speaking of great, Johnny, we got to take a look here at our teams that have been playing so phenomenal. T1 versus Crazy Raccoon was the surprise of yesterday. I was watching from the hotel room, and I expected it to go at least 4 maps. This was done in 3. How did they get it done?
Yeah, this was surprising to everybody. No one had a 3-0 on their cards, but it was T1 who, like I said, Matt, like they just leveled up. Like I was said yesterday, if you're making a tier list of the damage players in the tournament, on the one side you got Heesang and Stalker, and on the other one you got Proud and Cess. You're like, Proud and Cess, like they don't really have what it takes. But yesterday, I thought they were difference makers. Like they won their duels. And that had like trickle-down effects on the entire matchup.
I also think, Puckett, like Donghack is really leveled up at this event. Like
Wait,
he knew
you're
how
saying
great.
The tank that took out his former teammates?
Yeah, I mean, he probably the extra just kind of confidence after that game is really kind of snowballed. So I think you're going to need to see Donghack have like an unbelievable game today if they're going to get by Zeta Division.
Johnny, do you agree? Is Donghack your player to watch for this team?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely like the hero on this team, I'd say. Like, and he's the main character as well. Joss was telling me, and I don't know, he knows Korean or something, but one of the teammates in comms was saying like, oh, it's okay if we die, like just, stay together, we got this. And Donghack in the comms was like, no, it's not okay. If you die, that's not okay. Like, this is life or death right now.
We're not dying, we're not losing. Well, there's been a bunch of confidence from the tank, and the rest of the team seems to be vibing on a championship Sunday. Danny caught up with T1 Bliss behind the scenes.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Bliss from T1 Bliss. I mean, you guys have been fantastic, phenomenal throughout the tournament. You guys beat the Falcons, who are the defending champions. You guys also beat Crazy Raccoon yesterday. 3-0 victory against them as well. So what do you think the key to your success was in this tournament currently? 자, 일단 오늘 어떻게 보면 지금 T1이 너무나도 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는 것 같습니다. 뭐 이제 팔콘도 작년 우승자였던 팔콘도 이기고 또 어제 라쿤도 이기면서 지금 굉장히 좋은 성적을 거두시고 계신데 블리 선수가 보실 때 지금까지 좀 성공의 비결이 있다면 무엇일까요?
뭐 사실 저희 팀이 처음 결성된 이후로 계속 연습 과정에서는 사실 지금 있는 상위권 팀들이랑 계속 좋은 연습 결과가 있었어서 대회만 좀 잘 나왔으면 하는 마음이 항상 있었는데 이번 e스포츠 월드컵이 그런 대회가 된 것 같아서 좀 기쁜 것 같습니다.
I think throughout the whole practice, ever since the team T1 has been formed, we have really good scrim results. All our practices went really well, and we just were missing that one thing, which is being that translating that I guess scrims and practices and showing that same results on stage. And I feel like that has been shown at EWC, and I am very happy about that. And talking about being on stage, you guys will be facing another very, very difficult opponent, which is going to be Zeta Division. How do you feel like that match is going to be played out? 자, 이제 한 경기만 남았습니다. 이제 이거를 이기게 되면은 이제 결승으로 올라가게 되는데 어떻게 이번에 제타 디비전 좀 어떻게 생각을 하시나요?
뭐 한 경기 이긴다는 뭐 결승이라는 그런 생각보다는 사실 제타가 제가 생각할 때는 가장 힘든 경기가 될 것 같아요. 그래서 저희가 그걸 이겨낸다면은 저희가 진짜 엄청난 성장을 했다고도 볼 수 있기 때문에 좀 저희가 더 잘할 수 있는 거에 집중하고 뭐 성장하는 거에 집중하면은 뭐 당연히 결과는 따라올 거라 생각합니다.
I feel like taking down the Zeta Division is going to be our main mission because we're not going to think too much about beating them and going into the finals. We want to take it step by step. They are a very difficult opponents to beat, but by defeating them, that means we will have been improved and grown as a team to that level. So we will be focusing on that so far. All right, Bliss, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. 화이팅!
감사합니다.
A very smiley Bliss behind the scenes. Will he be smiling at the end of game one? Only time will tell. And if you've been looking at the stats, well, they're not in Bliss's favor. Let's talk about his opponent on the other side of the stage. We have Zeta Division, who has been the top dogs since day number one. Johnny, are they the best team in the tournament?
Best team in the tournament, I'd say, but also, Matt, I was saying a couple of days ago, like, this could potentially be the best team we've ever seen in Overwatch history.
Ever seen in Overwatch?
No, because, like, okay, that's a high bar, but you look at all these individuals and mechanics, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna play whatever. We'll play Ilari Bath, like, we'll play with the Symmetra, we'll play without the Symmetra, we'll play Jetpack Cat, we'll make the Maga Brawl work. Like, they can just play any composition, and they just got insane individuals.
Matt, how long has this fivesome been together?
This year, right? They kind of like, you get some big pieces from other teams, you come together. And I think you're somewhat right, Johnny, in the sense that, like, we see other teams that have formed in the past, and you can always, like, look at maybe one spot as, like, a weakness or a path to victory. You kind of look at this roster, and there's so,
holes.
I mean, it's just so nasty. I mean, Violet can play so aggressive like he likes to play on the support, because Shu is just capable of keeping an entire team alive on his own, regardless of what hero. So just a really difficult team to beat.
Now, Proper, of course, was an MVP candidate last year. Knife has gotten a lot of the highlights that we just witnessed. Who is this Knife guy? What do I need to know about their DPS lineup?
Yeah, well, he's a newer name to the scene, and he's been around. He was on Team Liquid for a little bit. He was on Crazy Raccoon for a little bit, and they were like, we need a great hitscan player, so we'll team up with Knife. He's a relatively new name, and this is arguably like his first great opportunity to really showcase it, and he's lived up to it, just taking over games, and even better than Proper at some point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great story, Chris, but the backline, though, which, like, Shu and Violet is just so silly.
Well, we know about these names, right? We know that Violet has been an MVP candidate in his own right, doing it from the backline. But I was talking with Ben Best, one of our French talents, and he was saying that his favorite player to watch is Shu. And I asked why Shu. He said he's not missing anything, and in fact, he could be more dangerous than some other front lines. Let's take a look here at the numbers from Shu going up against Skewed in the 1v1. Johnny, the numbers are pretty even across the board. The top hero, though, Ana versus Kiriko, who's going to have a bigger impact in game?
It's got to be Shu. I mean, he's a leader for their team, and he has so much impact on the heroes he plays.
Matt, 30 seconds before we get into this matchup. 63% of our fans are siding with Zeta Division, 37 with T1. Where do you lean?
Yeah, I think that's about right. I would lean towards Zeta Division in this one, probably like a 3-1, maybe a 3-2 if T1 wants to keep it a little spicy, but I think Zeta Division is just so strong.
Johnny, in the one win, we saw it go to a game 5 for T1. Do they do it again today?
No, they don't. Zeta 3-1.
T1 has Poco. He's ready to do the baguette beatdown. Taiwu, he's more confident. I'm siding with these guys. Let's send it down to the stage.
Teams from all over the world arrived here. Came here 4강이랑 결승도 남았기 때문에 결승까지 가서 잘 이기면 내가 최강이라 말할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
재밌는 경기 해봅시다. T1.
It's a bit of a relief to make it because it doesn't exactly feel good. We expect to be there. Relieves a little bit of pressure off our shoulders because we're where we should be.
进入4强，其实现在我的心情还是很开心的。后面的比赛，其实我还是有很大的信心去赢的吧。
Again, he ends up hitting a massive catnap.
Mesdames et messieurs, il était une fois Overwatch. Une scène chargée d'histoire, des régions qui dominent, des grands favoris, mais ici à Paris, le script est en train de changer. Yesterday, this tournament has stopped following the script for good.
Absolutely, and we're now down to our final four, and it's 4 teams with very different stories. One is chasing fulfillment, another hunting a breakthrough. One is looking to put their region well and truly back on the map, and the final team is looking to get back to championship winning ways here in Paris.
We're gonna have 2 semi-finals, 1 grand final, and I feel very excited not to know yet who our 2 grand finalists are gonna be. It's adding an extra layer of suspense, but by the end of today, we'll crown our new Overwatch champion.
You know what else we've got here? We've got a phenomenal crowd here in Paris. How we doing? That's what I'm talking about. You're here for Championship Sunday, and we cannot wait to get started.
Let's get started, starting with Korea's superstar, Zeta Division! The Titans from Korea under legendary Japanese colors. Les Titans coréens portent avec eux les espoirs et la confiance de 2 nations à la fois. They've shown dominance and trust day after day, and now they have their eyes on a ticket to grand finals, and many would argue that it's already theirs.
And their opponents, please welcome T1! This organization has never lacked expectation. What it lacked was the defining international performance. That changed here in Paris. Every time this tournament demanded an answer, T1 found it. Every time the pressure grew, so did they. And here they stand, 1 victory away from the biggest Overwatch final this organization has ever reached. This is not simply Korea versus Korea. This is the team designed to win this championship against the team that might have transformed quickly enough to take it from them.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites du bruit!
A roster that was handcrafted by the Overwatch gods in Zeta Division versus T1, an organization that hasn't had the same level of success on an international stage. Now take to it in this semi-finals. And T1, Moxie, come off an absolute heater yesterday, taking down Crazy Raccoon in a 3-0.
Yeah, no one foresaw 3-0. No one. You did place T1 ahead for your pick'ems, but you still thought that Crazy Raccoon, just like all of us, for sure would pull maps. But T1, they've been pulling off upset after upset. This has to be the greatest upset of all, though, because Zeta, that's a roster that simply just saying the names all together feels unfair. to put
It's
into the competitive ecosystem.
It's like when you do a fantasy and you just cheat by adding extra points so you can have everybody that you'd want. That's what Zeta Division feels like.
It's such a good meta for them too, right? Shu gets his Ana back, Proper gets the Tracer. We're really starting to see Zeta find their footing around that Cat and Ana pickup.
And they got eliminated by Twisted Minds back in that lower finals of Champions Clash. The 3-1 to TM, then TM took Crazy Raccoon all the way to 7 maps where CR were crowned that champion. CR aren't here anymore. Falcons are not here anymore. T1 and Zeta jumping into this first map. We're going to see what we saw yesterday from Zeta Division. A Mercy ban to start, and then a Diva ban from T1 in response.
And a Busan map pick too, right? So you're going here, you're wanting to get maps like Downtown so that you can play Shu on that Ana up on the high ground. Mercy, not a hero that we would see played, but you're using it to lock out the support role ban so that T1 can't take the Ana out of that equation. Diva ban from T1 as well means that Cat Bastion or the Cat Ana, if you're playing from Zeta's perspective, has one tank that will not be able to easily chase, and especially with the Cat Bastion, you won't be able to use things like Defense Matrix to nullify the threat level of that flyby.
The last times these two teams met as well, T1, it was a 3-0 Moxie. That was in stage 2 of Korea in July, so literally a month ago.
Yeah.
Busan is going to be the first map we go to. Nepal last time. That was chosen by Zeta. The audience is getting more and more packed by the day, but Championship Sunday, it's a whole new beast. T1 and Zeta going to get at each other's throats. Violet and Shu back on the Ana and the Cat, but T1 are going to do the same.
Yeah, Skewed, how well can you keep up with the Ana god himself? No Diva, no Defense Matrix. Those nades will hurt when they find connections onto Mauga.
Got to be nervous if Bliss is playing this Cat, though. Look at the performance from yesterday. The amount of value he was getting on the Cat.
Best Cat performance.
Yeah, right. I think that Des was talking about it too, like the best Cat performance of the tournament. Mauga, obviously. Mauga versus Mauga. Oh, they're going a little low. No issues, though. Him and Bernard just trading that cardiac overdrive. And now Violet paying attention to the front line here. Cat Bastion on T1's side of things. Knife rocking the Emre as Bernard finds first blood. Knife is going to get antied as Prow swoops over his head and gets the trade.
Proper trying to find any way of flipping this. But T1 having some really good hits, especially taking Violet down.
Good nade though onto Bernard, has to get out, use the charge to get away. Zeta still maintain control, but T1 trying to get that flip from under their noses. Bernard with a refresh on the charge is going to get to the point in time, but quickly dealt with by Donghak. They stomp into the ground. It's a bit of an issue here now for Donghak, who is eventually going to be able to get out of there. A lot of his DPS aren't in the best of sorts. Zest and Proud forced to reset. Zeta Division maintain their lead.
Good nade onto Bernard Violet so they can't chase for more. T1 successfully secured Donghak's exit, which means a fast setup to make use of this nano boost. Shu will have the match though.
Is Bliss going to be able to get away with murder again on the Cat? He's only 10% away from the ult. Violet's already got his. Going to be on the nanos, I'd imagine, for this fight. Proud holding a drum right now is Donghak. Yeah, he's in a little bit of trouble. Zest ends up getting nanoed. Violet hiding around the corner. Bernard and Proper have already found kills too, so a swift reset for T1 as they've already lost.
Yeah, Knife's just doing so much work as well, putting pressure onto Donghak, who does fall late actually. Taken down by Violet, which means that T1 will have to wait yet more time. Last fight territory, no nano boost engaged to be able to do it. Instead, you're relying on Bliss dragging Zest and T1's chances back into the light. But Zeta Division, look at the horde of ultimates that they have. Mauga Cage combined with that override protocol.
Easy pickings, you'd imagine, for Zeta Division here. Zest is going to be hard to lock down. Still elevated up into the sky. Proper taking the 1v1 versus Diana. Oh, the stick is nasty. Skew definitely didn't see that one coming. Both cages are going to get popped too. I mean, this round was anything but close here. Zeta Division honestly demolishing T1. Opening nerves. They've got to be settled here.
I mean, the cat Anna just becomes more problematic when you head to these later maps of Busan too. If you're T1, you're really hoping to see Mecha Base show up this next sub-map. As, yeah, Bernard just able to perfectly track the Freya. This stick here as well, the proper. It's so good, then once you get that kill onto the Anna, you're free to just send Knife in to finish the fight. Mauga Cage, lockdown, overtime, T1 can't disengage it, have to hold their ground. As here's a big change, okay. T1 potentially thinking about running the Reaper, wanting more of that front to back playstyle just to try to overwhelm Zeta Division, since Proper will be short-handed with the rest of his team. He's been hitting the backline.
The Banana's got a plan here. Oh shit! Where's the heals on Proud there from Bliss and Skew? Knife just took his one.
Yeah, he's just too good, hits the shots too quickly. T1 not ready, expecting all of that incoming damage off of the Cat Kiriko onto the Lucio Kiriko, just trying to run towards Zeta Division before Knife finds the pick.
TP on top of the box, a little right-clicking Violet there. Bliss already dead. Oh, different comp here for T1 with the Lucio instead.
Yeah, Zest tried to TP T1 forward, Shu read it, anti.
Maintain the space though for T1. Bliss is going to get back in a second, but you cannot be forced to reset again, and I think that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Both Emrage trading, sure, but wow, Zeta bringing a whole new game today.
Oh, Proper's read the rotation too from T1. No ease of access through Cliffside. Shu's already rotated to be untouchable within this fight.
Yo, good, not a problem. Little teleport up into the high ground here. Violet's going to be able to spot that out. And now the rotation's just try and get on top of Shu. He's going to take an alternate angle here, down lower, but Zest doesn't want to chase him down there. You don't want to get slept or naded or anything, so focus attention on Bernard. Pure gold is this Orisa down here, as he's already managed to kill Proud. They get the trade, of course, but is it actually going to be enough? Zeta Division stall is going to be pretty scary. And Violet with the catnap. Oh, see you later, Zest. No tank, no problem. And Proper with the pulse bomb too, just gets the one clip on Skewed. Oh my word, it is all falling apart for T1.
Yeah. Oh, Donghak just has to slam off map, so he does not get staggered using the charge to have the CC immunity. Zeta Division holding off T1 with 4 out of 5 ults. T1 lacking even the Kiriko rush to be able to send them forward. You're relying on a sound barrier.
Huge TP, biggest TP of all time. All right, they're going to try and use it anyway. And now you're just running into ults. There's the Terror Surge, and guess who's split? It's Donghak. Zest ends up getting taken down first, though, with that pulse bomb. Straight back to spawn goes Proud. And this is not what you want to see on Championship Sunday. Not the opening game, not like this.
9% off. No sound barrier, no choice but to walk into
Bliss is already dead.
Override.
Donghak is going to be able to get the touch though, but there's no sound barrier. And there's just no hope. Bernard's already taken his 2. What an absolute fumble here from T1. No raw. No enthusiasm almost from T1. It was just a flattening, a 200-0 for Zeta Division.
Well, in fairness, we get to see the advantage of higher seed, right? Map choice, but not just that, the opportunity to first ban. You have to ask yourself, how close would it have been if T1 had had the opportunity to ban the Ana? Because almost every fight that Zeta are able to set up so cleanly for, outside of some insane plays like that opening kill, first fight Mecha Base from Knife just sets all of those dominoes in motion. But outside of that, Shu's antis, every Symmetra teleport that T1 tried to take, 1-person, 2-person hit with anti, killed before Suzu has the chance to hit the ground.
Tayo's going to be happy with that one for sure. Oh dear. And there were some nerves coming into yesterday versus Crazy Raccoon. Did hear about Donghak, a little bit nervous. You would be, of course. It's Crazy Raccoon. They just won the last major. One of the most feared teams in Overwatch, but this Zeta division looking like a different beast entirely. T1 not off to a hot start, and it didn't feel like there was ever a point where you're like, okay, maybe they win the fight. It's like,
Well,
no, actually.
there was one shining moment where Bliss on Sanctuary wins the 1v1 versus Proper.
Okay.
As the Jetpack Cat, and that's very hard to do because Trace is very good at being able to track the movements of heroes like that, and Proper is arguably the best to ever have done it and still be doing it. T1 as well. There's some movement here in terms of this being first to 3 in place of the first to 2. I feel like facing down Zeta when they had the chance to safeguard that Ana within the first to 2 format pretty much secured control point for them.
Twilight and Rush on stage right now, deciding where they want to go. Rush is such an old figurehead of Overwatch 2. Back Coast, Element Mystic Coast, players like Sparkle. In fact, a lot of the Overwatch players that you see on the stage throughout this whole event, Rush has coached at one point or another. Let's jump down to Lou and Tayo and get his thoughts on the first map.
Thank you very much, guys. I am also extremely pleased to join Tayo once again. And as you know, Tayo has become my colleague because he takes care of the translations for his answers, of course. Tayo, you've been playing Overwatch for like 10 years. This is such an insane passion that you have for the game. So can you tell me quickly why for you Overwatch is the best game in the world? So, 10年やってる Overwatch なんで世界一のゲームだと思う? English and then in Japanese. You're good?
Okay, English first. Okay, so I think Overwatch is the perfect balance between team play and like individual skill, and it just expresses how I like to play games pretty much. で、Overwatch っていうゲームはやっぱ個人技とチームプレーどっちも必要なので、それがすごい魅力だなと感じております。
It lets you express your creativity, that is for sure. Donc première question, effectivement, je pense qu'Overwatch c'est le meilleur jeu du monde parce qu'on peut exprimer à la fois du jeu d'équipe et de l'individualité. And second question, we have Poco, you know, the French co-streamer for T1 on the other side here. Is there anything you want to tell him? Because you know he's lost the first map, so maybe comfort him something?
I mean, Poco, you gotta step it up, man. You said it's gonna be a 3-0, bro. It doesn't look that. It was a 200-0 on Busan. I don't know about that, man.
And that's pretty wild currently. You want to translate the banter?
いや、ポコさん、ちょっとブサン200対0だったんで、ちょっと危ないんじゃないんですか？大丈夫ですかね？
大丈夫じゃないだと思うけど。Ouais, effectivement, pourquoi va falloir que tu te réveilles parce que tu avais dit que ça allait être 3-0 et ça n'y ressemble pas du tout pour l'instant. And last but not least, 次のセミファイナルはTwisted Minds対ウェイボですが、タヨさんは誰が勝つだと思いますか？
やっぱりツイステッドマインズが圧倒的にオフラインの経験があるので勝つと思います。
そうだね。They're insane in LAN, right? So probably Twisted Minds are going to take the next semi-final once again. インタビューしてくれてありがとうございます。Thank you so much once again. And let's get back to the game to see if Zeta is going 2-0.
Thank you very much, Lou, there with Tayo. 4 languages Lou can speak. Lou the legend, obviously. Fantastic work so far this event, and same could be said for Zeta Division, to be fair. Only a single map loss so far, Moxie, and that was against GK.
Yep, one slight hiccup as we get ready to head into map 2. This obviously is T1's choice, both for the ban first and also for the map pick, as it will be Flashpoint. Now, they had the opportunity to try to target out some of Proper's hero pool, taking out the Tracer, but instead, we go for a Wu Yang ban. So taking out some of those poke potential compositions, but also safeguarding your backline. As T1, Bliss has looked at his best, I feel, on things like that Jetpack Cat. Zeta Division targeting Donghack's best hero, that being the Mauga, which in the past has forced him onto the Hazard.
Hang on a second here, Moxie. What about the Donghack ball? Come on, you can't say his Mauga's the best.
Yeah, but when you
the
have
Wrecking
Violet...
Ball, the Doomfist. Hang on a second.
When you have Violet in lobby, there's no way you play Wrecking Ball into Mufasa.
Nah, I know. Oh, boy can dream, though. A boy can dream. Let's have a look at Hazard, though. A very all-in comp from T1. Hazard, Vendetta, and the Shion. I mean, press W is the name of the game here. Well, Zeta Division is hold S and hopefully just peel back slightly. Sorry, Zess, we're confused too. It's all good. Looks like a small problem on the T1 side.
They'll have to press W before proper catches onto them, because we got to see where exactly that traitor was playing, and it sure was not main. He's already trying to wrap side to be able to push through onto one of those squishies. So T1's DPS line, they'll have their hands full trying to keep the track of where the tracer
is my favorite.
That's your favorite sign?
That is my favorite sign. New favorite sign just dropped. Perfect.
That is a good one.
Stone Cold Killer expression on Twilight's face there, we just saw. Look.
Oh, that's awkward. T1 fan right beside Zeta fan.
They will be at each other's throats in a moment. Look, it was a 200-0 that first map. It felt like it didn't even happen. It felt like a bit of a fever dream, Moxie.
Yeah.
I'm thinking how well these teams, in my head, coming in today, were so well suited up with their cat bastions. I think with how successful T1 have been, not to say that they're locked into that kind of comp, but look, Bliss has just been doing numbers on the cat. So you're like, okay, we just want to continue this. We want to make sure we can drill this composition home. Whereas you look at Zeta and how their flexibility is, Violet can play anything, of course. But then you also have Shu, who, best hero, definitely the Ana, but also the flexibility is kind of crazy there too. They're not as, I would say, rigid coming into this series. I think they're going to be a little bit more open with how they want to approach.
You also look at how all of those fights were won by Zeta on Control, and it was off of early picks onto T1. T1 like lost people on the Symmetra push forward and still committed to the fight. Flashpoint, if that happens, if you lose a person before the fight starts, well, you're going to be giving up a whole lot of point percent and not able to rebuild your ultimate economy to match your opponents to actually force them, despite no kills coming through early, to have to give up the point so that you get the opportunity of fighting back. This could be a snowball into a full-blown avalanche if T1 are not careful. So I do like the fact that they're going for this like very all-in composition. If everyone's with the Hazard, right? If the Hazard is chained by Violet on that Mizuki, you at least have your whole team there to be able to support him. Plus, Mizuki can only chain one person, thankfully.
What are you saying? Imagine.
Yeah, just wait. If Costa has his way, I bet right now there'll be like a new patch and a new perk where Mizuki for major perk gets AoE chain if you're too close.
Don't say that. Don't.
Hey, look, I'm a support player. I'm just saying.
The DPS players will have an aneurysm if that happens, okay? We can't be having that. Oh, wow. Little My Hero Academia. Okay, I see you. Incredible eyes in the audience today. In fact, every single day, to be fair.
Yeah.
Quick in-ear replacement, by the way. That's what's happening. Shouldn't take too long. We've got a bunch of them out back. It should be good. Should be good. Looks like it's just on the supports of T1 there.
Yeah.
Maybe just Bliss. Not entirely sure, but it looks like it won't take too long.
We should be back in map by the time that you can finish reading that soon sign that was floating around yesterday.
That was too long. It was too long. It was 3 paragraphs worth of the O's. This is the only map that they've lost, by the way, Zeta Division. It was the New Junk City versus GK. It was a 3-1 overall score at the very end.
So T1 hoping to recreate that moment to give themselves a in back into this series. See, that's my favorite sign.
When they double up, when they make a whole like almost
comic strip,
book strip,
yeah,
of signs, it does go kind of crazy. Yeah, big fan of that one.
Okay, so expectations. We know what compositions both of these teams are playing. As we've talked about, Hazard very much all in, do or die composition. You don't have a lot of ranged pressure, but you do have a lot of overwhelmed pressure. So being able to collapse onto Zeta and push forward before Proper is in position, right? Before the Tracer, like, who does the Tracer try to take a 1 versus 1 with if there's no one left to 1v1? If everyone's just 5v4 walking your whole team when one player is down? Unless someone just dies early to knife on the Sojum, which is also entirely possible because Hazard does not have any way of letting his team mitigate any of those fully charged rail shots. And if you're already dying to scoped in Emre on your walks through mecha-based chokes, trying to get past the fully railed Sojum will be rough.
That was a little slip up on the Emre 1v1, surely. Bro just didn't get a heal. Got hit by 3 or 4 shots, didn't get a heal. Yeah, there we go. All right, we'll get back into game in just a moment. Not too much longer. Again, just a quick in-ear issue with T1. In fact, let's jump down to Loot with some fans in the audience.
Thank you very much, guys. We love a little bit of housekeeping when there's a tech post going on. I'm with Tom and Theo, or Theo and Tom. Yeah, that's it. 2 French fans from T1. Donc, on va continuer l'interview en français. Moi, je voulais d'abord te demander, parce que j'ai vu le fameux Poco Bomb. J'ai entendu dire que c'était un move un peu signature, encore une fois, d'un co-streamer qu'il y a là-bas. Est-ce que tu peux me raconter un petit peu pourquoi sa diva était légendaire?
Bon, c'est au niveau de l'ulti de Diva, du coup, qui est un personnage tank. Son ulti est très compliqué à utiliser, on va dire, pour faire des kills. Et Poco, c'est vraiment, il est vraiment connu pour ça. C'est vraiment le boss. Il a des setups à utiliser et tout. C'est incroyable.
Avec quelques années d'entraînement, je peux le rattraper, non?
Ah oui, bien sûr.
Ah voilà, bah gare à toi, mon grand. So yeah, I wanted to know a little bit about the Poco Bomb lore because he's known for having a very specific move on the ult from Diva and he was like mastering it with perfection. Et maintenant, je me tourne vers toi, mon frérot. Je vois qu'il y a Donghak sur ta bannière. Est-ce que tu peux me parler un petit peu de lui, du rôle qu'il joue? Est-ce que tu joues le même rôle? En quoi il t'inspire?
En le voyant jouer tank, j'ai toujours voulu jouer tank aussi, sauf que c'est un main ball et doomfist et moi j'ai beaucoup de mal avec lui, mais le voir jouer ball c'est toujours agréable et ça fait rire tout le monde, donc j'adore le voir jouer.
Ah oui, ball c'est le personnage de fou là qui se met en boule et qui roule partout?
Exactement, ouais, qui roule partout, qui embête tout le monde quoi.
Moi, j'ai découvert des dingueries cette semaine sur Overwatch. So yeah, I'm really impressed by him. He plays tank, but he plays ball, and I'm really struggling with that hero. So I couldn't really exactly play like him. But yeah, he's clearly a model for me. Et moi, les gars, je voulais que vous me donniez une raison pour laquelle T1 va revenir, parce que sur la première game, ça semblait un peu quand même compliqué.
Ouais, c'était un peu compliqué, mais moi je crois en eux. Ils vont clairement monter, j'ai aucun doute sur ça.
Give me one good reason, sorry, about why T1 are gonna come back, because first game was looking a bit hectic. I am 100% confident they're not gonna give up. Et pour toi, mon frère, Donghak, quelque chose d'autre? Qu'est-ce qui va faire que vous allez remonter?
Comme tout le monde, il a besoin d'une game de chauffe et après ça repart. 3-1 facile.
Il m'a dit, he just told me, yeah, it was just a warm-up game, basically, for T1. So we're gonna see if they manage to come back in that Korean derby. See you there.
Thank you very much, Lou. Down on the floor with a couple of the French fans there in the audience. Yes, Donghak, a master at all. Not seen any crazy Doofus play from him, sadly, so far, but
they tried.
There's still a chance, yeah.
There was an attempt on the Doomfist versus Twisted Minds on Route 66 attack, but yes, that's probably best left in the past.
That's so sad. Come on. We gotta have some Wrecking Ball, some Doomfist, Donghak. It's gotta happen, even if it's an emergency swap. All right, looks like the in-ears have been placed successfully in the ears of the T1 supports. Looks like, yeah, we're all good. We're all chilling. We should be able to get into this map very quick. There you go. The little tech pause, little thingy at the top right is gone, so we should be good to go. Wu Yang ban here for T1. Very fast comp. Vendetta, Shion, Hazard, Lucio from Bliss, and obviously the Kiriko They want to run Zeta Division down. For Zeta Division, complete opposite. They've gone defensive. We want to hold, we want to poke. If you dive on us, Mizuki chains, they're going to catch you. Let's jump back in. Map 2, T1, Zeta Division.
T1 just waiting for that jump opportunity. Proper getting into position, looking to hit the backline.
Skewed 1 HP already, actually forced to use that Suzu super early on, so this is easy picking for Proper if he can find another entrance in. This again, half HP. It's just so free for Proper right now. It needs to be looked at by somebody. But Proud and Zest are going to put up some numbers, but unfortunately, it is going to be Bernard going down. Zeta Division, only their DPS players left, so T1 are going to take control.
Yeah, heavy trade fight for both sides. Proper pulling so much attention from the backlines that Bliss Skewed both absent from healing Donghack. Tanks traded, but Zeta losing both of their backline players too. T1 are able to pull through. Bernard on this Orisa now, really wanting to be able to hold that ground steadily versus this Hazard. But yet again, it's all about trying to scout where exactly Proper is before the fight begins.
Spike straight at Donghack's back. He's got that spike guard, so he can now push on forward and hopefully lock someone down. Looks like Zest is going to separate the team fight, finding a solo kill onto Violet, swinging straight off the knife too. Oh, Zest! This fast comp from T1. So much of a departure from that last map. They feel way more at home now.
Oh, he waited for the Mizuki to teleport and just catches him with the overhead swing. I mean, Vendetta is just Mizuki's worst enemy, right? You use Sanctuary, you see all of the value punched away by the Sundering Blade, which Zest already has pulled.
We're going to try and go this one really early, so Zeta Division forced to fight a 5v4. The Terror Surge, though, from Bernard. Okay, it puts a dent into those plans, and they are going to get the cap halfway through as well. Skewed a couple HP. They're going to stagger for a little bit, but won't mean all too much. Team kill for Zeta Division.
99% though, picked up for T1. One fight away from taking this first flashpoint. Rush for rush match, but Zest can combo off of things like that downpour with the Sundering Blade and rip apart Zeta Division stability.
According to the perfect combo, no one can run away. Downpour, Sundering Blade, and you're done.
Well, can Donghack set it up?
Gonna try to, push the wall straight behind Bernard to start with, but Proud and Zeta in hot pursuit. There you go, straight in. Sound barrier. Oh, but no, the downpour actually denied by the Mizuki Sanctuary. Donghack still just trying to force the CDs out of Shu. Only one support remaining for Zeta Division right now as Zest is shut down by Bernard. He refused to fall on the Orisa. Just so damn tanky. And despite the ult thrown in from T1, they end up getting routed.
Yeah, T1 just not able to use DPS ults within that fight. Bernard doing so much work keeping Zest at bay.
Got a touch.
Last fight territory for T1. Spree might just be used to touch.
Yeah, they got it. No, all good. It was Donghack that got a touch at the end, but now he's separated from the rest of the team. There's still a Spree from Proud, and of course Zest. Oh!
Yeah.
Well, that's a mistake best left avoided. No touch, unfortunately for T1. Left a little bit shell-shocked as they get team killed off the back of it.
Yeah, that might be some coordination issues there, rearing head from T1 as Donghack off of the Hazard. No more go fast walk with tank. Now it's Zarya bubble, send Zest or Proud forward so that they can't have that ult shut down. Just pulled up charge off of the poke from Violet.
We're going back 1 meta or so ago with Zest, Vendetta, and then Donghack on the Zarya.
Yeah, but he's too far split from his DPS. Zeta Division bait the Zarya to chase them and then jump on the squishies left alone.
I hope there's no crack showing in the T1 mental here, because that last point, something that's going to be living in their head a little bit rent-free unless they're careful. Still with double DPS ult, by the way. They still have them. They've not used them to find a win in a fight. Zeta Division and Proper in the backline already. There's the bite. Bliss so damn low. Oh, this is an easy kill for Proper, surely. I mean, Bliss is going to be out of the fight at the very least. Double bubbles used. Post bomb dropped off the shield, but yeah, an execution from Knife clean to an off. Proud does end up getting 2 with a Spree of his own, making it a more even affair. Bernard Proper versus Zest now on the point, but Zest just lops his head off.
Good overhead strike. Takes the Orisa down, finds the flip for T1. Proud actually comes back on the Sojourn. Since they've spotted that Zeta Division will just be relentless running at that backline, you have to find a way of just taking advantage of Proper Knife being behind you, so you can free farm off of Benar and look for the heads of Violet and Shu. Rush for rush match, T1 can potentially overwhelm with Sound Barrier to survive.
Yeah, beat exactly that. Oh, Proper takes a railgun headshot. We'll see how long Zeta Division actually want to stay in this fight, though, with a player down. Crowd pretty low, has to dash back, playing in his own little disruptor shot there to avoid some damage, but it's all on Knife. That spree to separate the rest of T1. Easy pickings on the point as well, as Proud with no dash to get away. And they're going to even stall out the Vendetta too. Zest quite literally 1 HP.
Yeah.
As Zeta Division make it final fight on this point.
That Sound Barrier might as well have been put on mute with the amount of time it lasted within that spree rush combo. T1 have a combo of their own though. Grab Sundering Blade. You can't Sanctuary to shut it down.
Bliss gets bubbled to get on the point to trigger OT. Still gonna back. Not again.
Oh no. This is becoming a pattern, Jaws.
How does that not trigger OT? I can imagine T1 are rather confused about that one. 2-0, surely they don't go down like this. Benar's just trying to farm a little bit of Donghak here. Sure, you've won the fight, but you haven't won the point.
Oh, that's brutal. Zeta Division as well got one more fight before Donghak or Zest could use ults, which means that they're pushing towards having ults to stop and shut T1 down before they can use theirs. Zest has been holding the Sundering Blade. It feels like since the start of this map.
Yeah, I think it basically has been. He's got to get in there at some point. Terror Surge is going to get popped. Sundering Blade's coming out. Okay. There is a Sanctuary right in their way, though, so the Sundering Blade not doing too much. Benar, nice little javelin tossed at Zest, so he creates more distance between himself. Proud's already dead, too. Plus, Zeta Division actually have control of the point. I mean, T1, they need to find a way into this game.
Yeah. They think it will come off of Skewed Rush at this point. Donghak's just taking some poke damage to be able to pull up the Kiriko, but no one's looking at Proper except Proud, and he loses the 1v1 so close to OC.
4 players on the point. Skewed puts the rush down. Now Violet, he's going to have a teleport to get away, and Bliss dies first here on this engagement. Donghak's got the Graviton Surge, as Zest finally making his mark yet again. The grab hits too. The Blade will do the rest. T1 again, find a semblance of control. But honestly, Moxie, I'm counting how long this will actually last as Nike takes a clean kill onto Zest.
Yeah, potentially. Next fight for Zeta Division, since you've got Rush and Spree combo. Proud has to find something before this fight can start.
They've got a rush advantage too, and they're going to pop it almost instantly. Bliss in trouble, needs help. Proper's going to get the solo kill again. A nice little Suzu timing there from Scoop, keeps him alive in the fight. Proud has managed to get an OC off, and a little bit of damage in that backline as Shu ends up just crumbling in the face of Donghak. A Sound Barrier from Bliss is good for T1 to surge them forward. And Zeta Division, now they're starting to bleed.
Yeah, but that Sound Barrier to keep Proud up for the duration of Overclock, not defensively versus the ultimates, but Zeta Division will have in pocket to be able to walk this next fight. Skewed 40% off Rush. Can T1 hold Zeta Division off before they can close up the distance to put Knife Spree into the spa? And T1 don't have an answer to it.
Knife has to maybe even come up big with his ult. This Spree with the Terror Surge from Zeta might be all that they need. In fact, Bliss is stepping too far forward, straight into Knife's lap. And now Donghak manages to get the trade, and there will be Zeta Division players trying to get the flip. Donghak ends up getting 2 though. 3v4 on the point, but Proper just continues to be a menace. And now he's just gonna go for the kill onto Skewed. Proper is solo carrying this fight. Zest, you gotta run. He gets another one before he even touches the health pack.
One more fight for T1 though. There's an opportunity with Skewed's Rush, but they have to touch.
But for real this time. You actually have to touch for real, T1. Bliss so low, double bubble on the Lucio, but they don't get there again. That smirk from Proper tells the entire story. 3-0. And in fact, look at the first map. 2-0, 200% to 0. Then you go Flashpoint, it's a 3-0.
Not just 3-0. It's a Flashpoint 3-0 because 3 times 3 times. Once, that's a mistake. You can sort of chalk that up to nerves, potential miscommunication. Second time, maybe you get body blocked. Maybe your opponent outplays you. 3 times, Jack. You had the ult to win the fight. You had the Kitsune Rush. All you had to do was touch the point to let the fight play out.
Look at this.
It's also just really heads-up play from Zeta because the last person that they kill on that last fight, you see this kill here, it's the Tracer.
Yeah.
So you deny the opportunity for Zest to be able to use triple blink recall. Someone has to physically get past Zeta, throw their body onto point, and that is preventable.
Look at those smiles on the faces of the Zeta players right now. Let's toss it down to the floor, though, with some T1 fans.
Thank you, guys. You may be a bit tired of seeing me because the games have been so quick, but I am standing by with T1 fans and I think they know the resilience and the courage of their players, of course. Donc moi, ma première question, du coup, je suis avec Romain et Corentin. My first question is going to be about having, you know, the Overwatch Mid-Season Championship here at the EWC in Paris. How does it feel? Can you tell us about your love of the game? Donc évidemment, qu'est-ce que ça fait, du coup, d'avoir l'Overwatch Mid-Season Championship à la maison, d'accueillir un peu tout le monde comme ça? D'être ici à Paris, qu'est-ce que ça te fait?
C'est un immense plaisir pour l'e-sport Overwatch que je suis depuis l'Overwatch League. Et le dernier gros événement qu'on avait eu, c'était la Coupe du Monde ici à Paris aussi. Ça permet aussi une plus grande facilité pour nous de nous déplacer. Et donc c'est un vrai plaisir de pouvoir soutenir des grands joueurs qu'on suit depuis un moment sur cette scène. Et vraiment, c'est un plaisir immense d'être ici.
Moi, je suis aussi ravie, évidemment, que vous soyez là. So it's a huge pleasure for us, you know, to have our game here, not having to travel around the world to see the biggest players, the biggest names in the game, because the last event that we had here in Paris was the Overwatch World Cup, and I'm really, really super excited and happy to be here. Je te pose aussi la question à toi, ça fait du bien d'avoir le temple d'Overwatch à Paris?
C'est exceptionnel, c'est quand même un événement exceptionnel, dans une ville exceptionnelle, un public exceptionnel, une ambiance de fou. C'est incroyable.
Toi, tu sais parler au public. It's an amazing time, an amazing city, an amazing crowd, of course. So I am also very glad. Deuxième question, je vais vous parler un petit peu de votre équipe. Let's talk about the team. Who's your favorite player in T1 and why? C'est qui ton joueur préféré?
Moi, je suis un grand fan de DPS, les clips, les actions incroyables. Ça met des étoiles dans les yeux, c'est juste exceptionnel.
Ouais, donc t'es un bandeur de star player, quoi.
Exactement.
Ok, très bien. So, who's your favorite player? I just love DPS in general, like they are the star players. And my last question for you is gonna be, is there any message that you want to send to the players, to the fans? Because it's hard, you know, to keep rooting for a team that is down 0-2. Donc, qu'est-ce que tu as envie de dire aux joueurs, aux fans? Parce que c'est toujours dur de soutenir son équipe quand elle perd.
Ouais, c'est souvent le mental qui baisse. Un 2-0, c'est pas forcément la fin. On peut toujours revenir dans un FT3, faut pas perdre l'espoir et faut continuer pour aller gagner face à Zeta Division.
Let's go. It's never over until it's over. In a FT3 we can still come back. Let's get it and let's see if T1 have what it takes to reverse sweep Zeta Division. Back to the game.
And that's what it takes, a reverse sweep from here on out for T1, yet to claim a single point in this series. We're gonna Esperanza, not seen too much push over the last few days, with a Jetpack Cap ban, but a Vendetta ban for Zeta.
Yeah, Zeta very happy to take that Vendetta off T1's table. It's been something that they've been very reliant on. They love to run the Xion Vendetta, this go fast, kill you before they kill them composition. As Jetpack Cap ban, that's interesting from T1 because we were talking about the fact that, like, that's Bliss's best hero. Especially when you sort of look at how he was performing on the Lucio, having to deal with that constant pressure, the paranoia of Proper showing up and 3 people having to turn to look at the Tracer. But you yourself take out the prospect of the Cat Bastion.
The Cat Bastion's been so good on this map as well.
Yeah.
And also Bliss, like, I'm a little shocked here that T1 end up banning this.
I'm sad. I wanted to see the Bliss versus Violet cat fight.
Yeah. bigger chance for Zeta Division there, and I wouldn't be too shocked if we have some T1 fans maybe having a little bias towards Zeta at this point. 2-0 already. A Junker Queen from Donghack too. Okay.
Into Violet Wu Yang poke with Anna. I mean, I guess if you're T1, you take out the jetpack out so Shu loses that mobility and T1 can try to run him down with the Symmetra.
Here we go. Chef Tiger. Oh, what a nade. Decent claims, but still Proud in trouble. Back swing on top of Shu, but can they actually sustain through this fight? Because Proper's already found a couple. Oh, Donghack, you're all alone now, buddy. Ring around the rosy. Gets Violet somehow, sure, with the shotty. But a very fast team wipe there from Zeta Division. Now does Donghack switch? Surely. Seeing this comp, you gotta switch on to something else.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Diva. And there's the counter swap from Violet. Violet is basically just saying, okay, I got picked. I use this as an opportunity to counter swap to the Mizuki to chain the Diva.
Oh, and Zest just gets... Okay, TP up to the high ground. Bernard pushes them away, gets the pick up onto Zest. This is a very fast push here from Zeta Division. You can't really push in now. Claiming that space is so tough without the sim. This might just be checkpoint.
This could well be checkpoint as T1 have to reroute, potentially just hold corner. Shu's untouchable as well in case T1 try to push up the high ground with that Diva.
Yeah, he's waiting in the wings. But no, they're not even going to go for the touch. That's checkpoint for Zeta already.
Wow. T1 just trying to fight in spaces where Zeta Division have to give up that high ground hold. There's the Symmetra teleport, trying to set up that pick onto Shu.
Yeah, I mean, you know Shu's going to be on that height, so they end up TPing under the high ground to kind of circumnavigate all the poke.
Proud. Just not finding angles on the Sojin though, because Zeta Division with those forward checkpoints have very little reason to actually peek this.
Classic Esperanto, honestly. We have the high ground, we have the checkpoint, you have to come to us, you have to try and find the fight. There's the rush, spear spin, and a spear stun as well onto Donghack. He tries to create space for the rest of his team. They managed to escort the bot towards mid though, so now Zeta have to get on the heels and start running over towards that bot. Shouldn't be too much of an issue though. That spree's going to separate the team. Good shut down onto Zest from Proper as he gets another one, spots Bliss out. The nano spree is just so devastating.
I think they took your words to heart, quite literally. Jag, run over? Okay, say less. Let's nano boost Proper with Spree and send him sprinting at T1's whole team. Donghack split from the team, was not there with Defense Matrix to absorb the damage, and Zeta Division allow T1 some space on the objective before they recap it and play yet again back onto the high ground, except this time T1, they can't just farm up to a rush to be able to force the fight. Proud has to come up huge with this overclock.
Look at this angle that Shu's on as well. Luckily for T1, doesn't have the headshot perk yet.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he'd be picking up kills.
Unluckily for Proud though, he's facing down a Mizuki with Sanctuary to absorb the OC.
Yeah. Not the best spot. An unenviable spot, I would say. Donghack very low. Oh, sound barrier from Bliss to try and close the gap now. A wall as well to push them forward. There's the Sanctuary. A Terror Surge is just ginormous, though, as Bernard eliminates Skewed. A self-destruct from Donghack takes care of Knife, but the chains end up killing Donghack anyway. And T1, they've got no players left. And if Bernard and Shu are alive here, I mean, look, he does go down, sure, but you need clean fights if you're T1. This bot isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, and T1, they're not boarding ults to win this next fight too.
Okay.
Woo. Proud so low
7
health. Bot left in main until now. T1 will be able to regroup, finally start pushing towards their own forward checkpoint. Skew 25% off rush, but it's a race for Shu to get the nano boost and allow Zeta Division to set the wheels in motion first.
Yep, Shu is not going to give Proud an opportunity here. In fact, Proud ends up having to back up a little bit. Good TP though on tonight. Nade on the ground too? Yeah, not going to happen. Really good rotations from T1. Momentum not quite in their favor just yet. The bot is still escaping them as Bernard tries to go for a hero play and get a solo kill. Proper gets his one, but the bot is going to get reset. Oh, Violet. Insult to injury here. It's running the bot all the way back to the checkpoint.
Yeah. Oh, that's devastating for T1. Time spent having to track that bot back to where they were when the fight started means that by the time Zeta Division have the nano boost good to go, T1 have 0 extra ground.
They basically reset.
Yep, except now we have Rush versus nano boost.
Proper has got the spree though, thankfully for T1. There's the rush. Okay, now Shu has to play a little bit more careful, cautious, waiting in the wings for a Nano perfect timing. Well, the nade on Donghack's going to be good. Nano onto Brick. Now Violet can get in there. Straight up bash, straight behind Bliss. Cocks him on the head. He'll be feeling that one in a few days. Zeta Division walking over T1. That bot barely moving. 4.5 minutes to go. Yet another team kill for Zeta.
Yeah, Violet has just been counter-swapping. T1, poor Donghack, has to deal first with Mizuki, then with Brigitte. Yeah, he's had enough of the Diva. He's onto the Ramatra. Violet might actually swap back to the Mizuki after investing this rally, as Zeta Division, this is a situation we've seen before. Hold up on the high ground, forcing T1 to come to them. The more time it takes to unseat them, the less time T1 have to be able to match the distance Zeta already set.
Don't give Proper an opportunity to get a solo kill. Oh, and it was Knife actually.
It will be Knife.
It'll be Knife instead, yeah. There's the teleport away for Donghack. And now Zeta Division can really just ramp things up. Oh, Zesh, you can't stay around here for too long, my son. Sound barrier, they're going to beat it again. There's the rally from Violet though. Already sent pretty low is the Brig, and now they're just going to shoot Benar in the back. Violet ends up going down. Terror Surge to separate the fighters. Benar tries to keep himself alive. It is Donghack's that first to fall, and with the wall, surely they get the kill onto Benar. Eventually they do. It was a costly fight, not in terms of ultimates, but also bodies. Not a clean one again for T1 here. As Proud sent dangerously low, is from downtown. Proper finds the pick.
That's huge. Pride has the overclock. That's something that T1 have to have set up for this next fight. But Zeta Division, they've still got players alive. Proper keeps the bot in play. And yet again, T1 have to clean up the Shion before pushing more space.
Since now, Knife trying to even the score here with Proper going down. Just playing in the front lines currently. ZZS completely out of position. Knife falls short, but still a scrappy affair. As Zeta Division, they will fall. But Proper's making a swap. He's going on to Farah now. 2 and a bit minutes.
He'll have the nano boost as well to engage this fight forward for Zeta Division, and T1 don't have Donghack.
Surely Proper dies.
Nope. Healed up by Violet, goes back in for more.
They're going in. Prowder's in trouble here. He's just going to get run over by Zeta Division. They're playing at a tempo T1 are not expecting.
At least T1, though, for that duration, had Bliss pushing point. That's why you're okay. Well, not okay, but it's more forgivable that you're losing players on the sidelines. Donghack will return to push his team up with the Annihilation, but Zeta Division, they've got Nano Boost to set onto Proper or Knife to be able to rip all the health off the Ram.
Just counterwatch at the moment. Zess has also got Farah. Hoping he can show Proper how it's done. Although Proud, double slide, railgun in hand. No hit markers though. They're not giving him a chance to get a pick. There's the Nano on the Diva 2, straight to the backline. Luckily Proud and another dash to get away. Skew not quite so lucky though, as now they're just hounding them down. Look at the dash in from Knife 2, using Benar's mech as cover. Proud falls, no checkpoint for T1. And they're not going to give it to him either. Look at this, Bliss, the only one left alive. A minute and a half to go here before Zeta find themselves in the finals.
That's brutal too. Violet pops the rally, so no trades onto Zeta Division side. Zest though, he's already forward. Might run into Shu in a moment, decides to reposition, does not want to go down in this fight early. Bliss with the sound barrier means that Donghack has more survivability with his ultimate, but Tail as old as Esperanza time. Zeta Division up on the high ground will force Donghack to have to use his ultimate before they react.
Nade onto Donghack. Sleep goes wide. Annihilation in T1's back pocket, but there's a barrage for Proper. They're just going to wait here to almost OT, it feels like. Ravenous Vortex already used. This could be a good opportunity for Proper to get in there. Looks like he's going to maybe even think about it. Takes a little bit too much damage though. There's the beat again from Bliss. Can they actually make this a clean fight? Knife dead first. Ravenous Vortex missed. Still with a barrage is Proper, just hiding in the skies. Violet now. is getting focused down by Donghag for the time being, and there we go, a clean fight for T1 at last.
Yeah, but we're about to hit the overtime, Jack. And Zeta Division, they took that fight dry. T1 had to invest sound barrier. They have to be able to start the fight out before Zeta Division can find picks. They don't even have forward checkpoint yet. One fight will determine if T1 continue in this series.
They're going to give him checkpoint. They're not too really worried about this right now. Or maybe they're not, in fact. They're just going to jump straight on it. Barrage available from Popper still. Donghag's got the annihilation, and this barrage from Popper just might be what they need. Popper's already killed Bliss and Nano Boost onto Knife as well. An absolute immortal beast in the front line. Proud's going to get his too short, but the bot is going to move away from that checkpoint. And T1 shoved away. Zeta Division do it in 3. A roster crafted by the Overwatch gods find themselves with a first-class ticket to the finals.
T1, the one ultimate that was required to win that overtime fight, Sound Barrier, had to be exhausted the fight before. Zeta Division, all the cards up their sleeve to be able to throw down on the table the moment the time bank turns against T1. Knife from the sidelines, Nano Boost, overclock, rips through T1 like a knife through hot, melted butter. Just like that key will be absolutely destroyed when Zeta pull that lever.
What goes around comes around for T1. They 3-0'd Crazy Raccoon, but Zeta Division bought a different game here today on Championship Sunday. This team is just so damn clean. And it's got to be said, it felt like, especially on that second map, T1 crumbling a little bit. A fair few times they're not able to get a touch on the points. But it is all Zeta's day here. A finals placement on Championship Sunday, and in such a confident manner as well. I want to hear from the main man himself. We've got Shu and Lu down on the stage.
Thank you very much, Shu. Kielsin Chinchu Chkayo. Congratulations, Omedeto, bravo. Shu, you've joined Zeta very recently. You know, you're yet already marking the history of the organization because it's the first time Zeta Division ever reaches an international major final on Overwatch. So it seemed like you joining made a big difference. Why do you think is that?
일단 슈 선수 결승 진출 정말 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 슈 선수가 이제 제타 디비전에 들어오신 지 얼마 안 됐지만 벌써부터 제타 디비전 구단이 역사를 쓰고 계십니다. 벌써부터 이제 처음으로 사상 처음으로 이제 구단의 결승에 또 올라가게 되셨는데 사실 슈 선수가 이렇게 들어오게 됨으로써 좀 어떤 점이 많이 달라지신 것 같은지 궁금합니다.
제가 좀 잘하긴 하는데 뭐 그게 영향이 제가 들어온 것도 큰 것 같기도 하고 또 저희 팀원 구성이 좀 잘 된 것도 있고 네 그런데 일단 하나는 제타 디비전 꼭 우승시켜주고 싶은 이유 중에 하나가 이제 저희 사장님 니샤라 상에게 꼭 선물을 주고 싶어요.
Yeah, I mean, different factors, but one of them I feel I'm really good at it. So yeah, that being a factor, of course. But that being said, I mean, we have really good teammates. And of course, I'm new here, but I came here for one purpose. And I want to give Lishara, the CEO of Zeta Division, to gift a trophy.
Wow, and I think he's very proud of you already reaching that final. Donc première question, tu marques déjà l'histoire de l'organisation de Zeta, puisque c'est la première fois qu'ils atteignent une finale d'un major international. Pourquoi est-ce que tu penses que ça a fait la différence que tu aies rejoint le roster? Eh ben en vrai, il y a énormément de facteurs, je pense en faire partie un petit peu, mais ce qui compte surtout pour moi, c'est mes teammates qui sont incroyables et aussi mon CEO, le CEO de Zeta Division, à qui j'ai envie vraiment de ramener un trophy. The second question I wanted to ask you is that you guys stomped pretty much every team apart from Geeky. You only lost one map during this tournament, so you know it seemed like you were getting more confident stage after stage, match after match. What is the secret for such dominance? Is it crowd buff? Is it LAN buff? Tell me about this success and how does it feel to play in Paris?
이제 사실 지금 오면서 지금까지 패배를 하신 적이 단 한 번밖에 없거든요. GK e스포츠에게 이제 한 세트를 내주신 게 전부이고 나머지는 거의 전승 가도로 이제 달려오셨는데 이런 전승의 비법이 뭘까요? 뭐 뭐 관중 버프라든지 아니면은 무슨 무슨 버프라든지 뭐 이런 다른 뭐 비밀이 있을까요? 좀 그런 비밀이 있다면 한번 좀 알려주시면 좋을 것 같고, 그리고 이런 좋은 경기력 와서 또 이렇게 파리에 또 와서 좋은 경기력 보여주신 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단 비법이라고 하면은 김진서가 있기 때문이라고 생각하고요. 뭐 파리 뭐였죠?
여기 경기장에서 이제 경기하신 소감이 어떠신지?
지금 되게 이렇게 많은 관중분들이랑 너무 좋은 경기장이어서 네, 행복합니다.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the recipe here is myself, Shu. And
Of course.
yeah, and speaking of which, playing here in Paris and with the really big crowd here actually feels really good.
And we're very happy to have you here, of course. Donc forcément, la deuxième question, c'est quoi la clé de ce succès que vous avez? Vous jouez extrêmement bien, vous avez pris en confiance, vous avez perdu qu'une seule map contre Geeké de tout le tournoi. C'est quoi la clé de ce succès? Bah déjà, c'est moi, la clé, Chou. Et ensuite, ouais, ça fait trop plaisir d'être ici à Paris et de jouer devant le public. Donc mesdames et messieurs, on peut l'applaudir. Chou, s'il vous plaît. Because it's time to get together to the Key Crusher. I know it's not the first time because we've done it in the past, but let's go. Kaja? Time again.
가자.
Let's get it. It's an important moment for the Zeta Division player, Shu, who's gonna get to crush another fellow Korean team. They are gonna eliminate T1 from the run to finals. They are tied in the club championship points, but Zeta stand strong once again with your signature pose here in Paris. I'm gonna welcome you back to the stage. Shu, this guy is just iconic. Shu, you're gonna be defending the Koreans region in the finals against either EMEA Twisted Minds or Chinese Weibo. So what do you think of these teams like strength and who are you expecting in the finals?
이제 마지막으로 한국 지역을 위해서 이제 타이틀 방어하게 되실 텐데 이제 다음 상대로는 지금 옆에 서 있는 이제 유럽의 트위스티드 마인즈와 이제 중국의 웨이보가 있습니다. 양 팀의 좀 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 평가를 하시고, 그리고 어떤 팀이 올라오실지, 어떤 팀을 상대하게 되실지 좀 궁금해서 여쭙고 싶네요.
저는 개인적으로 두 팀 다 되게 리스펙을 하지만 저는 트마 러시 컴프에 대한 그 이해도 이런 거를 되게 리스펙하기 때문에 그래서 좀 더 잘한다고 생각하긴 해요, 제 스스로. 트마 쪽이. 그래서 아마도 트마가 올라올 것 같고, 이제 올라오면은 이제 각자 저희가 스타일이 너무 다르다 보니까 그 어떤 스타일이 맞냐, 어떤 게 메타냐, 이제 누가 맞는 거였냐, 이런 거를 증명할 수 있게 되는 경기가 될 것 같아요.
Yeah, I respect both teams, honestly. However, Twisted Minds, they use the rush comp and they are very actually skilled at it. So I think they have a really good understanding of that comp. So I think Twisted Minds will be better at this matchup. But that being said, if Twisted Minds gets to the finals, I think it'll be a very interesting match because we have very different comps with each and playstyle with each other's. So yeah, it's going to be a really interesting match, and it will decide which one is the best.
The best in the world, basically, yes. And we're very curious for that, of course. Dernière question, tu affronteras soit Twisted Minds de l'EMEA, soit Weibo de la Chine. Qu'est-ce que tu penses de ces équipes-là? Qui tu penses que tu vas affronter en finale? J'ai énormément de respect pour les deux, évidemment. Mais ceci étant dit, Twisted Minds joue compo rush et il la maîtrise extrêmement bien. Donc je pense qu'ils ont un gros asset peut-être pour aller chercher la finale. Et si on s'affronte en finale, je pense que ça sera un match-up très intéressant parce qu'on a des styles de jeu très différents et ça sera l'occasion de voir qui est vraiment la meilleure équipe du monde. Thank you so much for joining me. Shu, congratulations again. Chkayo. Thank you, Maddox, for the translation. And you can say that in a microphone.
Merci.
Merci, and he gives us the merci in French. Thank you so much again. And we're moving on to our next semifinals after a short break. Stay with us.
Farewell, little brother. T1 sent packing at the hand of that man. The salute on the way out. Jake, have you seen a finer way to send somebody packing?
It's an honorable death for T1. They fought hard to be here. It's a great result for them, but it's clear today which of these two teams deserves a chance in the grand final. Zeta, this team was built to win, and they delivered a spectacular one here in this first semi.
Are we sure they're not cheating? Because Knife didn't die until game 2, 58% into point 2, Zoe.
There was just literally no in for them. They got absolutely rolled. Like, it doesn't get much more dominant than that. And I think throughout the series, it was just clear that they're an open book to them, right? That's what did you say? They read them like a children's book.
They read them like a bedtime story.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, those teams are just so familiar with each other, and they've been scrimming against each other a lot as well. But you know what?
To our fallen comrades.
Zeta came in as the favorite to win it, and I think we just got carried away a little bit by what T1 did previously.
Yeah, because Crazy Raccoon was a favorite against T1 yesterday. So
Yes.
we didn't know if you would be able to strike twice if you were T1. The answer was kind of short and sweet, though. At the end of game 1, there was 0% on the scoreboard for Johnny. Have we seen dominance and control like that all tournament?
No, we haven't. I mean, this was maybe one of the most dominant maps of the entire tournament, which is crazy because this is the semifinals, but it's just pure dominance. Their setups are so beautiful. If I can like succinctly describe how they're winning these, T1, they're playing as a stack. They're playing like 5. They want to move around the map. That's why they use the Smetter Teleporter. Zeta Division, their positioning is so flawless, split around the map. So whenever we see T1 try to engage on top of someone, try to get to Shu, then the rest of Proper, Knife, they're gonna go on the flanks, they're gonna fold into whatever T1 is trying to do. You see here, okay, we're gonna push the Ana. Great stuff, you got the Ana frag. Now, the rest of our damage players are Orisas in your backline, and so Zeta just have a fantastic positional understanding of how to just play around whatever T1 is trying to do, and you saw the results yourself. T1 just outclassed in this one.
Jake, when we got to game 3, I saw a little bit of swaps coming in, and we thought maybe the Diva was the right answer against what you saw from Zeta Division. Then a Brigitte came out and it got nano boosted and devastated everyone on the map. Is Zeta Division outthinking their opponents? Are they outplaying their opponents? How are they walking away with clean victories?
I think you could easily say yes to both of those questions, but for me today, I feel the lights got too bright for T1. I got to call him as I see him. I think T1 looked way stronger yesterday, but I think honestly you get a huge win like that for a young team that has been struggling for these top results. You know, there's just this incredible release. You've done something that no one really believed. To come back tomorrow,
right?
Then, you know, the next day it's Championship Sunday, and to have to do it again, arguably something even bigger, taking on Zeta. I think the scope of the challenge got to them. I mean, you look at the strength of these two teams, I wouldn't have said this was going to be that. This was an obliteration. I mean, it just doesn't get less close than this. You play this match 1,000 times, we'll see the same result every time. So for me, T1, I want to see more from them the next international event. But this was a tough one. This was just not a competitive series, and I don't think T1 showed us their best.
Zoe, at the very beginning of this tournament, Johnny said Zeta Division may be the best Overwatch team in the history of the game. You've been working on it since Tracer was first released. What do you think of the team right now? And was Johnny right calling it on day 1?
I honestly, right now, in this state of the game, I think it is, because individually, those players just have an incredible depth and a wealth of experience. They have the hero pools to back it up in so many different metas, and they really came together. And I think it's one of those things where you can get a little worried because there's so much star power on the roster, but it's meshing well, and they're going to come out on top.
We're having a blast here in Paris. Lock in, because we still have 3 more games to play, including the semi-final. Weibo will be taking the stage representing China against EMEA's Twisted Minds. We'll have CJ from Dallas Field joining us after this.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
I'm a Twisted Minds fan from 2021. I was in the Saudi League, I saw them, I loved them. That's actually insane.
Twisted Minds loves the community, doesn't love the trophies only. To be honest, they are like a brothers. We know them since 3 years. We come every year together. Now in Paris, it's something impressive. I'm super happy to be one of the community.
The best thing about us is we are loyal. We came from Saudi Arabia.
We support the team since the start. We've been through a lot and this team deserves to win. EWC is the best thing that happened to me, to be honest. From since to Riyadh to here to Paris, it's insane. The esports community, in one hand, to watch esports, I love this thing, I really love it. Actually, yesterday I had the time to visit Paris, it was insane. That was my dream since I was a kid, to see Eiffel Tower, to see a lot of things here, and yeah, I hope I have more time to visit Paris again.
East or West, Twisted is the best. We are going to be here and there. To be honest, Paris did a really good job here for the EWC, and it's fantastic. I love it, and I love it also in Riyadh. It's fantastic.
The crowd, the cheering, the feelings. If you sit there, you're near the players, so you think you're in the game. You know, it's so fun, so fun.
We all know that VB is the best team in Europe, but Twisted Minds is the best team in the whole world! Let's go!
Let them cook, but don't eat the food. Here is Twisted Minds making their way back into the STC Arena. Are they the favorite today? Well, if you ask the chat, that is a clear yes. They're going up against Weibo Gaming that has a ton of fans out here in Paris. The Weibo fans have been loud, and for good reason. Gushue, playing in MVP form, has been one of the mainstays of the region since day number one. How do the numbers look, though? Well, we welcome Zoe, Jake, and a very special guest, CJ, into the booth from Dallas Fuel. And CJ, Twisted Minds has had their number. 7-2 are their stats so far. They've looked incredible. How would you describe Twisted Minds?
I think Twisted Minds is probably one of the best teams. I think their sim comp is like unbeatable. Like you saw Geekay try to mirror the sim, it didn't really work out that well for them. So I really think that Twisted Minds is going to have this one in the bag.
And on the other side, Jake, we got to talk about Weibo, who is the big surprise of the tournament. If you looked at the quarterfinals, in theory, they had the easiest opponent, but they've looked incredible in their wins despite their opponent sending teams like the Falcons packing earlier in group play.
Yeah, you got to look at Weibo as having, for them, a massive tournament. But for these players, this is maybe a return to form, right? These are players that have lifted trophies in the past in the Overwatch League era. Fans have been waiting a long time for them to deliver a solid international performance. They've done that already with a top 4 placement, but I would argue this is their toughest test yet, and by far, Twisted Minds are a team that they're just better under these high-pressure moments. They continue to improve through the tournament, and so for Weibo, this would need to be a generational effort if they want to make it to that top 2.
Now, so when I'm looking at the highlights, I see some Sigma play in here. What are some of the comps you're hoping to see from this squad representing China?
I mean, honestly, I loved whenever Sansa was coming in. I think with Sansa in the mix, it just adds a lot of different layers and a lot of different looks for that team. And it really enables Leaf and Shy to play on the level that we've seen yesterday. They're back to final form.
Space Station Gaming sent packing to the delight of all the fans as they were cheered on. Maka and crew able to celebrate a huge win in the quarterfinals, keeping their key alive into a championship Sunday here at EWC. Speaking of Danny Lim behind the scenes, here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Maka from Weibo Gaming. Maka, you guys had a fantastic match yesterday. 3-1 victory. Great stuff. What were some of the things you guys talked about yesterday after getting the win? 자, 어제 경기 승리 이후로 좀 팀적으로 얘기한 게 있다면 뭐가 있었을까요?
일단 저희는 북미한테는 딱히 질 생각이 없었기 때문에 일단 뭐 SSG는 좀 최대한 방심하지 않고 이긴다 생각하고 다음 TM 만나는 거 좀 준비할 생각으로 게임에 임했던 것 같습니다.
Going into the match, we had this mentality that we're not going to lose to North America. So we definitely knew that we're going to beat SSG. And we wanted to focus more on the upcoming match, which is happening right now versus Twisted Minds. So that was our focus for yesterday. Talking about Twisted Minds, I mean, they are a scary team. Maka, do you feel like there's a weakness that you guys could exploit to get the win today? 아무래도 방금 트마 얘기를 해서 여쭤보고 싶은 거는 아무래도 좀 이렇게 잘하는 강팀이긴 하지만은 마카 선수가 보였을 때 좀 약점 이런 게 있을까요?
거기가 확실히 5명에서 똘똘 뭉치는 걸 진짜 너무 잘하고 리스펙하지만 그만큼 뭔가 저희가 좀 휘두를 수 있을 때 휘두르면은 거기에 좀 휘둘리는 팀이 될 때도 있어가지고 저희는 살짝 그런 식으로 뭔가 좀 휘두를 생각입니다.
They're definitely a great team. They're really good at playing as a team, as a one team, really grouped up together. That is their strength. I feel like as for weakness, I feel like if we could push them out of their comfort zone and sort of force them to play our style, I feel like we could definitely get the benefit from their Maka. That is it for the interview. Thank you so much. Best of luck. 화이팅 하시기 바랍니다. 화이팅!
화이팅!
Great to hear from Maka. Best of luck to him and Weibo. But on the other side of this fight, they have to deal with TVNT, who has been looking like a stud. He's pulling out everything, including the Reinhardt. CJ, what makes this team terrifying, and who is your player to watch?
TM is, they just like have a good understanding of the macro. They've been playing together for I think like 2 years now. They really understand like what each other wants to do. I think that's like the edge that they have over other teams. I think obviously the key player to watch is Sports.
Okay.
Sports is the best hit scan in the world in my opinion.
Wow.
And the sim really enables him to do what he does best.
#1 hit scan on the planet. That's high praise, Jake.
I think it's fair to say he's been, I think, the most consistent player at that level. I mean, Hitscan is this role where, yes, you can have these huge moments. Every single player at this tournament in that role can produce those kind of opportunities, but Quartz just does it over and over again. It seems like it doesn't matter how much pressure you put on this guy. It doesn't matter how much you try to attack him. He'll just deliver a better and better performance. So I have huge expectations for him, but it feels like at this point, he never disappoints them.
So as we take a look at the numbers, we are 36 seconds from our semifinal kicking off, and 85% of the fans are leaning with Twisted Minds. Where are you going in this matchup?
I think Twisted Minds, you have to consider them the favorite just based on the pedigree they had the last few years, and I think Chinese Overwatch is still catching up, but so far they've been on a right trajectory.
Jake?
Great result for Weibo to be top 4, but it ends here. Twisted Minds all the way.
TJ?
I got Twisted Minds 3-0.
3-0. Quartz is our player to watch. Can he stay on fire? Well, my guess is yes. Let's lock in for the second semifinal and find out who is moving on to the championship match.
I want you to, for a second, imagine how daunting it must be to be playing in a semi-final at the Esports World Cup with so much on the line. But then add to that, you've got a demon behind you in Zeta Division, waiting in the wings, oh my God, in the grand final.
I wouldn't even want to win that semi-final, to be honest, Ian. I'm cooked.
It's going to be epic. Are you ready to go again?
I am so ready for it, Ian. Are you?
I am. Let's welcome our next team onto the stage. Weibo Gaming! Winning China was never the end goal. It was an invitation to prove this region belongs back with the top dogs. And here in Paris, they've done exactly that. Calm under pressure, clinical when it mattered, every victory bringing them one step closer to history. Weibo Gaming is here.
You know them. The best in EMEA, Saudi's pride, Twisted Minds. The reigning OWCS World Champions hit the stage. They've proved through the tournament they are the best in EMEA. But what about proving once again that they are the best in the world? Les champions du monde viennent rechercher une place en finale. Ian, China versus EMEA. Is it time?
It's China's champions versus the world champions. It is indeed time. Who's taking that spot in the grand final? Paris, Fet to win!
Champions Clash shone light on this rivalry where Twisted Minds walked away with the win and knocked Weibo out of the tournament. But Weibo walked away with a bit of belief. For 2 months they've been stewing on it, Matt, and now they've got a chance to overcome the ghosts of their past.
Yeah, there's one thing in believing, though, and then another in actually getting it done. And Twisted Minds looks like they're kind of getting their, footing back underneath themselves, right? They made the finals of Champions Clash, and it wasn't even a great meta for them. They didn't look awesome at that event, but still able to make it really interesting. One map away from winning that event, by the way.
Letting it slip.
Just stage 2 was a little bit rough for them, but now here at EWC, they've looked lights out. And for Weibo, obviously, it's kind of the Weibo classic, right? They lose early, everybody freaks out, they go on a bit of a run. It's just, can they get through Twisted Minds, who has really been a thorn in their side?
For years, their story feels like it's ended too soon. Like a top cut team, but not a podium one. Today, they've got the chance to give everything they've got. Kind of keep that pen to paper, keep writing a story for themselves in this tournament, and go all the way. It's always emotional with Weibo Gaming. It's always emotional with Twisted Minds. But only one team walks away with some exaltation today, and also just that grim determination to take that one last step into our grand final. We're starting on the pole here, Matt, to shock nobody.
Yeah, and it'll be a Diva ban there for Weibo early. The Vendetta ban used right away. So this is one that's pretty powerful in a series like this, right? Weibo potentially wants to bring that hero out really good against the Symmetra comps. TM wants none of it here early on. I think the Diva ban is also, Gushue, we've seen play a ton of Maga throughout this. They don't want to have to deal with any kind of counter.
Look for the series to get quite competitive when we head over towards our payload-based maps. When these two teams last played, there was a Kings Road draw and a dominant Circuit Royal finish from Weibo Gaming. Control has been a bit more of a concerning part of their map pool. Frankly, that's where Twisted Minds look their best, and Weibo their sloppiest. They're going to start with Gushue here.
Yeah.
In the lineup.
And I mean, Sunzo, the other tank for Weibo, has been really great at this event. I think still has the 100% map win rate. So we'll see Twisted. Obviously, they play a ton of Reinhardt. Nobody else really kind of doing this here at the tournament. We'll see, obviously, a lot of time here for Weibo to potentially make some changes.
Surely not the Doomfist here, although it is a Gushue pick. The Ramatra Sim wasn't enough for GK to unravel this Twisted Minds look, and so Gushue comes out on the Doomfist. This is the prescribed response from Weibo against what's been working for Twisted.
Yeah, and they're also going to be playing the Pharah here. The Sim cannot really interact with the Pharah at all, right? They did not expect this. Nobody at this event's doing anything like Gushue here on the Doom.
That's not fun to deal with as Reinhardt. You are going to get just thrown around the place. TMNT cannot be playing that. Yeah, Roadhog here answered a Wrecking Ball, and apparently Doomfist, those more highly mobile heroes, but more importantly, you can break power block by hitting a chain hook.
They'll also match the Cap Bastion, which is something that TM does not do often. They've been one of the teams that even when they play Bastion, they love to keep Bunny Asher on the Lucio, so the first time we've seen TM really been forced to make big adjustments.
I think Gushue just has to stay away from TPNT if at all possible. Quartz has actually been taken down as Shy. It's a very commanding view of the situation. The chopper gunner being flown around, picking off the priority targets.
Yubi is going to go to Tracer. Now we're going to ditch the Sim completely. This is obviously uncharted territory for Twisted Minds.
And the game has just started.
Yeah, look, with the Pharah in the mix, obviously it's no Vendetta, but still, no way for Yubi to really interact with it. They got to try and force leave off of this hero, potentially.
I just want to stress that the control map has been the problem for Weibo Gaming in the past, but they've already come up with an answer to the Twisted Minds comp. Power block. Gushue barely able to stay alive through that. Asuzu also had to be used, but he stays in the game, and Shy gets a chance to step up and show his quality. And the quality has been there in spades from this guy.
Yeah, it was a Kitsune rush there used by Twisted Minds, but able to flip the point back. TVNT not able to get a hook. Barrage doesn't do anything to Roadhog there as TVNT fully healthy.
Gushue was a split second from being able to get away with that Meteor Strike map, but he is going to be brought down. Leave, though, is still at large. However, a decent matchup for Funny Astro, all things considered, and he'll take Leave to task.
Yeah, and typically you worry here, right, where you just have the Jetpack Cat available for the healing. But with the Roadhog, who cares, right? Roadhog just can be able to keep himself alive pretty much the entire time. Funny Astro goes back to spawn, grabs some players, come on back. It'll be the artillery here for Quartz, trying to just delay the push in from Weibo.
You gotta respect this wheels mode. TVNT, take a breather, not enough to keep him alive. Quartz trying to dance on top of the pillar. And he's going to have to get the heck on out. Lee got picked off. I think Lee was trying to chase that elimination, but Shy is able to double down and get a stagger elimination on the Bastion.
It's huge as Leave now goes over and plays Tracer. I wonder, Yubi obviously has Pulse Bomb, or probably would consider trying to move back, trying to bring the Sim back into the mix, but you could not have asked for a better start if you're Weibo Gaming. It's going to be the artillery here for Shy. He's going to deploy that to choke, maybe get the TP out, which you do.
Oh, dangerous for Lee Min, has to drop below the sight line, and Funny Astro's going to be able to chase him off. Shy got taken down. That's interesting. Funny Astro may be separating the two. It's unclear, but during the Bastion ultimate, you can't see yourself who's trying to push you. Still here, Gushue, he's back. TVNT is going to have to soak the damage up from this Pulse Bomb, and he's still quite healthy, but he's being dragged away, kicking and screaming. Weibo now are able to flip the point back at 92%.
Yeah, it's massive. We see the 2 kills from Twisted Minds, but the one that happens off screen, which is enormous, is Leave actually gets rid of Simple. The Hog, though, able to hook the cat, interrupt the catnap.
Clever indeed. Simple able to find a pick on marker. That is huge. Gushue down. Lee Min, the only player to keep the toe on the point. The Twisted Minds are going to win this feverish exchange to stay in the round.
We get a Maga head-to-head now. TVNT makes the swap. Gushue willing to take the duel. So I'm surprised, Mitch, this has devolved into Cat Bastion for both sides pretty early.
Have we already been treated to 2026's greatest hits in the first round of the first match?
Oh, I mean, we got a Doomfist early on, right? Obviously, the Farah pick was great for Weibo. Kind of eliminates that Sim Rhine that they wanted to play.
Which we're going to be charged out of the way.
They would have potentially went for a rush there, but everybody backed out.
I tried to straight up died there. I think trying to go wheels mode and maybe punish TVNT for charging up, but it doesn't really pan out the way he would have drawn it. Gushue's very low here, and yeah, this Kitsune rush is going to cover things over nicely.
This is bad for Weibo. I mean, you have 92% here and counting. Quartz is going to use the artillery. You're going to see exactly where these players are trying to get a touch. This will be a brutal round for Weibo to lose.
Man, I think they might have dropped this one. Lee Min can touch, at least be a presence, but he can't afford to be picked off here, and he knows it. Playing ultra safe, back on that high sideline. Slash here, on towards the Kiriko now. Quartz and Yubi are both down. Here come Weibo from the position where it looked like they would have lost this round. Twisted Minds to cut down to 3. Catnap for Funny Astro. Lee being dragged away, but the lip of the wall is going to save him, and Gushue gets his 2. Weibo Gaming plant their feet early, showing us some of their best looks, and already an answer to Twisted Minds, bread and butter.
Weibo makes it really interesting here early on. The nice use of Farah, Cat Bastion, right? Making it very difficult for the Reinhardt and the Sim to really engage with anything. Oh, a lot of changes there. Yeah, that's the fur that kind of knocks him off the side, detached.
I think also the issue is maybe you need to detach to try and use that AoE heal. You're worried your Bastion's going to get punished.
Yeah.
Just really heads up there by Funny Astro to go after the ulti Bastion. Some Bastions will ult as they're being pulled back towards the point, so they don't have to be stationary and lose tempo as a result, but again, they don't have an awareness of what's happening directly around them.
Yeah, Maka with only 1 death there in that round. Enormous. As we'll go back to Reinhardt here with Sim for Twisted Minds. Weibo, yeah, they'll continue to play this Doom with the Farah. No Bastion into it, but now you have the extra poke of the Wuyong.
Leave has that environmental kill potential, and obviously Gushue does too.
Maka's got to be pretty careful on that right side, though. They made TP right on top of him.
It's a bit of a squishy spot to be. You'll have to surf very quickly on out of there. You have to see this, though. This is fairly telegraphed now from Twisted Minds. And Weber respond. They're going to back up. Maka, a little bit low. Yubi's going to be picked off first, so now there's no way to get on out. But Gushue is a little trapped. Don't worry, he's got the schmoots. God forbid he get a bit of motion going on here. TVNT isolates himself trying to chase that elimination. Twisted Minds are looking a little frustrated off the break.
I think they're just going to need to make changes off of potentially even this Reinhardt as well. We'll see what they decide to do. It'll be Sigma. Court's going to have a better time here dealing, with that Bara and Doom potentially. Obviously some extra CC added with the Cassidy Sig.
Walks first to the point, sees Gushue. Again, very vulnerable. Doomfist is to that mag grenade while power blocking. Can't do anything about it. Will always be hindered there. That really shuts Weber down heavily. He gets a bit of switch over towards the Sigma here. Again, another form of crowd control that ignores power block.
So they lose Shy as now you're going to be able to kind of just bully them back into the choke. Is Gushue over on the Ramatra at the moment. Is such an important map for Twisted Minds, right? They end up using that Vendetta ban, which is pretty big in a series like this. Early on, it'll be a rush there from TM. They just completely ignore Maka, who's on the point, capping behind them.
Not a full cap yet, though. Maka eventually is taken down. This does split Twisted Minds a bit, but the Sim turret allows them to regroup pretty quickly.
It's been really disjointed, though, from Weibo,
but Gushue's
right?
struggling. I mean, this is the issue as well. Gushue is being forced onto a more conventional pick. The kind that maybe Sunzo might, come into play.
Well, then Maka's so split the entire time. Some nice shots there from Quartz, finish it off.
They have to stabilize here, Matt.
Yeah, so split on the supports. You're never able to get Gushue. I know they're just kind of staggering, death by death. I assume Leave maybe makes a swap here. It's going to be a Deadeye. They're going to try and TP this in, maybe up to that high ground there. Looks like they were angling for that there, maybe to kind of TP up to the high ground, but just too much damage coming in. Going to deny that spot, so.
The only way you can get in here, the retake against the Sigma, you need to start. Oh, Leave, what a concussive blast! Quartz screams Geronimo as he heads down the mountain the fast way. TVNT now with the Gravitic Flux to try and even the number. Shy caught inside, but should be kept alive. Suzu, well timed. Maka, Tidal Blast on himself, ostensibly, to stay in the game. Weibo now, move back up to the point. It's going to be a symbol dragged out. Twisted Minds, hand over fist, handing over ultimates to try and stay in control. Gushue's Annihilation, though, is not really finding purchase, and the healing is desperate. Nice wave that comes out from Maka. That's going to amp the healing. Accretion misses, only a little bit of damage on Shy, but the follow-up from the Hybrid Spheres was good, and Gushue feels like he can't advance. He's too low, too early, too far from being able to flip this point back, and Twisted Minds have settled in quite comfortably here after the shock of the Doomfist comp.
A really just disjointed round from Weibo Gaming. TM, they make some adjustments. They played that last fight really well. Quartz gets conked off the side, like you mentioned, and they use that sim wall to just kind of buy some time for TVNT on the point. They also then use a Kitsune rush. Quartz is back in the equation there towards the end. Even with the annihilation of the Ramatra, doesn't really matter. I mean, Sig is just unmovable at times. Feels like in those setups.
Sim wall is absurdly powerful. Need line of sight, and Wall denies it for the opponents. Almost 12k damage for Quartz. Leave.
I'd like to see,
really pumping it too.
I was going to say, I'd like to see Weibo go back and, play this Maga here. I think that's probably their path against something like this. And we'll see also here how Twisted deals with this Cat Bastion setup, but a lot of pressure on Quartz here.
Well, seems comfortably on the Cassidy.
They lose post supports.
Yeah, Simple Funny Astro just getting picked off in the periphery.
Jeez, nice shot.
Quartz obviously still with their right-click perk. That damage over time is actually more significant than you might otherwise think. Shy was not knocked down. He opted to step down, and Quartz will going to follow because we want a quick reset if you're Twisted Minds. Good start here for Weibo Gaming. Nice picks off the rip.
Well, what's good about this type of comp from Weibo is you kind of know Twisted. I mean, they're not going to play, obviously, with a Far on the other side, but, Twisted's not going to pull something out like a Reaper, right? They're not going to try and, match something like that. So, you kind of have an idea. This is how the game is potentially going to be played. Maybe they go Ramatra, something like that, but
Straight onto the point. Look at Twisted Minds. They know they're going to fight here underneath this roof, otherwise the fire is going to chuck them down slowly. Shy just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time as an accretion connected. Gushue doesn't really want to be here either. Yubi's getting a lot of hot charge off the big bulky body of the Mauga.
Yeah, Gushue does make it out though. Leave has to be careful. You still have Quartz alive, and he's so nasty on this Cassidy.
You've got to play very tight sightlines. You've got to move quickly. Oh, somehow Leave's able to dump altitude. In a pinch, Quartz had his eyes turned in the wrong direction. There was a chance for Lee Sumin. It will cost him. Bastion now returned to the fray. Bastion not, he's seeing that stop. That's a big stop! Funny Astro taken down there by Shy. Might have been a combination with the Mauga stop to set up some CC. And now Leave, uncontested, pouring rockets into the aperture. TVNT can only fire one person at a time. And all of Weibo are there in force.
Yeah, they've been able to find Funny Astro at the start of the last two fights. That one off the back of that Mauga stomp that comes on in. Artillery there for Shy. It's TM though. Kitsune Rush and Simwall available, so some pretty good ultimates here coming into this next fight. We'll see where Yubi decides to take the team here. TP directly onto the point. Simwall dropped right away.
Oh, danger zone for Yubi. That charge is something you don't want to deal with. Catnap as well on Yubi. They're going to drag him out into the sun. Jai finds Quartz and Funny Astro. That's not enough here at this point in the fight, and Leave is elegantly able to navigate the barrier. Work on the other side and remove the Lucio.
Yeah, Catnap Barrage here used, the Barrage.
Where do you go?
Put down a lot of damage, and then
between a
some players
stomp and a barrage.
Yeah. Some players just end up on the right side of the wall there for Leave to put away some damage. Just map number 1 would be an enormous confidence boost here for Weibo Gaming.
72 and counting. We cannot overstate how massive it would be for Weibo to win a control map in this series against this opponent on a day like today. Cage fight's in play. TP being clear is a priority there for Lee, but he doesn't want to overcommit to this fight. The cage fight might be gone, but a Kitsune Rush has to be used here. The accretion from TVNT, though, that is dirty. Mauga, death by Silicates. Here comes TVNT now trying to push back against Gushue. Lee Sumin is very, very low. Twisted Minds are down to 3 themselves, but healthier. Much more in fighting form, and there's the flip.
Yeah, maybe if Lee Sumin is able to live there, you're able to kind of keep that one going. Gushue actually, with the help of Maka, they're going to come right back. They have the one player down at the moment. We'll see both teams get to full strength here in just a second. Yeah, as Quartz, you see, as well, just kind of funneling out of the high ground there with Simple. Can they get Shy on an angle here?
Do they do a cute Mauga stomp into Bastion ultimate, little 1-2? Those little nickel and dimes have looked pretty good for Weibo so far. Wheels mode first, Quartz.
Suzu's out.
Suzu's straight away, Simple a little bit low. TVT dies to the barrage. Clearly didn't have a kinetic grasp to mitigate that damage whatsoever. Simple now down, and all of Twisted Minds forced to cower inside the side room. There could not be a worse time to have to face Leave at his best. The barrage comes in, and Weibo Gaming know it, and so should you. Today's a new chapter, and the first map has been secured.
Huge there for Weibo.
They never win control.
The Vendetta ban gone as well. This might actually be more of a Gushue series than a Sunzo one when you kind of think about it, right? You don't really want to play. If Sunzo comes in to try and play like a Sig or Diva, that's when those Reinhardt comps, right, are going to come out and be quite aggressive. It might end up being, you know, Doom, Mauga, things like that. That get the job done.
Viable on Neon Junction, but also Sunzo has been subbed in to play that map, and he's been playing Sigma.
Yeah, but I think Twisted Minds would be happy to see the Sigma on the other side, something they feel a little bit more comfortable playing against a slower pace.
Forgive me for running away with a narrative prematurely, but is it possible that Gushue might be the silver bullet to try and topple our world champions, just based on his hero pool and play style?
I mean, I think it's just a little bit, you know, obviously Gushue is tremendous, but I think for me, it's more of like the flexibility of Leave and Shy and just their ability. It feels like also like for Gushue to just kind of play on his own, right? Just be so, I know, he doesn't take up many of the resources for the rest of the team.
All right, gonna head down to Ian on the stage. Give us a temperature check down there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I can already give you a bit of a heads up. It's hot. That's what the temperature is in here right now. There's nothing like a Championship Sunday at the STC Arena at the Esports World Cup. So many reasons why there's a little bit of anxiety in the air. One of the key ones, of course, being club championship points. In particular, we've seen Zeta Division lock in that grand final spot, looking to join them either Weibo or, of course, Twisted Minds. Weibo Gaming getting off to an incredible start. Twisted fans are going to be feeling nervous. They really want to secure the win here, not just to get another step closer to the trophy, but of course to get their hands on some more crucial, very expensive club championship points. Now I also want to say bonjour Paris, comment ça va tout le monde? We've got an incredible crowd here in Paris, and I need to see who's here for who as we're in this semi-final. So fans, who's here for Weibo Gaming? Nice, 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 nice. That's good, that's good. Some big support over here. What about Twisted Minds? I tell you what, we got a good crowd out here. Of course we have, because the ultimate prize is up for grabs. Let's check again. Who's here for Weibo Gaming? This is your last chance, guys, all right? You got to get loud. Who's here for Twisted Minds? Hey, as you look at the players here, I just caught some smiles from the players. They can hear you, so make sure you keep those noise levels loud as this semi-final continues.
Have you ever wondered why we care, or why this was more than a bunch of pixels colliding? I think you've gotten your answer. We've got two of the most passionate fan bases in Overwatch, two of the most passionate regions, and two clubs that are fighting to get their names up in the club championship lights. Weibo Gaming have always pulled up short, close but no cigar, always an emotional exit in third or fifth, in the quarters of the semis. A third place match send-off with some bittersweet vibes. And Twisted Minds have pulled up short a couple times this year. Yes, they were one map away from winning our Champions Clash, but they've not quite forgotten the taste of glory. They've not quite forgotten what it's like to be world champions, and I think they might like to step into that spotlight again today.
Yeah, and we have a sub here for Weibo Gaming, so it'll be Sunzo who will come in here for Gushue. Curious where TM is going to take us in terms of map selection. But then I also think for Weibo, right, you know, kind of a little bit of a meme every time we see them get a win, kind of getting there to Championship Sunday. It's like, oh, it's China, Overwatch back, and they back. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, fine. Like, yeah, but now, I mean, hey, they looked, that was very good. Map number one there for Weibo. And then, you know, for Twisted Minds, right, how do you respond? The Vendetta ban used there early on. Seems like they have a lot of good answers, does Weibo, for potentially these Reinhardt-based setups that Twisted Minds has been using, that a lot of teams have been caught off guard and not have played well into. So, be curious here.
I think it's worth saying, though, while we're on that topic, the Faras looked really good, but not for everyone against this comp.
No.
Leave has been able to do some pretty special stuff in the past, and on that map, because, again, Village map on Nepal, a lot of teams can sort of group up, play inside, you know, inside the low ground, play on the point, play out as far as sight lines if possible. Leave didn't give them that option.
Yeah, so with Sunzo coming in and being a TM map pick, you know, maybe it's, you know, you think about the escort pool, right? It's been a lot of Route 66 and Shambali, so maybe it's like Route, you want to play something like, you know, open things up to play like Diva if you're TM. You can maybe ban Cat Bastion, get that out of the game, and you feel a little bit better about that. It does seem like in terms of, you know, value, right? Teams have been picking out of that hybrid and escort map pool because, like, some of those picks could be really devastating for your team if you leave them to the opponent. So
we saw Sunzo play, I think, entirely a Champions Clash. He was just sort of the go-to for this team, and Circuit Royal was a great map for Weibo Gaming, right? They liked to play those pretty static looks, the ones that really let Shy sing and try and dominate a hit scan matchup, or let Lead continue to be a disruptor. King's Row between these two was a draw, but yeah, it was a shutout on Circuit. So that's something to bear in mind. It does feel like Weibo have evolved somewhat since then, because they looked horrific on Control at that tournament. It was just like, it was far and away their worst map type.
Right. And I think if you're TM, do you consider banning Bastion here potentially? It allows Quartz to kind of play that Cassidy Sojourn. It also eliminates potentially like a sim ban coming in here, right? So that kind of protects you in that regard. That could be something that potentially you look at here if you're Twisted Minds is, I know for Weibo, obviously, a few different options, right? You could, we've seen obviously Funny Astro go to Lucio a ton, right? You could get rid of Lucio if you feel confident, right? You could play like Cat Curie if you're Weibo, even without the Bastion. That would be like a pretty viable option here if they wanted to go that route.
Yeah, I mean, they had SSG banning Jetpack Cat against them yesterday on Survivor.
So it is rude. Yep.
It's been a huge shock to me, as Weibo are picking like Neon Junction for map 2 if they possibly can.
Sig ban here from TM, so that's obviously targeted at Sunzo as he comes into the game, and then Sim ban gone here. So going to have to see Yubi flex over, play maybe Tracer Pharah himself, right?
I think if you can set up a Tracer duel between Leave and Yubi, you're feeling pretty good about that as Weibo Gaming. But what do you think of Sunzo's options here at tank?
Are you looking at like Diva potentially, right? Ramatra as well.
It's always tricky when you reveal subs before bans. So you give your opponents an opportunity to disrupt the play that's coming in off the bench. Go after there.
The sim ban though was quite brutal. That comes in here, right? Yubi, you think like could play. I mean, most likely it's going to be Tracer, right? We've seen Mei as well, but like Root is not. I mean, maybe at the end you can kind of go to Mei, but not like through the first parts of the map.
Sim lets you shortcut so much of the nonsense on this map as an attack side.
Yes.
Getting big Earls for free, getting up on the high ground, basically from any position you can access it. 66 is designed to, disadvantage attack side teams by forcing them to take longer routes that are fraught with more peril to actually get on that even footing, to get on that high ground, right? You see it on every of the 3 stages of the map. You don't get easy access to big girls, you don't get easy access to the top of the saloon, and you don't get easy access to the high ground platforms in that last phase of the map. Sim lets you circumvent that. Now, you're gonna have to get it done without her.
This feels like a must-win map though for TM, right?
Oh yeah, we are already there, aren't we? We're already there. It's a best of 5, a first to 3. But the shock is that Weibo Gaming are 1 map up. We're used to them starting series sort of from behind.
Yeah.
They did it against Space Station. Swept after losing control. So this is uncharted territory for us and potentially for them.
And I think this ban actually works out quite well for Weibo. Now, obviously, it kind of hurts Sunzo a little bit not having that Sigma, which he's been so good on throughout this tournament, but a lot of pressure on Quartz and Yubi to deliver. Yubi here, especially a focus, right? Without that Symmetra in play. Now you talked about, right? The Symmetra so good on offense here, right? Being able to kind of close the gap around that corner, get under big Earls, right? Kind of force players down as you kind of move the card just from underneath. Like, really rough ban here for Twisted Minds to deal with. We'll take a look here. It'll be Weibo Gaming on defense first. It'll be a Freya here, so Ramatra for Sunzo, not all too surprising. Mizuki Kiri. Like, this would feel bad for Twisted, right? If you just played a hit scan in this is something they could play, but it doesn't feel awesome. I mean, the Mei can obviously, wall off the Ramatra, but Shy is going to be able to use that movement ability of the Freya, just kind of get over the top of those walls, put down some damage. It's not as easy.
Lee's got a big job here. Sunzo wants to play that corner, that hairpin, and just stay there. Just keep Twisted Minds in place. Lee Sumin's going to have to hit those binding chains onto TVNT more often than not, and Leave is the one that needs to find these final blows. He needs to capitalize on the poke damage, the explosive bolts that Shy is going to be throwing out. It's the win condition. Weibo have to make great use of cover here, but need to be careful because Mei can isolate someone like Leave, deny him his escape route.
And they'll match the Ramatra. So the Ramatra is when they kind of want to brawl out together. That's where the Ramatra with the Mei can actually be pretty potent. Although the Mizuki is very difficult to deal with, right? So that close quarter AoE healing, being able to put down some extra damage. He's going to TP right on out.
Okay. Wanted to get a touch. Weibo, for whatever reason, are not comfortable committing to a fight yet. They're giving a lot of ground.
I think they want to like get around this corner so things open up where the the Mei walls aren't going to completely isolate Sunzo. Nice shots there from Shy. Putting some pressure down as TVNT the first to fall.
There's too much heal pressure on this Lucy Kiriko composition. The fact that I think Simple had to turn around there and just get Quartz topped up meant that TVNT was really isolated there.
You know, Freya obviously gets a buff recently to just the actual just kind of like consistent primary fire of the weapon, which kind of takes her damage to like another level. Pretty consistent. You see a bolt there into Yubi. Yubi and Quartz already taking some serious damage as Lee Sumin using obviously the new cooldown ability, no timer of Mizuki's TP. That gets an adjustment recently as well. Becomes a lot more of an offensive cooldown.
It's just nice. It's kind of like Swift Step in the same way that you can play aggressively within that window. And Mizuki does some pretty reasonable damage. You also want to be doing damage. Boulder shot there, you'll be able to skirt around it for the most part. Simple does take some residual damage from it. Sunzo awkwardly caught in that high ground. Maybe waiting on a Nemesis form cooldown, or God forbid, even Annihilation. Here's the overclock for Quartz. See Sunzo, but not able to draw a bead on him just yet. And in the Nemesis form, Maracha's going to push on him. Shy dangles himself a little bit too long in front of the Goat's Purview. The Quartz punishes him accordingly. Kenkai Sanctuary on the higher ground to give Sunzo somewhere to play from. It's punished though by a Blizzard. And Marcus able to keep their tank standing. Quartzo is making mincemeat off them on this low ground as Leave is not able to give him cause for concern. Quartz here is just dishing out his own brand of authority, and no one seems to be able to stop him.
Now you mentioned it, Weibo gave up a ton of space on first corner. Allows TM to get in a little bit of a better position. See if more changes are in order for Weibo. Nope, just going to be Maka getting a little bit of a speed boost for players getting out of the spawn here. It's Annihilation +3. You know, Shy has to be careful, right? Obviously, Freya can have some pretty nice vertical mobility, but she's very floaty through the air. Very easy railgun shots, potentially for Quartz to hit.
Well, it drops off the high ground for now. It's definitely a disadvantaged spot for the Sojourn to be in. The Quartz has options. Okay, he's going to take this high ground by storm. Mark is going to TP away, but they are very low right now, and they need to benefit from Lee Sumin's AoE healing. Joyride. Leave gets a little bit of info about that high ground presence and is waiting on this spree. Quartz is still in the issue now. It's about Leave striking first and striking harder. And that should be enough. Sunzo with the Annihilation here respects TVNT. Is going to back up. Give a bit of ground here to the Ramatra. Lee Sumin is trying to leap and bound away. A great binding chain to cover his retreat. And Weibo Gaming, in this case, blinking first is favorable.
Bolo shot available here for Shy as Twisted is going to try and funnel out through one of these chokes. Could be pretty gnarly to deal with. This seen explosive bolt hit the Yubi. See how much damage that Freya puts down.
Into a choke as well.
Look, I mean, just like it's so oppressive.
The rate of fire is quite insane. Oh, that is a crazy ball shot. Mark is able to finish the job just as Quartz was poised to bop Shy. You knew he would have been good for that shot.
You see Shy in midair, right? Just kind of like turned his body and looked down, just trying to deny a headshot there.
I'm watching like Quartz's fist descend in slow motion. That's a haymaker though that never hit. 2 fights in a row, 1 here by Weibo Gaming. Shy is a problem.
And this is where Sim would be awesome, right? Close this gap, get to the high ground, really just kind of get that rush rolling. A huge fan. It's impacted this game this far.
Okay, Kitsune Rush gives you a seat at the table, but does it give you the ability to command attention? Leave got a little bit low there, had to evade away. Yubi, respectful of Shy's damage, and noted the off angle is actually going to hit that ice block real quick as the bowler shot came through. All right, Kenkai Sanctuary now to play in. Not really being overly utilized by Weibo Gaming. Many of them have dropped to the low ground, but they avoid this Blizzard perfectly. Lee Sumin always in the backline, but always with an escape plan. And here's a flank from Shy. That's the bowler shot we were looking for, but Asushi quickly answers that, and now Shy has to hastily correct his positioning. He loses his life for it, but Yubi was picked up amidst that chaos, and that's acceptable here for Weibo Gaming. 1 minute, 10 seconds left. The Twisted Minds, they're going to regroup.
Oh, I mean, a huge Suzu there from Simple keeps himself alive as Yubi over to the Reaper here. Reaper, Maga now over to Tracer, so probably just a TP to the front of the spawn and then swap. So, see, lead with a spree. You're also going to have an annihilation. A really good setup here for Weibo. The one thing they have to worry about, though, is allowing Quartz to maybe kind of farm this OC.
Big spree! Funny Astro couldn't quite slip away. This is deadly stuff here from Leave, who doesn't want to let Shy take all the spotlight. And Twisted Minds, this is unexpected. A very quick push through the first part of the map, but Matt, they've been more than just waylaid. They are stuck in the mud with 24 seconds left to play.
You do have another fight, though, right? So the spree invested there. Another fight available here for TM. They have UB, TVNT who can get on, touch a point, and Quartz with an OC, Simple with a rush. Feel like you're playing for that. What?
I don't know. Lee Sim in there, just fell. Simple doing a bit of everything. Healing plus the 2 knives coming out because of the perk. Joyride thrown to the card. Look how low Quartz is, but Shy can't finish the job. Quartz slips away, back to full health. Bowler shot now, under the arm for Shy, but what's the timing? Where's the window? Quartz is playing as a loose end, and here's the annihilation, but Sunzo's already quite low. Somebody heal that guy! Yubi's taken down. Lee finds finally a connection with the motorbike. Shy trying to dodge on that high ground, and Sunzo clouts Quartz. A mean left hook here from the Ramatra, and now TVNT is beleaguered, beset on all sides by opponents, and forced off the cards. Not what I'd call an inspirational push there from Twisted Minds, but I'm seeing a certain contingent of this crowd really start to believe.
So, you lose Lee Sumin early on. The Sunzo so low. Coming out there with the annihilation, gets onto the point. Take a look at some of the highlights as Shy was pretty tremendous here in the second part of the map on the Freya. And some constant picks as, a few times Quartz got players dangerously low. There's just no follow-up there. I mean, Leave playing that Xion. And we don't see Twisted Minds going to play that hero really at all. But obviously very strong in Asia. A lot of teams going over to the Xion. Still very good.
Yubi already moving on to the next part of the plan, but I don't know if this is a contingency he accounted for. We're going to be digging deep in the pockets here as Twisted Minds, as they have to pull off, excuse me, an even fuller hold.
Well, I think if you told Twisted Minds before this series starts, like, hey, you're going to get rid of that Vendetta map number 1 and lose. You're going to go to Root, get rid of Sigma. They're still going to bring in Sunzo, and they end up using the Simband, and you're in this spot. They'd be like, yeah, this is a really rough start to a series. It's Simple now. A little bit of a different look here for TM. They're going to get Simple on the Alari. Cat Bastion for Weibo. Cat Bastion here for Weibo in the sense, and they're also going to have the Ana here as well. Something we really only seen from Zeta a ton at this event.
We don't see this often from Simple. It's been a while, but it's very, very dangerous for the Jetpack Cat Bastion. Iliari adds another, virtual hit scan presence with the ability to really protect these turrets. It's hard to clear them out, which means that Simple can focus most of the time on hitting M1 for the boys.
I wonder what, how long we'll see Weibo kind of go over to this setup. See if Lee Sumin can kind of get Shy in a position to make a big impact. You don't want to end up burning the turret and just kind of pummeling it into the Ramatra there around the corner. It wouldn't really go for much.
It's crazy to say this, but this is actually a moment where Widowmaker could have been kept out of the spawn, perhaps for a bit longer. Because Twisted Minds move out to try and dominate the sight lines as soon as that switch comes out. Quartz here just spoiled for choice in terms of targets. Sunzo constantly half health as he tries to round this corner.
Yeah, they built up a Nano, though. Nano for the Bastion here over the top.
Oh, dear. Everybody gets inside. Looks like the 300 Spartans. The option is to fight in the shade, but TVNT doesn't have that luxury. He's low, trying to keep the dukes up, but brought down. Caught so quickly, evens the ledger, but Leave has perched up on this high ground. This is dangerous now for Twisted Minds. Their grip on map control being wrested free. Quartzo and Overclock would be astonishingly important. Simple's taking matters into his own hands, trying to go for that captive Sun, trying to catch Lee Sumin, and he's found him. Fancy the mobility more than the burst damage, I feel. And fighting back are Twisted Minds. Leave here, trying to play at long range, playing back with a Bastion, but Quartz slots 2 quick kills and silences the Chinese crowd.
Yeah, even though you didn't really connect with anyone, the captive Sun, just the extra mobility for the Alari, being able to kind of fly through the sky there. Maka going to ditch the Ana once you end up using that Nano. It'll be Cat Kiri, so you're getting closer to the Catnap. This is going to be good, though, for Twisted to be able to kind of brawl out with this, Juno Ray, the Ramatra, and also the Mei. It's going to be very strong if they can survive some of this Bastion damage, but they've done a great job of doing this far.
They do have to group around the Ray, though, Matt, and that's where Shy can.
They're not going to need it. I mean, they end up losing Leave here early on. Just an icicle around the corner there from Yubi.
This is a comp that Yubi, I'm pretty sure, barked out immediately at the end of that last round. He already had a plan for this, but Simple has been taken down. That's Iliari out of the picture now. Things get a little bit dicier. But Astro couldn't dump altitude quickly enough. And Quartz is going to be brought down. A powerful comp, but it has some fragility. And the brittleness of Twisted Minds eventually is put on display.
I like the idea for Twisted Minds there, though. You're going to be able to get another fight, right? Juno speed ring back into the action. You're going to have all of these ultimates.
And there's some stall potential here out of this. Oh, dangerous. Simple has to outburst away. The touch is going to be there, surely. No! Take it down from orbit. Moved off the map before he had a chance to contest. That's not what you want to see at all. Spree here might have been overkill for Leave, but he just wants to make sure there's an insurance policy in place. And there's the first checkpoint for Weibo.
You're playing around that orbital ray. Bro, this kill is massive. It looks like, yeah, you'd use all of his cooldowns there. I mean, dude, that's the annihilation you use around the corner with the blizzard there as well. You don't have the orbital ray to use. That allows Weibo to get that first checkpoint and get some high ground here.
Out of another choke here for Twisted Minds. It's been uncomfortable, but they will filter through into the second phase of the map. Captive Sun, Orbital Ray, 2 very important support ultimates at the disposal of Twisted Minds. Here comes that Captive Sun. Shy, a great target for that. Burst damage going to be very hard to ameliorate, but it looks like there was a Susan that cleansed off the debuff, and Quartz is taken down. Simple now realizes discretion, the better part of Valor, especially when TVNT's under extreme duress. Here's that Orbital Ray. Will it be enough at this point, though, with Shy's found a bizarre Bastion flanking angle, and Sanzo has the annihilation. Oh, boy, it's ugly for Twisted Minds. TVNT is going to be brought down, and there'll be a chance to touch Matt, but a slim one.
But you're going to be playing into a Kitsune rush. The artillery as well is going to put down a lot of damage as they come out from this high ground choke. TVNT going to go over to D.Va here. That's going to be the artillery sound up the Bastion.
Oh god, this could be devastating. There's one.
Splits off the support.
Here's the others. Slows things up, spreads them out. Yubi a little bit low. That third one comes in, and the Vortex also going to waylay them further. They're close. Funny Astro and Simple are the first to go down, and the riding is well and truly on the wall. Weibo Gaming says our story's far from done. We'll keep on riding. We'll keep on playing. We'll keep on believing.
Sunzo's just been perfect at this event. I mean, he's just unbeatable. So he comes in for Weibo in map number 2. TM and their fans searching for answers here at the moment. Just amazing play from Shy. These artilleries from the Bastion, we usually don't see them be that impactful. Obviously, it gets them .1. It puts down some serious damage, you noted, onto Yubi. Coming out of the spawn, also gonna just splits Twisted Minds as they go there to get a touch at the end. That, that artillery plus then the annihilation, I mean, nothing they could do at that point. So Weibo putting themselves 1 game away, man, from being able to go to the final.
Insane stuff. Let's check in with Ian and see what's going on down on the floor. It is mayhem out there.
It is absolute mayhem down here. The Weibo Gaming fans are delighted. Of course, they are just 1 map away from moving into the grand finals. The atmosphere down here is just electric. Felix, do you think that you can finish this in 3?
Absolutely, we'll crush them 3-0 like the Keys.
Wow, like the Keys. He's already ready to crush another key. Now we got the Weibo fans on this side of the arena. The Twisted Minds fans looking a little bit elated, a little bit dejected over on the other side. I've got to ask, what's your message right now to the Twisted Minds fans?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's too early to start to pack up.
Oh, wow. You think it's too early to start to pack up?
Well, I mean, it will be not too early for us, but not too early for them.
You know what? Do you want to go for a walk? I think we can go talk to them personally. Do you want to come with me?
Right, let's go for it.
Because this guy has been leading all sorts of big chants. Look, he's their leader. But the question is, has he got the bravery to say it to the Twisted Minds fans? Because I know that they are so vocal as well. They'd never write themselves off. They know what it takes to win a world championship, let alone come back in a semi-final. They back themselves. The question is, can we get a little bit of a fun interaction here? Okay, drummer versus drummer. How are you doing?
Hello guys. I want to ask you only one question. Do you trust you're gonna win?
Well, we are going to win. We're 2 maps up.
Okay. One day in America, I will tell you a little story. One day in America, he did it once. But guess what? The reverse sweep coming once and will come in twice. We do it in America and we will do it in Paris. You scared now, huh?
Well. Only time can tell. We all believe it. We will win. World Cup 2023. That's a history, not a future.
History, always remember and will repeat. I will say only one thing. You can speak if you're winning, but when we losing, I'm speaking because I trust my team. We will come back and we will be shut down.
Right. Look. Let's just be clear. There's like 20 of you and one of this guy. You're a brave man. Can we get a handshake? Come on, it's all fun and games. Good stuff. Let's get right back into the action. You go and join your fans over there. They're right with you. Guys, that was amazing. Woo! It's popping up. Woo!
One fan base is chasing the future. The other is defending a legacy and leaning on history. Tonight in Paris, it's a meeting place for both worlds, and the sparks have been flying.
Yeah, I mean, we had Ian there on the floor about to do his like a Dana White celebrity press conference where they get the fighters together, get in the middle. Hey, let's break this up real quick.
It is always
I love
emotional
it.
for these teams.
Yeah.
For these fans.
Well, Twisted obviously has an opportunity to get to another final. Club championship points, right? Massive for the org. Weibo, it's like they're just like, is this happening? Like they've been in this situation before, and then it doesn't work out for them. But it is Neon Junction, so this is a really good, Reinhardt solution here for Twisted Minds. Of note, we don't have a sub, I believe, so it'll be Sunzo staying in the game as he plays on a map like this. Bastion is a ban here for Weibo Gaming. It's Mizuki, the ban here for TM. Obviously, the Mizuki helps the Diva. I also wonder if they were potentially scared of like a Lucio or a Kiri ban on the other side, as we've seen Weibo do a little bit more in terms of flexibility in that backline.
Yeah, it would be interesting if they get forced into a Bastionless Jetpack Cat scenario or something like that, right? Go after the Lucio. Should expect to see, Sunzo try, Ramatra on this map in the past, but also the Sigma, so you don't have the Sigma Mizuki look to lean on. When we were in Kiri Lucio world, it's obviously amazing utility offered by that team, but those big bits of burst damage that don't translate into kills straight away, let's say like Shy hits a couple of explosive bolts, they don't mean kills in the moment, but they can often turn into them when the Lucio Kiri are desperately trying to top that one player up and lose their attention on others and have them taken out by Leave or someone. So it does matter. That damage isn't just feeding support ultimates.
One thing I think that's hurt Twisted Minds here at this event, Mitch, is they don't obviously love playing the Jetpack Cat, where we've seen a lot of teams, even without Bastion, play Jetpack Cat, and like the Cat is just really strong in terms of like this kind of damage dealing support, just a nuisance to deal with. It'll be TM, Sim, Diva set up here.
I think the Diva here is pretty interesting, honestly. Twisted Minds, TVNT is going to have his work cut out for him, but can control the Freya if he gets that defense matrix up on the correct sight line. Shy's playing pretty far forward here, though, and the poke damage is pretty extreme on TM.
Takes a huge shot, though, there from Quartz as they're just going to back down around the corner for a while. Vortex locks a few players in place.
Okay, little TP. This will try and give Twisted Minds a better position to play from. Looks like the TP, though, had been removed. And TPNT's up on that high ground. They can't join in right now, but it's still an important position to hold. All right, careful. Lee has help there in the form of Lissumin. Shy, though, is low. Oh, don't get too greedy on that sideline. He definitely feels the pressure of needing to keep this damage poured on to try and keep Twisted Minds quiet, but they've started to dip the toe on the point. Get a bit confident. I mean, you see the Diva right there. That's a big gamble.
Yeah, then Quartz obviously finishes Shy off. I was going to say, it's a little bit easier for Weibo to try and retake as opposed to teams we see do this with the Sigma. Quartz with 2, though.
And he's up to the challenge. Lissumin looks like he showed a little bit of leg there. Gave Quartz an opening. One that will rarely miss. Good looks here for Twisted Minds. I feel like this is a comp that is certainly leaning on their ability to get Symmetra value.
Yeah, with Ramatra, they want to come out and maybe try and install this a little bit longer. I don't know who's here for support.
Where's the healing?
Yeah.
Like, you just don't have a comp that can top up your main tank when he's 1v5.
You know, maybe you get a Suzu there, you're able to kind of like blast them with healing. You think about rushing, because they had rushed in their previous fight, but yeah, it's... You know, when Maka gets there around the corner, I mean, Sunzo is basically dead. There's no reason to kind of throw that in. Brig, so obviously this would have been an awesome spot for Mizuki, right? But Brig will be the response here for Lissumin and Weibo Gaming, so... Twisted Minds had a great opportunity to make a snowball a little bit here, right?
Been looking good so far. The Brig for Lissumin, a pretty reasonable answer to the Diva. Gotta watch out for that Soj, though, and these repair packs are gonna have to be coming thick and fast to help Sunzo now, as he's gonna face down the 150 charge railguns from Quartz. Annihilation out of nowhere, though. Sunzo says, I think I might just win now. How about that? Nice little burst of pace there from Weibo Gaming behind 3 very powerful ultimates.
I was gonna say, it's a lot.
You're cringing.
I mean, that's
visibly cringing.
That is a fight you'd expect to look that way if you use Kitsune Rush, Annihilation, and Spree into just the overclock. A massive investment here for Weibo.
Shy builds an overclock pretty soon, and that's a great pickup to find. Simple's down, but still Twisted Minds want to fight for this. This is extremely brazen from them. Shy's gonna slide straight through though. What a shot on Yubi, that's dirty stuff. Navigating the wall pretty well, but Sunzo is down. Self-destruct for TVNT, can this be punished? Quartz has been picked up at least. I like the attempt there from Funny Astro to set up a self-destruct kill, but he exposed himself to danger and lead. It's his middle name. Here's the rally for Lissumin. Raid boss activated, and all the Twisted Minds are gonna have to back it on up.
Feels like when you get the rally going, just bring an extra tank out. So you're not going to be able to challenge that, right? So now you get back at full strength. That's actually a pretty impressive fight for Weibo.
That was the most incredible navigation of a sim wall that I've seen from a Sojourn. Shy had to hop off there. He couldn't just let the ultimate shut his down. He took it into his own hands, man. That is championship caliber.
That's the Kitsune Rush here used.
Weird positioning for
everybody.
Weibo.
Yeah, they hightail it here. I mean,
the train guys.
A few players are caught split there. Actually, Lissumin and Leave actually get split by the train. They have to kind of wait for the train to go on by.
I really think we just watched Twisted Minds capitalize beautifully on Weibo Gaming crossing their wires for a moment.
Oh, absolutely. Weibo, let's see if they can somewhat manufacture another touch. Shy here over to the Sim. They're also going to have Lissumin here go over to the Cat. They desperately want to try and get another fight here. Now you got no hit scan, though.
This ends now.
Okay, watch out. Quartz is hunting. Pressuring here for Lissumin, but he's got to be careful. Quartz will line him up pretty quickly. Bam! There goes Sunzo. Beautiful headshot, and now Lee has to try and salvage the fight. Finds nothing, though, off that spree, and he is very exposed after the fact. Yubi will dispatch him. And Twisted Minds get 3 minutes and 8 seconds.
Just felt like they're throwing bodies at the cart. You know, typically you would never see Shy go over and play something like the Sim.
I do feel like every now and then, we also saw this at the start of Sanctum in our first map, is that there was just this call to chuck the silly sauce from most of Weibo Gaming for about 80% of that point. They recovered.
Oh, this is an interesting comp, right? You're going to be playing Mei here. For Weibo, you really want to slow it down. Quartz, though. not want to go down here.
There's a lot of poke that's coming in, right? But the sound barrier here for Twisted Minds means they just ignore all of it and push straight on up. Quartz is going hunting for Marker and Lee Sumin. The latter, who is still skulking about up on the rafters. That's dominant. Pure and simple dominance from Twisted Minds, and they hold the rush to try and end the round.
Well, they know they have a support ult advantage, right? So the Kitsune rush comes down from Maka. They end up dropping the sound barrier, just running on into it with the Annihilation. Now a Kitsune rush here at the end. Weibo just trying to find anything that'll work. Here comes the rush.
Interesting Mabel there from Lee, trying to deny poke opportunities as Weibo get out onto the point and fight. Marker though very, very low. Has to duck back into spawn, but Sunzo has an Annihilation in play. It's going to be Lee getting picked off first. Sunzo couldn't hold up in the heat. And Twisted Minds post a very respectable almost 2 minutes on the attack side left over. They've arrived.
And that's a haymaker there from Twisted Minds on offense. So Weibo just never looked like they got comfortable there throughout. So I like the idea of the Mei there towards the end, you know, really good kind of chokes.
Get some screaming.
Yeah, but I mean, just a massive ult advantage for really the entirety of that run from second to third point.
I feel like the protocols from Weibo just looked very sloppy after they lost that first point. I think they allowed Twisted Minds to like keep them staggered, keep it fluid, right? Not really give them a chance to fully set up and just get in formation. So it makes the win conditions kind of foggy. You're playing 4v5, you might fight back, right? You're in a 4v4, but you've lost the tank.
That's right.
You know, you've lost a lot of the tools. They say that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, or the translation being everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
So you see just a little bit of a relief there in the Twisted Minds war room is getting a little dicey there for a sec. TVNT 21-1. Unreal first half on the Diva. Just a master at that hero at this point.
Quartz 20-2. But it's definitely been quite a map for Quartz.
Oh, yes, this is what I wanted to see. The Vendetta here for Leave. Amazing at heroes like this. Very difficult to play the sim against something like this, right? You want to TP the entire team. It's going to be Leave there waiting with like a whirlwind into a headshot.
Look at all the ground they're giving. They did throw up a TP on the left side. I like that idea. Try and feign retreat and then dive back in. They got Marker for it. What's Leave up to now? Hasn't been able to build up too much resource, too much extra attack speed. I think just losing Simple and Newbie though is a decent amount. You've got spawn advantage to work with here, but if Quartz can wash them away, even stagger out some of these last couple of plays, then there'll be time for Twisted Minds to be back in numbers.
Oh, not good! I mean, now you have players coming back off the spawn. Sure, you lost Shy, but...
Nah, you can't afford to lose Quartz there, Matt.
Especially Leave coming back on Tracer, right? Look at this. Just going to put so much pressure back through the choke.
Almost 2 ticks.
Yep, going to be a second tick here.
Simon, that is filth! Lee Simin drops on him with the accretion. Whiz past TVNT, as the Diva has no way of stopping it. No shield to put up, nothing to throw in the way except their own body. Still, no capture yet though. Santo is down. Trying to keep the momentum going if you're Weibo Gaming here, but TVNT dives forward. This is very aggressive and it's going to lose him his mech. No chance for the self-destruct here, so this is just a desperate time buy.
Yeah, I mean, you just absolutely need to keep Quartz alive there. Losing it. Nice explosive bolt there from Shy. That'll be first checkpoint here for Weibo Gaming. They do a nice job just putting pressure onto the hit scan. They kind of make it look easy at times, right? Hey, let's just kind of barrel down on Quartz. Twisted Minds usually does such a great job protecting him. Just kind of leaving Shy just different in the server today.
Listen to this arena. That's just something else. Okay, we got past the train crossings, but straight into a Gravitic Flux. Flying pan into the fire type thing. Leaves able to find a double kill with the pulse. Twisted Minds are going to be sent packing real quick.
And that is awful there from Twisted. You know, it's a huge flux. The sound barrier connects, but they just get right inside.
The timing is so good. He left a bag of dung on the ground for them to step in. What the heck?
But that's double support ult to use, right? You're going to have Kitsune Rush here from Maka as we get right back into the action.
Suzu was really hurriedly used there by Twisted Minds, but it was desperation. League was threatening to take Quartz down. Again, they've recovered really well. Wall in play now gives them a way to fan on out, and Sunzo and Marco picked off. Simple! Yeah. Really heralded a resurgence in that fight for Twisted Minds. That is insane resilience.
I think it also just shows you how strong of an ultimate Simwall is, right? That's like, you know, a Kitsune Rush coming in, they end up using this Simwall there, and it just kind of deters all the damage. Now, I like this here from Weibo. Let's go fast here. Maga plus Vendetta. Pretty awesome combination. Shy not going to take the Sojourn battle just yet. Is that why not? I mean, the Freya finding him at range.
It is so free. What is that self-destruct about? Okay, gets nudged forward, maybe trying to make use of the TP with him, but Yubi just got clapped there as Leave sailed on through. Funny Astro can't avoid Shy for too long, and now TBNT will be caught out of position. We'll be playing to stall things out. This is still decent for Twisted Minds, though. I think winning a fight here or winning that previous fight is pretty crucial for this.
But I think if you're Twisted, though, if you were to ask them, like, hey, what is the comp you're, like, worried about most and potentially kind of coming in and really disrupting what you do, it's exactly what we're seeing out of Weibo right now.
I guess you're pinning your hopes on accretion here to give you stopping power against the Vendetta, because it won't stop the Malga, that's for sure. It's dangerous, but, I mean, if they win against the Malga comp, then I'm convinced.
Kitsune Rush there, absolutely needed to get in, just kind of fully out that Maga. So they'll also get Lee Soo-min just back on a flank. See if Shy is able to make it out. I don't know. It's okay. They don't have anybody to kind of chase him down to that point. So
no tracer. Okay, so this is about where Twisted Minds were able to take the second checkpoint. So Weber Gaming not too far off the cusp, but need to win this next fight. That one kind of goes without saying. They lose here. If it gets dragged out, things start to get uglier and uglier.
Sundering Blade pretty nasty against Sound Barrier, right? You're gonna rip a lot of that.
Yeah, it takes
health off.
Yep. But having the chance to hang suspended there threateningly like Damocles is a little, well, unlikely. Here's Kitsune Rush coming down straight away. Sunzo charges in a TBNT Sound Barrier to prescribe response. There was a Sundering Blade, but a wall in the way potentially. That was protected. Sunzo's the first to fall yet again, and Twisted Minds looking comfortable against the Malga. Look, TBNT surges forward, notices Lee sheepishly trying to back away with the blade up to block, and that means that Weibo Gaming are indeed trouble. That was the fight, the inflection point in this map, and Twisted Minds have withstood the test again.
It's TBNT on the Sigma. Feels like just every time hitting these accretions. Sigma also a pretty difficult hero to play into the Vendetta, right? Vendetta doesn't really care about the kinetic grasp, can just start swinging on the Sigma. The TBNT kind of proven now to be one of the best tanks in the world over the last year. Train gonna delay the cross here for Weibo. Sound Barrier has to be good here.
It was massive for Funny Astro in that previous fight, but it's going to have to be used to answer the Dravidic Flux Man. I don't think you can use it proactively here. It's too risky. Here's the bowler into the backline. Simple now going to go for the Kitsune Rush, and there it is. Disruption reigns supreme. Lee Soo-min and Sunzo are already off the map, and I don't know where Maka thinks he's going to go. Lee's picked off by Quartz, and that's the straw that breaks the camel's back here on Neon Junction. Weibo Gaming just don't have an answer to this one.
It's pretty impressive they're able to keep TBNT alive through that cage. They didn't have a TP to kind of get him out of there. They end up trying to break the cage. Quartz obviously contributing heavily in that. Lee Soo-min will get a touch, but pays the ultimate price as Sunzo gets back up to the high ground.
And that's all she wrote.
Will make it.
Finally, on their final chance to pick a map in this series, Twisted Minds come up with the goods. It's important, maybe an inflection point in this series, but more than that, it's a foothold to begin to fight back. The problem is that every map from here on out will be selected by their opponents.
Yeah, but you look at the map selection, right? I mean, you get the flashpoint maps, you get the push maps, right? A lot of teams they're really gonna go over and play probably, Esperanza instead of Caliseo. I mean, maybe if you want to try to play slower with Sunzo, you could play Caliseo, and then you think about some of those flashpoint maps, right? You want to play something fast and play like an Atlas, and maybe you think about bringing in Gushue again, because a lot of the other ones, like New Junk City, which we've seen a ton of this, have been great for rush style play. And, Twisted Minds, right? Sig,
Ramatra, D.Va, any of those heroes, you feel great about playing them in these comps.
One thing to note is that a comp we thought that would be troublesome for Twisted Minds. The Vendetta.
They got through, yeah.
They withstood it. They had the answer. Yeah, there was a switch over towards the Sigma, one that had my eyebrows raised, but it worked out. Curious to hear from our experts here, so let's cross over to the studio with Puckett and Co.
Thank you very much, and great casting from Uber and Mr. X. But we got to break down some excellent gameplay from Weibo Gaming. They take the first map, and Jake, you were giving them massive credit for the compositions they were rolling out. The coaches coming out with some crucial bans already.
The D.Va ban on map 1 was critical. It let them get so much mileage out of the Pharah Bastion, and Twisted Minds, although this map was incredibly close, this is a crucial one. Weibo needed to win this map, and so they were able to deliver. Great D.Va ban to get this done on map 1.
As we take a look at some of the best moments here from our first map, it was a dominant showing at the start, a very close finish. Johnny, what was the difference maker here as it was 99-99?
Well, Gushue on the Doomfist came up clutch, absolutely, with some crucial hero swaps here as well. Me and Jake talked about it. Everything needed to go right for Weibo Gaming, and it felt like things really did. Great barrage here from Leave as well. I think Lee Sumin did a tremendous job on the jetpack cat. So this is a series with very limited room for error for Weibo Gaming, and everything's gone right so far.
Zoe, what did you see out here in the crowd as it was Weibo striking first, to the surprise of almost everybody?
I mean, listen, I think both of these teams have a massive fan base here in Paris, and they're being loud and proud and really cheering their teams on. And Twisted Minds needed, I think, that boost, because quite frankly, the first two maps going into Weibo's favor, you can see on the server and on those player camps just how frustrated Twisted Minds were.
Let's take a look at Route 66, because again, it was Weibo looking strong. Jake, was it the compositions or individual plays? What did you see?
This is the sim ban, right? This is something that always is, it not just gives you an edge against TM, it's almost a must win for Weibo. But honestly, this map came down for me to exactly one moment.
Okay.
After a great defense, yes, it was looking good for Weibo, but ultimately, it was their attack where they needed to clutch up, so they win a key fight, and then it's an artillery from Shy that denies the retake. If the retake goes off here, this is a full. This shot wins the game. If you don't connect this, you actually lose this map almost for sure.
But
so
Twisted Minds,
so close.
On this map, though, we have to talk about the backline, because Twisted Minds came in so greedy with that Iliari in the mix there as well. So they did take a gamble in this one.
At the end, it is Weibo jumping out to a 2-0 lead, but then it was Twisted Minds' turn. Johnny, let's talk a little bit about what just had this fan crew on the right side of the stage going wild.
Yeah, look, Twisted Minds, the Claw one back on Neon Junction. It's a map that really plays well with Twisted Minds' composition, but again, now you're getting into a territory where we're like, yeah, you clawed one back, but Weibo Gaming, they get to dictate where we go for the next two maps. They get to dish out the first hero ban themselves, and so great getting back into shape here, playing the Ramatra, playing with the Symmetra, but they have to do this for two more maps, and it's going to be a very difficult task.
In other titles, they use the term reverse sweep. That's when you go down 2 and then have to win 3 straight. So how often does that happen in the Overwatch universe?
Quite a lot, actually, especially if Twisted Minds is involved. I think Twisted Minds have played more Game 5s than most other teams that have taken the stage this tournament.
We thought it would be a bunch of 3-0s potentially as we saw the initial schedule. This one potentially going the distance. Jake, can you call it now? Who do you have winning?
I still think TM can come back, but they're going to have to overcome some very significant hurdles. For me, it's the Lucio and the Curie bans that really threaten the core of their composition. Weibo has full control if they want to attack those picks, and I think they likely will, because yes, Twisted Minds, they can be replaced, they can maybe be played in different ways, but the Lucio and the Curie are their bread and butter, so Astro and Simple are going to be pressed to adapt as we go deeper in the series.
Let's talk a little bit about the tank swap that's happening on stage. Johnny, I don't know if you caught it over your shoulder, but Gushue just made his way back out here to the delight of the fans. What does that mean composition-wise? What are you expecting from our Chinese team?
That tells me that they're going to play Brawl. They want to get on top of Twisted Minds in this one. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a Mauga come out, for example, try to get on top of the Symmetra. This is now a Weibo Gaming team with an opportunity to seize a grand final spot for China, something that they haven't done since the Overwatch World Cup in 2023 against Saudi Arabia. So this is a huge moment for Chinese Overwatch, and they are just one map away.
And I hear you guys might end up in China at some point in front of all these fans. I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in the Overwatch universe. For now, Zoe, final predictions. Who do you have coming out into the grand finals? Does Twisted Minds battle through?
Yeah, I think Twisted Mind's going to bring it back. They just need to play together again. It looked a little bit too disconnected. Too many hero plays attempts there from them. But I think if they just rally and get back on the same page, it's theirs to win.
Jake, you mentioned that it's going to be Weibo choosing the maps from here on out. So what is their strength? What are you looking for them to call if it does go to a Game 5?
I mean, the tough thing is the final two picks are on Push and Flashpoint. And for me, these are the least valuable map picks of any game modes because the maps are the most similar to one another. So yes, you have map picks. We're going to see a Sojourn ban come out. That will limit Quartz, but this is a guy, like, I don't know how much the bans really affect him, whether he comes out on the Cassidy, the Xion. I still think TM are going to be a threat. So Weibo, they need to finish this quickly.
This takes me all the way back to the Blizzard Arena days. We have a jam-packed crowd. They are loud, they are proud, and they, of course, have their signs galore. Johnny, give me the final thoughts as we're jumping into map number 4. Do we go to a map number 5, and who are your players to watch?
Leave and Shy. They are carrying the hopes of a nation in this very next couple of maps here, and they have the opportunity. Twisted Minds are allowing them the space to go and make plays, and if they can make the plays required to seize this series, that would be a massive moment in Overwatch Esports history.
Jake, as you can see, we're missing one player there from Twisted Minds before this one kicks off. So walk me through what we have remaining. It is a 2-1 series for Weibo. They are on match point.
I could see if we do go map 5, Colosseo being a pick that Weibo want to bring it to. They've looked very strong with a Cat Bastion style on that map. They boxed out Falcons in a huge upset earlier on in the tournament. It could be a place that they look to return to at this key moment. TM, though, they have been here before. They have been in this spot under this pressure, and I still believe in this team. They are not out of this yet.
Yeah, they've literally been in this situation just a few weeks ago when they were fighting it out in the lower bracket and ended up against Crazy Raccoons in the grand finals in Tokyo, Japan. So they have the tenacity. We know they have the grit to bring it back and do a reverse sweep on them.
It is Championship Sunday. This is your semi-final. Can Weibo finish it here, or are we going the distance? We find out as we send it back to the casters. It's Uber and Mr. X on the mic.
Just listen to this arena. On one side, it's thundering drums, rage, desperation to get back into the series. And on the other side, it's years of belief, grasping for a reason to celebrate, something truly special. Feels like it's brewing in this arena.
The Weibo side feels cautiously confident. Yes. Like, hey, we've seen this before. It's only one. But then you lose this one, then you're like, okay. We've seen this. I've watched this movie before. Twisted Minds gets, I think obviously you win this map, the confidence level just jumps through the roof for their style of play, because like Jake was talking about, I was talking about it when we were talking about the map selections. It's really the Escort and the Hybrid are where you get the most value out of those selections, right? So as we get deeper into this series, Sigma gone, that's a pretty big ban, right?
Because Sunzo on the Malga struggled to get through TVMT when he switched off towards the end of Neon Junction.
Yeah.
Now we have Gushue coming in, someone who, in theory, purportedly is the main sort of brawl player on this team, and there's no Sigma to stand in his way. The tension is thick.
The Sojourn ban is quite interesting as well. Shy has obviously been playing, whether it be the Sojourn or the Freya. Probably puts Quartz in, whether it's be Bastion or Cassidy. Would be the options there.
Yep. Discussion on the desk about going after the Lucio Kiri sort of comfort for Twisted Minds, Matt. Something they also referenced earlier in the series.
They probably save one of those for push in a game 5. We've obviously in the last series in Zeta, right? That we saw Violet, and she played a lot of different heroes on Esperanza in terms of support line. So, like Mitch alluded to, Gushue is back in the game here. Ramatra, Malga, I think that's the play. Atlas, we have seen teams play Wrecking Ball.
Doomfist.
Wrecking Ball, Doomfist, right? Very good for these types of heroes. So, can't count that out, right?
It does feel like eventually Twisted Minds cottoned on to answering their Doomfist, but it did require a wholesale adjustment in their composition.
Which included the Sigma.
Exactly. That accretion to disrupt the Doom while his power blocking won't be an option. And yeah, you could play Cassidy, you could play Roadhog, but that opens you up to a couple of other lines that can be.
Yeah, you don't feel great tournament life on the line rolling out Roadhog Cassidy.
Well, this is the reality of losing control. In fact, losing those first 2 maps. Normally, Twisted Minds are the ones who are ahead. Normally, they're the ones who are poised to win the series, to win the mid-season, rather to win the Champions Clash, to win playoffs in EMEA. And then they get reverse swept. That's been their story so far. So this is uncharted territory.
Man, both fan bases just on edge going into this one.
It means more to these 2 clubs than maybe any I could imagine in a game like this. Both of them fighting in the club championship as well, Matt. They're very much in the race in the grander scheme of the Esports World Cup. But for those focused on the mid-season championship, it's a decided map. We have a pause, I believe.
Someone want to remind them as well that the prize for winning this is a game against Zeta Division.
I think it might be better
to rain on their parade, but
might be better framed as a chance to take it all here at the mid-season championship. But yes, it's a factor too. Perhaps one you're a little bit more ready to overlook at the moment. The crowd is astonishingly quiet at this time. Like Matt pointed out, there's a lot of nails being chewed. There's a lot of grimaces. As the fear of losing almost seems greater than the prospect of winning in a game like this.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo, right? You've been here before.
So many
times. At different points in different tournaments, right? But, up against the, one of the powerhouse teams in the world, you get an advantage, you get reverse swept. Twisted Minds, obviously they have a lot of adversity the last few months, but they've been battling on through it. This would be kind of the hallmark example of that.
They do.
Ooh, Arisa. So this is something we don't see a ton from Twisted Minds, but we've actually seen a ton from Zeta Division at this event.
Doomfist, Vendetta, Shion, Jetpack Cat. Quite the look here for Weibo. Twisted Minds playing a pretty restrained sort of look. There's a death ball style comp they're trying to look for here. That's a very early Suzu off market. There might have been a javelin problem. Leave dives on in, but has some issues finding connection.
I like this setup though for TM. Obviously you lose courts now, that's quite rough, but the Arisa has been really strong at this event, difficult to deal with, but as TBNT jumps down and contests the point, that allows Gushue and Ko to just run through the rest of the team.
But you see what's at play here. TBNT is being ignored. Weibo Gaming are doing whatever they can to try and avoid fighting against the Arisa. And when TBNT drops down to the point to contest, that's the opening.
Yeah, they're almost better off giving up control of the point there early on and continuing to kind of fight as a unit.
Yeah, I would say so. You like to ask for a full 5-on-5 out in the open, but then you've got to deal with the high ground. Sparrow, oh, what? Hey, Yubi just backhands Lee Sumin as he emerges. Weibo Gaming, do they have an answer? Yes, they do. It's an entire backline laid waste. And it's a matter of time before Doomfist comes for Quartz.
TBNT does take out Shy, but
TBNT's going to threaten a team kill every fight.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
We'll see now. Gushue comes in. We were talking about maybe it's the Doom, maybe it's Maga. Wrecking Ball has been prevalent on this map in the past, but it's the Doomfist here. A lot like in map number 1. Nobody else out there really doing this. Ooh, just barely misses a huge punch there through the TP.
This is what Twisted Minds want, though. The fight is now falling off the high ground to the point itself, and this is where they feel like they can have the edge. Marco's lucky to be alive. He disengages fully, but Weibo are at 98% by the time Twisted Minds actually get a take. The Kitsune Rush is something that is respected by the Chinese squad. They're going to fall away from it. This Deadeye, though, is this so avoidable? Not. Oh, my goodness! What a response! Lee Sumin has the only answer that gets him out of that situation alive, and the rest is a landslide. Weibo Gaming run over Twisted Minds, and they're going to have themselves the first flashpoint.
Pretty clean there from Weibo. Great use of the catnap. I'm sure that's what we're going to take a look at here. Deadeye comes on through. Catnap. The rest of the damage. Shy getting in here. It's this time Shy on the Shion with the spray coming up massive. Weibo only 2 flash points away from making it to another final.
Shine's going to keep a respectful distance to start this off. One wrong step and getting on the wrong end of that javelin from the Orisa and your round can be over straight away. Leave a little bit low. Sundering Blade has been developed and Gushue has to fold away from this. This is no escape. Look at the speed boost. Funny Astro left to clean up the mess the TVNT made. The Twisted Minds command attention here on this second point.
Yeah, they need to use Sound Barrier there, obviously with the Kitsune Rush rolling. Simwall invested as well, but nice spear on the exit from TVNT. That is going to get rid of Maka, and a change here, Mitch. It'll be Gushue over to the Maga. Maga a little bit of an easier time into the Orisa. And then the Bastion here as well, right? No, up in the sky here with the Cat. Orisa, obviously, once the armor is off, does not have a ton of damage mitigation. Becomes a target that can easily fall over.
Shy pops up. That grenade is a non-insignificant amount of damage. Around the corner, clear the TP. It's always a priority for these DPS on the Weibo side. And there's Yubi just fighting into the wall, given nowhere to go. The response was a Terror Surge there from a TVNT, but Weibo struck it off quite happily. Looks like Isuzu was saved for just that moment. Oh, Quartz finds some success on lead, but it's going to be released from the cat napping now as all of Twisted Minds fight through as a death ball. And they run Weibo over.
Maybe this Orisa has been pretty strong throughout this tournament. That is, now we see Zeta playing it a ton. We've seen other teams kind of pick it up. This time, TVNT grabs it here. Obviously, Orisa's got like the spear, you know, for the stun and just like displacement, but like the spear spin as a damage reduction. And then also just kind of like knockback, right? Like knocking the Vendetta off course after using cooldowns. Fortify obviously becomes very difficult to kind of even stand there and fight TVNT.
A lot of tanks have that disruption, but Orisa is uniquely hard to disrupt. So like the stomp from Gushue, lead diving in, there's all these things you could just ignore because of Fortify. Deadeye catches on Elysium in before the turret shots come in. Shy finds his second of the fight, but it's still Weibo Gaming fighting from behind, and Shy does not have the health pool to hang.
You know, the Deadeye comes in from Quartz, he ends up falling, but they get 2 kills like right off of the back of that, so worthwhile trade. Weibo's gonna have Leave go over and play Tracer here. Nope, now back over, gonna play Pharah, so the Vendetta not working as well. This is where TVNT would go over to something like a Diva potentially, right? With all this damage coming in from that Pharah Bastion. One thing of note though, right, when we saw this in map number 1, Twisted was not playing the Cassidy. They were playing a lot of that Bastion Cat as well, trying to match.
There was always some form of hit scan. And Leaf has to be ultra careful now because of that Cassidy, who would love to work around this point. This is really where he shines in terms of effective range. Good disengage there for Weibo Gaming, comes to the right time with a Simwall in play. They can't really fight back in the poke battle. And Twisted Minds have gotten to 70% on this second flashpoint. They're threatening to run away with the game. Speaking of running away, Gushue doing the opposite. In fact, accosting Twisted Minds, and the sound barriers is perfectly timed. Can they withstand this though? It's Gushue loses his cage fight and market to the Terror Surge. Every answer meticulously crafted by Twisted Minds to unravel the Weibo Gaming plan.
Oh, the beat could not have been better timed there by Funny Astro. Let's take a look here. It's going to be the Terror Surge in combination with a Deadeye. Lee Sumin actually was in there with a Catnap. Gets kind of sucked into the middle there as TVNT finishes off the Pharah at the end.
I am watching a contingent of fans.
We need to get Ian over there to console the Weibo fans.
Yeah, starting to believe, Matt. Shy here trying to be a second Pharah. The rocket barrage is real. He's Lucimin in the mix, but Marker just gets plucked out by TVNT. Hard to fight in this close quarter, but Shy's got the answer. Dodging away here though from the Sim turret, and Gushue being alive is kind of necessary. Shy lines him up, one at a bloody time. They're low. His aim is true.
TVNT gonna go over to the Diva. I was talking about how that's what they went to in this type of comp early on. Shy, I mean, what is this? It's a little casual 5K here from Shy. Yeah. Cleans up everybody there.
Pretty insane
Twisted
moment.
Minds.
Perking, of course, into the rockets. Beautifully done. Can he do more?
I don't love Twisted trying to match the Cat Bastion. I feel like this kind of favors Weibo slightly.
40% though for Weibo Gaming. And yeah, I think they're happy with the matchup. You're right. Quartz here down to the rocket barrage. Here's Lee looking for more. Desperation now as he saw Simple try and slip away, and it wasn't to be. Weber Gaming, I think they might just be back.
Yeah, I mean, this has not been a strength of Twisted Minds. So to kind of try and go toe-to-toe with Weibo, who Lee Sumin and Shy have looked pretty comfortable on this. Obviously extremely risky, but they probably feel like they kind of need to match that damage output and the threat. And then with the D.Va, they have a slight advantage.
Dangerous for Shy, just an awkward spot. I don't think he's ready for Quartz to descend that quickly. Just a slight miscalculation for Weibo Gaming. They're all grouped up off the point though and happy to come back in. They just need one more fight. Easier said than done though, folks, especially if Leave is just caught in the neutral like that.
And I mean, if you're Weibo, you cannot allow these staggers to happen and just kind of just let them just kind of waltz on in. Just taking this map.
Just a sloppy moment there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have that. As Leave now, going to ditch Farah, go over to Tracer.
Farah seems fine, but perhaps against the Cat Bastion, it's a bit ugly. Gushue here doesn't want to get too low. He's drawn out the Kitsune rush from Twisted Minds. This feels like a great exchange for Weibo Gaming. They trade ult for ult, and now Shy is going to use his. Artillery strike coming to the back line now. Cage fight, who's caught in that? Yugi looks like he's in a dangerous spot. The Cat are going to come down, and the Bastion ult here for Twisted Minds. Off the map goes Yugi, dragged down to his deep demise. Lee Sumin gets his hands dirty. Simple's picked up, but Funny Astro's got a catnap of his own. It looks like a TVNT remake is on the cards. He's back. Gushue taken out of the action, and Shy falling means that Weibo Gaming are going to fall flat in this last fight. And Twisted Minds start to give their fans something really true to believe in. Something real. A chance here and a reverse sweep in the series, but we've still got overtime. Lee still has a chance to touch, and he will. But with Lee Sumin being taken down, the Cat not there, and Marker too far from the action, it feels like a full-on hope. Gushue, though, will try. Weibo have been here time and time again. They'll throw everything out there to fight for their right to compete. But we're going to have to go to a map fight for that. Twisted Minds, they're back.
Oh, and the Weibo fans are crushed. It's not over just yet, but man, feels like we've seen this. Twisted Minds trying to pull together a reverse sweep, another final. We get one more map between these two teams as we take a look at some of the highlights. Such a fantastic start for Weibo, right? Playing this Doomfist, obviously getting a massive advantage early on in terms of comp. The Orisa swap from TVNT was great. Seemed to really kind of turn the tides of the map. And then I thought on that last flashpoint, Weibo had a great start, and then I think they just kind of fumbled the bag. They just let TM just kind of get right back into it. I mean, even the last fight.
The last fight, man. Like, it's one thing for Shy to maybe get overwhelmed, not expecting to run into Twisted Minds where they were, but they were at 98%. Like, they could just play the point. And then Quartz is able to find a random kill just in his like normal sentry mode on Leave. Brutal stuff. Let's head down to the crowd. Ian, this is the right time, I think, to take a temperature. What do you think?
I've never been hotter than right now. It's crazy down here. Twisted Minds fans, how are you doing right now? You said, I came over here, and you said, we're going to see a reverse sweep. You said all the reasons why. What's your message and what are your thoughts right now?
I say it and I mean it. I want to say only one thing, guys. You can run, but you can't hide.
Where do you think, I didn't see you down there. Where do you think the belief comes from in this team?
What?
Where does the belief come from in this team?
Where is the belief? Because we come from Saudi. We come from each country to believe in this team. Do you think we're gonna lose now? They trust us like we trust them. We're gonna fight for them like they fight for us. And Kanye West one day say, la, 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 wait till I get my money right. Next fight, I will get my money. Let's go!
Right, come on. Make some room just for, I'm going on stage, right? Hold on a second. I did not expect Bro to start singing Kanye West, but that's where we are. It's the Esports World Cup. Expect the unexpected. I've still got this teddy. I was going to send this off over there somewhere. Sorry. Wow! It is loud. That guy, everybody needs a hype man like him in their life, that's for sure. But I need to hear from the Weibo Gaming fans. If we can get a shot of them, they are just as passionate. They are not giving up by any means here. They are ready to take this to a 5th and final map. Hey, who's taking it? What about Weibo Gaming? The belief is there, and I feel like as fans, everyone here and everybody watching at home, we got just what we wanted. A banger semi-final for all the marbles. A shot at this trophy in the grand final. One more map to play. Let's do it.
Weibo Gaming came looking to avenge Champions Clash. And Twisted Minds are now one map from making this rematch so much more cruel, so much more painful than the original. They're the ones that have been on the receiving end of these reverse sweeps in recent. Today, it's time to deliver one of their own making.
And we get Caliseo is the final map selection in this series. And look, we talked about it. They were saving whether it be the Kiri or the Lucio ban for the end. It is Kiri gone. And interesting enough, Mitch, it is the Maga gone on the other side. Gushue stays in the game, I believe. We didn't get word that there's a sub. Taking a look on this stage, it's really far, even with my new enhanced eyes, for me to see. But yeah, no, Gushue's still in. So the Maga gone, I guess it's going to be, we're looking at Ramatra here, potentially.
Is this going to be like Wu Yang versus Juno looks?
Nah, Simple doesn't, they don't really play the Wu Yang. They'll probably play, you know, Simple could play the Bat, right? Do they play something like Baptiste?
I don't, I mean, it has some lateral mobility now with the perk upgrade, but it seems like an odd pick. Oh man, what an insane game. Weibo have spent years living with the pain of heartbreak. Their fans are very familiar with it. Now one final map separates them from that feeling, or the breakthrough that their fans have been waiting for. It could go either way, Matt. It's about leaving it all out there, because this could be their last chance to speak for their country.
Well, I think the Kiri ban is also the right one there from Weibo, because if you were to just ban the Lucio, Funny Astro can play Juno at a really high level, can also play Jetpack Cat, right? Allows Kiri to stay in the game. Back with Reinhardt, it's quite interesting. Obviously, the Doomfist would give it a lot of issues, so.
Here we go, folks. The final map and the final chance for Twisted Minds or Weibo Gaming to book their ticket into our grand finals at our mid-season championship. It's a Reinhardt Baptiste composition versus Jetpack Cat, Bastion, and Doomfist.
You know, the BAP is going to be able to kind of like, if the Doom comes in and does some serious damage, going to be able to heal everybody up right away. The BAP is also going to give them, I was going to say, some answers here against the Pharah, right? You know, obviously, Sim can't really interact that much with the Pharah. Wow. And typically, neither can the Reinhardt, but TVNT says to watch this. But the BAP obviously can put out a lot of damage towards some of those flyers, so going to make up for some that they lack in that in terms of the comp.
It's just good poke damage overall. But Doomfist doesn't not love that, especially when he's forced onto those longer straightaways.
I mean, a big slam or a you know, punch from the Doom, like the regen burst there of the BAP is going to be pretty strong against it. Immortality field there used.
Gushue gets a bit of a meow there, bit of a heal boost. And he dives on in. Very successful foray into enemy territory here for Weibo Gaming. They have given 40%, and now they need to play back in the long straightaway once more. Marka did very well to meet Gushue with the Bionate there.
I also wonder if that's going to be the end of the Reinhardt. Looks like potentially going to come out with another another game of it here. They're going to try it one more time, but they were pretty fast off the Rhine. The last time, some serious damage down here from Shy.
Oh, that Immortality field had to come pretty early in the day, didn't it? And it was washed away in seconds. Still, Twisted Minds trying to run away with the bag. Shy doesn't have a way to chase them really outside of the Jetpack Cat, so instead, he reaches for his Q key and Quartz! Oh, we needed the shield to be used as a parasol there, but Funny Astro's running away with the cart.
Yeah, you know, it's all fun, right? Weibo is obviously coming up with some kills, but it's actually Twisted Minds who gain progress out of that fight, because the payload goes all the way back the other direction. It'll be Quartz now over to the Cassidy. We take a look here. Shy's POV with the artillery. He's been really good with these throughout the series. He also gets the kills here on a funny Astro and TBNT to finish it off.
The Cat Bastion is getting some serious mileage, but now Weibo have to push into Twisted Minds territory. That's looked a little uncomfortable for them so far. Meteor Strike has just come in there for Gucci. What a bionic grenade from Maka! Just denying any healing opportunity. Quartz and Funny Astro, certainly priority targets, found first and found wanting.
This time it'll be Weibo. Getting the bot moving. That's going to be the Ant Matrix used there by Twisted Minds. Now 20 or so meters behind here for Weibo Gaming. Nano boost available for either Leave or Gushue most likely. So Maka here on an off-big
Nano.
this.
The cart's moving the entire time. Behind this, Weibo Gaming's machinations are coming to fruition, and Gushue is simply knocking heads together. Not one for subtlety, this one. Believe the game plan to the big brains.
Oh, that's going to be Weibo taking the lead, and they catch them completely off guard. Maka on an off-angle, bio grenade, Nano.
He was so far forward.
Yeah, into Gushue. They do get Gushue.
What can you get out of Twisted Minds now in order to get them stabilized? Can you make this expensive if you're Weibo Gaming? 15 meters, a lead, that is massive. Lead coming in the barrage there makes me wonder if he's not switching off the Fari here as Quartz does the deed. The Twisted Minds looking pretty grim and determined after that.
I don't feel like that was too bad though, right? Because you end up, obviously you get the sound barrier out basically at the same time they get Gushue, but that ultimate is huge, right? As Leave gonna ditch the Pharah over to Tracer here. Maybe feels like just Quartz just too much of a threat, put some more pressure on the back line here with Gushue.
They do not want to fight into the symbol at all. Okay, they're going to give a lot of ground. How much is the question? Here comes Sebastian ultimate. Gushue trying to set up some eliminations, theoretically. Simple now with an Ant Matrix, but there's no spot to make use of it. The bionic grenade knocks him down. The fallibility of Baptiste certainly being displayed there. And Weibo Gaming stop Twisted Minds from equalizing, but they let them one step closer to their total.
Simple able to build up towards these Ant Matrixes really fast. There, tries to use the Immortality Field to be able to save. Oh, hey, you know, Jake in the back was like, hey, we haven't seen Moira at all this event. So it'll be Simple. This is really like Death Ball. He also had Moira a little bit more survivable, right, than the Baptiste.
This is what a Kiriko band does to a man. Got good mobility, decent healing in a pinch. I'm not sure about it though, I won't lie. It lacks utility, something that Simple's been able to really lean on over the rush.
You also do lose some of that extra poke that the Baptiste provides.
But he just hasn't gotten any value out of it. Nice big punch there from Gushue. It's disruptive, but it's not deadly yet. He'll have to double back to the cart now. We can't be conceding this lead if we're Weibo Gaming. Maka says, Gushue, please stay on my line of sight, please. Yubi's down. Leave has delivered such an important collection of kills here with Simple falling to the pulse bomb. He must have waited out the fade. And Weibo Gaming continue to hold Twisted Minds at bay.
About halfway through this game now. There's a lead you see here. Oh, nice pulse bomb. Simple doesn't have the fade there to kind of wash that off, live another day. As Quartz got to get some more water on that mouse pad.
Wet the mouse pad. Get that coefficient of friction just right. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on, Weibo Gaming. Out of the gates yet again, this time deeper into enemy territory. Maka has fallen though. There's actually no supports alive for Weibo Gaming, but they might have the damage just to force TBNT away. Even if it's for a couple of seconds, some extra push progress would be acceptable. Leave has to really pick at the edges of this though, with the spawn advantage for Twisted Minds. Gushue will be dragged out.
And losing Maka is quite brutal. I feel like this is an opportunity for Twisted Minds to get the lead. Coalescence Sound Barrier, the ability for TBNT to remech. And also most likely going to end up with that Simwall Deadeye. Everything to work with here. It's got to be like a big bio grenade maybe from Maka as they just get right to the high ground, get rid of Shy.
They're going to catch up. Shy now taken down, the lion's share of the damage. League would have to do something ridiculous to try and get them back. And Twisted Minds have gotten into the lead. A massive pick on the Bastion. Paves the way forward for them now, and a Symbol could make this even more painful. Gushue's lost his grip on the fight, and Weibo might have lost theirs on the map. TBNT gets a free remake here. Quartz is a Deadeye. Coalescence got used to great effect, and there's a sound barrier in the back pocket. This is the moment for Twisted Minds to come alive.
And one of the things Twisted Minds is great at is using these TPs in combination with the Deadeye. There's Elysium falling, Deadeye sound barrier. Weibo fallen apart here at the end, Mitch. Now TM, they've blown it open. I feel like anything you get out of this is just
it's
icing
free.
on top of the cake for Twisted Minds. Not really looking for a map completion, but 2 minutes 30, this gives them a nice buffer.
Yeah, you turn it from one fight for Weibo to catch up into two, and that's when it starts to feel impossible, especially with only 2 minutes on the clock. Gushue gets a nano boost, but he's going to be brought down by Funny Astro. He cannot deal with the face full of damage leveled at him. Leave is trying to contest, trying to find a way to isolate
Remix
someone.
too.
Yeah, he's back in the fight. Catnap here for Lee Sumin, but Quartz has found Leave. He's taken down China's superstar, and that distance continues to get larger. And the pit in the Weibo Gaming stomach continues to feel deeper, feel more visceral, because they've lost their grip. They're out of control.
Maybe they do want a map completion. Shy, though. Nade, then an artillery shell, finishes off Quartz. UB will fall as well. Lee Sumin here going to try and protect Shy with his life. Shy ends up falling there towards the end, but still, the damage is done. Twisted Minds, man. An unbelievable 3 minutes from them to be able to get that lead.
We might just have seen Weibo lose their way into this map. They only have 1 minute and 23. There's multiple fights. I'm thinking 3 fights they have to win to match this total. They'd have to be simply perfect from here on out. And Twisted Minds are not going to give you a free lunch. Yubi, though, mulched up, turned into an easy snack. Leave, able to find Quartz in the end. And that's the start. That's the first step for Weibo. But it's not a revelation. That was a necessity.
The most important part is that it's not costly. Meteor Strike, right? If you're Twisted Minds, you're trying to take a fight or two like that, that forces out some more of these ultimates out of Weibo, kind of stacking something for big one last fight at the end.
Try playing forward, looking for an early pick. This is dangerous. It's a big risk to take, but he's committed to it. Here is Gushue turning up. Shy is down, and Yubi's pretty charged up.
Coalescence
have to think twice about this. Matt, I think Gushue's in trouble. He's down, and that's going to give control of the map back to Twisted Minds. Weibo have to take risks. They've got to go aggressive. They've got to get creative, but that one falls flat. And they're going to have one more chance to salvage this series.
Maka dies late here, Mitch. Astro going to move on back. They're not even going to touch this cart, right?
I don't see where the touch is supposed to come from. 2 maps down. They were written off. Everyone thought it was over. Weibo fans on their feet, already thinking of the next step. The Twisted Minds, tooth and nail, fought back into the game, and now Weibo are on their last legs. It's a 60-meter deficit. Quartz sitting comfortably behind the wall, looking to get a dead eye, but they're not ready for it. He brings the house down. Quartz with 2 off the dead eye, and Muck is being hunted just for sport. The result doesn't even matter. These minds twist Weibo Gaming's dream into another chapter of their own championship legend. The reverse sweep in the semi-finals gives Twisted Minds another crack at glory in Paris.
Just another devastating loss for Weibo Gaming. We were talking a little bit in that previous fight. I was mentioning how good Twisted is with like these dead eyes with the TPs. Lee Sumin don't see it coming. Massive dead eye to finish it off there from Quartz. So, I mean, Twisted Minds, right? Another grand final for them at the international stage. Really been the most consistent team, the best team in the world over the last year. Weibo so close yet again. Oh, devastating, as it'll be a long wait for them to get another shot. Another international championship here in the OWCS. It's going to take a while for them to get back to this moment.
The emotion in the arena is palpable. We're going to collect up some of it, including some thoughts from our victors with Ian on the stage.
Wow, I could barely hear myself down here. The Twisted Minds fans, as you might expect, losing their minds. I'm standing by with Funny Astro. Man, when you were 2-0 down, I think everybody was sitting here thinking you're cooked. What was it? Was it strats? Did you switch things up, or was it just sheer belief?
Map 1, they kind of surprised us with their comp. They had some good strats, so well played to them. Map 2, again, they played pretty well. We were playing off our game, and they had some good counters to us. But yeah, we managed to turn it around. We knew we were going to win in the end.
Do you know who else knew you were going to win? These guys down here, and they're in such close proximity to you. Can you hear that support? Can you feel it as you're going along?
Oh, the whole time. When we're down 2-0, hearing these guys in the background cheering along for us, it's incredible.
Just come here for 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm going off piece there a second. Guys, make some noise for Funny Astro right now. Now we can go back. I'm sorry. I just want you to have that moment real quickly here. You've got a target on your backs anywhere you go when you're a world champion in any esport. Did you feel that, and how impressed have you been with how your teammates have handled that pressure?
Oh, we feel no pressure when we play. We play like when we're at home, sat at our desks. Even better than that, to be honest. We love the pressure.
Look, I know you've already crushed a key. Speaking of pressure, we're going to crush another one, but we're going to head over to Yubi to do this for us. So thank you so much one more time, Funny Astro. Legend, come with me. Are you ready to crush a key?
Yes, I'm ready.
Did you imagine that this could have happened?
Yeah, it always happened against Team China.
Okay, get in there. Huge moment here as we crush what is a pivotal key. A semi-finalist is about to exit the competition. They conquered China. They challenged the world. But one final step proved too far. As Twisted Minds reverse sweep and crush the key of Weibo Gaming along with their championship dream. It ends here. Can I ask you one question? Do you mind? Come with me real quick. I've just got one quick question for you. You've now secured yourself in the grand final, Zeta Division. Come and see your fans. Are you going to be quiet now, guys? You've got him right here. Make some noise. How do you beat Zeta Division in the grand final?
I mean, we beat them in Japan Major, but now they're getting stronger, and we don't know there comes like Weibo. But we will try our best, and maybe we'll surprise them with a new composition.
Yubi, quick message for your fans here.
الله يسعدكم جميعا يا جماعة اللي تعانوا وحضر من السعودية الله يسعدكم جميعا. إن شاء الله اليوم نبيضها ونجيب الكاس.
Thank you very much. Best of luck in the grand final. It is locked in. Zeta Division versus Twisted Minds. Who'll take the trophy?
I don't know who's going to take the trophy, but I know I want that plushie. Congratulations to Twisted Minds on the most ridiculous reverse sweep of the weekend. I've got Jake, Zoe, and Reinforced to break it all down. This was 7 minutes of Gushue Doomfist domination, and smile on my face watching the Doom play. What was the swap towards the end that gave Twisted the edge?
It's the Moira, right? It's simple, having that read that what's more important than what he can produce on the Baptiste is what he can prevent on the Moira. Just being too slippery, being unkillable, that let the rest of the team really get to work. Once they sunk their teeth in, TVNT's Diva was just eating Weibo alive.
So the character we haven't seen all week comes into play in the final 3 minutes, so and gives them the dub.
Yeah, I mean, these are the risks you have to take, right, in order to come out on top here. But also on the other side, I think the individuals played so very well and have adapted throughout this series. So it's overall just been a really impressive performance from both of these teams. I want to give a shout out to Maka on the other side. I think Maka was a big playmaker, helping Gushue, enabling Gushue to land those kills, because those nades once again were absolutely unreal. I'm a big fan of that Maka Ana. I hope to see more of that in the future.
I thought having the Ana was going to give them the edge. Johnny, let's talk a little bit about Courts though in Yubi, because you heard Mr. X saying it. The teleport high noon combination has caught so many players off guard. That was the exclamation mark on the final map.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many teams play the Symmetra, but they can't execute like UB and Quartz can. And this is a rivalry that goes way back. You heard UB say, this always happens against Team China. And that was because in the Overwatch World Cup 2023, same thing, Team China up 2-0, and then Saudi Arabia, they reverse sweep on the back of UB and Quartz. They are used to taking down these storied players from China. They always make the reverse sweep happen, and they do it once more. Resilience is the word for me. That is what Twisted Minds is all about.
Mama Rack Attack, did you enjoy that game? Was it a good one? They're cheering on their former Team Liquid teammate as they will power through to the next round. Twisted Minds will be in the grand final. If you're a Weibo fan, though, you got to stay in the venue. Don't leave yet, because you're still playing for a place on the podium in our third place match a little bit later, Jake.
Yeah, that one could be pretty spicy. I mean, Weibo Gaming were really tried and tested, but to bring Twisted Minds to 5, I mean, we talk about them pulling off these reverse sweeps, but they also drop a lot of brutal 3-0 beatdowns. So I'm very impressed with what Weibo showed, not only today, but through this tournament. I think they're going to be a fierce contender. And for T1, we got to remember, they got bulldozed to start the day. Are they really going to be able to pick themselves up and come back to show us something competitive in the third, fourth?
So if you're just joining us, we need to catch you up on all of the action. Walk me through our quarterfinals into the semifinals today.
Right on, yeah. Twisted Minds kind of rolled over a GK there very early on, and then Weibo surprised us all with a very convincing victory over Space Station Gaming, which we're running out of gas very quickly. Zeta Division absolutely annihilated Dallas Fuel. Like that was a brutal beatdown, and then a brutal beatdown also from T1 over Crazy Raccoon, which probably is the biggest surprise here for sure.
And then, of course, you just saw the Game 5 after a 3-0 beatdown started their day as Zeta Division was the first in the championship matchup. Johnny, will we get to a Game 5 in that series? It'll be 1st to 4 in the grand final.
I'd love to see it, but me and Jake were actually talking about it. Now, if you're Weibo Gaming, you went map 5. That's a lot of adrenaline expended in that series. Meanwhile, T1, maybe they have an opportunity to go grab lunch, get rested, prepare for this third place match. This is a really important map, though. The difference in prize money is huge for third and fourth, and obviously you want the club championship points here at the Esports World Cup too, so a lot on the line for these two teams still.
We're getting photobombed by moms here at EWC. You love to see it. Jake, before we go to commercial break, we're going to see T1 against Weibo. Why should people stick around for that third place matchup?
I think this is a huge mental test for T1 in particular. Weibo, I'd call them the heavy favorites right now. They look good. I think they can come out of that last match with their heads held high, right? It's not the result you wanted, but you've still proven, I think, to a lot of fans here in Paris and back in China that these players can still do it. They can still hang with the best of the best. And for T1, I mean, that was a hopeless first match to start that day. They were destroyed. If they can pick themselves back up, that would be a serious feather in the cap with those young players who still have a lot more in their careers to show us.
Serious money on the line, and of course, those club championship points. 2 more matches still to go, and let me let you know right now, you're going to want to stay tuned, because when we come back, it is a special dev segment from Blizzard right here from EWC after this.
Push. Give me. Just use full. Don't worry about leave points. Tracer. Come point. Bastard. 3 2 كل باص تبي هنا خذ تبي او كل باص Doom. Only fuck. Just Doom.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hi everyone, I'm Kitty and I'm here at the EWC Arena to show you around. For those who didn't know, if you're coming here at the EWC Arena, you have a chance to win some very cool stuff. PlayStation 5, computers, if you're spinning the wheel, you can do challenges, you have a vault. Why would you not come here? Speaking of activities you can do here at the EWC Arena, you can play games. And speaking of gaming, I'm a game addict myself, so I'm just gonna drop the mic and start playing. You can come in here and have a lot of different activities, learning about Korea, the culture, the things you can do over there. You have VR, you have PlayStation right behind me. It's just awesome. You also have different booths for French orgs. Vitality right behind me. You have Carmine Corp, Gentlemate. You can maybe meet your favorite players. Sometimes this place is packed, so make sure you're coming in. yet another place where you can go and you can have nice little setups where you can game, you can rest over there. This place evolves every week. Most likely it's gonna evolve next week as well, so make sure you tune in. The more the merrier, so please bring your friends along, because after sitting here all day, you might want to play some games, basketball, football, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna play as well. Well, displaying the best esports in the world here at the EWC Arena. We had Valorant on the first week, we had League of Legends on the second, we had EAFC, now Overwatch, and we're gonna wrap it all up with CS2. I'm so excited. We are here at the trophy area where the champions rise above. Speaking of champions, every week we have different champions for each game finishing, and the losers get their key crushed in, being in the sand right next to me. But I have one more question. Who is gonna lift that precious club championship trophy? We'll know by the end of August. If you want to finish your journey the best way, you can buy souvenirs here, jerseys and other stuff that are very cool. I have myself some jerseys I prefer more than others, so make sure you're coming here and experience EWC yourself.
What's up, everybody? I am here at the STC Arena. It is a packed house. We got fans cheering for their favorite teams. And I thought, because there's so many clever signs like this, why don't we go around and take a look at some of these amazing signs together? Amazing drawing. I love the Tracer, Reaper, Zenyatta as well, and Jetpack Cat as well. If I have to rate this, I would give it 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Hey, what's your name?
Natalie.
Okay, so can you explain what I'm seeing right now? I'm guessing you're a Zeta Division fan, and you are an amazing artist. What do you have to say?
Thank you. Well, first, thank you so much. Then I drew pretty much all of the main heroes of the players. So, of course, Anna for Shu, Lucio for Violet, Diva for Bernard, Tracer for Proper, and Sojun for Knife, because I think they are absolutely amazing, and I'm so happy to see them in real life. This is absolutely amazing.
I just saw something. Why is Bernard crying? Why is Bernard's Diva the only one that is crying? It's crying. Everyone else is happy, and then Bernard's just crying here.
The tank is always the one that suffers the most. Pretty much.
I mean, fantastic drawing. Now I have to give my rating. I'm going to give you, honestly, 9 out of 10. Fantastic drawing. It's cute. They have personality. You even have the players' names on it. Fantastic job. Can you guys explain me what I'm looking at?
Okay, so this one is a Zarya bug. Like it's a voice line that she says when she's in the spawn, and the voice was kind of like robotic.
Yeah.
And so it was really funny, and it became like a meme.
And you as well. That is something I'm very familiar with. Can you say it in your own voice?
And they say, 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 and they say.
Very funny. All right, I have to rate it now. It's usually drawings on the signs, but I will give you guys both, ladies, 8 out of 10s. Happy? And they say, 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 is Chinese Overwatch really back? Or do you believe?
I have hopes. I truly believe this time. We have broken the curse with Falcon, so I think we have the strength to do this.
And where did you find this? I think it's from the cinematic, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, it's the Overwatch 2 cinematic. Monsieur is Overwatch back, so I think I try to do the Chinese version.
Pretty clever, pretty clever. All right, my rating for this one, I'm gonna have to give it 7 out of 10. All right, guys, I found another amazing artist. She's like locked in right now, so I don't want to bother her, but take a look right there. Right there. Juno, look at that beautiful drawing. Oh my God. Peps fans there's a lot of great artists. Yeah. Buy the bundle maybe. Yeah, support her. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have found our winner for the Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think I found my one. I think we found the winner for the best sign here at EWC. It is not one sign, it is multiple signs put together. I'm here with the Shoe Alliance, everybody. Take a look. Yeah, let's go Shoe! All right, how long did it take for you to make this drawing?
About 10 minutes. I did it before the match started.
You drew this in 10 minutes. You can give me 10 years, I probably wouldn't have finished this.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. Do you have anything you want to say to Shu?
Oh, thank you for inspiring me so much. Sorry, I'm really nervous. Thank you for inspiring me so much. You're a really, really good support player. I love you so much and I hope Zeta win.
Zeta will be going on to the final, so we have more opportunities to show the sign, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Chris Puckett here, live from Paris at EWC. It's the mid-season championship, and while we're getting ready for our third-place match, we have a very special preview of Season 4 from our friends at Blizzard. Let's take a look.
Everyone, with data from map voting, we're listening to player feedback regarding maps. So, in Season 4, we're giving 3 core maps all new reworks. When we approach reworks, we first consider alleviating pain points for players with an updated layout before handing the map off to the art team to work their magic on the new canvas. And when possible, we'll be updating our maps to support major story beats. But that's enough of me talking about the map reworks. Let's actually take a look at them together, starting with Pariso. When exiting the attacker spawn, make sure to swing by the new poolside. After basking in the view, let's head towards the capture point. Right away, you'll notice a brand new statue of the Vishkar Corporation's heiress. Although Domina may paint herself as the generous benefactor of Pariso, I assure you, some friendly faces are fighting back too. As we continue on to point 2, the people of Pariso are preparing for parade. From a level design perspective, we've made targeted layout updates to add new routes, improved flanks, and high ground access to help relieve pressure at the main choke. And the art team had an absolute blast decorating for the parade and adding new music. But the party is really happening on point 3. Step into the upgraded club Synesthesia. The art team added more music, a frog paludarium, and a brand new dance floor. By the way, if you're playing Lucio, you'll discover the club really reacts when you drop the beat. Next up, we'll be traveling to the outskirts of Stuttgart, Germany. Eichenwald was originally released in 2016, but it's always been a little too defender favored. The goal of this rework is to make the map more attacker-friendly with a primary focus on the area outside of the castle grounds. Coming out of spawn, we'll follow along the right and take the elevator up to the new attacker high ground. Or, if you want a more exciting rollout, you can take the right flank. We've extended the platform on both sides because, well, A lot of players were falling to their deaths trying to take it. On point 2, we've added a staircase to help attackers summit the ramparts. And we've added a jump pad, because level designers love jump pads. If you find someone is taking advantage of the jump pad, we've added a very discreet window for you to keep an eye on them. Making our way into the castle interior, we've added a unique spawn room window, so defenders have a new way to join the chaos for a brawl on final point. And last, but certainly not least, let's take a look at Busan. For downtown, we focused on opening up the map more to avoid choke points where players were getting stuck. We also changed up some of the longer sight lines. We'll start in the downtown karaoke spawn room. When you come out of the door, you'll notice the city has been attacked by the Junkers. On every corner, there's more destruction, graffiti, and keepsakes the Junkers left behind. I'm so relieved that the cow didn't get popped in all the chaos. The tower on the capture point has been taken over by the Junkers and modified with a brand new look. And of course, that means another jump pad. Our intention here was to change how the point feels to play. We'll be listening closely to feedback for how it's received. As we approach spawn, you'll notice Jiggly Cow has a new friend, Jiggly Pig. Next up, we're headed to Busan Sanctuary. Starting at the Tiger spawn room, we'll take the main route to peer into the new window overlooking the capture point. To match the summer season, the trees and foliage have been updated to a vibrant green. Next, we'll take a right to admire the new mineral spring. Our art director felt this added a layer of specificity and authenticity to the map. The mineral spring is a place where the water is abundant and used for fulfilling wishes. Then we'll pass by the wooden drum and head to point. But it seems even Sanctuary isn't safe from the Junker attack. On the horizon, you can see the Junker mothership. We've also made some updates to the playable ground, and okay, they also took out the suspension bridge. Let's go to Mecha Base. Starting in the training room, we'll follow along the clearly marked yellow road, passing where an experimental EMP is supposed to be. We'll swing right, and it looks like Daehyun isn't working on any more upgrades at the moment. We'll exit the capture point, through the exterior door, back along the new flank route, and return to the other spawn room. And finally, our tour concludes in the living quarters for the Mecha Squad pilots. Whether you're spending your summer vacation in sunny Busan, the renovated castle at Eichenwald, or poolside in Priso, we look forward to seeing you when Season 4 launches on August 11th.
No. Not today, no.
Oh, come on! Let's fast forward to August 6th. I need to know what's going to happen. Let's react, though, to what we just witnessed because Season 4 is about to get spicy. Jake, your biggest smile came from the jump pads.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Who doesn't love a good jump pad? No, but I think the Paraiso rework looks really good. That map has been really unpopular and top competitive play. And honestly, with the rework, it's going to look a lot more interesting. I think we'll see a lot more people, teams really trying to go that direction. Those reworks all look pretty exciting, so I'm curious to get my hands on them in this upcoming season.
Johnny, you piped up most when Eichenwald came around. Is that just because it brought back the Reinhardt Corey days, or what are you excited about there?
I mean, attacking second on Eichenwald, they're just like, yeah, they're on the castle right above us, and now we have to, like, unprotected, walk towards, push the cart. Like, some changes to that map was much needed, and I'm really happy the Overwatch team stepped in.
Zoe, the pig had me giggling. What has you excited?
I mean, yeah, Jiggly Pig, definitely a strong contender, but I'm with Jake here at Paraiso. Adding more cover to that map is just so needed, especially when you play ratty like me.
It's time to talk about our third place matchup, or as they call it here in France, La Petite Finale. T1 versus Weibo Gaming. This should be a fun one, especially if you just watch Weibo. They were taking the absolute distance by Twisted Minds. On the other side, T1 with a crazy upset over the Raccoon yesterday. Then they fall in a brutal beatdown. I'd love to start with T1, and let's talk about where they struggled at the start of the day. because this was a one-sided affair. Johnny, they scored 0% in control.
I mean, a lot of people asked, did this team go missing? Because that was not even remotely close to what we saw from them yesterday when they took down the Crazy Raccoon. We hyped up. We said that Proud and Cess, they were looking like players that could compete with the very best. But they were pretty quiet today. Now, it was a really difficult compositional matchup, but I think they'll have an easier time here against Weibo Gaming. So I think the T1, even though they looked so poor going into today, now they have an opportunity to secure third place.
I felt like they got bullied by the Ana. Are they getting bullied by all supports? Is there anything you can ban out if you're T1 this time around against Weibo?
To be honest, I feel like you just don't want to think too much about this first match.
Okay.
This first match, it was not about comps. It was not about strategy. This was a question of veterancy and a question of experience. You know, I think beating Crazy Raccoon was a huge performance, a huge moment for T1, but maybe almost too big, right? Because then they come into this Zeta match, the lights just got too bright. This just wasn't the T1 that we've seen elsewhere in this tournament. This is, for me, I don't even think about strategy here. This is just about, can you mentally reset and actually bring your best self here up against Weibo Gaming? We've seen that that's possible for T1. They can compete with the best, but they didn't today, and that match was just a couple hours ago, so it takes a lot to mentally reset.
The good news is you played first. You have that time to reset, and when you were playing well, you looked incredible. Let's take a look at that Crazy Raccoon matchup. Zoe, what caught your eye yesterday when T1 was finding their win?
Well, honestly, I think it was the DPS line for them, right? I think Proud and Zess have been stepping it up each and every single series that they played this tournament so far, except from the last one we saw where, as you said, they kind of went missing. But other than that, I think if Zest and Proud can play on the same level and then some, they could be considered the favorite in this one.
Zest was looking great on all of the hit scan. The Reaper, though, was my favorite, and we caught up with him before the match. Here he is with Danny Lim.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with Zest from T1, getting ready for his match happening very, very soon for the 3rd and 4th place. Zest, I gotta talk really quickly about your match against Zeta Division. It was an unfortunate loss. How are you feeling right now? 자, 방금 이제 제타와의 경기가 끝나고 좀 아쉬웠던 패배했던 것 같습니다. 좀 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단은 게임 끝난 지 조금 됐는데 최대한 졌던 거는 생각 안 하려고 하고 있고 최대한 털어버리고 그냥 3, 4위전 잘할 생각하고 있습니다.
It's been some time since our first match against Zeta has happened. I'm trying to just forget about it and focus on what is left, which is the 3rd, 4th match. And I think that I'm going to just focus on that. And that is what I'm trying to do. All right. Do you have anything that you want to say to your fans before your 3rd and 4th place match? 자, 그러면 팬들에게 지금 이제 마지막 한 경기만 남았습니다. 3위전이 남았는데 팬들에게 하실 말씀 있으시면 한마디 부탁드릴게요.
네, 이번 3, 4위전은 아까 같은 경기력 절대 안 보여드릴 거고 최대한 후회 없이 하고 오겠습니다. 많은 응원 부탁드립니다.
Thank you for all the support and continue to support us. I promise that our play on stage will be very different from what you guys saw from our previous match against Zeta Division. This one is going to be very different. I am going to give it our all. All right, Zest, thank you so much. Best of luck. 화이팅 하시기 바랍니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Zest, for taking time before this 3rd place matchup. On the other side of the fight, though, we have a team that is very familiar with this foe. Weibo still looking for a major upset. Do they get it now? Do they place on the podium here at EWC for the midseason championship?
You know, in that last series, guys, I was so confident in Twisted Minds, and they did bring it home in the end. But honestly, just seeing this tournament, the way that these Chinese players have brought it back together, have resurrected some of these great moments in their history in Overwatch to deliver impressive performances. I want to see this Chinese team on the podium, of course, looking ahead to the World Finals. So I have a lot of faith here in Weibo Gaming. T1, they need to be completely 180. You know, for Weibo, if they can just play as they did in this last series, I have every confidence that they'll be the 3rd place team today.
So back when you and I were Diamond players, we got there with you on the Diva and me, of course, playing Pharah and the Doomfist. I love seeing that from these guys, but what is your favorite part of Weibo Gaming?
Honestly, I think it's the backline that stepped it up. I think Lee So-min's cat has been phenomenal for them. We talked about the positioning, repositioning that Lee So-min has shown us, and it just adds so many layers of threat from that roster, and then of course the tanks as well. Just overall, I feel like the team has leveled up tremendously in like every category. They're pro, they're star players, the veterans. They're back to former glory, to that kind of form, and now they have those new pieces with Sunzo in the mix as well.
I love seeing the cat Bastion shy with the Bastion, was tearing through competition on Route 66, and we caught up with him before his matchup. Here's what he had to say.
Hey guys, I'm here joined by Shai from Weibo Gaming and of course June here to help with the translation as well. Shai, I just want to say your match against TM was so close, but you guys fell short just a little bit. But you guys, I mean, for Chinese Overwatch and Weibo Gaming coming into top 4, I feel like that is a big achievement. Are you still proud of that result?
那么欢迎大家，我们在这里的选手晒在这里。今天呢，这场比赛非常的激烈，那么你离这个获胜呢就差那么一点点。但是不管怎么说，我们的微博的团队仍然是成为了这个守望先锋的游戏当中的至少是前4名的这样的一个位置。对于你来讲，你是否觉得依然是一个巨大的突破，是一个成就呢？
我觉得我们能站到这里是我们团队选手、教练还有管理层一起共同努力所获得的这个位置，所以我非常为他们感到骄傲。
Yes, I'm still very proud of everybody in this team. Our team players, our coaches, everybody have worked so hard, and we are here now today. So I'm still very proud of everybody.
Yeah. And your day's just not over just yet. You guys have one more match for the 3rd and 4th place. You guys are going up against T1 Shai. How confident are you for that match?
那么你其实这个比赛并没有结束，你们还有另外一场比赛要针对这个 T1。对于这样接下来的一场比赛，你是如何期待的呢？
我觉得作为我们团队来讲，既然结果如此了，那就坦然接受一点，就是放开心去迎接下一场的比赛吧。
So I think as a team we accept now we lost the match we just had, but then we will calm down and then we will do the next match better.
Okay, all right. Shai, June, thank you so much. Best of luck in your match against T1. Jayo!
Yeah.
Jayo.
That is Shai from Weibo Gaming, and with 45 seconds before this match kicks off, I need the official prediction starting with the tall one.
I got T1 in this one. I think that loss from Weibo was too mentally tolling.
I go with Weibo. I believe China #1. Let's go. Let's do it. This is the year.
Weibo is going to finish on the podium, according to Zoe and Johnny. What about you?
Jayo, baby. Jayo.
And what does that translate to for all of us watching the English
Pour some oil
broadcast?
on. Let's go Weibo Gaming, baby. I think 3-1 or 3-0. I think they're going to bring the heat in this.
Shai has been around for as long as I can remember. It's time for him to get at least a bronze and the paycheck that comes with it. Let's jump into the match on the main stage.
Bon, mesdames et messieurs, soyons honnêtes, la 3e place, c'est rarement le match que des compétiteurs ont envie de jouer. Let's be dead honest, it's rarely what a competitor wants to run for 3rd place match.
Yeah, absolutely. Neither of our 2 competitors here woke up this morning wanting to fight for a bronze medal, but here we are. It's a tough old game, Lou.
Yeah, indeed, effectivement, mais ce match, il importe énormément pour les clubs. Il y a beaucoup d'enjeux. There is a lot on the line for their organization.
Absolutely. Another big chunk of change is up for grabs. Huge club championship points and, of course, the honor of leaving Paris on a W.
Yann le dit mieux que moi, effectivement, on peut partir de Paris sur une victoire, avoir plus de points de championnat et également, évidemment, l'honneur. And I think it's time for us to welcome our 2 teams.
I think it is indeed. Let's welcome first, Weibo Gaming! Here they are again. They came within a second single map of a grand final. 2 maps up against the reigning world champions, only to watch that series slip away in a heartbreaking reverse sweep. Now comes another tough test. You got to reset, you got to respond if you want to leave Paris with a place on the podium.
Again, and one last time, please make some noise for T1! They brought us an insane show here in Paris, taking down big favorites, showing insane resilience. Ils ont créé des upsets, ils ont créé la surprise et nombreux sont leurs fans en Corée comme en France. They want to leave France with the chin up with one last win in the bag. But will Weibo deny that?
Two teams who've had phenomenal performances here in Paris. It's Weibo versus T1. The battle for third place is on.
Two teams with very different journeys to make it to this third, fourth match here, Moxie. T1 going down in a 3-0 beatdown versus Zeta. Weibo Gaming, on the other hand, a grueling map 5 reverse sweep. But, like they mentioned down on the stage, they want to leave here with their heads held high and find that podium finish.
Two very different play styles from both of these teams as well. T1 more than happy to call themselves one of the best at fighting into those sim teams, but Weibo had counter-sim strategies of their own. The Gushway Doomfist.
The Goosh Doomfist.
The Goosh is loose in 2026.
You know, I bumped into TVNT behind stage after that win there, and I said, did you actually expect Gushway to rock the Doomfist? And he was like, no. He had no idea that was going to... He was just slamming into us, and it felt like we could do nothing. I even pulled the hog out, and I couldn't even hook the guy. T1, obviously, they would have seen that, so maybe expecting some Gushway Doomfist if it requires.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Doomfist is more a counter-sim strategy, right? Be able to just disrupt before the team can find those reposition opportunities. Plus, it's the surprise factor. So now that that secret's more out in the open, it's likely that we see Gushway go things like the Ramatra or the Mauga. Also kept Quartz heavily occupied, right? Even when the Sojourn ban was burnt, he couldn't go to the Sojourn because the Doomfist required the Cassidy to keep in check instead. But both of these teams were prepared to take down Symmetra teams. Both of these teams don't really use sim strats themselves.
Yeah, leave that to the EMEA teams.
And some of the Korean teams, now that that strategy has widened out to the rest of the world.
Yeah, this one, it feels like it's going to be a heavy presence on the DPS. Zest, too, has been very flexible over the last tournament. There's so many, even we've seen Venture from Zest, we've seen a whole bunch from him and Proud.
A lot of the Vendetta. A lot of Vendetta, and it's always been target banned as we head to our first control map, which will be, no surprises, Nepal.
Oh, man. They're banning the Donghak ball. Come on. Shion banned for D1 on the other side.
Yeah, Donghak Wrecking Ball, it's always a safe call on Nepal, especially up against like maps like Shrine. It's so problematic to split your attention, and Donghak is one of the best, probably rivaled by Jumbin in that regard when it comes to the Wrecking Ball. Or if you've been following the World Cup scene, some would say potentially the rising star of Golden Pants as well. But
there's a lot of good ball players.
The ball has been taken out back, sadly, as has that Shion something else, which is heavily targeted versus Weibo. So Zest will be able to play the Vendetta if he so chooses. Donghak can go for the Mauga to match Gushway if he wants.
Come on, Bliss. Yeah, you just got to play the cat here, surely. Spin the secret sauce. Marker with a quick speed ring out here.
Huge match.
Weibo Gaming.
No advantage for both of these teams. The only change will be Proud on that Emre to try to duel out Shy in the sky.
I've really liked the Emre recently. I think it's very good at, chunking out, obviously, Shy, Lee Soo-min, first to go down to Bliss. They do trade their tank for it, though, but numbers advantage here for T1. Proud jumps into the backline. Handley takes the duel, hitting that strafe. You see that on leave? Nasty stuff there from Proud to start us off with. But despite Gushway surviving in that fight, As soon as that cardiac overdrive runs out, that's his life soon to follow. It will be the point for T1 first.
Well, Proud does fall, but Maka goes down for the side of Weibo late. So T1 first cap, Weibo Gaming having to wait for all of their players to push back through. We just see the outline of Zest. Hold up around corner. We see him. Gushwei did not.
Oh, whoa, all good though. Marcus got a TP, so it's fine. Teleport to the high ground there for Zest now. Shy's going to get stunned. That was probably Donghag just charging in. Gushwei's going to do exactly the same thing to Proud there. So an even trade, you got to say. It's up to the Reapers to get in the business now. Skewed got the rush super early. Could just rip it. Just grab a quick team fight. And yeah, Gushwei ends up going down too. Shy is going to try and make a difference with the ult. Although with stationary targets like this, they've all been funneled into Leave. Leave takes 2 kills of his own. As Weibo Gaming still in this fight. Although saying that, the point's still in the favor of T1, plus Proud being on high ground. Yeah, he's a tough cookie to deal with.
Yeah, but Weibo do have that rush that T1 have to respect so far. Proud about to come online with the override protocol. Pair that into the rush, you can shut it down.
Yeah, perfectly timed rush there. Bliss is going to go in for the catnap and instant Suzu from Marker is going to make sure no one is dragged out of the fight. Living weapon, override protocol does absolutely nothing for Proud.
This is great for Weibo as well, because now you can scout out which lane Proud tries to take. And yeah, he knows the Emre so much more difficult to put into positions once you have to play the retake, as we get to see how exactly that one-sided rush benefited Shy on the Bastion. So much high damage output, not enough sustainability to be able to survive directly into the face of it as T1 cage Death Blossom combo. But you have to first get past the bouncer that is Shy.
Oh, there's the cage. Death Blossom from Zest going to kill Marker instantly, but here comes the artillery barrage. Leave's going to rip one of his own too and kill Bliss. 1v1, Leave, Zest.
Oh.
Gentleman screaming here, maybe not. Oh, Zest narrowly killed Leave there. Missed a couple of shots, but all good. Weibo Gaming still in control. And they should be for the foreseeable future. Just need to clear Zest off the side ground.
Oh, T1, don't die this late! Oh, that's brutal. Skewed goes down. He's the one that T1's looking to have the rush advantage over Maka.
Well, they're saying that. Shice ends up going down as well. Lee Min goes for the catnap there on the Bastion. Proud is kind of dangling around currently. No focus fire though from Weibo Gaming. Couldn't get in a position to actually punish.
No flip yet from T1-2. Now the objective. No, I say that someone else is still contesting it.
Nice little stun stomp there from Donghak. That'll do it. Gushwei, Lee Min, Leave already dead. T1 with a quick flip.
Okay, T1 now built up artillery strike to keep Weibo Gaming off their backs for when this next fight happens, so they should be able to surpass the point percent and put us into final fight territory. Weibo though, they'll take that little bit of time required to build up rush to match.
I like how Proud in the positioning right now. Bliss is kind of dangling him over this choke point. Shy on the other side though. Just going to wait to take the duel, I'd imagine. Playing a little bit more safe. Oh, trying to go for a surprise tactic here, but looks like Proud's got different ideas. They end up swinging into the choke point, but Proud does end up going down. Shy shooting with the back that whole time. Hitting that crit spot. Oh, a big stun though from Bliss again. Hits Gushwei and Leave in the front line. They still end up coming out with kills though. With OT in session, however, T1 have still got the cats on the point trying to defend. Lee Min chased away. Bliss healed up all the way to full. They're going in for the 1v1. Oh, Bliss ends up winning it. Gushwei though dips his head in and declaws Bliss. Donghak drops down the cage. He's got Skewed in his back. It should be a fairly easy fight, but Shy from downtown ends up deleting him with the artillery barrage. And now 2 miniguns versus 1. You take your chances here if you're the Mauga any day of the week. Donghak tearing him to shreds. Oh, long range ult as well from Proud onto the point. Might not even need it, to be fair. Zest, I think, has already done enough. Oh, he still gets a kill. All good. Teleport to the high ground for Zest as they just managed to rout Weibo. Only Gushwei left, but you're not going to last too much longer, my guy. Not happening.
Yeah, this round is done. Great use of Death Blossom there from Zest. Manages to see where exactly that Reaper will be teleporting. He has to just go past the choke, past the Mauga, onto point to keep the overtime in play. So when he does show up on point, he's instantly met with both barrels of that Death Blossom.
Coming into this series, Moxie, I kind of set it up in the beginning, but I mean, how would you be feeling? What position would you rather be in? Weibo's or T1's? Weibo, obviously, map 5 banger, reverse sweep, or T1, who got kind of stopped by Zaya. What mental position would you rather be in?
For Weibo, it's rough because you have to reset. You came so close to finals, you probably did not think you would find yourself in this position. And it was instantly off of that last match, as opposed to T1, who had sort of like sit with the knowledge that they did not make it, but did have that time to be able to sort of talk to the coaches, look at the VODs, as we instantly get ready to go into Sanctum, and Weibo have swapped up their comp. Shy is on that Freya, trying to be problematic to Zest and Proud.
Oh, nice stuff by Marco there. Throws the nade and is going to be able to dodge out of the way. Receives the Suzu. Both supports under a heavy duress hit. Weibo Gaming turning their attention to Donghack, who's acting like a rather large tracer in the back line. Very quick springboard back in for Weibo Gaming as Marco ends up staying alive.
Yeah, Weibo are being very aggressive as well with the composition, despite this lack of Lucio or Juno to be able to push them forward directly into T1's faces as Proud down. Good anti onto Bliss as well. T1 have to call the shots off of this, but Weibo, they just take the black plank and T1 get boxed totally out of space.
Oh, nice positioning from Leave. Beast mode on the Tracer.
Oof. It's so tough trying to push into a Tracer with a Kiriko pocket, because for Weibo, you're happy to just hold that lane so that Proud and Zest can't get past, right? And then you just hold down the fort with things like your Pulse Bomb, your Bolas to stop T1 from pushing in until Maka has Nano Boost.
All right, Zest, no Pulse Bomb in hand, just trying to head out the Ana in the neutral. Very close to Nano. Looks like Gushue not receiving the heals required there as Marco was preoccupied by Zest. Forced to hit the recall anyway. Job's done, honestly. Marco can't move here at all. Eventually, Zest finds his mark. Really good kind of like pacing there from Zest.
Yeah, Weibo with controlling one lane, but not keeping that eye on where Zest could just pop up with that double blink to put the pressure on the Ana and take the resources that were keeping Gushue on the Orisa up as Weibo are still just fighting.
Yeah, Gushue ends up spear spinning Zest into the sidelines as Leave also ends up going for the trade there. Gushue pretty low. He's got a spear spin straight into the spear downtown, but you know, he goes a little bit wide. Not a problem. Donghack's still in the back line though somehow. Don't know how bro's still alive. I'm going to be honest here. Someone needs to take care of him. Nice spear into the wall. Proud ends up sliding away with the golden Gushue. Ends up taking him out regardless. Here's the cage too. This fight has gone on for way too long here. When was the last time we saw a fight here last this long? Both rushes used on top of each other as well. Donghack is still alive. Kill this man. Lee Soo-min finds him in the end. T1 still in control of the point too. So Weibo have to clean this one up and then run 700 miles to the point.
That's the thing for T1, right? You're happy to keep that fight going because you're fully in control of the point. So that makes up for Weibo winning the previous ones and holding you at choke. Leave with the Pulse Bomb, but now has to walk into T1, who'll be able to see him coming and Suzu it. So all eyes fall to Shine.
Donghack's really just playing bigger Tracer here. The Falcon, he's taking it off. He's running into the backline again.
Yep.
Marco's going to go really low. There is the overrun kill onto Lee Soo-min. I really like the way Donghack's playing right now. He's playing with anger, fury, vengeance, maybe. That is what's filling his heart right now.
He's also playing safe with the knowledge that Weibo have no way to disengage from Slam. There's no Lucio, there's no Sim, there's no Juno. If he gets to that back line, and Maka does not have things like the anti for the self-heal, he's dead. So he goes on to the cat instead. Much harder for the Mauga to slam on top too.
Yeah, I mean, don't think Donghack's going to be doing that a moment longer. Not with the cat, like you said. No chance to actually connect with the backline, so he can return from being the big Tracer to just the big Mauga instead. Although saying that, he's in the backline again, Moxie, so what do I know? Here we go, Proud. All right, eventually Proud is taken care of, but Donghack taking them to spawn again. Gushue just going to get run over. A Terror Surge in the middle of no man's land at this point. Donghack's just going to go in anyway. That's free charge for my supports, thank you very much. Takes a tickle in the damage as T1 go for the spawn door touch. A slide out from Shy to try and get into the fight once again, but there's nowhere nearby for Weibo Gaming. No chance to touch the point, and T1 end the first map 2-1.
A very strange Sanctum, I think we can both agree on based on where all of those fights were occurring. Just Donghack taking full advantage, being able to Mauga slam forward. Like, Maka last fight actually goes for the Tracer carry to drop him close enough behind enemy lines that he can go jump proud. At which point the communication is just like, hey, I have two on me, one of them's the cat, let's just push forward when the Ana is vulnerable.
They look completely unfazed, honestly, Moxie, T1. This is looking like the team I was expecting against Zeta Division. I want to see if they can continue this. Now, map number 2 coming up in just a moment, but we're a very special couple of guests down in the audience. Lou with a couple on their honeymoon.
Indeed, very special guests here in the City of Love, and I'm so glad to be with Cam and Peyton, who have very important news to share.
We got married.
We're on our honeymoon.
Honeymoon here in Paris, coming to see the Overwatch Mid-Season Championship. We're very honored to have you here, of course. Can you tell us about the story that you have with that game?
Yeah, so we started playing together pretty much as soon as we got stating because it was COVID, so had a lot of that to do.
A lot of free time and you started gaming together. Donc effectivement, on est en notre lune de miel, on vient de se marier et on a commencé à jouer ensemble à Overwatch dès qu'on a commencé à date puisque c'était le Covid et qu'il y avait beaucoup de free time. And I want to know how's been Paris? Have you done any romantic stuff? How's the food?
Oh, everything here is amazing. Gorgeous city, friendly people, amazing. We'll definitely come back.
Friendly people, I'm very happy to hear that because we don't often get that feedback. Guys, on peut faire du bruit s'il vous plaît? I love that, friendly people. Effectivement, on se régale à Paris. Les gens sont incroyables. La ville est trop belle. On mange trop bien. And last but not least, your story is truly moving to, a couple of gamers. So is there anything you want to share with maybe gaming couples that are watching us?
If your PC's from the same room, get good headphones. Your friends will thank you.
Si vous jouez dans la même... yeah, that's so accurate, man. Si vous jouez dans la même pièce, soyez sûr d'avoir un très bon casque et un bon micro et vos amis vous remercieront. And what about you, Peyton?
People can say what they want about gamers. Gamers find true love too.
Beautiful, periods. On peut dire ce qu'on veut. Les gamers aussi trouvent leur autre moitié, évidemment. And in the City of Love, I'm gonna let you do your thing before we get back to the game. But there's no more time for love here because on the server, the teams need to get back on track.
Thank you very much, Lou. Yeah, honestly, a really nice story. See? Gamers can find love.
It's a meet cute.
Gamers can find love. There it is. It's wonderful to see them here at Mid-Season Championship. As we get back into the game, T1 taking that first map against Weibo Gaming.
So that's going to be Neon Junction, right?
Most probably.
That we turn to second with, let me guess, the spicy Gushway sub out for Sunzo. Daring today, are we, Weibo?
That is a very good love sign. Excellent. Let's have a look. Are we going to see Sunzo? Yes, we are. Okay, Gushway out. Sunzo back in. Alrighty. Now, we didn't see the Gushway Doomfist, sadly. But
well,
a little bit more telegraphed here from Sunzo.
We saw 0.5 seconds of it.
Oh, sure.
When he panicked and realized that they had to try to find a way past T1 to touch the point. But yes, no. Not as much value from the Gushway Doomfist that we had previously. Like I said, it's more counter-symmetric strategy, also forcing quads to have to hold onto the cast as opposed to the Sojourn, which is a good way outside of the ban draft of keeping him off his best hero. Speaking about ban draft, earlier on we did get to see Sunzo banned out of the Sigma and have to flex onto that Ramatra. Some teams as well have tried, since Weibo have been playing Neon Junction a whole lot. Oh, you're happy with
Two signs I can clap my little hands to and slap my belly. More Alari skins? Yes. Nerf Malga? I'll never say no. Thank you very much.
I don't think any of us would fight on a potential...
No one
Malga.
is going to complain.
No, not even the tank players as well, probably.
Absolutely nobody. So W sign. W sign. Now, Sunzo in. Neon Junction. Let's take a peek. Give me a shot of the screen. No, not quite. Not quite. We'll see where we end up going.
Look, your
producer, let
other
me know.
choices are Paraiso before it gets its lovely little map.
That's
overhaul.
never getting chosen, I'm sorry.
And Eichenwald also before it gets its new season map overhaul. So let's pretend to be surprised when we zoom out.
No way.
No way! Neon
Junction?
Junction? You don't say.
Wow, even the producer, wow. Vendetta ban and a Diva ban here for map number 2. I'm sad they're taking away the Vendetta. I think that comp has been so good for T1. The Xion Vendetta, just all-out brawl up in your face, not letting you breathe for a single moment. It has been what they've relied on a lot throughout this entirety of this tournament, in all honesty. It has been their signature flavor of this meta.
Yeah. These teams don't play Sim. You have no reason to target out the Sim. You don't have to worry about a team being teleported outside of choke. What you do have to worry about is a Vendetta Xion walking to those spaces. And literally just taking over those side lanes, holding the high ground on the left, holding that hallway on the right. It's so important for the defensive teams to be able to just still have those barriers of the tank being in front of the rest of the team before the attack can simply walk them down.
Let's realign the stakes here for this series too. Winner comes out with a 3rd place, that podium finish here in the mid-season. And at EWC, that's a lot more club championship points that you want to earn for your team as a whole, whether that's Weibo Gaming or T1 across all games here.
Well, Lee Soo-min, free to play both the Mizuki, which sometimes gets target banned on this map, but also the Wu Yang, if you feel like you have to go for a pokey back line to be able to do a whole bunch of damage. It can be vulnerable, though, to the walk-down potential of things like that Tracer, the Vendetta, the Xion getting up in your face as you're trying to hurl and bend those orbs around. As we'll have a look and see T1 on the defense this time around. Cat Bastion with Skewed sticking on this Ana. So really good nano potential, and also Proud on the Freya. We know that he'll hit the ult first, even before a support has theirs built.
Bruh, what is this? Final day and we're going to do this?
Just for you, Jack.
Dude,
just
the
for
obs.
you.
I know the obs are smiling right now. Thanks, guys.
I'm so happy I'm not the only one who does this in attack spawn, by the way.
With the jiggly Murloc?
Yeah.
It's a classic, it's a classic. Abu Son's got the jiggly pig. It's even better. All right, Weibo Gaming. Sunzo, no shock. Straight over to the Sigma. But without this Vendetta, looks like T1 are going to pivot back to the Cat Bastion with Zest.
There's also a lot of pressure on Shy and Proud to be able to win that Freya versus Freya, as Leave actually forced just bike away by the Cat Bastion.
Oh, wow, that was close. One more take aim shot there from Shy would have been an easy kill onto Zest to open things up with.
Oh, the sleep the anti onto Sunzo. Weibo just can't move forward.
Leave taking a lot of damage there, has to dash back and use the bike there for some additional damage. Good rock by Sunzo. Donghak falls to his back, and that will be, in theory, this first point.
Yeah, T1 could potentially go for a retake, especially since they got Shy, so Weibo without a huge chunk of damage. Donghak's coming back on Malga. He wants to take the fight.
You're saying this, but Sunzo is doing a heck of amount of damage himself right now. He's going to try and force Zest off that high ground. Here comes the stomp from Donghak. Leave now in trouble. Just gets a cat scratch there. You've got to be careful. Bliss appearing out of nowhere most of the time and just scratching your face off you if you're out of position. Nice double from Donghak. It's going to keep him competitive here. Only 2 ticks for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and T1 have been able to build up a good nest egg of ultimates. Bowler for Proud, Nano Boost for Skewed, and Artillery Strike from Zest to slow this next fight down. Weibo, they're close to that rush, but close is not enough to commit to the fight. And that allows T1 the opportunity to find these picks and force them back.
What do at least Min thought his TP was there? Ooh, whoops-a-daisy. That's not a good start. Donghak way too far up, it felt like. Yeah. He's went behind statue. I wonder how much LOS his healers had. Well, there's the polar. There goes wide. Not an issue, though. Shy is going to build that one up real quick. And that'll be point. Only 33% needed.
Yep, 1 kill onto the tank, 1 tick left. That will be enough for Weibo, and they hold on to so many of their ults to snowball
damage. You got to clear Shy of this high ground. You can't just wait for the train to do the dirty work for you. Skewed, naded himself. Here comes the Flux. Ends up getting one. Artillery barrage from Zest. He's going to try and make it a little bit more difficult here, but Donghak instantly focused down. Good Flux from Sanzo. Whips him around the corner and gets the payload going some more.
T1 have just been denied the opportunity to take the fights and use the ults the way they want to. They've had to play reactive to Weibo pushing forward and taking more space versus them. They at least will have this nano boost to be able to try to put the pressure onto Weibo, but if Donghak goes too far forward and is split from the rest of his team once more, Lee Shumen just drops the Sanctuary and absorbs any opportunity for Scoot to be able to keep the Mauga up.
Zest put in the sky again, nano boost onto Zest himself, but here comes the Sanctuary Lee Shumen. Good anti-nade hits both the DPS and a support there for Weibo Gaming. Now Donghak wants to get into the mixture, but a spree from Leave is going to send T1 reeling.
This is fight done.
Oh, you got to hit that shot though.
Oh.
You got to hit that shot though. Okay. Proudest case of 1 HP. There it is. The shield basically running him over at that point. He was so damn low.
T1 one more chance to be able to fight this out. Zest swaps onto the Tracer just to be able to blink past Weibo and allow Donghak to use the cage.
It should be fairly trivial for Donghak to get to the point. Yeah, just an overrun in. There's the cage. Sunzo in trouble. Catnap's going to come in too from Bliss to try and get a stun. A Suzu to save Sunzu's life as well. All defensive CDs have already been used. The Shy throws in the bowler to sustain some of the damage in this front line against Donghak. But Donghak is just full HP, running and gunning, mark it down, and that's going to be a nice clip from Zest to get a team kill for T1.
T1 identified Weibo used both support ults to have to deal with that Nano Bastion rush and Sanctuary, which means if Donghak's cage comes out, T1 will be able to find the picks. Even if they get players traded, they have the closer respawns to refresh their numbers before Weibo can walk once more. You're taking precious time off the bank, and you're setting up opportunities for Zest and Pride to find kills before Weibo can close up onto the defense and put pressure onto the Kiriko.
Gotta wait for the train first, wait for the barriers, and then you can push on. So like, why is the enemy Maga up there? Why is Pro up there? All right, let's all slam in. That's the fight pretty much done though, unless a miracle happens here for Weibo Gaming, but not to be. Oh, they can just stack a Sunzo too.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I mean, realistically, if you're Weibo, unless Shy...
To the train, Sunzo, to the train! Okay, not quite.
Well, the train won't carry you out, but the kill will take you back to your respawn. But look at how far up T1 will place Zest, who has a pulse bomb. Weibo likely not expecting the Tracer to be here on high ground, but he shoots with the pulse pistols, gives his position away. But still, we're down to almost 1 minute left, and T1 will have rushed to meet Weibo when they decide to forge forward.
Wait for the train again. Slight bit of delay. Zest looking like proper from this angle. Violent proper doing that in the match earlier. Oh dearie me, Shy caught out completely as Donghak was also on this high ground. I mean, this is just an absolute crushing right now on this second point. Weibo can't get a single bit of space. A Flux thrown in by Sunzo too. 50 seconds to go and Weibo are faltering.
Yeah, T1 will just hold super close up to Weibo too to try to force things like that Sanctuary from Lucy Min, just so that you know that you have the chance of not losing someone as you rotate Leave actually onto the Sim to be able to teleport the team fast, since T1 have all of the space.
All right, there's the TP. Straight across, straight onto the high ground. Train's not coming just yet. Got to check your backs though. Zest got a pulse box in that throw now. Okay, swing and a miss from Zest. Not an issue though. They managed to flip the map. The rush is going to be the first thing to start the fight off with. An instant Sanctuary in there to try and save Lee, but he gets absolutely deleted by Skewed. A bowler on top as well. It's just the cherry on top of this cake. 5 seconds to go. Is this defense from T1 on second? A rare second hold, Moxie. As Weibo Gaming struggling to find their feet on Neon Junction.
That's brutal for Maka as well. 93% to rush. Just not given the opportunity to keep the team alive long enough to build the ultimate, like Sim TP, just to get away from the stranglehold that the defense has been able to establish versus you. High ground, control. Lanes, control. But the moment you start taking that fight in the front line, Sanctuary gets forced early by the Mauga cage. It's not there to be able to, or the rush rather, and it's not there to be able to absorb the after effects of the bowler.
Yeah, they tried a couple of different approaches, but something that Donghak was doing in the previous map even, just playing so far up.
Yeah.
He is playing as the Tracer again. Well, he's playing on that high ground with the Cat and the Tracer, and yeah, it's a three-man wrecking crew up there.
It's also a great way to overwhelm the Mizuki, right? You can only chain one of them.
Unless you had your way and you'd be able to turn the whole team.
True,
That's why you don't.
Just
that is
saying.
why you don't balance the game, Moxie. No. That is why you don't balance the game.
I would balance a brilliant April Fool's patch, though.
You know what would be a really good April Fool's patch if they removed all the pigeons from this map? Be a really,
But
really
don't
good
tell anyone.
And no one would blink an eye.
Weibo, though, how well will they be able to have this defense as you get your way? Yep. Here comes the Donghak Wrecking Ball. Lee Soo-min, though, starting off on
he's
that
rolling back to
Mizuki.
spawn. They're playing Sigma, and they're playing Mizuki.
Ram.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we go Ram as T1. Okay, Farah, Wuyang, Freya, Ram, they just want to be able to put so much pressure onto Weibo from afar and then walk Donghak forward onto point once Leave and Shy have been bullied off of these positions.
Looking at my email inbox full of spam. They're poking down this front line. This little boot. Oh, almost hit the direct too. Onto Shy. It's a hard person to hit. That's to be certain. Bliss already dead to Leave. Zest is getting out there. In fact, Zest might even be swapping too. We'll see. Yeah, okay, over to May.
Okay.
Something a little bit more stable.
Yeah, it's also a good way of just being able to punish this split from Sunzo, since Lee Soo-min and Maka don't want to play too close to that Sigma, because if they play out in the open, it allows Pride to be able to find far more value with that Freya. As T1, ultimate time to just run fast, run forward. Mauga, Reaper, get into Weibo's face.
All right, Proud. Can you match Shy in this duel? That is the question. One of the greatest of all time versus not so much an up-and-comer. He's been around for a hot minute or so, but Shy, since the dawn of time, has been just such a hot shot on the hit scan. Well, Zest is dead now. This is, again, it's kind of looking like Weibo's offense too. It's not really T1 finding a foot here, and now becomes the problem, Moxie, where you change your comp a couple of times, and now Weibo is just so far ahead in ults.
Yeah, Skewed was so close to rush, but they lose Zest early, which means that they can't commit forward with the ult, so Maka now gets the opportunity to build a match, and like you said, Weibo haven't swapped that comp at all, which means that they have ults to fortify the value of the rush.
All right, Donghak creating a little bit of space, but instantly Spree used by Leave. They're going to be in big danger, though. He has to get out of there with that bite. Ends up dashing away. And yet, still, Marker ends up going down as Leave gets a bowler straight to his head. Nice little shot and connection from Proud there. As they finally open this up. Again, I can't believe I'm saying this, but despite them having such an old disadvantage here, T1 almost winning the neutral. No Sanctuary, no Flux popped either from Weibo Gaming.
Well, T1 did what they absolutely had to, which was run directly at Maka, use the rush when Leaf could only react with the Spree. Maka did not have match. He presses Q the instant he gets it, but it's uncomfortable positions that Weibo can't capitalize off of. So T1 just bully out with Pride playing on the point, looking into side room with the bowler shot off to the side. As Weibo will have to be able to hold T1 off. Pride's already up on the high ground, getting pushed out by Shy. Low enough that Lee thinks that he can follow through.
Oh, almost got one pot. Calling for heals there. And now holding this corner is going to be good for Weibo Gaming. Donghak once again trying to find an off angle. Well, he's going to try and force the TP from Lee Soo-min. Done so fairly successfully. Sound Barrier comes in, hits 5. Sanctuary pop. Nice little stomp slam, but unfortunately, Lee Soo-min's just going to retreat to the Sanctuary of the, well, Sanctuary. Shy and Lee Soo-min do end up going down, though, with Sunzo's trapped in the corner. That cage perfectly placed. Sanctuary fell, and the cage went up, and that'll be a team kill. T1 with the payload moving.
Yeah, Donghak has been such a problem for Weibo to have to stay on top of. As now we head to second last fight. if T1 are able to keep Weibo on their toes. And on their toes they have to be, because Zest has that Death Blossom. Oh, they found him.
Leave gets the Suzu and the shield too to make sure he stays up. Chains on Donghak, but an unrelenting amount of damage coming from the Mauga. Eventually, he is slain. Weber Gaming trying to clear off of the backline. All these T1 players, they're going so far deep.
No one's contesting the point push. T1 pushed the whole time.
Oh, what? Okay, hang on. Shy's also dead. Zest is still in there. This is in their spawn. He's going to try and spawn camp leave. You can't do this. Not at this range. Already used his raise, but here comes the backup. Here comes the cavalry. T1 are already back on the point. And you still got to clear Zest.
Here comes the rush as well. The moment Scoot gets it.
He's in the back. Lee's going to try and find an off angle. Oh, the one tap onto the back line. No more ults. No problem. T1 have lost their supports. Good tracking from Leave too. Hops on the bike. That's a 4K. Almost a 5th. What a hero play from Leave to save.
Yeah, that was a requirement. We'll see the flank from here. Yep, throws out the bike into the execution, and then just base damage when Donghak has been chained down by Lee Soo-min. Preserves the spree as well. Because you're one fight away from being able to push this cart to that checkpoint. And T1 with this Lucio Kiriko, they will want to play fast. Leave trying to shut out that rotation first though.
Gets checked real quick though by Bliss. There's the spree. How about some of this then, Lucio player? Trying to disrupt me. Bliss ends up trading for Shy there in the front line, but Sunzo's got his eye on Zest. Sanctuary popped on the point now, and now T1 have got a fear. A rock connects with Donghak. As now with 45 seconds to go, T1's attack attempts here are diminishing.
Yeah, but forcing that Sanctuary is huge for T1, right? You don't have it to absorb the impact of Death Blossom comboed with the cage. Weibo have to play preventative instead of reactive. If they play too close to the point, Donghak just cages them and Zest kills them.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Almost got booped into the train.
That would have been brutal.
That would have been a clip of the day. Well, the Death Blossom off screen right now from Zest. Sunzo's trapped in the cage, still manages to hit the Flux though. Is it going to be enough damage to actually see them through this fight? It's already hit that grasp, and Leave once again comes up with a kill onto Proud. He's on the high ground behind them currently, but the rest of the team is split. A teleport forward there from Zest as he isolates the kill onto Sunzo. And in OT, T1 are pushing.
Can Weibo get one more touch?
Mizuki. Lee Soo-min has been found out already. He's on with the 1v1 with Zest, but it ain't gonna happen. A nice little boop away on the Reaper. A Wraith wants to get another touch. Leave is back here too, but they haven't got enough bodies on the point. Zest, a little excited look on his face. T1 up 2-0 in the series. Match point in the series 2.
Yeah, if you're Weibo, this is when you start to worry. You're accustomed to losing control. Usually, you always land on your feet when you sub Sunzo in and take us to Neon Junction. That's always been the turnaround that this team have looked to outside of winning control versus TN earlier. But T1, that defeat, that beatdown versus Zeta, that has fueled them, you can tell. They have come out here to play with a point to prove.
Where was this team when they were playing Zeta earlier on today? That New Junk City was one of the uglier ones that we've seen in this tournament. I'd say maybe even all year, to be fair. But this is a brand new T1 logged in. They've only got one more map to go, and they find themselves on a podium finish.
Oh, this was where the Death Blossom
okay,
went.
that's where it went. All right, well, nice bait, to be fair, from Lee Soo-min.
Baited just by Lee Soo-min. I had the teleport active. Pushes up, just clearing up the high ground. Scouts out the Reaper, instantly teleports back to his team before he gets overwhelmed and can be taken down by that Death Blossom.
I see a tank player moving on Weibo's side.
See, Weibo here, we just talked about how discombobulated T1 looked on that New Junk City earlier. If you missed that match, by the way, 3 times T1 did not touch the objective to activate OT, despite multiple times having ultimates which would have afforded them likely to win those fights. So if you're Weibo and your back is against the wall and you have your choice of maps to take us to, I could honestly see them going for that trauma-inducing response and pulling T1 back
Trauma-inducing response.
to New Junk City.
Do it
hey,
to him.
Psychic damage.
Do it.
Super effective against certain players, especially if the very same day you're playing, you lost the chance to go to grand finals.
Little Ajax as well happened in that one too. Can't forget about that.
I'm sure Lucio players always want to forget
No,
about
surely
the
not.
Ajaxes.
Surely not. All
T1
right.
probably want to forget that New Junk City actually happened. I mean, you heard the interview earlier.
Yeah.
They were like, "What match did we play? We don't want to think about that."
Don't need to remember. They had some time to reflect or not reflect and maybe forget. Gushue in, of course. Weibo Gaming still in with a chance to take it to a map 5. Already been in 1 today. Although there might be a little bit of exhaustion maybe, especially after that map 5. There's still going to be a lot of adrenaline pumping through their veins.
Yep, there we go. Proof in the pudding. Gushue subbed in for Sunzo. More flexibility of heroes that he can play. Flashpoint push. It's likely that you're going to be swapping your tank around, and Sigma can be outpaced a fair bit, ran down by things like Symmetra and Mauga. And Ramatra as well. So Gushue, we've seen the Doomfist. Potentially you play the Doomfist. Maybe you go to Atlas and use the Doomfist to be able to overwhelm the first point the way you did earlier versus Twisted Minds, where it started so promising for them. We'll have to see if that's the play that Weibo decide to make, as they are 1 map away from losing out on a podium finish here at mid-season within the EWC.
Yeah, a whole lot less points for your team overall in the competition too. So T1 want to lock this one in and then cheer on the rest of their teams in the other titles. Can't quite see, but it's looking like New Junk City. I hope so.
See,
do something spicy here. If I'm T1, hey, go back on the Vendetta. You want to go New Junk? Go back on the Vendetta.
Yeah, it's
go
open
back on the
now.
Xion. It's open now. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, that map was so quick, it don't matter. Oh, it will be Atlas instead. We're still going to do a Flashpoint, but it's going to be Atlas.
Okay, do they ban Doom? No.
Okay, I was kind of with you.
I was going to say, Doom works on point 1 is much harder to work on the rest of them. So I think removing something like that Tracer, where you really will find the value all the way through, is a much better shout, because even if you lose point 1 to the Doomfist, that's only 1 out of the 3 required for teams to be able to finish this map mode.
Cat ban, though, for T1. Something a little bit more quick. Little Lucio action, little Kiriko action. And then Donghak can play the ball. I'm manifesting it.
Well, Donghak will likely play the Mauga and run directly at that poor backline, since Maka now can't swap onto the Cat to escape the slam.
Yeah, you can't play something that's lacking in the mobility department if you're Maka. I don't think we're going to see an Ana, but there's always a chance.
Well, the Kiriko was falling prey to it as well.
Yeah, that...
Which
that's
is
yeah.
very strange, since Kiriko has, you know, teleport, and should not be in situations where your Mauga simply runs past your tank and stuns you up.
Just resetting Gushue's PC. It's got an SSD though, so it should be fine. It'll boot up in a minute. It's all good. First time, I was about to say the most unk sentence of all time.
Okay, hit me
First
with it.
time I got an SSD, my brain exploded. I was like, damn, we really living in the future now. Rather than hearing the of hard drives.
You know, that's not that unk. You know, my first PC, right, was one of those really thick ones. I could barely wrap my arms
thick
around
boys?
it. Yeah, the wide ones.
Wait, your PC?
Yeah.
Like your tower?
Yeah,
Mine's pretty thick too.
we had like a computer, and then you had like the stack, right? I don't know PC terms. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like, she's got this. I'm like, yeah, stack, sure. What color was the case? Was it that? Yeah,
It was like
like a grey beige. Yeah,
Yeah.
grey beige.
Grey beige, and then the outer shell was also grey beige with like the black satin screen.
Sure.
It was about. People at home won't be able to see this, but from about here
She's miming it to me.
to probably here.
It was a chunky one.
It was a
thick
chunky
boy.
one, yeah. You know, about the width of a hot water bottle's length.
What kind of measurement is that? That's like Johnny saying something crazy Swedish, and like I'm just sitting there like I have no idea.
Look, everyone knows the.
He's like, yeah, you know that
the
fish,
height
that,
of
the
a hot
surströmming?
water
The
bottle,
surströmming.
right?
I'm like,
Just your basic average hot water bottle. That's universal for all countries.
You've lost people, bro. You've lost people, Moxie. As thick as a water bottle, as lengthy as water. It doesn't matter. Gooshway, get in the
water
game.
bottle, not
Get in the
water
game,
bottle.
Gooshway, so we can go on to Atlas. Thank you.
Look, my measurements are wonky, okay?
Clearly, you're measuring things in hot water bottle sizes. Like,
Yeah,
what is that?
back at uni, I used to do currency conversions off of bags of pasta.
Get this guy out of here. Get her out of here. Currency conversions in terms of bags of pasta. So like, what a bag of pasta is like a pound or whatever.
Yes.
You'd be like, okay, so what is that in like USD?
Well,
or,
no, it would be
euro?
like, oh, that's 30 pounds. I could buy 30 bags of pasta. Is it worth it?
Not the craziest thing you've ever said. To be fair.
True. My mind is a very strange labyrinthian place. And I am awful at direction, so sometimes I navigate it well. Sometimes I get stuck looking at a total dead end. Speaking about stuck, Weibo.
Gooshway a little stuck.
Yeah, a little bit stuck at the moment, I guess.
Forgot his password.
It
He didn't. I'm not sure what it is.
It was not as simple as simply switching out the SSD card.
Nah, they're good. Look, it's fine. Should be good. Gooshway's going to load in just a moment. And then we will hop into map number 3, Atlas. And then Moxie can measure how quickly it takes for Weibo Gaming to take the first point in reference to bags of pasta. That's apparently just what you do.
You don't use bags of pasta as time measurements.
To be honest with you, Moxie, at this point, I don't know what you measure your time units in. I'm going to be honest with you.
Songs from my playlists.
Your watch
obviously.
probably looks like a sundial. She pulls out the watch, but it's just a giant sundial on her wrist.
I just look up at the sky, see how high the sun is.
And you're like, yeah,
it must be around about 9 p.m.
Ish. Yeah. It's alright. It's not the craziest thing said in an Overwatch cast before.
I think the craziest thing said on Overwatch cast so far this tournament might have been Crazy Raccoon being sent out before they could get grand finals.
Yeah. I mean, look at how close that Tokyo game was. The finals in Tokyo between them and Twisted Minds. I think people were kind of almost saying, like, look, this could happen again. There's a realistic world where this happens again. But now it's Twisted Minds without them. It's Zeta. Twisted Minds lost that Grand Finals 2 in 7. It went all the way. And
Which
it's
is
feeling like the same kind of vibe here too. I feel like Zeta, even though Zeta looks so clean, I think Twisted Minds, especially how pumped up they would have been after that reverse sweep. I mean,
Well,
that
also-
itself can't be understated.
Now they actually have time swimming with Yubi again, right? Because for Japan, if you don't know, They literally said the night before, hey, let's try putting Yubi back onto
And
the
then
team.
made a final.
And then they made a grand final run and almost won the whole thing. Now they're actually playing with Yubi back full time.
All right, while we get Gushue's PC sorted, let's jump down to Ian on the stage with a fan.
Yeah, we're going to get that PC sorted soon, but I'm standing by with Devia right now, who's from France. Can I just say first things first, you look magnificent.
Thank you so much.
So you're a big Overwatch fan, right?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a fan of this game?
Since the first Overwatch, like when you had to buy the physical copy, ever since that.
Wow, so now you're a big fan of the esport as well itself, so you're following the teams. You've got a favorite team. Who is it and why?
Zeta, because I've been following them for their Identity TV team, and then I discovered that they also had an Overwatch one, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna also hype them up. So yeah.
Well, they haven't needed much hyping up. They've been so good here. Of course, they've got such phenomenal fan support here as well in Paris. How do you think they will perform in the grand final?
I trust that they're gonna win quite easily, finger crossed, but I trust them completely for the final.
Whereabouts in France are you from?
From the north.
From the north of France. So how cool is it? Look, you get lots of different esports events here throughout different years, but like the Esports World Cup coming to Paris, how quickly did you book a ticket?
I could because my friend is living in Paris, and I asked, and she was like, hell yeah, she's behind us actually.
Bring her in. Do you want to come in? What's your friend's name?
Noreo.
Noreo, come on in here. God, everyone's dressed so well. I need to step up my game. Who are you here to support?
I'm here to support Zeta too.
Nice. And how do you think they've been performing here this year?
Everyone has been performing so well. The matches are really great. We had really close calls. That's really amazing to see today on Paris.
One thing that I really enjoy about the Esports World Cup, especially here at the STC Arena, is you see fans from all over the world coming out here to support their teams. Have you made any new friends here?
Yeah, we made a lot of friends. We met new people that we cannot wait to play Overwatch with.
Do you like that community feel?
Yeah, I love the community here. Everybody has been so nice ever since the World Cup actually started, and every interaction we had with other people were just simply I'm gonna remember it for the rest of my life, not gonna lie, because everybody is so nice.
That's so cool. We've got people here on their honeymoons and all sorts of stuff celebrating, but are you gonna remember this for the rest of your life too?
Yeah, for sure. That's quite a nice experience. I was back then on Overwatch 1. It's been a while I played, and right now I really want to play Overwatch 2 back again.
So out of you two, who's the better player of Overwatch? Oh, that was quick.
Me.
You agree?
Oh, yes, totally.
I love it. Can I just say, these two have been phenomenal. So Paris, can we make some noise? Faites du bruit for our lovely guests here. Thank you for talking to me. Quick one, what's your prediction for the final?
I think Zeta's gonna win.
Okay.
Agreeing, of course. Zeta's gonna win. Trust. Zeta win, guys.
That's a win. Like to hear it. Go and take your seats. Thank you so much. Let's get back into the third place match.
All right, Gushue. We rewrote the bootloader and we are in. Here we go. Atlas is map. Number 3. They slowed the tempo down, to be fair, from T1. They were on kind of a hot streak a second ago on that last one, so we'll see if they can pick this one up. I am in agreement with you, though, Moxie. I would have loved to see the mental warfare of going to New Junk City, but Atlas, I'll take.
Yeah, I think they know there's a potential that they have to deal with the Doomfist on this first point, at least. What will be the pivot afterwards, though? Because for Atlas, we've seen a variety of tanks used. Mauga, obviously, still open. Ramatra also still open. Sigma. Hazard has started really coming into play on this map type as well, especially versus the Ramatras.
Right.
Walking past that tank, waiting for him to be totally away from a position where he can help out his backline, picking your target and absolutely mugging them.
Or mogging. You pick. You pick. All right. Looks like Gushue, a little thumbs up there from the legend. We should be rocking and rolling. Look at that hit scan player keyboard layout. You see that? Boom, perfectly straight, and then Zest on the ang.
Yeah, do you go straight?
I am kind of an angle. I'm an angle type gamer. I will say I'm more like a Zest of all people. Are you straight? Are you completely like vertical?
Not completely straight, slightly tilted is what
Slightly tilted?
I
That's good.
usually opt for.
That's good. I like that a lot. It just feels more comfortable. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Here we go. Less yapping, more playing. Atlas, map 3, T1, and Weibo Gaming. T1 up, 2 maps already. Hoping to kind of repeat what happened to them earlier on against Zeta. Although Weibo hoping to repeat what happened against them against Twisted Minds a minute ago. Hopefully they'll find a reverse sweep in this series. Let's get into this. Grand finals coming up later. That's a Twisted Minds Zeta division match of the century here at the mid-season EWC.
How does Maka deal with Donghak is the big issue that Weibo will be facing right now. Juno just for the speed ring, likely swapping onto Kiriko afterwards.
Oh, no Doomfist. You said there was a slight chance, but it looks like Gushwei's opting for the safer route with the Malga instead. But there it is. That is what I wanted to see. Zest on the Vendetta. Very hard and fast comp. One of the only teams that's really piloting this permanently. It's been tough to deal with for a lot of squads.
Both Malgas falling very low at this point. No one's been able to find a slam foe.
Oh, Zest, yeah, picking up the first blood. Proud's going to soon follow afterwards. Leaf does end up picking up an easy kill, but unfortunately the rest won't be as easy. Look at this, Shy backing up already, and that'll be the point cap for T1.
Yeah, T1 will be very happy to take that too, because now you can look for more and catch Leaf before he can disengage off the high ground. That's brutal for Weibo. If you're T1 now, it's so much easier to keep a track of where your backline can play safely from.
This is probably how they wanted to play in their Zeta Division game. Just really quick, super fast, get up in your face, because they were more on the passive angle, a little bit more submissive, if you will. Weibo Gaming now having to force to hit the restart button, reclaim a lot of this space, in fact.
Yeah, but look at Skew's rush charge. Because they got Maka earlier in the fight, Skew has been alive the whole time building up ultimate. T1 don't have to worry about a rush mirror.
Skew's just pumped so much healing and damage out already. Here comes the charge. Nice little stun on Gushwei. Already skewed 90% towards that ult. Leaf's going to be the main focus here. There's the next stomp. Ends up hitting Leaf, but goes down to Shy. Both DPS there from Weibo Gaming. Focus down the Malga. However, you still got to deal with Zest, who, to be fair, is a tank in his own right on the Vendetta. Up to the sky, gets healed up. Leaf does kill Proud in the end, and the touch is going to come through. No, it's not. Leaf not going to get there. Leaf Shumin not too far behind either. That's 1 point to T1.
Oh, Weibo bleeding players out as well. Gushwei does pick up both of the backline from T1 though. But Zest still alive, still taking Weibo players down.
It doesn't feel fair, I'll say, sometimes watching good Vendetta players.
Yeah. At least it's not release Vendetta when we had Vendetta Zarya meta. Now you get a chance to be able to react before the Vendetta kills you.
Yeah, you can actually interact with the hero. That's always fun.
Well, speaking about fun, this next fight will be very fun for you to play by play. 5 ults ready to go from both sides.
Yep, 10 ults on the board. Just dump them all in one, why not? Zest is going to try and go in first. An overhead swing straight onto Mark already. Does end up popping down the rush there, and it does connect with the ground. Cagefire is going to come in too. Zest still with the Sundering Blades, chasing after Leave. Already the fight is done and dusted in the front line though. Little slash and a dash. He's going to be able to get the kill too. Fadeaway shot onto Leave, and that will be a team kill. And only 2 ults expended there for T1.
Weibo only got the chance to use the rush before they get caged into place on T1. So 3 ultimates still good to go for T1, and Proud in the backline waiting for the walk.
Oh, Lee Sumin's going to get caught out here as well. Here comes the spree. Proud just on the spot, acting like a death bottom, but Shy's got one better. Old but gold. Shy hits the queue a little bit quicker there as Proud and Skewed end up getting deleted. Look how quick this fight was. Shy, it's like, oh, you got a pseudo death blossom? You got 3 of those? Ah, no problem. Hit Q, stand there, and win. Nice little cap from Weibo Gaming.
Cap potentially losing Shy though, as he has to reform back to the rest of his team. Spree up from Leave, no sound barrier from Bliss, no cage from Donghak. This Shion ult could be deadly.
Oh, there it is. He's going to pop the spree. Zest is already dead. He ended up taking to the sky there, trying to insert himself into the backline again.
Yeah, just go first before Zest can find a good position to set out the Sundering Blade. That spree also allows them to be able to just hold the fort down, force T1 all the way back, so that you can start trying to find this point percent and leave. You can just tax T1's approach. You're really problematic for Bliss and Skewed to get the all clear to walk through.
Sundering Blade, Zest. Got to hide from this one. Do so fairly successfully. Shy already dead to a boot of Bliss. In control of the point now, T1 sneak it away from Weibo Gaming as they're just trying to win, but they're just getting chased. They're getting chased to each pole and back. I mean, they're going to north and south pole, they're going to their spawn, the other, like, how aggressive and how deep T1 are going. It's a little bit overwhelming for Weibo. They're not even able to touch, and that is the second point over to T1. 1 point away now from taking the series in a clean sweep.
Yeah, Atlas is just so brutal because there's so many spaces for that Vendetta to be able to climb over those rooftops and slide down onto your supports when she has all of her cooldowns available. Rush for rush, Donghack approaching that cage, which allowed T1 to overcome Weibo's last time.
Gushwei's going to die, surely. Nice little rush there from Marco to try and sustain him up. The cage is going to get dropped, and there you go. Call me a truth sayer, Gushwei is dead. And the rest of Weibo will follow. Once again, Says taking the fight against Leave. Well, all right, that's fine. We've got Donghack on the case. Easy trade, easy point cap. T1 in pure control.
Yeah, Bliss will have Sound Barrier as well to be able to survive Gushwei's cage, as Weibo will have combo yet again, Shy's Death Blossom, but surely T1, they'll be looking for Pride Spree to shut down Gushwei's ult.
Crowd's going to go in. He's going to try and chase the Lucian. Lee Sumin does end up hitting the beat. Looking for Bliss to do the same thing here. A better beat here for Bliss. The cage gets deployed. The Death Blossom from Shy shut down by Proud. Zest still surviving, 6 HP on the Vendetta, but still stands tall.
Donghack still on point as well. Weibo won't find the flip.
All ults expended for Weibo Gaming, and Tess still with the Sundering Blade.
Surely they chase that Vendetta back. No, he goes forward.
Going in. Oh, enemy number one. Lee wants to get him out of this game, wants to get him out of this competition too. Leave getting chased. Same with Lee Sumin. Split the fight up completely. T1 play this comp to perfection.
Late kill onto Proud, but Zest still alive. Weibo totally split. They have to reset. They have to regroup. This is last fight territory. And you have to walk in with no ults. Maka close to a rush. That's what you're playing for, as Leave goes onto the Vendetta to match.
As soon as there's a TP from Maka, he is going to die to Zest. I will tell you that right now for free. Vendetta for Leave now. Wants to try and match Zest. Sundering Blade in his back pocket. Now to the point he goes. Proud already taken down Shy. The Sundering Blade looking straight towards Gushwei. Trying to find a target. Decent a bit of damage there onto the Gush. But now Donghack's got the cage. OT ticking down, and Weibo don't get another touch. T1 overcome their demons and find themselves a podium finish.
T1 redeemed themselves. I think it's fair to say we get to see the potential of the Maka survivability rates, as T1 knew exactly where to twist that knife. Go for the supports, stick to that Vendetta, and absolutely eviscerate any chances that Weibo had to form a response.
It's good to see they had fight left in them as well after that heartbreaker versus Zeta Division. Weibo Gaming now, that's their place. Weibo Gaming now, that's their place, locked in here at the mid-season, taking that 4th home. However, on a brighter note, Weibo Gaming and Chinese Overwatch as a whole, like, look, they're looking up. World Finals is just around the corner over in China, and like, at the end of the day, I expect them to pull out big things yet again. Let's have a little word though with Bliss, your cat player from T1, down on the stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Standing by with Bliss here and our translator, Maddox. Look, you just put together a phenomenal performance to secure 3rd place, but I know reflecting on the day, it's not what you wanted. You wanted to be in that grand final. How do you reflect on today as a whole?
일단 블레이즈 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 좀 아쉽게 4강에서 패배하셨지만 그래도 오늘 유정의 미를 거두시면서 3위로 또 마무리하게 되셨습니다. 전체적으로 대회에서 좋은 활약을 좀 거두신 만큼 좀 아쉽긴 하겠지만 오늘 대회를 좀 오늘 그 매치들을 전체적으로 좀 평가해보자면 좀 어떤 평가를 내릴 수 있을지 좀 여쭙고 싶습니다.
일단 제가 생각한 것보다 확실히 제타전에서 너무 안 좋은 모습을 보여드려서 응원해주신 팬들한테도 많이 죄송하고 또 최대한 보답해드리기 위해서 3, 4위전 최선을 다했던 것 같고 좀 아쉬운 만큼 더 열심히 해서 다음 열리는 대회에서 더 좋은 성적을 거둬보겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean, my performance against Zeta was actually unexpectedly lower than low. So, yeah, I mean, there's a regret there. However, that being said, in the third place match, I really wanted to reimburse that disappointment to myself and all the team as well. So yeah, I think we just focused on the game, and now we have more competitions ahead. So we'll just try again and just go for the next one.
We saw some really just brilliant performances throughout this tournament. You knocked out some big names as well. When you look back on it, do you feel like you gave T1 fans something to be excited about when it comes to the future of Overwatch?
이제 그럼에도 불구하고 이번 대회에서 정말 많은 이변을 또 연출하시면서 T1 팬분들에게 좀 이번 대회에서 확실하게 좀 기대감을 좀 불어 넣었다고 생각하시는지 이번 대회에서 좀 총평을 해주신다면 어떤 말씀해 주실지 궁금합니다.
더 저희는 잘할 거고요. 네, 많이 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 또 파리에서 이렇게 멋진 경기장에서 또 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주셔서 더 뜻깊은 경험이었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely it was a special experience, and yeah, thank you all the fans for cheering for us in the journey. And yeah, we'll definitely try harder, and we will definitely try more.
Absolutely, we cannot wait to see more of T1. Thank you very much, and a big thank you to your fans who've been cheering you on all the way. One more question: who will win the final?
마지막으로 결승 누가 이길 것 같나요?
저는 누가 이기든 4대3 했으면 좋겠어요.
Honestly, I don't really care about who wins. I really hope that it goes all the way to 7.
I think we all do. Thank you very much, and we can't wait for that grand final.
Thank you, Bliss, and shout out to T1 for a clean 3-0 in front of all the cosplayers. Let's take a look back at the highlights. Jake, this was domination, devastation from start to finish. Let's start, though, at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, this just came out of the gate strong. T1, they've clearly, a statement was made that they were able to bounce back from that tough loss earlier in the day. I think playing first certainly gave them that opportunity, but they were able to seize it and really show a lot more strength in this third place match.
I mean, overall, I think throughout a lot of this match, we were measuring apples to apples, right? Like, they played a lot of similar composition, and it was just T1 looking so much better as individuals.
Yeah, I think they actually had time to process the loss as well, because so much pressure on both of these teams. Like, Bliss had all the right answers in that interview. Like, me and Jake would look at that and be like, he wasn't happy with getting third. Like, he wanted to win the entire thing. But at least they had time to process that earlier loss here today. Whereas I feel like Weibo Gaming, they came in kind of flat. They didn't have that same amount of time to recover from the disappointment against Twisted Mind. And already here in Nepal, it just felt like T1 had more energy and made more plays.
As we take a look back at some of the best moments here, I feel like Zest was incredible in Game 3. Did you have an MVP from T1 for the entirety of the series, though?
Honestly, I think I'd lean maybe towards Proud or Donghak. I think Proud came out really strong out of the gate, which was an important moment, right? Like, I think if Weibo had been able to just get maybe one map win and start to believe again, start to get some win back in the sails, they maybe had more to show us in this match. But T1 was just all on the gas from the very beginning, and that's why I put so much credit in Proud's camp, in towards Donghak as well, because he kept pushing the pace through the series. Here on map 2, when Sunzo came in, I think this was like the closest fight for Weibo Gaming. So again, Sunzo really proving his value to this team.
Zoe, on the other side, I heard Moxie talking Donghak, Donghak, Donghak. In fact, on a few of the maps, they're saying he's playing like a giant tracer. What is Donghak bringing to the table for T1, and how big was this weekend for him in particular?
I think this was a huge week for him in his career, really, because he's been on the grind for such a long time. He's been doubted in the past, right? In his Overwatch League days, he's been criticized a lot, and I think ever since then, like, he stepped it up tremendously, added so much flexibility into his hero pool, and he also added a lot of that. Now he's considered a veteran. Back then, he was that rookie player, which you could criticize, but now I think he's showing the poise of an actual veteran player.
And even though he only got third, I think this team learned a lot this tournament, and they're not like the little brother anymore in the region. Like, they took down some really good teams, Crazy Raccoon, Falcons.
Right.
And now they can build on this moving forward for the rest of the year. We got the finals coming up later this year, of course, as well. And now this is a team that has kind of earned the respect from the other big teams in the region. And you can utilize that to your advantage, bring that confidence to the future tournaments, and make sure that maybe you have a better chance to make the grand final come next time.
Is it fair to say they are the second best team in Korea, Jake?
I'd say so for now. I mean, holding on to that title for long has proved to be remarkably difficult.
Yes.
I mean, Korea produces such an obscene level of talent for the rest of the world, right? So many teams are looking to bring players out of this region to kind of give their teams a boost. And there's a good reason for that. It's because Korea is just the best Overwatch in the world, generally speaking. I mean, they've always produced the lion's share of the elite professional players. And T1 is further proof of that. This is a team full of young players with a really exciting potential future ahead of them. The fact that Donghak is kind of the veteran leader of this team is a real statement about the fact that Korea just continues to produce elite level players.
How much did they make with that win? Well, it was a bonus $40,000 as they break into the top three. 6 figures goes to T1, and we're still going to dish out $580,000 to our top 2 finalists in just a few minutes. Falcons were able to finish with $20K, but outside of the points, they got a big win over on Street Fighter, and they still have a team in Warzone. If you're looking at some of the top dogs in this tournament, though, Johnny, you're running out of time to earn some club championship points. It's going to be a big win, especially for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, for Twisted Minds, a great opportunity here to see some of those points. And as we look at some of the other teams like Virtus Pro, like, they were second in the Esports World Cup going into this tournament, and they massively failed in the groups as well. So as you take a look here at the club championship rankings, you can see Team Falcons there, 2,400 points. Obviously, they would have benefited so much from their team advancing even further. And it's drawing to its final stages here, Pocket. Just a couple of weekends left.
We've got a lot of action still to come here live from Paris. It is the mid-season championship, and when we come back, it's going to be Z Division taking on a fantastic squad going by the name of Twisted Minds. Don't go anywhere.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hey, why don't you come and tag along? I'm going to show you around as I'm getting ready for our broadcast. Arbeitest du für EWC oder EFT oder wer bist du? Was machst du? Ach so, alles.
Leute rumschleichen. There's a moment that you're not gonna want us around you like for a minute or two, just let us
I
know.
have no secrets, I'm an open book. Yeah, I'll just do my prep work until they arrive. Because I've been told this morning that I'm also recording a show.
At 10 a.m., yeah?
Yeah.
makeup done. Now it's time to shoot our day one recap with Danny and Johnny.
Tio. Yeah, we're aligned.
America! Do I have to act like I'm like really close to you?
Yeah, we're best friends.
Johnny, come here! Johnny, come here!
Johnny, we need to discuss this.
Yeah. We need to talk about work.
I was about to say, won't you flag you for not wearing denim? Because you said yesterday today's denim day.
Did I? I couldn't remember what was denim day.
Is it actually like denim day?
I mean, we decided that we're gonna wear denim on the desk.
So
denim,
I brought like
denim,
7 outfits. So I have denim tomorrow too. I'll do denim. I'm here for Wikipedia and your vibes.
I'm vibes.
Schedule into story of the day, into Ginny standing by for club championship.
I'm just gonna like how we did in the desk. I could tiptoe if you want. I could do this.
Why does he need to be taller? Yeah, as you can tell, we're just excited for all the Overwatch to come. And of course, it's not just about winning it here for the mid-season championship. No, it's all about getting some points for the club championship. We now have Ginny standing by with a special guest.
I just said the Weibo thing because you said upper brackets. I was like,
it works.
That's what I said. That's what I was like. We could do Team Liquid Dallas Fuel. Like, just go, bro. I was like, oh.
My loves, we're going to have to do a second day. Yeah. Welcome to day 2 of the mid-season championship, coming to you live from the EWC here in Paris, France. I'm standing by with my 2 friends, Johnny and Danny, to talk a little bit about what went down yesterday.
That felt good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I must say that I prefer this last take better.
Okay, well then
So
we
did I.
did it for you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You like,
Thank
I
you
like.
very much, guys.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day today.
Thank you.
A little chat on the way back, and we're in the green room again.
Yeah, we're gonna lose him.
Are we still walking?
Oh my god,
Did he get streets?
He gets streets? Oh, Danny has fans. Hello.
How do you say delicious?
Delicious.
Delicious.
Wow.
Delicious.
Bonjour, mes amis.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Are you sure? Thank you. See you around.
What is this?
He takes food from strangers.
Is this what, French delicacy?
No, it's just random.
Is that French?
Sure, it is. It's French, but it doesn't make it a delicacy. That just makes it.
Doesn't it? In 1905, car really?
And no colors are like preservatives, so so good. Yeah, no.
Is this famous?
I mean, sugar. It's just sugar. Is Johnny already out?
Yeah.
Go. Okay, cool. See you out there, pockets.
Okay. Kill it.
Hit it more. All right, ready to log in? Ready for action.
What's up, everybody? I want to say something. The coolest thing about LAN are 3 things: matches, fans, and of course, the cosplayers. Look at these guys. It's amazing. They bring the characters to life. I am literally standing next to Juno and Ash and Ryan in the back. Reapers, we got Brig and Kiri as well. This is insane. All right, I mean, I gotta ask you guys, how long did it take for you to come up with this amazing costume?
Way too long. Honestly, we spend like hours on these costumes, weeks, months even for some of us. I know that some of us also entered cosplay competitions with these costumes, so way too much time.
And Ash, fantastic cosplay as well as everybody else. Was there a specific reason why you chose Ash?
Because she's the best, maybe. Because also I love Bob. No, it's a character I'm playing a lot actually. So I'm playing a lot of GPS, and Ash is one of the better characters I think in the game. So
So when you guys are coming to these events, do you like tell, I guess, EWC that like, hey, I'm gonna do this costume, and they just pick and then they say yes?
I mean, there's several reasons why you choose a character. Of course, because you like this character a lot, like you're playing her a lot, him a lot, but also because of the design. And I think Overwatch is such a very rich costume, like in detail. You have so many things. You have crafts, you have sewing, you have wigs, you have everything. I mean, Overwatch is just perfect for cosplay in a way. So whatever character you want to choose, you have lots of things to do on it.
I'm gonna talk to you later because I want to get into cosplay. I would definitely do Bob if you could help me out. Yes, I'm a little bit shorter side, but I'll be a short Bob. Yeah. All right, Juno. I mean, I'm sure you play Overwatch as well, and you're cosplaying Juno today. But if you have to choose another hero, who would you want to do?
I am currently eyeing Kiriko. I'm eyeing the witch skin from Kiriko because I think it's gorgeous. The timekeeper one as well.
Yeah. I mean, I think Kiriko and both Juno and Kiriko have beautiful skins. All the Overwatch heroes have beautiful skins. So thank you guys so much for cosplaying our heroes. And yeah, thank you guys.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the STC Arena, where we are gearing up for the Grand Finals matchup. Zeta Division about to take on EMEA's Twisted Minds. And for Twisted Minds, this could be a huge opportunity to raise a trophy and earn 1,000 points towards the club championship. While we wait for our players to get ready on the main stage, we want to welcome in a very special guest. He's been on the French broadcast since day number one. Soon, one of my favorite traces of all time, is in the building, and so are the fans. Soon, first of all, did you see this on our show yesterday? We've had, the endless Soon signs all weekend long.
I'm good. They are crazy. Like, they always do that now. This is crazy.
I love seeing it. Now, are these people that are in your stream on a regular basis? Are they just French fans? Because I know Overwatch hasn't been in France for quite a while.
Yeah, we have a huge fan base in France with Team France, also Rogue back in the days, and some players in the Watch League.
Yeah, Soon, I got to ask you, it's been a long time since we've, played against each other back in the day in Overwatch League, but now we have you here on the talent team. I even talked with some of the French talent saying, hey, they've really been impressed with your work. What's it been like for you to kind of be on the talent side now and be telling the story to the fans?
Yeah, recently I moved as a coach now. My career is finished as a player, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm trying a lot of stuff. It's my first time doing cast and analyst, especially with Ben Best. We know the game, even you. So yeah, I really like it. It was a good experience.
Tell me a little bit about the fans here in Paris, because I see Twisted Minds have been super loud. Weibo crowd has been insane. T1's fans have been on their seats. And we even see a lot of people here supporting Peps, squads that haven't even made it to the event.
Yeah, exactly. We have many fans around the world. The Chinese fan from Weibo, the Saudi from TM, the French fan cheering for many teams. For example, Twisted Mind also, Weibo. They have their own team preference, but of course their favorite is Team PES. Unfortunately, they are not here, but maybe soon.
Yeah, I think a lot of fans were really excited about Team Peps this year, and they have shown some good stuff. I'm very curious to see if they can make a resurgence, of course, in Stage 3, maybe making a return to form and competing at the highest level. How do you think about French Overwatch, maybe especially thinking about the World Cup team right now, which is, of course, coming up soon? That's kind of like the next major event in the Overwatch calendar.
Yeah, the Team French finished first in the group stage. We beat Spain, was one of the favorite team on this series in Europe. I mean, we have some good players like the Xerion, for example, is my favorite player. He's flex supports, and for Team Peps, we do like 45 maps win, 0 loss on the Faceit League. We are doing a promotion soon in a few weeks, so I'm really excited and looking forward for the stage 3.
That is going to be incredible. What also is going to be incredible is this grand final coming up, and our producers have been asking, do we have any front runners for MVP? This is the time of the tournament where we start prepping the videos, all the graphics. I want you to be my official answer. Who do you think deserves MVP consideration for their play so far in this tournament from Zeta Division or Twisted Minds?
Difficult question. There's so many pretenders. We have Shu, we have Quartz, TVNT, even Violet, he was insane. But I would say, for me, it's still Quartz. This guy is popping off on Sojourn especially. And on the last match, he showed us his level back.
Is he the best hit scan in the world?
He is the best hit scan in the world.
I'd have to agree. I mean, for me, I've been really impressed this tournament in particular by Simple. Because in this meta, with the cat hitting you from all sides, the Pharah, the Bastion, there's so much to worry about on the support line. For me, I've just been blown away with his ability to stay alive in these incredibly high-pressure scenarios. I'm curious if you think about the support play in this tournament, who you've been impressed by with this crazy meta.
Yeah, you're right. Like most of the people sleep on the flex supports. It's an underrated role, and for me, it's the most important role in Overwatch. So you talk about Simple, but there is also Shu, who is popping off on Ana with crazy slips.
Soon, I am told you are needed back on the French broadcast for about 25 minutes from that match going live. Thank you so much for joining us here on the English stage. For now, we got to check in with Danny Lim, who is there with another global content creator. Take it away, Danny.
Thank you so much, Puckett. Yes, I am here with the biggest Overwatch content creator from Saudi. His name is Brain. Everybody say hi to Brain. Hi, Brain.
Hello, Danny. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you guys.
All right. I gotta ask. Okay, I mean, you're here in Paris for EWC. How are you enjoying the festivity, the action? Are you having fun?
Actually, insane atmosphere here at Paris. It's my first time here at Paris. I'm enjoying my time. I'm seeing crazy matches. Twisted Minds are on the final, so I'm happy.
Yeah. Talking about Twisted Mind, I mean, were you kind of nervous when they were going up against Weibo because they were down 0-2 and then they had the reverse sweep? But like up until the third map, how were you feeling?
I was super nervous, super sad. But after that, I remembered 2023 World Cup versus China. I got a flashback. So I believed again and we won.
Okay. Yeah. I know there's a lot of fans, your fans, and of course EWC and Overwatch fans on your chat. What were they saying?
They were saying we did it once, we're gonna do it twice, and we did it twice. We won against China with reverse sweep. We're in the finals now, and we're gonna make it.
Chat, I got you. All right. I mean, now Twisted Mind, they're in the finals. They're going up in Zeta Division. Who do you think is gonna win, and why is it Twisted Minds?
Because EWC is a Saudi thing. And today, a first Saudi player gonna lift up the trophy today. They're gonna win, and they're gonna get the 1,000 points and the first ever trophy for EWC.
Brain, one final question. I know you said before this interview happened, behind the camera, you're like, I have something to say. So I'm gonna open the floor for you. Say whatever you want.
بقول لكم بس in Arabic. I'm gonna say. I just want to say شكرا لكم جميعا يا اخوان. تحية للوالدة. Hi to my mom, who is watching right now. So, أهلا أمي. بإذن الله نفرح بالفوز بإذن الله.
All right, thank you so much, Brain. Have fun. Puckett, back to you.
Awesome stuff there from Brain as well as Danny Lim. Danny's been crushing it this week, and he's been running all over the place. And speaking of running all over the place, we found two professionals that were out in the crowd. I'm getting one of them mic'd up right now. The other is already seated. Kellix and Psycho are going to be joining us in the studio. And Jake, this was a duo that wanted to come on together. And they said, if we're going to do it, can we do it before the grand finals? Only fitting to have them here with us now.
I personally love to get more players on the broadcast. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. And just to open this up, first I want to get your impressions. Psycho, we've had you on the show a little bit, but Kellix, what's been your experience here in this event in Paris at the Esports World Cup?
I mean, it's been great. I've been enjoying my time. We had some great games going, playing as well. Yeah, just overall a very nice experience.
And you seem to be kind of pandering to the French fans incredibly well. When you did your interview, you gave a shout out to them. They all gave a roar for you. What is it like seeing the European audience showing up at a LAN event for Overwatch?
I mean, I love it. I wish we can have even more LANs, especially in Denmark. I want to try that too, because the French crowd is amazing and they're very passionate about everything. You know, I just love it. I want to do it all the time if I could.
Psycho, I wanted to ask you about your experience so far in Paris. I know you guys didn't get as far as you wanted to in the tournament, but what has it been like playing here in one of the major cities, one of the capitals?
I love any LAN, especially if it's in Europe as a European. I had my family here. I showed them around yesterday.
Awesome.
It was super nice. You know, they really enjoyed it. First time in an esports event. And even my little brother, he wants to go pro in Valorant. So for him to see that and, you know, kind of show him how it goes, everything goes. I even showed him backstage, you know. So that was very nice to do.
So cool.
Yeah, it's a great experience. You know, just this is what esports is all about, right? Getting the people, you know, with so much passion online, playing the game, dedicating really your life, right, to be able to play at the level you do. But when you come here, you get to share that with other people, and you know, that's the unique magic, right? Everyone, I think, thinks about gaming as this solitary activity, but then when you're here together in person, it's the different level, right? It's the community experience really shown to the world. I'm wondering, you know, is there anything you guys have felt in this experience bringing everyone to Paris, being here with your teams, with your family, with your friends, that you'd like to share to the fans?
Well, I just want to say, like, my little brother being here, he was able to see the good sides of esports and also the bad sides. You know, obviously with me being eliminated early, like in one day, you know, you just have one bad day and you're out of the tournament. It's super punishing, but you know, it's a dream for every little kid to be a professional esports player. But then he was able to see, you know, it's not that fun all the time, you know? Like, it's a real job, it's a real thing. We have to sacrifice a lot. And he was able to see both sides of the industry.
Kellix, does the job pay well, though? Is it worth sticking with it?
If you're a good player, I think it's worth it, but stay in school, kids.
Stay in school, kids. Multitask. Get someone to pay for you to play esports at school is the way to go. These guys don't have to worry about school anytime soon. A lot of them have already graduated. Others are playing professionally at a high level for multiple years. Let's talk about Twisted Minds and, of course, their opponents on the other side in Zeta Division. Twisted Minds able to power through Weibo. Any surprises in that matchup for you, Kellix? Weibo jumped out to a 2-0 lead.
I was surprised to see them taking the 2-0 lead because I thought TM were going to run them over quite easily. But you know what? They turned it into a great game, so it was enjoyable to watch.
And who do you think deserves some of the flowers for Twisted Minds in the comeback?
Quartz. Quartz is just the best hitscan player in the world by far, so I mean, he's just great.
Yeah, I got to give a lot of credit to Weibo. I thought they were exceptionally well coached in this series. Like, the Diva ban on Nepal combined with this super aggressive Doomfist dive strategy, I think that caught Twisted Minds off guard. They win the Sim ban map, which feels like a must-do, right? If you want to beat this team, you've got to win in the Sim ban map. But tell me, guys, a little bit more about the strategy. I mean, a best of 7 is a rare thing in Overwatch, right? It's really only for these grand finals. How do you think that plays in to these series, especially against a team like Twisted Minds?
I think the best of 7 favors Twisted Minds a lot. Obviously, Zeta Division, they have the Lucio ban and the Kiri ban and the Sim ban against TM.
Yeah.
Those are must-win maps, but we know, like, speaking historically, winning the Sim ban against UV and TM, it's not an easy thing to do. But at least the Lucio and the Kiri ban, they're a must-win. But I think that when there's no bans in the series, Twisted Minds comps and their matchup, the Sim comps, Diva, Ram, they're the best comp in the game.
I heard a comm that Simple is the best Illari in the game. Is she worth using in a grand final?
Potentially. If there's a Kiri ban, I could see Illari being played, but as Psycho said, you know, they Zeta have to win the Lucio Kiri bans, otherwise it's going to be a quick series, I think.
Yeah, for me, guys, I mean, I'm looking at this series. I feel like this one is almost uniquely hard to call because Zeta have just annihilated everyone, right? Like they have not really even maybe shown the depth of you guys, which is took a serious respect, right? Took a map that you guys could actually test them. But I mean, man, like seeing some of the matches against some of even the top Korean teams, it's like, oh my, is it on another level? But now they go up against a very different opponent. I think it's actually telling maybe that you guys take a map, playing the fast rush style, showing the strength of the MEA. How do you think they're going to handle Twisted Minds here in the grand final with Zeta's unique style?
I mean, it's two polar opposites, you know. Zeta want to play for the individual strengths, the carry heroes, Cat, Anna, Tracer, and TM want to play Sim and rotate around, play objective. I think it's going to be a very interesting match. It really depends on the bands, I think, to see how this goes.
Psycho as a top-tier DPS player who has been scouted out and hired by a number of general managers. Can we talk a little bit about Proud and Zeta Division? Sorry, Proper, because this is a guy that was an MVP last year with the Falcons, now playing for ZD, and it seemed like he kind of had his pick of the litter of who he wanted to play with this year.
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows this Proper's the best DPS player in the world. So seeing him go against Quartz, the best hit skin in the world, it's obviously a matchup that everyone wants to see. Different styles, different matchups, but Proper's a guy to watch out for, and I'm sure he will deliver an amazing performance.
Yeah, the Zeta Division team, I mean, they were built to win. And I mean, I think really they came together in a way first to win in Japan, which they weren't able to accomplish. But now here at the Esports World Cup in Paris at the mid-season championship, it feels like they finally hit their stride and have just been incredibly impressive to watch. I feel like Shu has like mained Ana this tournament, which I was completely shocked by, right? Like no one was playing Ana really coming into this event. He's been the one making it happen. And I mean, you guys have both played on the other side of the field, as have I, from the Shu Ana. And, you know, that's a dangerous experience. How do you think he's going to play into this particular series?
Okay, I mean, I think Twisted's like style is the worst possible matchup for Zeta Division. I think when they go against these Korean teams like T1, it's like more mechanical matchup, you know, and that's the Zeta Division style. No one's gonna beat these players in a 1v1 or like mechanical match. But Twisted Minds, they play for like more the teamwork, you know, Yubi's leadership and TPing around the map, playing the objective, and I think that's the style that hurts Zeta Division the most, and we did see that from Geek here already. They were the only team that made Zeta Division somewhat bleed by taking off a map.
Kelix, I wanted to give you major props because you seem to be the vibes guy, the one who kind of sets the tone, the emotion for the rest of your team on the stage. Is there anyone that could potentially go on tilt in this grand final? Can you get in the head of any of the 10 players in this first control?
I think if it doesn't go TM's way, I can imagine some of their players getting a bit upset. You know, I've heard some stories, but you know, that's natural. You know, the tilt will always come if you start losing, but they have a strong mental too. They can turn it around. But
can you give us a hint? Is it frontline players, backline players, or maybe tank players that we're concerned about?
There's like some beef between the tank DPS at times. You know, but that's natural. You know, they are very passionate, and it's normal to see.
All right, so frustrate the tanks.
Passion goes both ways, you know? When you're winning, it's good, and when you're losing, it goes the other way as well. But yeah, it is. My pick would be that it would be Twisted Minds that tilts.
Final question for you guys real quick is play style. Psycho, who do you think has the lead in this matchup? Who do you have winning it, and what is the play style difference?
Playstyle difference, I already mentioned a little bit earlier. Obviously, the sim comps with Twisted Minds playing more teamwork. Zeta Division playing more for mechanical skill, individual value. My opinion, maybe I'm biased because I'm from Europe, but I think the sim matchup is a very good matchup into this style, and I think Twisted Minds will win 4-2.
4-2, Kelix.
I'm rooting for TM, but I have a feeling Zeta they will take it. 4-1 maybe.
4-1, Jake.
It's such a tough one to call. You know, I think back to Japan where I felt, hey, you know, maybe TM, I thought in the end with some different bands, I thought they could edge it out. But Zeta's on a whole different level, maybe better than we've ever seen out of Korea before. I almost can't predict this one, but I think I'll lean towards Twisted Minds. I think it's going to go to 7, though. I think we're going to get the full experience here in Paris.
Let's give the fans what they deserve. In the meantime, we got to check in with Ginny to see what's going on with the club championship over at Warzone.
Thanks, Bucket. We're over here at the Kiria City Grid where we got some COD action going on. I'm Ginny, joined with Glitter, who's going to give us the update because what is this madness?
So we're in our match point finals today. It all comes down to this. There's a 150-point threshold. We're 4 matches in, heading into match number 5 right now, and our teams are about halfway there on that threshold. But the big story of the day is who is at the top of the leaderboard.
That's what I want to know.
Not what we expected at all. We have G2 and JDG at the top of our leaderboard after 4 matches so far. And believe it or not, Gentlemates are in 4th as well. So the crowd is very hyped about that. But we have seen some insane clutches, and we're waiting to see if any of our expected teams that did well heading into it, Twisted Minds, Falcons, if they're going to be able to bounce back. Because there's still the same situation when it comes to matchplay finals, where even if they hit the threshold, they then have to get a win after that.
And there is no cap this time around.
No, we go again every time.
We could be here all night. If that's the case, I will be gone. But I'm sure Glitter will keep you guys updated. Hope that was useful, Bucket.
Hello everyone, Zoe down here on the floor in the middle of the crowd, joined by Johnny as my personal bodyguard as well. Listen, I want to ask you for predictions, but I'm worried because we're kind of very much in the Twisted Minds area. If I'm asking you, are you going to Twisted Minds because we're in enemy territory, or are you a realist and going for Zeta?
Yeah, there are a lot of Twisted Minds around here. You look everywhere around us, and it's just covered in blue and pink. That being said, though, I'm going with Zeta Division in this one. But
They'll never know.
Yeah, Twisted Minds doing a great job. And I love the signs here as well. We got a sign there. If I could borrow this one, we got a hog sign.
We've seen
a little bit of hog.
Yeah, we've seen it.
I'd love to see more of that. Next to me here as well.
I'm a big fan of the UB.
Yeah, UB. I got a Philadelphia Fusion fan right here.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Throwback, deep cut. We love. I'm sorry.
Tough. Maybe next time.
Okay, but for real though, like, how do you feel they will match up? Because stylistically, of course, there is a bit of a difference. They already talked about it on the desk. We have the mechanical prowess that we see from Zeta Division, and they will be going up against the Sim team. And the Symmetra still works. Still works.
And also, I'd say that it's easier to execute on land, right? You know what your game plan is. You can listen to Yubi, who will be pivotal with the communication about where do you want to teleport to and how do you explode out of that teleporter. The big kind of question for Zeta Division is, do they have the mechanical prowess to execute in an environment like this? When their composition is way more demanding on the individual skill and playmaking, you will have members spread out all around Twisted Minds. You will need biotic grenade timings. You will need individual hit scan players. You need proper to show up big time and rack up those strikes, because those opportunities will exist. But Twisted Minds, for them, it's all about rotating around the map and punishing individual Zeta Division players. This crowd rallying behind them, I think they could get it done.
That's what I'm thinking. You know, they got the crowd behind them. The crowd showed up as much as they showed up as well. And they already treated us to an incredible close series. Now they have to do that again, though. Do they have the mental fortitude, the energy to do it?
It's really difficult, because when you played a series like that already, you got so much adrenaline, and like, it's just so loud here that all this energy from the crowd feeds itself into the players. That adrenaline has already been used against Weibo Gaming, and then to recover and get into a grand finals and do it all again, it's going to be even so much more difficult. So we'll have to see if they can do it.
Okay, what's the scoreline if I'm asking you?
Let's go to distance. Let's go with a 4-3 Zeta Division.
We don't have to be right. We have to just manifest it. These people are manifesting a close match, not just that, but they're manifesting a victory for Twisted Minds, who has the crowd behind them. And I have Danny somewhere in here, so let's send it over to him.
It's time for the finals, everybody. Zeta versus Twisted Mind. Who's gonna win? Let's ask some fans. 3, 2, 1, go. Zeta? Yeah. Twisted Minds? Zeta? Why Twisted Minds?
Yeah, I don't know, just like contradiction. I mean...
Fair. And are you a Zeta fan?
Yes, I am a Zeta fan, and shoe supremacy, let's go supports. We got this.
Also, Zeta fan as well?
I'm more of a Crazy Raccoon fan, but since they got eliminated, so I have to change. Yeah.
All right, 2 Zetas and Twisted Mind. All right. 3, 2, 1. Twisted Zeta, why?
They've got funny ass stories to go with the UK. Best Lucio ever.
True.
TVNT and Quartz.
I think Zeta are much better at Cat Bastion. I think Violet's the best cat in the world, and I think that's why they're going to win.
Fair. On count of 3, 3, 2, 1, up. Zeta. Oh, let's go, Zeta. Count of 3, 3, 2, 1, go. Zeta. Wow, let's go. I feel like Zeta's gonna win. 3, 2, 1. That feels kind of scripted because they are wearing Twisted Mind uniforms, but hey. Who's gonna win? Zeta Division versus Twisted Minds on count of 3. 3, 2, 1, go. Twisted, 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 let's go. 3, 2, 1, lift. Oh, 1 Twisted, 2 Zeta. All right, ladies. Up, Twisted. You don't know? Do both. Do both. All right. I feel like we've interviewed a lot of people. It's pretty split. We'll have to find out when the match starts. Grand finals coming your way soon.
We're having a great time here with the fans in Paris. It is EWC, and it is the mid-season championship. We're about to jump into the grand final. Before we do, we got to jump in with the caster check-in. I'm told we have 2 beautiful men, one dressed as the Joker, the other as Penguin. Gentlemen, how are we feeling about this grand final, Zuberex?
Ah, man, I'm trying to figure out which one of those I am. Am I the Joker?
I mean, you might have your Joker moment if we
yeah.
have too many more one-liners from yours truly.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, Puckett, I think this is going to be a pretty epic game, right? A lot of people obviously high on Zeta Division, rightfully so. Twisted Minds, though, I mean, they have the crowd behind them, and then I think a lot like how you guys talked with Psycho and Kellex, there's an opportunity to really punish Zeta for some of the things they do.
Without putting you to sleep, I'll say this is probably the defining stylistic matchup of this era of Overwatch between these 2 teams.
I love that call out. Mitch, I see you guys are standing right in front of all the Twisted Minds fans. So does that bug you guys when you're trying to do play-by-play?
I mean, he doesn't do any of that, so...
I would love if they just hit the drum more and louder, to be honest.
It's honestly, it's a lot. I tell you what, it gets loud because it will echo through our microphones back into our headsets twice over. You might hear it on the stream itself. Yeah. So it can be a bit disconcerting, but the booming thunder is kind of part of the atmosphere here. So I'd rather have it than not at all.
More pianos, less drums. I got it.
All right, you guys. Little violins.
We here on the desk, we got to put our reputation on the line, call some specific preds, and I'm going to put you guys to the test as well. Who do you got winning this grand final? And I want a score prediction as well.
I'll say we get a 7th game, and I'm going to say Twisted Minds does it.
Oh. TM in a game 7, Mitch.
It's Zeta Division in 7, and there's going to be an unban that really hampers shooting.
See, I'm curious because, Jake, I almost think that there's a world in which TM would want to leave the Ana in some of these situations because it's an easy target to TP on top of without playing like a Lucio to kind of get it out of dodge. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think the ban strategy for Twisted Minds is really interesting. For me, I think they're going to be more focused on what they can do to protect their core strategy. Yeah. Maybe limiting, for me, like really key characters like the Jetpack Cat in the way that they bring this huge versatility. I do think that Zeta's a very hard team to ban against, though, because they play just about everything. You know, it's like you could take one tool away from them. They're going to be able to replace it with something else, like the Bastion, for example. They'll just throw in the Emre and kind of do much the same strat. So for me, they're a very hard team to ban against. I do agree, though, if we go to 7, if we kind of get past the early phase, if Twisted Minds is starting to get success with the sim comp, I feel like they get the edge down the stretch. For Zeta, I think they kind of need to come out swinging and just rack up the maps early on with the big bans in the series.
Do me a favor, why don't you swap with Matt for me, Jake? I'll see you down here in just a sec.
I mean, hey, me and Jake have had a lot of success. Jake, I think me and Jake
ladies,
look good.
Ladies, please,
I can take you places, buddy. Don't worry about it.
Jake look good together.
We can barely afford to get Uber on set with Matt, let alone Uber on set with Jake. We'll take what we can get. Gentlemen, best of luck with the grand finals cast. For now, we got to check in with Danny Lim. He's with one of the highest paid tanks in the game. Paid tanks. He goes by the name Bernard.
Hey guys, I'm joined by Bernard from Zeta Division just before his final match at the EWC. Bernard, you guys have one more match. You guys win this. You guys will be crowned the champions. How are you feeling right now? Are you nervous? Are you excited? What's going through your head right now? 자, 한 경기만 남겨놓고 있습니다. 베르나 선수 이번에 이기게 되면은 우승을 하고 트로피를 들어 올리시게 되실 텐데 지금 현 상황 어떻게 좀 기분과 좀 긴장은 되시는지 어떠신가요?
일단 아무래도 트위스티드 마인드가 되게 강한 팀이기도 한데 그래도 저희가 좀 더 잘할 수 있다 생각하고 뭐 저희가 하던 대로 그냥 집중 잘해서 잘 풀어 나가면은 무조건 좋은 결과 있을 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
I feel like our opponent's Twisted Mind is definitely a very great team, but I do feel like we are the stronger team. So what we have to do, we just have to play our game, be focused, and then we head into the match and do our stuff and get the win. That is how focused I am. All right, Bernard, like I said, this is the final match. We're in the finals. For you personally, what would it mean to get the win and lift that trophy? 자, 우승하신다면 저 트로피를 앞에 있는 트로피를 이제 올리시게 되실 텐데 우승과 또 트로피를 받는 거에 대해서 좀 개인적인 소감이나 좀 어떠실 것 같으신지?
일단 저는 아무래도 트로피를 꼭 따내서 뭔가 제 개인적인 큰 바램보다는 좀 팀에 트로피를 안겨주고 싶은 마음이 커가지고 뭐 잘 해보도록 하겠습니다. 꼭 트로피를 위해서.
I feel like not only for me, I don't want to focus too much on myself. I want to get the win. I want to lift that trophy, not for myself, but for the team. And to do that, I have to do my best. And that is how we are going to win. Bernard, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. Fighting.
Fighting.
Thank you, Danny. And that is, of course, the podium where you will see a key place at the end of the night. Who is going to walk away with the lion's share of our $1 million prize pool? Time is going to tell. We welcome Zoe and Reinforce back up here. First, Reinforce, what was it like being out in that sea of people?
I mean, it felt like Twitch chat manifested in real life, and then I realized that Twitch chat is actually just real people typing messages in chat, so hasn't been taken over by AI yet. It was great to be around all that energy.
So a lot of people were chewing on baguettes out there. Everyone seems to be well fed and happy. Will they be happy at the end of this matchup?
Listen, I initially thought Zeta got this in the back because they're just so good and just individual, so skilled. But I think the crowd and then also Psycho kind of influenced me. Like he was telling me, he said it with such confidence, like Twisted Minds got that. And he might have a bias, but it's infected me too. So yeah, go Twisted Minds.
Jake, as we take a look at some of the best players and best plays of the tournament from both of these teams, who has given you the most highlights, do you think? Who has been on the screen for the biggest moments?
I'm just so impressed and proud of so many players here at the Esports World Cup in Paris. I mean, it's been an incredible showcase of the highest level of the game. And as a former professional player, I want to show love to a lot of the players that have fallen along the way, whose keys now stay crushed in the back there, who've fallen in that journey, because there's been such incredible moments. I mean, Weibo have brought us so far, some great performances out of NA showing that the region is still alive. But of course, it comes down to this. There can only be one winner in the end, and I'm just so excited to see how it breaks down. I really can't predict it. It's two completely different styles. You know, strategy, preparation, it kind of goes out the window. I think this is going to come down to who shows up on the stage today.
We're going to see if this man can keep clutching up and dropping the beat at the perfect time. Danny caught up with Funny Astro from TM. Here he is.
What's up, everybody? I'm here at the Totem, joined by Funny Astro from Twisted Minds. Great stuff. That was a nail biter. You guys had a nice reverse sweep against Weibo Gaming, and now only one enemy awaits Twisted Minds. It's none other than Zeta. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty knackered, to be honest. I think I need one more coffee and then I'll be ready for grand finals.
I mean, talking about Zeta Division, they are also a very strong team. Is there something that you are sort of looking out for your finals game against Zeta Division?
We're aware of a lot of their stuff. They're going to be playing a lot of Cat, a lot of Ana, a lot of Tracer. They're a very highly mechanically skilled team, and we know that we're going to have to play around it.
All right. In mechanical terms, because they got some great players, you guys have great players, just mechanically, would you say you guys are better than Zeta Division?
I think it's probably even, but as a team, we're definitely way better.
Talking about team, I mean, like I said, you guys have one final match. You win this, you win it all. Funny Astro, what would it mean for you to win at EWC for mid-season championship and lift that trophy up?
It would mean the world. We've been prepping for the last 2 years for this moment. It's all we want as a team. It's our big moment, and we know we need to get it now.
You're about to go up on that stage. Funny Astro, one final question. Do you have anything you want to say to the fans or to your teammates?
Make sure you cheer as loud as you can, even if we're down 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. We'll make it.
Let's go.
I don't think he has to worry about that. The fans are ready to be loud, and so are we. Jake, I'm starting with you. Final thoughts. We got 45 seconds before this kicks off.
I think TM are going to find their way through, but I think it's not going to be easy. Zeta are fierce right now.
Zoe, official prediction. Where does it go? How many maps?
Lanimals will go all the way, but Twisted Minds is going to get it in the end.
Twisted Minds.
It's going to be a 4-3 for Zeta Division. Bernard and Knife have never won a major tournament before. This will be a career-defining game for them. I'm looking forward to it.
And who will win MVP?
It's got to be Shu.
Yeah,
if they go across the finish line, it's got to be Shu.
It could be Shu. It's up to you guys. Let us know online. For now, 71% of you are all winning towards Zeta Division in our grand finals match. It is time for your mid-season championship grand final.
저희가 이제 챔피언스 클래시에서 트위스트 마인드한테 떨어지긴 했지만 이번에는 저희가 떨어뜨리도록 꼭 이기도록 하겠습니다.
I can tell you Zeta's a crazy team. Very mechanically skilled, but their team play just isn't on the same level as ours. I think we'll take them by surprise.
to a jaunty start at all. In fact, Proper is the one having the time of his damn life.
솔직히 24년도 때 제가 EWC 우승했을 때 감정이 그때 너무 행복했었거든요. 그 감정을 한 번 더 느끼기까지 하루밖에 안 남았다는 거에
Bliss picked off as Quartz has pole position, and he makes great use of it. Twisted Minds are here to renew their claim to the throne.
After this tournament, MEA is going to look the best it's ever been. We're going to roll them in the finals and show the world how good we are.
Wow! Amazing! Now, every great tournament asks the same question. Who's the best team in the world right now?
And I feel like at different moments this week, we thought we had the answer. On était plus ou moins certains de savoir qui était la meilleure équipe d'Overwatch du monde, but it kept changing.
It did, and after hours of outstanding Overwatch all week long, it's time to settle it.
It is time indeed, parce qu'on le dit très bien chez nous, les vainqueurs l'écrivent, les vaincus racontent l'histoire. So Ian, who's finishing the job?
The teams are ready, the players are ready. Paris, it's time for the grand final. Make some noise!
One team has arrived in the final without dropping a map today. The other had to survive one of the greatest escapes we've seen all tournament.
One looked inevitable, their opponents have looked unbreakable. It's time to find out which matters more.
C'est l'heure de la grande finale, the season's defining match.
Korea's champions, the world champions, one last battle. It's Zeta Division!
It's Twisted Minds!
It's the Overwatch Champion Series Mid-Season Championship Grand Final.
The finals are ready, and so are their grand finalists. Paris, faites du bruit!
The Esports World Cup is built on one defining belief. Nothing is given, everything is earned. Tonight, two of the world's greatest teams decide who has earned the right to call themselves mid-season champion.
And for Zeta Division, it's kind of a, look, it's mechanical skill. It is just firepower, like unlike we've ever seen before. And for Twisted Minds, their game is, obviously they have some great mechanically skilled players there, but it's really based on teamwork. How can we get courts in different positions to succeed? I think you're going to see, obviously, those things collide for a very long time here today. It's the makings of a great final.
It's the team built to be the best versus the team that already proved it could. But for me, the journeys are so different to this game. For Zeta, it's just been dominance. It's been perfection. But Twisted Minds arrived here because they just refused to die. It wasn't a victory lap, it was an act of endurance.
This win also takes them to like another level if they're able to pull this off, right? Now you win our World Championship last year, you win the preseason boot camp, you don't have a great event in Japan, but you make it to the finals, and then to come back and be able to kind of win this. Not many teams in Overwatch have ever been able to do that. And I mean, you go outside of Korea, no other team has been able to do that, right? So they put themselves in rarefied air if they were able to get the win today.
It's been a long time since we've seen, such an era of dominance from a team not from South Korea, Matt. It is truly novel in this world. With Busan as our first map selection, there's a bunch of player head-to-heads that I'm watching, and with Tracer already banned, it begs the question, is tonight going to be about proper, the player anyone would build the perfect team around, or is it about Quartz, the player the Twisted Minds already built a championship around?
The Lucio ban is really impactful. Jake was talking about it when we were talking with him and Puckett. It's like the Tracer, the Lucio, the Kiri, the Sim, probably the strongest bans you can have against Twisted Minds. They use this Lucio off the rip. Violet wants to play Jetpack Cat anyway. Doesn't really want to go over towards that Lucio. Funny Astro can play the cat. It doesn't really play it the same vein that Violet does, like nobody does, right? The comfort pick here for Twisted Minds in the past have been Juno in these types of situations. And maybe that's why you get rid of the Tracer as well, because the Tracer would kind of feast on Juno.
She's not the most nimble of supports, a little floatier, a little more susceptible to Endovon, but still offers that team-wide speed boost that you'll be looking for in lieu of the Lucio. An iconic battlefield to begin an iconic series. And like I said to Puckett earlier, feels like the defining stylistic matchup of this era of Overwatch. A battle of regions, a battle of ideas, a battle of philosophies, a battle of game plans, you name it. These two sit on other sides of the very same spectrum. Best of 7, Matt. First to 4, whichever way you want to say it. We're hoping we've got a series on our hand that goes all the way. And hey, this is a good start.
We had a little bit of a run, you and I. I'm not seeing that pause screen pop up, but hey, this match is too important. Got to make sure everybody is in the best of spots to do it. It looked like at the start we will get maybe a Juno here out of Funny Astro, as that seems to be kind of the go-to with that Lucio gone. And for proper, I mean, he would just be hunting him constantly on the Tracer. You mentioned it. Juno can kind of doesn't have like the greatest mobility, and then the mobility is very floaty. Sounds like this is a mouse pad.
It might be too dry. The Quartz's mouse pad could be too dry. We don't like dry mouse pads up in this.
Sounds like we'll get this one sorted pretty quickly, though, as we've had some. I feel like we've
had some novel concepts.
Had some wild ones.
Pauses, yeah. The Korean, by the way, on that shield reads, "Nothing is given, everything is earned." Been wondering about that all week. Makes sense.
And for me, like, when I look at Zeta, like it's really the backline. Like, Violet is playing Jetpack Cat in a way that, nobody else is doing. Like, he would be kind of my standout player, my like MVP for me. Yeah, like, a lot of teams are playing Cat, they're playing Bastion, but the way he's like, kind of maneuvering all of his teammates around the map, right? Not just kind of locked on to the Bastion, flying him around, moving the Ana, moving other players, and then also the amount of damage and kill potential he has. Put him on another level.
Here we go. Tonight's Zeta Division Twisted Minds decide where an era ends and whether another is ready yet to begin. The super team versus a team whose team play sets them above the rest. Twisted Minds already making use of that Sim TP to try and angle for decent positioning, unsurprisingly. Proper's gone to the Shion. We have Emra for knife.
I think for Twisted Minds, right? You're just trying to figure out how you can make use of this TP, take out some of these targets that are not as mobile, and there goes Knife right away.
Heavy trades. Yubi somehow not getting flattened despite trying to fight a Diva 1 versus 1. Eventually, Violet commands enough attention to get the elimination. The TVNT is still at large. He simply lacks teammates, though, to bolster his claim. Violet still picked off by TVNT, and maybe a chance to filter with a few more players back in, but it looks like Zeta will be first cab off the rank for capture.
You're going to see a lot of fights like that, though, right? You know, Zeta not able to rotate as fast as, let's say, a Twisted Minds. Obviously, Juno Speed Ring, Sim TP available to kind of get them into positions. But that time, they actually just see Knife, you know, just collapse onto the Emre. I mean, look at this.
It is.
Stuff like this.
The playmaking potential. Quartz. Oh, my goodness. Hit with the bio, but it looks like Simples actually has the Suzu just in time. Quartz still falls, but it's a big commitment for Zeta into that one position. It comes at the cost of Benar and his mech. Yubi might have to commit to some degree now as well to try and salvage this, but Shu was traded for Funny Astro. Zeta Division, though, for now, gonna have to give a bit of space up here. Notice that TVNT shepherding everybody onto the point here to try and get Twisted Minds in position to contest it properly. With Knife going down, I feel like that's gonna come true.
I mean, you just see how different that Zeta plays, right? It's an off angle that Shu has, throws the Biotic Grenade in there. You see Benar go in, but who's really the first one leading the charge? It's Violet getting in the mix there. Quartz takes out Shu with a railgun. That'll force Zeta to back up a bit here. Violet with the cat ult here.
He's really just going to try and break line of sight, diving in, but for what? Okay, he's got it. Diva with a self-destruct here is triggered. Zeta have to respond by spreading out, taking cover away from the blast. Twisted Minds completely undisrupted there by the Jetpack Cat ultimate being committed. There's Knife, run into the ground. TVNT grinds him into dust. But Proper gets a nano boost here. He's just being a little bit conservative about how he wants to make use of it, though. No commitment, and Twisted Minds are allowed to continue to get up to parity.
And their teamwork is so good. You're able to just constantly punish, right? They take the early fight. They punish Shu off the rip. They also get a D-Mech there onto Benar. Violet takes another railgun shot there from Quartz. Gonna play off the Mega here. Wrap around. Gonna try and put some pressure on point.
Might be looking to threaten the back cap. He doesn't want to linger too long in Quartz's line of sight. Here's the override protocol from extreme range, and it's a pretty comfortable Symmetra wall to answer this. Wow, TVNT heads up from him. Sees the Knife is going to be an easy target, and he runs him into the ground. Oh, the railguns. Perfection from Quartz. And he has a bit of room to breathe, but Violet takes that space and takes the fight. The Jetpack Cat again silences Quartz's riot, but Twisted Minds still have a comfortable lead now, and Bernard's being staggered.
It's gonna get staggered out. Let's take a look at this from Quartz's POV again. The OC, oh, just does not miss. Unreal play there. Just one more shot. It'll actually be Quartz going over in here and playing the Xion. Okay. Something we don't see that often really at all.
I think they're trying to turn the heat up onto Violet potentially, or Shu especially. Some more backline pressure. Don't want to let this Ana do whatever. I guess Quartz can't rely on random railgun headshots to, rhythm the fight. There's TVNT though. They've found Shu. The Ana is taken down yet again. And oh, TVNT, love that from you. Knife will fall as well in Twisted Minds. As soon as they got back into the round, they get a grip on the point that cannot be broken. White-knuckled as it may have been, this has been sublime from them.
TVNT's been like the best diva in the world for probably about a year now, and kind of shows you why they're in round number 1. This is such an important map for Zeta as well. This is the Lucio ban, right? I mean, that's like Funny Astro's bread and butter, and it doesn't matter. I mean, a lot of these highlights are going to be TVNT and Quartz just carving them up.
It's a matchup of the best hit scan player in the world versus the best DPS player in the world, but so far this has all been about Quartz. The fact that Twisted Minds don't have to play a backline dive component and still punish Shu's positioning on Ana, it's not something you see every day, Matt.
You know, if you can keep punishing the positioning of the Ana, right, that's going to force Zeta Division get off this comp. It'll be Reaper here. And, we've done a few Zeta Division games, and, like, they're pretty, Reaper, obviously, you can be impactful, but it limits kind of the the skill ceiling here of Proper and his ability to just kind of take over the round.
I feel like forcing Shu off Ana would be more than just a moral victory, man. It would feel like the surrender of Zeta Division's idea, their whole value proposition. Yubi's the first casualty here, though, as Twisted Minds haven't quite made their way out into the open. A little slower to get in position. Although, look at TVNT making that space. Benar's trying to bypass him, trying to ignore him, trying to get into the back line. And he trades quartz for his mech. With Violet picking up Funny Astra, that might be enough, but it's very, very scrappy, very close fight.
TVNT, they demech Bernard here as well. You're going to have TVNT pretty healthy. Yubi here as well. I don't know if without any Matrix, you're going to be able to kind of just stand here and take it. TVNT is going to have to back up just a bit. You're going to get both supports back.
Oh, what a pick off there from Shu. Wow. Finally getting some revenge. Hasn't quite been able to spec into that second perk that allows him to hit critical shots. We saw Bernard trade his mech for Quartz's life earlier on. Felt like it made it hard for Twisted Minds positionally, though, not having a diva.
TM's going to farm up this rush here just off of TVNT, taking some damage in the choke. I try and TP and use it on top. Look at how safe this position is from Shu, though. I mean, nobody on top of him yet, but look at this fast rotation from TM.
I like this idea. TM might need a TP to really close the gap on it properly, though. Here's Katsune rush now. TVNT just trying to control the midfield as his backline's being pressured. Violet over the top of the catnap. TVNT dragged out of the way, making it harder for him to peel for his own teammates. But now TVNT's got another plan. Upstairs, he notices Knife glinting in the darkness, and he wants to go for him. But Bernard has struck at the core of Twisted Minds before TVNT can do the same. And Zeta, at 70%, are on the run home in this round.
Much better look from Zeta here. Bernard and Proper are putting a ton of pressure on the back line. And I think also it's a little bit of the way the map here, the round that we're on, is designed. It just allows Shu to play so safe.
This ends now.
Yeah, he's still chilling, sitting right on back. Knife with an overclock now, spending most of the damage on TVNT. It looks like Zeta Division have decided that Diva is the core of their opponent's strategy. TVNT's not going to survive this, folks. He got slept. He won't be allowed to get back into his mech. Not that the stagger was necessary, but the Diva falls last, and Twisted Minds won't be able to get in position. We're going to a decider on Busan.
Round two, just an absolute drubbing there. Zeta just kind of dominate TM as you just see the position that Shu is able to play from at such a distance that they're never able to, the TP length is not that long, right? You're not able to just kind of go cross map with it, put pressure on the Ana right away.
For me, Matt, what's most definitive is TVNT getting dragged out of a position to peel for his teammates by that catnapping. Bernardus runs in and gets 3 kills. And that feels like that's where it crumbles for Twisted Minds. It wasn't even like an environmental kill. It wasn't anything flashy. It was just stop Diva from protecting the backline.
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing on such back foot defensively. Is now it'll be Proper going back to the Reaper there, just a TP out. It'll be Knife playing the Bastion here. Is we've seen them put Shu up on this high ground. Also makes him a very difficult target. It'll be Cassidy the swap here for Quartz.
Nothing could be more Twisted Minds versus Zeta Division than this kind of lineup. It does mean the Proper's on the Reaper, so it gets less of a headlining role, but a very important job nonetheless. Flying low is Knife. Chopper gunner active. Bernardo's trying to control that space in between, make it harder to run up on the Jetpack Cat combination. And there's Knife. Yubi's been taken down. That's going to remove your maneuverability, but Violet got a little bit too aggressive there, and Quartz is always going to punish that.
So they're going to go back to the choke here. Been trying to brute force it through this way. It's going to be very difficult, though, without Yubi's TP, right? And then also you see the threat of Shu up there on the high ground. So Yubi fires some shots at him as well.
Here just playing that middle ground, eventually brought down by Yubi. Think about the damage here. Well, Twisted Minds are able to fall back on this. They still need to find that cap, but that should be a matter of course now that they've got Bernard properly desuited.
And you see why they take this position when we get on Shu's POV. Shu up there on the high ground, right? All he has, once they cross under and they're under that bridge, is the ability to throw like one bio. Where Zeta has to fight, he's not able to get any line of sight there. So it's a really nice idea from Twisted Minds, kind of take the fight on their terms, breaking LOS. of Shu on the Ana. There'll be a nano here available, potentially for Proper or the Bastion.
Such a nice open sideline from Quartz, but it is under assault. This wall, though, is going to make it all too easy. Knight quickly had to drag, or get dragged out of the way because his Cassidy is going to take the game over. Now Quartz can rotate back to the high ground and ideally abuse a Deadeye to really force Zeta Vision away. As Simple are going down to a grenade here. Knife is starting to cut deep. As Yubi was dragged straight off the map. It's quite clear to see who's probably going to be number one for Violet is anyway.
Kitsune Rush invested there by Twisted Minds. It'll be both support ults used with the artillery for Zeta Division. I wonder if Zeta decides, yeah, you see they're pushing up a little bit. I wonder if you decide to take a fight pretty quickly here with Proper's Death Blossom. Maybe you kind of get that Reaper lurking like we saw in the last map. It's going to be a TP straight to the point. They're going to try and set up this bunker with these sim turrets yet again.
Yeah, same look. There's also an early Suzu. Oh my god, this is about as bunker as it gets now with the orbital ray being thrown in, and it still doesn't matter. Proper has the damage in spades. Quartz and Funny Astro are run off the map. And Zeta Division very quickly snap back into control.
Yeah, this Reaper is definitely paid off. Obviously, Sim very squishy, so Reaper able to kind of deal with her relatively quickly.
Bunker buster.
Let's see what TM decides to do. It'll be Cat Bastion for them.
Okay. A little bit of a rare look, but we've seen Twisted Minds go for it. Shoot, yep, he's got his critical hit perk now. Bionic Grenade. Oh, it wasn't even needed necessarily. Twisted Minds struggling here to hold on. 81% and counting. Fortunately, they all died really quickly.
Yeah, they'll get another fight here. But this round has been pretty bad for them as well. Quartz over to the Xion. Probably for the extra mobility. Artillery used here by Knife, trying to deny them the touch.
A bit awkward, Violet gets brought down. TVNT just runs at the jetpack. That's a huge opening here for Twisted Minds. Away, back into the round perhaps. A lot of pressure on Shu. No supports remaining here for Zeta Division. This is a good look for Twisted Minds. And it comes to a moment too soon, but as Bernard found himself a couple. TVNT on the D-suiter removed here. It's on Quartz and Simple. The former can only ride away. They at least got the flip. There's going to be some touches here, though. They don't have Tracer to work with. Remember that. That was banned out by Twisted Minds, so the touch won't come in. And your defending world champions are put on the back foot earlier than we might have thought.
TM's found themselves in this spot before. They end up losing early to Weibo. There's a huge map for Zeta Division, right? That Lucio ban, one of the really impactful ones against Twisted Minds. You needed to win this map. They pull it out in the end. One round that's pretty dominant for Twisted Minds. The other two, very strong for Zeta Division.
I've got to say, the bunker look for Twisted Minds is pretty decent. This cracked it wide open. Proper's Death Blossom. Look, it's nothing. It's not the prettiest roll to pick up, but it's still an important one nonetheless. Knife here being able to perk obviously into firing those mortar rounds. It's really dangerous to group up and play into that as a collective.
Well, round one, they were doing a great job of just kind of going at Shu constantly. We're not able to do that in the next round. Let's go down to the stage with the Twisted Minds crew.
Yes, I'm very glad to be with the co-owner and extremely good human being, Fancy! And the Twisted Mind boys. Wow, Fancy, what happened on that semi-final before? That was insane. Can you tell me about your nerves? How are you handling all of this? Do you think you're going to be chilling on this final?
I'm not going to lie to you, the semi-final was a little bit of nerve-wracking, but if they can pull a reverse sweep once, they can do it again, and that's what's going to happen here, even if we lose map one, it's fine.
Especially with that kind of support. Donc moi, je suis pas du tout inquiet. S'ils ont pu faire un reverse sweep en demi-finale, ils peuvent le faire en finale également. And talking about a little gem in your team, there is a player that was appointed the best in the world last year, Quartz. Can you tell me what you think of this little gem in your team? Are you feeling a bit like a proud dad when you see him play?
I mean, Quartz has been one of the most consistent players in the DPS role for the past, 5-6 years. And it makes me so happy to see him improve year by year. And then right now, he is crowned the best player in the world. And it shows. He's in the grand final for the Esports World Cup. Can't ask him for anything more, honestly.
Ward's the best player in the world. Donc effectivement, je suis très fière de mon joueur. Pour moi, c'est le meilleur joueur du monde. Il est hyper constant. Ça fait des années que c'est comme ça et je suis évidemment très fière de le voir sur scène. Et il y a bien une raison pour laquelle il joue en grande finale. And last but not least, guys, I've understood that your favorite host is not me, it's Ian, because you've been teaching him chants and everything. So can you teach me anything?
Go ahead, tell her. Show her.
She wants us to show how we cheer. And I will say, we don't need an explanation. Twister! Twister!
Twister!
Let's go!
I've covered a lot of Overwatch lands. We've been around for a while, Matt. I'm coming from my 10th year of doing this, and crowds like this, fan bases like this, you don't see many like that. It's quite the boon for Twisted Minds to have these dedicated supporters in their corner, and frankly, Matt, they're going to need them today.
Yeah, it's going to be obviously a really tough game here against Zeta Division. So you see Court's kind of going over everything with comp ops here as we get ready for game number 2. But yeah, I mean, their fan base has been awesome, right? You know, traveling the world and obviously growing with the success they've had as their Overwatch team. They're starting to rack up some wins. Zeta Division, though, I mean, this team was built to kind of take tournaments like this, right? Obviously fell short at Champions Clash, but coming into this event, obviously kind of looking on a different level, I think. Obviously with Shoot and Violet and Proper, you can do things that a lot of other teams just can't do, right? So give yourself a little bit of a tactical advantage always in the server. I'm curious, okay, so TM staple, right? Neon Junction. It's also like you never want to go to probably Paraiso and Eichenwald until those cool reworks come out.
Yeah.
We saw Mizuki and then the Reinhardt ban. So yeah, this is a good read from Zeta Division. They use the Reinhardt here a lot. Mizuki ban is going to empower TVNT on the D.Va a lot.
Seen the Mizuki Sig as a fallback option here, but again, you know, you do not want to go there. We've seen more recently Twisted Minds try that D.Va look. Frankly, behind you know, the Sim play, I feel like this is such a classic look for Twisted Minds. Sim, D.Va, Sojourn, you name it. I don't think they need the Reinhardt, but I certainly think they need to ban it here. It's been the highlight map, I think, of this entire event so far, Matt. Everyone wants to go to...
Every hybrid map has been Neon Junction.
And everyone's got their own take on it, too.
Yeah.
I do think Twisted Minds is the most striking look. Zeta want to open here with the Orisa.
So Orisa has seen way more playtime than I think anybody expected at this tournament. Looks like Proper's going to go back and make a change. I wonder if this is like Tracer, Reaper instead of Xion. We'll see what he decides. Nope, gonna go out with the Xion.
Okay.
So, looked like he was going back, maybe making some changes, gonna go with the Xion here. Twisted Minds, this is the bread and butter comp, right? I mean, this is
them.
Yeah, this is how they become world champions. This exact setup right here, so.
Yeah, they've been faithful to it, and it has treated them very well over the last 12 months. Finding another championship chip with it wouldn't hurt either. Shoot here on the Ana. It's a signature look for this team, but Banar and Violet are both struggling. Violet can't get any healing from anybody right now. And that is a knife.
It's like 1 HP.
Just should be alive there. A little fortunate, Zeta.
Proper gonna get dodged as well. Both supports here for TM, hit with a bio.
Proper tried to commit into the bio backline here, Matt. So did Banar, they're running at them, but I think the window might have closed here for Zeta Division. No, Knife still able to find Yubi. But have there been enough balls than they can shoot? Nice javelin's been there for Banar as the pressure comes down on him. TVNT eventually crumbles. And Zeta Division looked on the ropes early in this fight. Actually come out looking pretty flawless.
Yeah, it's a beautiful follow-up there of that bio grenade. It takes a little bit, but Bernard on the Orisa, just so disruptive, right? When the Orisa gets in the mix, it's going to be a fast push here for TM. Going to just get the TP set up. Everybody else going to back up here. For Zeta, Catnap available.
Up we go, looking for the way to drop on in. Kitsune Rush here for Simple, and Violet is going on a long mission behind enemy lines. Almost 2 ticks here. Zeta Division seem like they're planning to allow this, and Violet just gets caught out. I don't know what he's doing back there, but Quartz is not going to let that stand. Now the catnap approach is done. You've got to throw what you have at this fight, see if you can get it out.
That's insane.
Yeah, Proper and Shu already down. This is very good news for Twisted Minds fans. Now they can just run it on in.
And that's how Violet's played the entire tournament, though, right?
That's the biggest weakness you can exploit on this team.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been so good throughout it. But, you know, getting into backlines, lurking, now he's going to have Proper to work with. So this, you know, maybe not with the Mog in the mix, but this, like, Tracer with the Cat has been probably the best. Oh, they actually go with a catnap here. They're going to drag TBNT into the Maga blender.
There's no... Oh, wait, okay, I was going to say, no point go for the self-destruct there. TBNT. He knows it's over. What can he do with this, though? How do you really set up? Maybe it's just about establishing a foothold somewhat deeper so you can play the Mauga up on this corner and can't.
Absolutely, and you know that they're going to have somewhat of an ultimate advantage. You're making 4 changes with your comp, right? So basically just kind of using that catnap there, allowing them to take a fight earlier is pretty huge.
Override Protocol meets the Symmetra wall. Knight trying to play both sides of the coin here. Decent damage being put down, but it's just not happening quickly enough. Funny Astro, the only casualty. There's Yubi at least getting picked off, but Knife desperately tapping away with the Siphon Blaster, surrounded by enemies. It's not a good look. And Twisted Minds, with plenty of time up their sleeve, are well and truly on the way.
Yeah, and TM ends up holding on to both of their support ults, which is pretty massive there, right? As Knife is going to switch over and match the Sojourn. I think that's kind of what they're playing for there. If Zeta Division, you're trying to like put that pressure on a Funny Astro, maybe feel the need for them to call out a beat. Kind of give yourself some chance here in our next fight. Proper just putting some pressure here on his Simple, gets healed up right away. Yubi finds Violet, that's huge.
Yeah, not enough attention to get heads turning there for Prophet. And Quartz as overclock creates a vastly louder overture. Prophet did get Simple on the end, but again, like, this is just taking too long. You know he's good for one map, but Zeta need more.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to dance his way out of this here. So it looks like Twisted going to get very close. You do have a sound barrier here for them to use.
Proper still in the backline, very deep, looking for Simple yet again, hoping to spawn camp him, but in the meantime his team are struggling. Knife in a very awkward position there, getting overrun by TBNT, who doubles back, and Shu is found yet again by Quartz. Nobody, and I mean nobody's doing it like this guy right now. One after another. He lays waste to this super team.
And I mean, it's massive, right? I mean, Proper's pulse bomb gets eaten there on with Quartz when he had the benefits of the sound barrier. Just pushes on through, clicking heads, just doing what Quartz does. But something you may have noticed during that as well is like Simple doesn't fall too Proper there at the start. Just like, you know, forces recall by so much time. Doesn't allow that Tracer to get back in the fight. It's Proper over to the Vendetta. So Vendetta Maga. Violet now off of the Cat, so this is tells you that TM is definitely causing some problems here on Neon Junction.
They're looking rock solid, man. Okay, Cage Fight comes out from Bernard, but who's going to help him? Cardiac Overdrive pop pretty much instantly, but the cage is now down. Yubi's having to burn through it finally. Now released from the confines, the ties that bind. Quartz is looking to punish this Vendetta. Kitsune Rush gets respect from Twisted Minds. They know they've got a bit of room to work with, so they just TP out and wait it out.
We'll see how good Proper is on the Vendetta. And you have to kind of like manage those big movement cooldowns as you're trying to play around this Sim TP. Knife now with an OC. It's going to be Quartz using his high ground, then TP's back low.
One headshot's going to change the fight, just one, but Knife is searching and probing and coming up with nothing. Twisted Minds again, Funny Mini disengaged. Now a sound barrier, and that's going to herald a renewed conflict. In they dive as Quartz will assume this high ground now. He's got a lot of space, but he's got to make something off it. And that's a nice little rally there from Violet, but of course his tendencies always take him very deep behind enemy lines. A 1-for-1 though, Bernard is able to control this space effectively, playing alongside Proper will clear some of these turrets away. And Zeta Division continue to put up a decent defense, but Proper's going to double back. Bernard's also low and he's being chased. He's not going to be allowed to get away. Surely TBNT finally warded away by the broadside of the blade, but Proper is overextended.
Yeah, it just goes in way too deep. They're saying sort of back up because they just had Violet alive, Shu coming off the spawn. And then I think Proper thinks they're going to be able to get TBNT. He decides to go. Bernard with a stomp does take out Yubi. It'll be a Russian response here for TM as they feel like they can close this out.
Yeah, Twisted Minds having to get their hands dirty apparently. It is utter chaos, pandemonium. But that's a Zeta Division's own design, and Twisted Minds have decided they thrive there too. Shu is run down. Quartz away by the front door. And over 90 seconds still remain in the round for Twisted Minds to get this done. Bernard's going to be healthy. Hale and Hardy hit at the car, but eventually dropped low. Cardiac Overdrive used. Suzu used. There's nothing left to keep him standing. Sundering Blade from a little off angle there. No real connection. It's Bernard falling. TVNT though down with a Venture in play. They are going to dig up some dirt here on Twisted Minds. Fighter finds Yubi, and somehow this defensive Zeta division has found the winner to thrive.
Sundering Blade, the damage is pretty good. TVNT forced to use self-destruct. Shu comes back. Kitsune Rush. That's enough to do it. Zeta might be able to hold here, Mitch, which should be tremendous. I mean, cage fight available. All-out aggression from Zeta with the Vendetta and Venture comp.
This is the answer we thought we might see to the Symmetra. Bernard cage fight, look at how quickly it burns down though. The damage is just insane. Quartz finds Violet with a railgun headshot, and Proper might have got his in the fight, but just one won't cut it. Twisted Minds a little belatedly get a map completion with time to spare.
And the Vendetta usually a really strong kind of counter to the Sim. We also saw a lot of times Bernard is actually waiting for the TP to come through to then start the charge, and then TM's doing a nice job of like kind of baiting. They'll all take the TP, the charge is coming through, they know they'll TP back out, leaves the Maga without charge, and then just kind of miles away. Violet shows us some nice brig play towards the end. It's a great beat from Funny Astro. Bernard just burned down instantly, and I mean, look, Proper has all his eyes on Quartz. Finally gets him, but turns around, all his teammates are dead.
I mean, it's unbelievably difficult to manage your health pool as Malga at this level. Especially when you sort of run out into the open. Suzu, Cardiac Overdrive, everything. I mean, it's astonishing to me that Zeta Division made up that 1 minute at the end of the round. It was like a minute 40 on the clock. Bernard runs out, and somehow they turn it into a fight win. For me, that if they win, it's because of that.
Let's take a look at some of the stats. Quartz, as usual, getting the better of the hit scan battle. And I wonder now if you are Zeta Division, right? Like, what's your go-to here on offense? Twisted Minds, we obviously know what we're going to see on D. Do they feel confident enough in their Vendetta playstyle to potentially play that on offense? Sonic Arrow over the top here.
If anyone is going to do it, it's Zeta Division.
So Proper wants to go to Venture here instead of the Vendetta. Venture was a very good sim kind of go-to against it. Before Vendetta was added to the game, it's going to be
Zarya.
Zarya, yeah.
Okay. We saw this a lot from Team Liquid primarily. Attack playing a ton of Zarya through these games. A ton of reasons to like it. Proper gets bubbles, right, which is in turn going to give Bernard a lot of charge.
I mean, Proper really has no access to that high ground, though. I mean,
I think they're trying to force Twisted Minds to come to them. Okay, well, you say that, Matt, but I see Proper in the high ground.
Dashing on right up, using all the cooldowns to get up there.
Importantly, though, Proper gets there. Interesting. See how Venture can shape the fate of this series. Still a lot of limitations, though, in this pick, and Proper just has to play safe for the time being, but Quartz is just going to dominate on that sight line. Twisted Minds can bounce back to that higher ground whenever they kind of need to, and it's also tough for Bernard to play into this situation, surrounded by a lot of people that outrange them. Good damage, charged up, well and truly. But Tidable.
I mean, you lose Shu. I thought if you could have kept Shu alive. I mean, Bernard is so much charge on the Zarya. Barely going to make it out. TVNT is going to come back on the Diva yet again. Going to keep trying with this Diva. It is 2 ticks gain here by Zeta.
The Katsuna Rush going to be mirrored here. Zhu lets his go as soon as possible. Venture's still looking for an off angle. See Proper there at the top of your screen now on their left-hand side is going in. Both Sojourns have found picks, and they've both been other DPS. Knife, though, had to trade out his life for his opponents. Quartz just stands inside this grab. He's got nowhere else to be, and Shu eventually is going to excise him with a kunai. Proper's Tectonic Shock will be saved, ideally. No bubble to give him right now, so he does fall. That's a pretty important pick in terms of tempo, but we're almost at capture here for Zeta Division. Eventually, they've brawled and bullied their way into the map.
Twisted holds on to just about everything there. Coming into the next fight. Bernard, as soon as that OC gets popped by Quartz up on the high ground, he decides to just throw the grab up there, solo grab him, just make him an easy target. It's going to be difficult, though, for Twisted to push into this, right? Sim wall here. But it's going to be this rally. Could be quite nasty. It's going to be the overclock and the sim wall. The knife backs up here for just a brief second.
I was ready for it. Preempt the TP coming in. A tectonic shock with this wall dissipating could be huge, but again, still unnecessary. I like the gambit from Twisted Minds. They are concerned about giving Nazaya too much time to charge up. Twisted Minds want quick fights. They want quick eliminations. They want walkovers. They do not want to allow Bernard to build in strength over the course of a longer fight.
So you're going to be around this first corner here now for Zeta Division. No changes here for Twisted. They're going to continue. Obviously, with the Diva, with the self-destruct, you probably want to try and at least get use of that, extend the fight, or just kind of giving it up. Tech Shock available for Proper. See how he decides to use this. It looks like Twisted wants to set something up, maybe go aggressive here.
I think we're just going to try and start it up for them. Yeah, tectonic shot now going to come through. Proper. Dangerous game you're playing, my friend. Sound barrier from Funny Astro drawn out. There was the rallies in play for Violet. Shu now goes for a rush of his own. And look at Twisted Mind very quickly about facing. They respect it. They also throw a party again. Oh dear, that could have been dangerous. Little TP self-destructs for you. Yubi, that looks like he just got plucked out there. Proper has kept this pressure at fever pitch. And Manar now looks to join him in a symphony in the front lines. Graviton Surge available, lets it go audaciously at the Diva. The TVNT doesn't have the Matrix to stop it. And that's another checkpoint for Zeta.
And if they don't kill Bernard, there is no way that TVNT can kind of step up and take that position. I was going to say Ramatra has to be the call here for TVNT. 340 on the time bank for Zeta. And a fantastic run through the map. Proper over to the Pharah. Interesting call here at this point in the map. Not like a great skybox for the Pharah to play through, and then also the Vortex available.
That doesn't enter the Venture anymore. Tactics put him off it. Knife with an overclock here, plus that poke damage of Proper is good, but Quartz is just begging for a matchup like that. He'll take it any day of the week. He does get too close to Bernard, who's surely operating at full charge right now and building towards his next Graviton Surge. Without Quartz in the game, Bernard cautiously is trying to forge ahead. The card is still on the move. The Sim TP looks like it was just a ruse, maybe to bait something. Little Ramatra put him off the idea of the Venture.
Feels like Bernard has dominated this half.
This eye has just been hitting kind of different, man. I'm going to be honest with you. Yubi, again, taken down. Bernard somehow finds a way through that Ramatra shield, and now it's happy to face him down. Proper though picked off yet again. That's been the story of these last couple of fights, but it hasn't really been enough for Twisted Minds. Quartz has done well, but it's always trading his life for Proper, and it takes more than that. This team is far more than just Proper. 5 bona fide stone cold killers, all ready to run you down at a moment's notice.
I mean, Bernard is just absolutely feasting here. First was TVNT on the Diva, just easy charge there. Working towards another grab, third or fourth of the half.
TVNT's so low already. This grab will be a game ender. It could pull people off the card, it could tie them all together, make it easy to burn them down. Either way, you feel good about Zaya's prospects. Here's the grab on the card with the rally, with Violet running into that backline. Sees that sound barrier and the annihilation from TVNT. It's got to be respected, but Yubi and Quartz just got stunned up heavily. Proper's trying to dive in, but Violet's gone down and it's not respecting Yubi, trying to lance him out of the game. He eventually falls to TVNT. The annihilation, an absolute godsend for Twisted Mind. And they're going to hold their ground for now.
I mean, they finally get rid of Bernard. It feels like that's the first time he's died in this half. It's a huge investment from Zeta, very close to being able to take it. Obviously, Twisted dump into it as well. Bernard gonna go over and play Ramatra. The Proper, obviously, on the Vendetta now. Haven't felt that, like, kind of dominance from him on the hero just yet, but opportunity here for Knife to close this out with an OC. A kill on a simple here as we're getting towards a rush could be huge.
Yeah, they're trying to farm Shu's Kitsune rush as well, I feel.
Yeah.
Both teams take a beat. Zeta, no, they still have the lead.
Ashley's going to get close to beat here as well.
Knife, little exposure to the front line there. Matt got a little too close. Quartz is having to back away here, and Shu and Knife are both down. That is such heads up identification from Twisted Minds to see a chance to punish some poor positioning.
Oh, and then they try and stagger. Bernard looks like he's going to get the kill onto Yubi, and Yubi just TPs out as, oh, that is a brutal stagger. Twisted Minds
ahead.
One more fight to be able to hold here on defense. They able to hold on and build up this sound barrier. Violet getting nowhere close to the rally. Your TM, you even think about getting aggressive here, right? Sound barrier annihilation.
You know that Shu already burned his rush in the last fight.
Not a lot of movement out of that backline, so.
Neon Junction comes to its conclusion with 10 seconds left on the clock. Zeta Division have to be absolutely centimeter perfect. Knife with a step back. Then sees TVNT with another annihilation, by the way. I just feel like this is too much to go into. Twisted Minds have an insane bank of ultimates. Here's a Sundering Blade being held and then let go. And Franklin just missing. Proper finds no connection. Now in overtime, he's going to find a way to get a touch here. Zeta have presence on the card though. It's Benar, close to an annihilation. He's found it. He can match TVNT's, but Violet has already gone down. Respect for the Ramatras here. The Twisted Minds have the sound barrier to disregard the maelstrom of damage. We know Proper wears his crowns, but what's a king to a god anyway? We've got an even series.
Obviously, it's a TM map win, but I also think it is a great sign for them moving forward. We've seen a lot of teams do some nasty work with Vendetta into sim comps. From what I just saw right there, I wouldn't be too scared of Zeta Division trying to play that. They look really disjointed, trying to make that work. Honestly, the scariest part was Bernard on the Zarya, but you were basically just kind of sitting on the Diva for 2 or 3 fights, waiting to use that self-destruct. Once went over to the Ramatra and forced that Ramatra head-to-head. I mean, Proper not really able to make that big of a difference there on the sim.
It feels like Proper had to switch off the Vendetta at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like, but where do you go, right? I mean, you know, I think if you play Tracer, I think that is a clear TM advantage. Venture works with the Zarya a bit, but, you know, not a really kind of dominant force like a Vendetta. Let's go down to the stage with Ian to get the pulse of the crowd.
I'm actually in the co-streamer area right now with Tayo of Zeta Division. I've just been talking to him about his viewership right now. Pushing somewhere in the region of almost 20,000 viewers watching along here. And you said it's nice to have you over here. Thank you for being here. This is great. This has got like a long series written all over it. What do you think?
I think it's going to go all the way 4-3. I don't know who's going to win, but it's going to go all the way.
How are the nerves right now? Because, you know, in any sport, esport, when you're watching your team in a clutch series like this, the heart's pounding.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm not playing or anything. I'm just watching, but I still got the sweats. I'm nervous. I can't wait to see the next map.
Did this surprise you, Zeta Division? Because they came in as, I guess, one of the favorites here, but the way they've performed to get to this point, did it shock you at all, or is this what you expected?
Honestly, I thought that they would be in the finals, but you never know what's going to happen, so I'm just going to keep cheering them on.
What are the vibes from your viewers right now? I'm seeing some of the comments in the chat popping up right now. How are they feeling about the series?
I mean, everyone's hyped. I'm glad that it's already 1-1, so it's going to be a close series, so we're all happy to see this match.
Did you manage to catch the Twisted Minds series before? The semi-final coming into this, of course you did. You were right here for it. Did you see their crazy fans?
Yeah, dude, their fans are crazy. I know personally because I've been a professional player, fans like those are like the reason why we play. It's so encouraging to watch those fans, and of course it gives them energy.
Yeah, because we were talking about how the players can hear it, you can feel it. As a former pro yourself, when you're hearing that sound and you're feeling that energy, does it actually, I guess, like affect your performance at all?
I mean, not directly maybe, but mentally, I think that having someone push your back is always good.
Right, what's your final prediction? Give it to me.
4-3 Zeta Division, that's what I'm going to go with.
Love it. Have you got anyone you want to shout out right now before I let you go?
No, all the fans watching from home, whether it be from Japan or France or wherever, thanks for watching. Let's watch some amazing Overwatch.
Thanks for being here, man. Enjoy the rest of your stream and enjoy the final.
Man, the vibe out here is pretty insane. Tayo ain't wrong. Great to hear that his co-stream is popping off.
Yeah,
but
Ian's like, you want
here, it's no different.
Ian's like, you want to shout anybody out? He's like, well, I have 20,000 people watching right now, so yes, I would like to shout all of them out. Everyone individually. Colosseo map selection. So we saw this in the previous series with the Kiri ban as well. It was like Baptiste they tried to play, and then we saw Moira from Simple. Maga gone. I think, look, from the way Twisted has looked thus far, like the Maga gone, I think that's pretty decent, right? You can now play, what, Ramatra? I wouldn't even be surprised if they try and play Reinhardt here, like off the rip, and then kind of see where that goes.
We kind of saw in the last game what the Kiri ban can look like. Simple, it did end up on the Moira on Colosseo. Now, I don't know if that's exactly going to stick against a team like Zeta Division. Twisted Minds were able to come up with an answer. It was a Baptiste at first. Now, this is...
what do you think about it?
It's exploitable, I think.
If they ran the Sig here, the Rhine on the other side, I mean, that feels like something that TM just kind of eats up.
I mean, there are some parts of the map, obviously, where it looks a little bit better. The longer straightaway, right, if you can buy the time, but Twisted Minds are playing with a sim. So Ryan can always get that much closer without having to give up his shield. You better hope these accretions are absolutely perfect from Benar, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, even so, right? You just can't do anything with the damage that TVNT has. Then he also kind of plays inside of the Immortality field. Let's proper over to the Xion.
Simple is the linchpin here. Zeta are going to try and die to Baptiste early and often with their composition. The longer Simple lives, the easier it's going to be for TVNT to maniacally take space and charge ahead.
The Bastion Wheels mode just kind of backs them up here. TP, where is this TP set up? Is it just kind of bait here? Simple has to use Immortality Field already, that's gone.
Immortality Field out of the way, but it's not like Zeta Division are pressing on the absence of it yet until now. Probable's able to make his way into the backline. Quartz has been removed. TVNT probably feels a bit uncomfortable here when UB tried for it off angle, but buddy, no TVNT shield means you can be slept right on down.
TVNT charges, gets right up in the mix. Is disruptor shot there placed on the turret, TP. So that'll be a Zeta Division fight win. They'll get the bot now into TM territory as Quartz goes over to the Cassidy. This is a lot like how that last series we had with Wavo started off.
Farah for proper. How is that going to interact? Again, some parts of the map she's great. Others, it's a little uncomfortable to dare step into the Cassidy sightlines. You got to play around the damage fall off though of Cassidy, which is pretty significant at these longer ranges. Violet is going to be banking on that as well.
Violet's got to be careful. It's going to be an Ant Matrix use here. They're trying to push out the Sig.
Okay. Well, Kinetic Grasp just eats the entirety of that damage that would have been coming their way. Benar had to disengage, but Zeta have been playing pretty safe, pretty passive over the course of this map.
Ooh, he's going to be the cat now.
Got the Sim as well. Yubi somehow untouched until just now. She's going to finish the job. Sees that sound barrier come in, but it was too late to save the Symmetra.
Oh, the Flux comes in from Benar, but he gets taken out by Quartz, so TVNT lands with full HP. Going to be able to keep that Rhine in the fight.
That's huge. I mean, no one's really going to be able to shift TVNT now. Oh, the Fire Strike on the Violet. Twisted Minds are slightly behind after Zeta Division got back into the game, and Knife is now looking to exacerbate this further. Shatter, but not before Simple had a hole bored through his body. 2 kills for Knife matters, but what matters more is that Twisted Minds still have a foothold, albeit they trail by 4.
Now Arisa here for Benar. I imagine we'll eventually see TVNT make a swap, maybe over to the Ram. Or even the Zarya deal with something like this. Quartz.
Benar's armor's been cracked. He's got to be very careful.
Yep. TP Deadeye opportunity here as well.
Stunning shots there from Quartz. Here comes a Sim Wall. Over the top goes Violet here, but most of the Twisted Minds are still grouped up. A Bionade though, doused by it. At least it felt that way. Yubi's wall is important now. Benar finds himself on the wrong side of it, and a Deadeye, unassisted by TP. This is more of a defensive look. Almost had Violet there. Quartz really trying to make sure he lines up that elimination. And look where Proper's playing. It's unlike Zeta Division to look so discombobulated, but they are very spread.
I mean, he's like on the other side of the map. Thankful for Knight that he takes out Simple. Now you probably have to back up here if you're TM. TP set up. It actually gets taken out there, so yeah, they're not able to make it out here.
This Zeta Division comp is designed to really abuse that defensive high ground. Look at them, they just sat back. Twisted Minds knew it too. They didn't really want to come forward, but they had to advance the game. They are ahead for now, but they run into a brick wall there on the other side of the map.
Diva here for TVNT. This will be good into the bar of Proper, so wouldn't be surprised as Proper's kind of played mystery heroes throughout this to see him go make a change. So the catnap set up right on top.
Oh, what have we got? Oh, him at the same time. Great response, but Yumi did go down. No one's looking at the Thara. They're too busy worrying about the feline menace. The Zeta Division still makes short work of Twisted Minds in this fight, and that is a big fight to win. Already 48 meters and counting. They're already in enemy territory, so winning a fight here is crushing.
Yeah, getting very close to checkpoint as well. Nice rockets there from Proper around the corner. Takes out Quartz. Simple. The Baptiste putting up some shots towards Proper, gonna force him back. So not checkpoint just yet here for Zeta Division. They get held there. Maybe an opportunity for Twisted here, right? Sound barrier, no support ult available for Zeta. Just nice OC. Simple put some serious damage down on Proper.
Yeah, this Knife poke is going to be a problem now. Look at the TP play, though. This is Twisted Minds getting themselves together. Knife is going to be ferried out of trouble, but this has made space now for TM behind this amplification matrix, and Knife just can't peek. Shu was taken down by Simple. Oh, that is nice looks for Twisted Minds. Now it's their turn to start to take deep strides into enemy territory, or at least you'd think so, but they've just lost their backline. TVNT still wants to nudge this up a little bit because Zeta Division did struggle in that fight. But I don't see Twisted Minds getting ahead of Zeta on this push.
No, definitely not. Is the stall Violet just lurking? Yeah, the stall there. Gonna clear out these sim turrets, get us back towards mid-map as Proper now. That's talking about playing all different types of heroes over to the Xion.
What's his Deadeye? All Violet again, just with a very audacious drive-by. Watch out for the TP! Knife! Barely alive. Quartz had to pull the shot either way, but Violet goes down. Simple found him. A lot of good poke pressure with his Baptiste capacity combination. Yeah, Shu gets right-clicked into next Tuesday and Proper. Watch out, buddy! Got to scout those turrets. Now Twisted Minds mean business. Now they're in position.
And Bernard's going to get staggered here for a little bit. Yubi's turrets end up doing the job as they push right up. Oh, Violet wants a catnap here. He's going to grab the Baptiste. Okay, does get that. That's a massive play. I mean, look, catnap's not gonna get like massive, insane value in a lot of these fights. Even if you can just get one and to get the Baptiste, I mean, that's massive. So denies Twisted Minds really from getting any much more of a lead. Huge play potentially there from Violet.
Yeah, that one pick, full disengage.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds fall back though with some confidence. Symmetra Wall is still here. It's going to give Quartz a pretty insane advantage over Knife in that hit stand fight. Nanobus on the Bernard trying to dive past the wall. First target immortality kill. Yubi trying to dance and gets slapped by Bernard. This is a good look now for Zeta Division. As the Lucio gets scooped up, Bernard was a self-destruct, but that was a little audacious. He gets picked off while he's out of mech. TVNT handled though by Shu. And the pendulum swings back to Twisted Minds' side of the map.
Yeah, and I wonder if Twisted, they can get out of spawn fast enough to be able to fight this, which they most certainly do. They want to deny Zeta from potentially getting close towards taking that lead back as we are down to almost 2:30 on the clock. Ooh, Deadeye here as Violet plays on in, and that is where he may get too aggressive at times. You find Violet going into the back line. You did end up having to invest sound barrier here as well. So fairly big investment for Twisted Minds, but still you get that bot deeper into Zeta's territory and it's all worth it.
Yeah, we're getting into the red zone in terms of time, and with Twisted Minds still have a lead, I think spending that sound barrier to maintain it seems pretty reasonable. In this amount of time, Funny Astro has enough time to build another beat, and it's not as if Zeta are playing the Lucio, so it's not a matter of trying to keep yours up to match your opponents and so on. In fact, there's nothing against a catnap if there's environmental kill potential there. Oh, look at that, dive onto the high ground for TVNT. What's he hoping to dig up there? Immortality Field had to be deployed for Simple and Cobra. The backline all shelter under it until they can't. It's Knife with that overclock. Quartz down as well, so no DPS up for Twisted Minds. A nice little slip away there for Knife to get himself a health pack. He can virtually ignore Simple as this is a stagger.
Simple just tried to take one out. On the road is see now Proper moves up. You're gonna get 3 players back here for Twisted Minds. TVNT the most important, right? He's gonna be able to contest even if he dies. Self-destruct here That's going to be huge. Violet goes deep there.
Does reach spree in play though. Funny, Astro just caught out by the hindrance. Doesn't seem to bother proper as he torpedo dives straight through them. Here comes Zeta Division. We've got ourselves an equalizer with 1 minute left in the round. How does this all transpire? It's an immortality pool that's cleared so early and no one's got an answer to this from Proper.
Proper just carves them up there with the spree to get back in the game. A 10-meter lead now. Huge bio grenade connects with 3 there.
Ju commands these sidelines. He commands this healer battle. Sitting back now, but Simple has noticed him. He's done enough though. 90 meters, 30 seconds left in the round. Zeta Division's map pick finally seems to be going their way. In the dying moments, Twisted Minds are straight up being spawn camped. Simple back on a timer. And Zeta Division sit back and say, your move.
Another 2-player bio there from Shu. Simple over to the Moira. That was the heroics. The last match is Wild's got a teammate getting ready to airdrop somebody in. Now they finally deal with Shu. Get him out of the spawn, but might be too late. We're in OT.
Definitely too late, Matt. TVNT trying to get this robot out of the way, but DMX knowing that the game is virtually over and Zeta Division strike back with another big win. The greatest series in Overwatch are built from these kind of back and forths, and both teams so far have obliged us. A neck and neck Colosseo until it wasn't.
Started out fairly well for Twisted Minds. They kind of play that on even footing for most of the game, but Zeta makes some appropriate swaps there towards the end, get a nice ult advantage. Proper with the spree. Shu just too much all map long.
This represents a good chance, Matt, to take stock of things as Proper gets his team ahead in the series. Let's head over to Puckett and the crew to break down the action.
What a way to start this series. We have a 2-1 lead in the first of 4 for Zeta Division, and it all started with TM on the right pace. Johnny, let's start talking about that Lucio ban that affected by the Astro, and then, of course, what happened in Game 2. What happened in the first half of this series?
Yeah, this series has gone as expected so far. Neither team has really flinched, which means we're bound for a long series. This could go all the way. It started out with Zeta Division getting the first map pick, and they went to Busan with that high ground, able to expose the symmetric composition of Twisted Minds, and that has been the story of the game so far.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights. And Jake, there were highlights galore from both sides of this fight. Who has caught your eye for MVP running early on in this grand final?
Oh, it's hard not to think about Proper. He has been putting in an absolute monster of a performance here on the Xi'an, on the Pharah, whatever it's called for him to flex to. However, I think it's worth noting, powerful bans have been expended, and still TM has been fighting back, keeping these maps extremely close. So I still think there's a lot more to be seen in this series, because TVNT is also really turning the screws on Zeta. I mean, they play these tricky comps, but TVNT keeps finding their number.
Yeah, it's TVNT and Quartz. Quartz is definitely turning it up right now as well. I think this is the most pop-off performance we've seen from him thus far in this tournament. So I think they're really going toe-to-toe. It's going to come down to the map ban.
Bernard having an enormous play on the Diva towards the end. And then, of course, you see Proper switching over to the Reaper. We talked about maybe this isn't his highest ceiling. Still has a pretty darn big impact there, Johnny.
Yeah, 100%. You expect all of these guys to be playmakers, especially come a grand final like this. And I feel like time and time again, we're seeing different individuals from Zeta Division step up in a moment like this. If Twisted Minds decide to push for an individual, the rest of the team has to step up and make up for that.
As good as that first map was for Zeta Division, map number 2 belonged to their opponent. Let's take a look at our second highlights as this came from Neon Junction. Jake, walk me through the play. What was different this time around?
I mean, the sim, right? This is able to have such a big impact. This is a comfort map for Twisted Minds. It's just a much tighter angle situation. There's not as many cheeky options for Shu in particular to make the plays, and you felt that Zeta was kind of forced to match the rush in some of these scenarios, and that's exactly where Twisted Minds want to keep this series. Get Quartz firing on all cylinders, torqued up with the Sojourn, farming rails off the Maga.
Is it the Sojourn that is his most dangerous character? Is it the Cassidy?
No,
What do you like to see Quartz on?
It's literally all of it. So like Quartz is one of those players you can't really ban him out because he has options and he's performing equally well on all of those, and that's what makes him so dangerous, because his aim is just unlike anything that you've seen before.
Johnny, when do we get a melee game? Is anyone going to take away the hit scan and just bring out big swords again?
I think if you have a Quartz here, you really need to enable him to play that long-range hit scan, and the Symmetra teleporter is part of that. You want to teleport away from Zeta Division to allow space and time for someone like Quartz to really pop off like that. So I think we're going to keep this one long-range.
And then, of course, as you saw just recently in game number 3, it was back and forth for the first 7 minutes. The final 3 minutes, though, belong to Zeta. As we take a look at some of the best highlights, there was this play from Proper that I kind of feel like sealed the deal, Zoe.
It's filthy. Like, a nano booster Proper should be actually illegal. That should just get banned out. Like, I don't want to be on the other side of that. It's incredible what he can do, not just with the nano, but also if he's like in the neutral.
Are we going to get rid of the Ana? Has she been banned yet, Jake?
I don't expect her to be banned. I think Twisted Minds are going to believe that they have to overcome this hero. I mean, here on Colosseo, without the Kiriko, right, there's no cleanse to take off that bio nade, to wake people up from the sleep dart. And so Ana is able to get a lot more done. But generally, through the course of the series, I'd expect Simple to be quite confident on the Kiri in that matchup. That, though, I think as we look back to Colosseo, that was a map that Twisted Minds were able to win earlier in the day, right, against Weibo Gaming in a very similar matchup. So we could be looking back on that map as maybe being a bit of a bellwether in the series, a place where Zeta were able to take an edge that others could not.
That series changing game 3, Johnny.
Yes, it did change in game 3, and I think now we could see Twisted Minds actually start getting a couple of these maps. Moving ahead here now, looking at the next map pick, Symmetra is yet to be banned. And this might be an area now where you want to go towards a flashpoint map, and maybe you want to actually, we're going to see Suravasa here. If you want to protect ban the Symmetra here, make sure that heroes in the game, maybe remove something like a Venture. This is a must-win map for Twisted Minds here. Tie things up, remain in the series, and like Jake said, drag this series out, because when all those valuable bans are gone, it might favor Twisted Minds.
What do we need to know about Suravasa? What kind of playstyles are fitted well for this map?
Well, honestly, there's a lot of viable things that you can play in terms of compositions. So I don't really like the whole. Like,
they're going to be more jetpack cats.
Well, okay, maybe.
I think for Zeta, probably yes, right? They like to play his comps. I think we've actually seen a lot of Proper Tracer on this map.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I don't know how he approaches this Twisted Minds team in particular. It's a different kind of opponent than any that they've really faced before. But Proper, I mean, attacking him with bans is a little crazy at times. But hey, if you're going to do a protective DPS ban to keep the sim alive, I wouldn't mind taking the Tracer out of the mix. Like, when Proper's opening up those options on the flank, often Shu is right behind him on the Ana, able to do unbelievable things with that space that is created. So I wouldn't mind an attack on Proper, whether it's the Xion, the Tracer. These are the type of DPS bans that still get a bit of mileage while protecting the sim.
I see somebody checking their pulse. Who is going to show the most emotion on this stage at the end of our grand final, Zoe?
Honestly, I think it's just across the board Twisted Minds. They have been emoting hard. They've been really invested. And that can be good and bad, right? Because they just went through such a long series to get here. So they really have to lock in and keep those emotions in check.
Johnny, at the start of this grand final, you said we are going to a game 7. Is that still the vibe in the room right now? Or do you feel Zeta Division has things now in their corner?
That's still the vibe. Map 7, and I feel like Twisted Minds, even though they're down at 1 and 2, they are starting to build some momentum in this series. You don't want to go anywhere.
Looks like Ramatra and Vendetta will not be seen. The rest of the heroes are available, and so are your casters as we send it back to Mr. X and Uber.
So, as part of their response to what we saw in map number 3, Matthew, a Vendetta ban here for Twisted Minds employed to try and keep Ubi that much safer.
I think it's obviously to get Vendetta out of the game, but then also to protect the Symmetra here as we go into the next map. So Ramatra ban as well comes in, so TVNT obviously very good on that hero. Puts him more in like the Reinhardt Diva space as we go into Suravasa. So obviously a really important map for TM to potentially tie it up. TM still has their Ana ban if they feel like they need to use it. They also have they have the Bastion ban, they have the Cap ban, right? Still a lot of good stuff left for Twisted Minds in this series.
Yeah. They can target the strategies of Zeta Division on many different axes, but it feels like the execution is what's been the difference maker so far for Zeta. That was a very competitive Colosseo map, regardless of how our comps were structured, what the bans were. Didn't seem to matter. Zeta Vision just looking clean there towards the end. All right, so again, we're seeing this prevalence of Sigma or other more static tanks on this map. Accretion's very powerful. Gravitic Flux has insane stopping power. Violet might speed them out here.
It's going to be like catchy on you. So Zeta going to run back similar to what we saw in the last map, obviously with Bernard. This time they're going to be playing Sig instead of Diva. So they kind of back out a little bit here. It's going to be odd to kind of move into this with the Sig. That's where Sig struggles, right? Once you kind of get control of an area with the Sigma, it becomes very difficult to move as Violet eats a railgun there. Somehow able to live, and then Knight finds Yubi. That's a brutal loss.
Yeah, Quartz has just been backtracking this entire time, Matt, realizing that it's more than just Banara up front, but there are flanking elements here for Zeta Division. One of them catching Yubi out. Now you got to retake into the Sigma.
Yeah, that's when the Sig can start to get strong, right? The constant poke and damage within chokes. The accretion, the shield. Accretion comes out there from Bernard. See Violet also just kind of lurking above you there on the cat, ready to kind of pounce at a moment's notice.
Good damage on Bernard. Simple though, hit with a bionic grenade. What's still not convinced about these sidelines? He spots Proper, lurking off to the side. Now Simple has fallen, and Knife has the better position to play from. Dangerous here for Quartz. He needs that healing, but it's only the Lucio. Losing the Kiriko early. A devastating blow for Twisted Minds. And it feels like it's being exacerbated now.
Yeah, it is TM, though, in control of the point.
Good stall.
Funny Astro, yep. Gets them a lead, but lead will swing right back for Zeta Division. So early on in map number 1 on Busan, they did a really good job of, like, every time those railgun shots would go into Violet, like TVNT would be there to finish him off. Just, it's not really happened as Violet's starting to dominate on the cat.
Yep. Twisted Minds don't have another DPS that can follow up on that poke damage because Yubi is limited in range. TVNT is the one that has to break position to chase them down. Proper is hatching a scheme. Sitting here on this staircase now. Spots everyone go by, but TVNT is kind of spooked by his presence. Those glinting red eyes.
Look at Violet just kind of lurking here.
Oh, not so much lurking now. Has certainly made an enemy of himself. Quartz is being dragged out of position, but not to secure an elimination, just to try and disrupt him. He still killed Shu. It just didn't stop him. How?
Now Bernard's in a lot of trouble, right? I mean, just Jetpack Cat heals where Jetpack Cat struggles, but hold on, Knife with 1. You do still have Quartz here, TVNT as well, so although you get to 99, Violet eventually finished off. It'll be Twisted Minds still with an opportunity here. I mean, dude, Violet, right? Hits Quartz, you mentioned he does get 1, and then just tries to like put Quartz up on the high ground, maybe kind of force a 1v1, also take him out of the line of sight of the other healers, right?
I think having high ground also makes it easier to spot Violet.
Yeah.
You abuse the high ground with Quartz, use the overclock, and the sound barrier. Now, Twisted Minds can turn this into a winning formula. With the nano boost, it's a bit of an unknown variable here. Is it Proper? Is he going to run in, try and get a spree?
Yeah, who is the back line? I mean, it looks like it's for Proper potentially. You may end up hold on to it now.
He gets it. I think they've really had their hand forced here, Matt, because Quartz finds Violet with an overclock straight away. Now he's able to reposition away. Proper was heading towards the back line, heading after Quartz, but he was out of there. Heads up TP there by Yubi, and now a wall in play means that there's just no way forward for Zeta Division.
Twisted Minds, an unbelievable job of battling back on that flashpoint, right? They're able to get control of the high ground yet again, right? Put Quartz on some better angles. Good sound barrier there from Funny Astro Yubi with that sim wall. Proper ends up getting the benefits of the nano. Just no need to end up using the spree there. Are we about to get the Bernard Doomfist? We saw the Doomfist used by Gushui earlier in that Weibo series, and he definitely gave Twisted some trouble.
I think the issue is the answers to the Doomfist would put the Twisted Minds in a really weird comp from what they are on right now. The Diva is fine though against it. She just tries to avoid him. But it's been Knife and Proper lighting up the kill feed. And Knife says, I want a bit of that spotlight for myself. Kind of always stood in the shadow of very known names. Now the understudy to Proper, trying to garner a bit of the attention for himself.
And now how does Zeta Zeta bring the aggression, right? But Twisted Minds, how do they deal with like that Doomfist Xion Jetpack Cat combination? And now you're starting to find these kills on the Violet. And for me, that's like the series.
Yeah, in a nutshell, feels like Violet had dangled himself a little too close to Twisted Minds on occasion, and Quartz just doesn't miss those. He'll chase Knife here, yep. Well spotted. TVNT an opportunity to go after an out-of-position Sojourn, but this has allowed Zeta Division to stall into quite a healthy lead here on the second flashpoint. Bernard drops in, that's a lot of Centaurs. I would not be a fan of that, but a powered punch there doesn't even have to be charged very long. Bernard just unkillable in that moment, but now being chased down by a fully charged up Yubi. Where do you go from here? Ideally up, but without teammates, it's not worth the expenditure of that Meteor Strike. Zeta are happy enough with 80%.
I mean, the nano use there onto Bernard, but I mean, between the sim turrets, the damage, there's no opportunity to really kind of get offensive, just really kind of taking up space and the damage reduction coming on through. It's proper over to Tracer now. For me, it really feels like if you can just deny Violet, like just kind of lurking in your backline, constantly kind of swooping in, going at players, that's where Zeta becomes very beatable.
Yeah, it's a 1-2 punch with Proper that I'm watching closely now, because see, Proper's never too far from Violet and vice versa. They're always trying to get a local player advantage on some of these individuals, but Knife just straight up wins against Quartz. Here's Bernard dropping on in, a funny Astro! Flat as it gets. Here with that Meteor Strike, and that is such a high value elimination to puck out of seemingly thin air. Bernard, low as he is, will have support for the rest of his team. Proper and Violet, the two-player tour de force, are still in full effect. The Twisted Minds are climbing, 74% and counting. TVNT can stall, can get back in his mech. Now Quartz comes back with this overclock, but it's not a target. Richard fire on that shoe! Accosted as soon as Quartz rounds that corner, and Violet has to dodge away from this Sojourn damage. Quartz barely alive, somehow being topped back up as Desperately Simple gets into the fray. 99% and counting now for Twisted Minds. They've stalled this out for long enough, but there's a catnap around the corner. Quartz is going to be wary of it, and Violet just headbutts the railgun. What a connection! And Twisted Minds take another big step towards an equalizer.
I mean, Quartz makes the highlight plays there, but TVNT is the only reason they have the ability to come back and fight this.
Bye.
As TVNT does a great job there with Funny Astro just being able to kind of juggle the point, stay alive forever. He just turns the corner. Quartz just deletes Shu. TM on the verge of just sweeping Suravasa here.
Violet playing from the rafters now. Fully aware of where Twisted Minds are playing. There's environmental kill potential here, of course, but a catnap and it connects. Who we got? Got the sim, dropped over the drink, and there goes Yubi. Sleeping with the piranhas. Which I don't recommend.
It doesn't sound great.
Not exactly.
A lot of the fights on this map, like the points, have kicked off this way, right? Where Zeta comes in, they make a flashy play, everybody goes crazy. It's a nice actual powered punch there. Connects with a few players, gets a stun through the TP, so that's where that follow-up kill in the Funny Astro comes from.
Bernard is a real nuisance here. Could be a big part of a resurgence for Zeta Division on this map. They are 2 flashpoints to 0 down. Twisted Minds abide their time, sit on a sound barrier. And another wall from Yubi.
Yeah, it was the nano use there on a Bernard, and then you lose Funny Astro, who has beat, so you're not going to continue to fight that in any serious manner. Bernard just kind of blocking the doorway there. It'll be Sim TP across.
Not a bad bio, if I do say so, but the sound barrier is going to inoculate Twisted Minds until it expires. Here's that wall, though. Yubi and TVNT just got with an empowered punch by Bernard, but he has to fold back. Twisted Minds will be permitted to take control. I think Yubi's done enough to earn it.
Quartz is going to get an OC, and you also have the Kitsune rush here, so great opportunity. Punch does not connect with Quartz. Bernard in a world of trouble here.
Oh, Funny Astro, though, just gets knocked into the wall. The damage from the Disruptor shot enough to do him in. Yubi's also low. Bernard looked a little maladroit in his landing at the start of the fight, but since then, he's been pretty terrifying. Meteor Strike, pretty telegraphed here and surrounded now by Twisted Minds players. Proper delivers the double. That'll do it. With Yubi and Simple out, forget about it.
It's an unbelievable pulse bomb from Proper. Let's take a look at this. He's working with Bernard.
On the TP as well.
On the TP. They go through it, probably trying to dodge that Doom Fist, and
it's literally lighting the bag of dung and ringing the doorbell.
Does Twisted just give up on this?
I don't think that's in their vocabulary, honestly, but they're not giving much of a choice. Short-lived overtime as Violet made sure Yubi was the first out.
Still a pretty big hill to climb here if you're Zeta Division, right? Gonna take the next 2 flash points as TM's gonna like win the rotation here. Maybe get here a little bit faster. Shu just kind of looks like setting up maybe an off angle. Now, Shu does not have line of sight to the player just yet.
So. Yeah, already invested though in being first to the punch here, man. Hey, honestly, Twisted Minds throw themselves into that fight. They think they got the better end of it, but Knife is playing so safely, so far away. Violet was just the decoy dangled in front of him. He was the catnip.
You know, what do you do, right, against the Doom? It's going to be Quartz, going to go over to the Cassidy. That's going to be the response. You know, maybe if obviously Ramacha was, you know, in this game, Ramacha gets banned. Maybe that's a go-to, right? Vortex with the slow, trying to keep that Doom in place.
Another native for Benar here. Really feels like these have been for survivability, just to try and tie your opponents up as long as you can. Proper's Pulse Bomb goes by the wayside. TVNT able to get the Korean Future Dyson onto it. Benar made a heck of a lot of space with that nano. It's just a big investment for something that didn't involve directly an elimination.
It also feels like for a while, you know, Twisted Minds was a team that was heavily on the offensive, like aggressive here in this game. And as soon as Bernard has gone over to the Doomfist, it is just flipped, where every time we were seeing Twisted Minds just moving backwards.
Oh, okay. Nice news there from Simple. Soundbarrier came out there as well, and Shu is running to the ground. Twisted Minds see a moment to go up tempo for a time. But Quartz has found Violet. This more defensive look with the Cassidy. Pretty important in those moments. Twisted Minds are trying to get the map ended here. It starts with a cap on this point, and that has been eluding them thus far. Benar has been more than just a nuisance. He's been a spanner in the works.
So now they come out on top. That's another pulse bomb eaten here from TVNT. Finally, you get a fight win. You can breathe a little sigh of relief here for Twisted Minds. And they're in a pretty decent spot, Mitch, right? A lot of ultimates invested. Violet with a good spot here, though, to get like a catnap, maybe grab some player, drop him into the drink.
I also think this Doomfist switch has been great for Knife, who no longer has to take a Sojourn mirror. Yeah. Quartz has been forced onto the Cassidy, favoring the longer range of those two hit scans.
And this is the cat just kind of parading Shu around.
Yeah, I mean, an airdrop Bionade. Oh, could be good, but it was mitigated. Here's Violet now. Catnap. Quartz. Oh, what a save! Love to see that. Violet is taken down. Quartz lives to fight another day. And Benar has to cover and duck.
So, I mean, Violet, hey, look, going for those hero plays. Just can't drag him low enough to be able to get that kill. Proper on the flank. He's going to be the one here who's relied on to get a touch, but TM knows this.
And they're ready for it, like he said. Quartz, loud and proud on the point. Fighting away with the Peacekeepers. He's Benar slide on past the nose. He might have a window here to just get the Doomfist done. He does get stunned up briefly, but it's really not damage that he's writing home about. Violet comes in and takes the trade, but no, the rest of the hard work has been done here for Twisted Minds. They took a back seat for much of this flashpoint, but patience pays dividends. And they're here to chase the bag.
This series may just go back and forth until we hit that game 7. It's Twisted Minds, the swap over to the Cassidy to deal with that Doomfist. I think I saw Yubi on Twitter say that Gushui is the best Doomfist of all time. No Doomfist like Gushui in the mix. Bernard tried his best impersonation, Proper with some sick plays as well. But overall, outside of, you know, some moments at the beginning of these flashpoints, Twisted kind of rode that one home, start to finish.
Really competitive map in the end. There's always adaptations, little tweaks that you can make to get an edge at this part of the series. Quartz over towards the Cassidy. It's great to have a more defensive, a safer option to try and pick up here. Now guys, it's insane in this room. I can't begin to describe the energy to you, but I've got some people who are going to try. So let's go and talk with them.
Mesdames et messieurs, on est sur scène, on est déjà à la 5e game de ce BO. Ladies and gentlemen, qui est là pour Zeta Division?
All right.
What do you say?
I think we got some fans over on my side. Shall I check?
Go for it.
Hey, who's here to see Twisted Minds?
Nah.
We got good back and forth going on. We got a series on our hands here.
we got to do better, guys. We got to do better. You have an insane team here. So once again, who is here for Zeta Division?
Twisted. Guys, are you going to let them take this trophy? Seriously? Well, let them hear you! Twisted Minds! I want you to start a chant right now. Let's go.
What? Which one?
Twisted!
Twisted! Twisted! Twisted! Twisted!
There you go.
Come back here. Let's get real, guys.
Yes.
Who's taking it? Is it Twisted Minds or is it Zeta Division? Sounds pretty solid to me. And I think we're going to have a blast on this grand finals, Ian.
Absolutely. Just a reminder of what's at stake here, of course. Becoming the next champion here at the Esports World Cup. A huge prize pool and vital club championship points. Before you know it, this will be all said and done, and it'll be over.
Because nothing is granted and everything is earned here at the EWC. It's time for me and Ian to toss it back to our lovely casters and get back to business. See you.
4 maps in now, so we've accounted for the preparation, the surprise factor, and the mythology. The 2 teams sitting on stage now are real. They do bleed. They do fight. From this point onwards, only the deeper team will remain. This is where instinct takes over. In the preparation, the deliberation, the forethought takes a back seat.
And it's going to be a Zeta Division map pick, Route 66. Wonder if this is the Sim band here. We'll see.
Not a bad time to find a map.
Yeah, it's going to be Sim. Sigma ban here for Twisted Minds. So now, I mean, this is one of the more powerful bans you have against Twisted Minds, right? Puts all the pressure on Yubi. Yubi plays a ton of Sim. Probably 99.9% of his playtime on the Symmetra. Gonna be gone here. No, we've seen what Twisted goes to here is actually typically the Mei. So we'll see if it's Mei. Obviously Tracer available for somebody like Yubi, but you know, from what we've seen this tournament, they've gone to Mei here in a lot of situations because teams take them here and then ban the Sim quite often.
Without the Sigma in play, one of the good answers to Ramatra, for example, is Mei, right? It's one of the most direct counters to Annihilation, as direct as it gets anyway. So it is stress on Banar's hero pool. It also removes the necessity of Zeta Division having to create this frontline pressure on the Sim, right? This need to go over towards a vendetta and such. It's just not a factor here. They can go back to, you know, what really got them here in the first place, what they're comfortable with. It's Tracer, it's Sojourn, it's Xion in the mix, maybe Farah if you need it. They don't have to stress about Twisted Minds appearing in their midst every 10 to 12 seconds.
Oh. The Torbjorn.
It's so based.
We have not seen
unfathomably based.
Really, I mean, we have not seen Torbjorn the entire time, but why the hell not?
No, this is D1 hating of proper Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, this is like protect, you know, ports at all costs. You also have Simple playing the Alari, right? So maybe that's where you feel like you're making up some of your damage overall. I think the biggest thing you're kind of worried about here, right, is like TVNT does such a great job of putting pressure on Shu a lot of that time. Being able to utilize the TPs of the Sim and then not have to use the flying cooldown of D.Va, you're obviously not going to have that luxury here.
A mirror match of tank. Although that's been pretty rare in this series.
Oh, Violet's going to ditch Cat here playing Mizuki. That's probably going to throw TM for a little bit of a loop.
I think the Jetpack Cat just getting locked onto by Torb Turrets randomly is actually a big problem. So Mizuki here to punish TVNT. Those binding chains, pretty potent. Gotta watch out for this very heavy poke damage-oriented defense side, though.
Probably one of the only maps you can actually kind of play Torb on this first point is, okay, Cat Bastion.
Okay. I wonder what it is that Violet sees that he feels safe to go back for this pick. Here's Yubi now encountering Banar, hoping to throw a couple dents on that sheen of the mech. Very quickly, naturally, Bernard just opts out of that encounter. Doesn't want to bar the Torb up close, not during his overdrive.
Aid coming in there. Ooh. Some nice damage from TVNT. Bio grenade hits there from Shu, but TVNT doesn't care. He just pushes up. Gets that kill onto Knife as Shu in the battle of the flex supports wins this time, taking out Simple. Bernard creating a lot of space here under Big Earls.
Yeah. This also is a bit uncomfortable for Quartz here. Forced to the low ground. Now forced to try and defend this pylon. That's another removal of it. Shu is trying to do mostly the same thing as Simple is, right? Weave damage in, around, really consistent healing throughput. But without a pylon, that's much harder for the Illari.
As Bernard actually gets rid of UV, so not going to have that Orb turret. Quartz gets hit with a bio grenade, dangerously low. That's an easy kill for Bernard to finish off. Then gets the Mega. Everybody else dies by the payload there for Twisted. It's pretty easy offense there for Zeta Division.
Yeah, it feels like the Sim ban map is proceeding as you sort of might expect, right? Twisted Minds don't have the same sort of macro game plan to lean on anymore. We start focusing much more on the individual. And that's where Zeta Division certainly have them beat. That's been the talking point. It's individual talent versus team-wide strategy, coordination, cohesion. Zeta Division must convert on this map. If Twisted Minds even start to threaten a comeback here, I'd be getting nervous.
I mean, TM winning this map, they would view that as like a luxury, right?
I think they'd invite it as an invitation up to the dais, mate.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you win this for Twisted Minds, you feel like you got one hand on that trophy. Obviously, you go to match point, but probably the strongest ban. Still a Kiri ban, I think. No, Lucio ban is actually gone as well, right? So all the pretty impactful bans gone here for Zeta Division.
Oh, okay. Shu just pumping that damage out. Good follow up on the biotic grenade, but Violet went down to Quartz, who's playing pretty safely at the moment, but there's that captive sun angle. You mentioned Illari, great to sort of, enhance the damage output of your roster. Shu went to take matters into his own hands there, but it took him far too close to Quartz's purview.
We're going to see Simple swap. Yeah, they're going to ditch this. They're going to go back, basically play their, tried and trusted comp, just minus the sim. And it looks like this will actually cause a response here, so it'll be Cat Bastion yet again.
UB on the Tracer. This is obviously a huge assignment for him, going up against probably one of the best to do it. And not where he's normally comfortable. That's a biotic grenade, a follow-up there from Shu. He just straight up wins that fight. He's on a really weird off angle, but TVNT can't try and chase him down because the rest of his team are having strips torn off them by Knife and co.
TVNT gonna get demec'd here. It's like, all right, fine, I'll stand here.
Yep, I'll stall.
Eventually you gotta move me. They do. Maybe one more attempt here for Twisted Minds on defense, and this is going to be rough, right? Moving into some of this Bastion damage, the grenades coming through the choke here. Only so much defense matrix. It's going to be Yubi actually here. Might be the one to touch, coming from the low ground.
A pulse bomb would give them a chance to move on out and get a foothold, but the pressure's already being applied on that high ground. Violet found Quartz right at the beginning, and the pulse bomb was unsuccessful ultimately there for Yubi. Not good signs at all for Twisted Minds, and they collapse. Oh, that's so bad. Just can't be doing that on a stage like this.
Just no reaction.
Because he was like, get me off Tracer, guys. Get me off.
Thousands of times as we take a look at Knife here on the Bastion, just clean up crew. Oh, the Shu just so nasty there on the Ana.
No one's doing like it. No one's bothering to do it like it.
When we get back in, it's going to be Bernard actually the benefits of the Nano. It's going to be Yubi. That ice block is already used.
Yeah, look at Catnap going in. Good defense matrix used to try and protect Violet, but it's not quite enough because Quartz is a sharp shooter. All right, out of mech, self-destruct is here, or Simple just left milling about. This is pressure on another level from Zeta Division. They'll happy to take these exchanges if they stay ahead in them. And tempo rests with them.
Man, that was almost a pretty sick play by Yubi. Didn't have the ice block up right away. Used the Maywall to just kind of block the self-destruct, then ends up trying to duel proper with the help of Funny Astro, just not able to live. If you're Twisted, you can get just a hold here. Not at map completion, you would feel amazing.
Yeah. Slow the game down by any means possible. That's a good start. Dropper falling into a trap that many lesser Tracer players have done in their time. Is just eating a little bit too much damage from a plucky Kiriko player.
And I think the benefits here for Twisted Minds, right? This is not a great point here at the end for Jetpack Cat. No, doesn't have like a lot of flanking angles, can't take advantage of a ton of verticality. It's a pretty good point for May. 2 minutes on the clock as well, with some changes coming out of Zeta Division, gonna kind of get a nice ultimate advantage here, Twisted Minds. You're probably looking at 2-3 fights, or they may have a chance to do it.
Bernard to the Orisa, so basically demanding that the fight take place on the cart and then commanding that space. You've got to give Twisted Minds significant incentive, though, to fight in a bit of a disadvantageous spot.
Yeah, high ground Cassidy, though, kind of nasty for Orisa to work through.
Those javelins sometimes can herald big kill opportunities. Good protection there from TVNT, though. That was a very heads-up fence matrix. And there's Knife down. Quartz is repaying that peel with interest. Knife picked off, but it's a 1-for-1 at best. And now Prophet, though, might have a chance to break through. Simple run down. Pulse bomb there on TVNT is going to account for enough of the damage, and Prophet sticking around. Recalls out of the self-destruct. Now in the Blizzard, TVNT trying to shelter. Violet traded for Yubi, though. The mate is out of the game, and TVNT once more is destructing. But he got Shu and Violet both together. This is a huge way to slow Zeta down.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta obviously can't move forward here without either of their supports. Yubi does a nice job dropping that Blizzard. It actually allows TVNT to get into mech yet again. I think Funny Astros also had a great map Mitch here since going over the Lucio, being able to kind of protect Quartz. They're just knocking Proper off course at any time.
Zeta Rush coming out, also Kekdai Sanctuary to really dominate this left side of the map. Zeta Division is set up here just to usher the cart forward in this last push of their attack side. Deadeye makes some space. Zeta don't really have the time to lose here, though. That's the issue. Playing at a line of sight as much as they can. They got a little pocket there behind Quartz that's a little bit uncomfortable, I'm sure. Knife with an overclock to the high ground, and TVNT doesn't have the cooldowns to get to him. Oh, pulls up short on the Mega Health Pack, and there's the mech dealt with. Good damage from up on high, and Quartz will be smashed by an overclock. It's not pretty. It's not easy. It's not quick. The Zeta Division finish the map.
TVNT was really hunting for that Mega, right? Gonna wrap around that side, try and get that Mega Health Pack, then make it double back to the point. Maybe you end up building up towards a self-destruct. With how bad the first 2 points of defense were for Twisted Minds, pretty awesome scenario they find themselves in, right? So obviously would have loved to get a hold, but still, having them finish with no time in the time bank, pretty important.
I do feel, though, that the side of the map where the absence of the sim is going to be that much more palpable is their attack side. I think that's where they hurt that much more.
May is not going to be an awesome option here, although we've seen them do it. Can you try Pharah here off the rip? But then I think if, you know, they play Cat Bastion, it's GG on the Pharah, right?
So playing Ana. Playing Ana and something like Sojourn into that, I would not like to be the Pharah. Force here, 7.5k damage done. Knife about equal with him, though. 9 deaths for Simple. Zeta Division.
Look at the support damage from Zeta. I mean, they're basically ahead in healing, and then, like, you know, almost 10k damage amongst the two of them as well. Oh, a Domina here from Zeta Division. Okay. So we've obviously seen teams play more Domina than we have throughout the whole of, I know, OWCS this year at this event. This time it'll be Zeta Division's chance to play it.
She'll really slow the game down, and with the Jetpack Cat, she'll always be returned to this high ground, which is really annoying.
Yeah, I mean, she can also just kind of, like, disrupt players from coming off this high ground, right? The knockback, really strong.
Oh, what is this, bro? Like, get out.
Being able to kind of, like, farm up.
They need mobility
high ground.
And stat.
Yeah. Like a matchup we had Sim right now.
That would be kind of nice, right? We could just circumvent this whole dog and pony show, but no, we've got to play the game, God forbid.
TVNT taking so much damage from every direction.
Oh yeah, Violet's happy to linger around as well, because Benar is still acting as a fulcrum point for the rest of Zeta Division. Spots like that feel a little bit uncomfortable, but very quickly.
Dude, Violet is so fast with those grapples, and then just kind of like launching them up, just using their momentum.
Right, Violet there, just, couldn't quite get back to the dominant position. TVNT with the bio, I don't think he cares, but now he'll be healed up, going after Knife. With the Emra off the field, Banar now very deep in enemy territory in an awkward spot. This will be a Twisted Minds fight win.
Yeah, Banar already here with a domino ult.
An Upton.
Gonna throw it in there on top of Yubi. Probably tells me we are going to have a swap here for Banar.
Yes.
So it was just him and Proper at that time, or maybe they say, hey, it's working, we're gonna stick with it. No, they're gonna go over and play the Diva here. So Twisted Minds finally get the cart moving. And luckily for them, they don't have to use anything to do it. The Snakes fight's going to be massive. They need to set a good time through this first part of the map.
And I think Zeta Division are happy just to slow this down as much as they can. They'll give up the checkpoint at some point, sure. But they don't want to let Quartz and Coach snowball this game out of control. Give Twisted Minds a massive time, mate. That's just not acceptable for them. Here's Banar. Look at her just control Quartz's damage and stake his claim to the top of Big Earls, and Simple spotted on that low ground. That's a very important pulse bomb out of Proper, but try as Banar might, he couldn't stop Simple from taking a trade there, at least blatantly. He gets this Kiriko out of the game, but it's back and forth stuff. Zeta Division now down to just 2 players left. And you're hoping that Shu can give you some healing. That's why Banar's playing up on the high ground, but there's too much coming his way.
Yeah, they almost are like, hey, we have no chance of closing the gap with Shu. We are just going to ignore him and just hopefully just kind of get rid of Bernard. Shu able to kind of keep himself alive there.
They're going for an override protocol over the top. Violet as well, trying to hold them still. It doesn't work at all. Again, he's punished. This self-destruct is a problem. Knife was dead anyway. He wouldn't have been able to escape from that because he really lacked the mobility in that form.
Maybe they kind of go for that at the end. Tracer Genji here. Okay, no, it's going to be Knight going back, playing the Sojourn.
I reiterate, you cannot let Twisted Minds win the Simban map.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it would be just a colossal waste here from Zeta Division. Twisted is able to escape this with a win.
3 minutes 10 on the clock. Healthy time bank. Zeta Division worked quick on their attack side, in fairness. Twisted Minds have been slowly but surely exerting their dominance here. Defense matrix not enough there though to keep Simple alive. Nice little push up for Zeta Division. Want to abuse that naturally advantageous defense side high ground.
Looks like we're gonna get Proper just kind of airdropping in a pulse bomb when we get back into game, but he's done a nice job of kind of controlling him a little bit on the Tracer. Now he's starting to heat up a little bit. It'll be a continuing rush here for Simple.
Proper, not too bothered about it, still trying to find a kill within these tight confines. Yubi's down here with that continuing rush in play, but Proper's not able to get the mega health pack. That's a pretty big pick up there for Funny Astro. Able to draw a bead on the superstar and neutralize him for the next 10 or so seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they're so worried about Proper, right? They actually, TVNT, not able to live there on the payload, gets demech'd. Violet eventually, basically playing in a DPS.
She was constantly checking his 6.
Of course, yeah, I mean, just players constantly circling around. TVNT here going to go over the Zarya here, just trying to bully Bernard off the cart.
So looks like the 180 turn becomes part of his nervous tick. Proper the recall, continuing to occupy this spot. TVNT's gone over to the Zarya this time. That's a crazy look for this Twisted Minds team. Can they bully their way through this choke? Violet has Banar out of there. Can they get him back to health? The answer is yes. Banar has a self-destruct to guarantee that it can go once more, and there's Funny Astro. I mean, it would have been Banar or Knife either way, but they find that Lucio elimination. It puts them deep, though. It puts them within striking distance of someone like Quartz. But yeah, tensions are high. 90 seconds left for Twisted Minds. A big bleed of clock.
I mean, every time we're on board with Twisted Minds, Simple and Quartz looking behind them, looking in front. I mean, just players coming in every which direction. Just not been able to get comfy here on offense on Route 66. Zarya here up on the high ground. No way, obviously Sim out here. No able to get any mobility. Bio hits Funny Astro. It'll be the overclock here from Quartz.
Quartz has a double back there as these Violet just appear out of nowhere. She was worried for a moment. Thought TVNT was coming after him, but the Zarya never quite made it there. Now slept. Should have taken him down when you had the chance, TVNT. Pulled on away now. TVNT hoping to turn this 50 charge into something, but it'll be reset to 0 as Twisted Minds. We're on 35 seconds left to play.
We're on with Quartz, and you see that POV. You don't even see Violet on your screen when he just kind of comes on in. The drive-bys by the Jetpack Cat of Zeta Division, now trying to just bring in Proper over the top. Violet gonna drag him back out to the rest of the team here.
Simple there, knows he's under some pressure, but it's Kitsune Rush all the same. Violet's trying to get back in position at the top of your screen there. Can Zeta Division outmaneuver right now because TVNT is in the middle of the map, an important place to be, and sees Violet this entire time. Some charge would be nice though. He's not hitting particularly hard right now, but Violet was dealt with in the end. Here's a grab, proper held in place, an easy target or so you'd think, eventually brought down, but not before Shu extracts his toll. Funny Astro off the map now, but with Knife and Proper having fallen, Zeta Division running out of options to sleep on the courts here. As Shu will go down, kicking and screaming, but go down all the same. And Twisted Minds will have a shot at a time bank extension. TVNT is back, and Zeta Division are in tatters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, Violet's going to be able to clutch this. I mean, you do get Proper back here with the Pulse Bomb. Violet with a catnap. He is lurking. You're also going to have Knife here up on the high ground.
You can win the map here.
He's going to go with a big stun.
Got to be timed well. Proper gets the stall. Here's Violet knocking people away. Catnapping, not really there. No, we'll give it up. Violet will save that ultimate for later on, if he even sticks to the jetpack out in this last phase of the map. But Twisted Minds will be offered the opportunity to play us into extra innings here on Route 66.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Proper lives and you get one with a Pulse Bomb, you think about going for it there. So it looks like Violet, at least for now, going to continue with that jetpack cat. Switched off of it on offense here because the way the map is laid out here towards the end, not ideal for it. Proper wins the Tracer battle there with Yubi. So we are already under a minute to go.
And he's been doing it all game. He has been ever present, a constant threat. Dropping down into the back line and looking to try and take an easy elimination. Even a hard one.
I mean, you also have, Violet playing from this position, but Bernard switching over to the Zarya. I mean, you're putting bubbles onto your jetpack cat as they get aggressive. I mean, you also see Violet third personing there, probably making the call-outs to Proper exactly where these players are going.
Big pulse in the works, I can't feel it. Oh, way past Funny Astro! Pin the bomb into Lucio! That'll be that fight. Twisted Minds now will be forced to their last legs. Forced to one knee.
Look at how he's just moving them around the map, right? Just trying to launch Bernard maybe up to the high ground. You get Shu there. I think they have no idea, Mitch, that Shu is going to be playing up on this high ground here with potentially a bio coming on through. It doesn't really connect with anything, though.
Yeah, like the idea, but timing wasn't quite there. Still, Knife is uncontested in the back line with his overclock. Now trying to turn his attention to the rest of the fight because Bernard did get burned down in the front line in the Zarya battle. But Knife is gone. Here come Twisted Minds, a player advantage to work with and a chance to take a breath. They see the end of the map beckoning. They see an opportunity to take us back to 1 minute extra innings where they're on even footing. That would be absurd.
Oh, I mean, it felt like a dream for Twisted Minds to make that happen. 2 grabs going to be available, most likely 2 pulse bombs as well. We hit OT.
The grab here for both sides could be massive. Benar and TVNT both with the keys to the city, but it's going to be Benar that strikes first. Possible on TVNT, and it's not enough to save him. Zeta Division strike first and strike hardest. And now Proper needs to clean up. It's simple down. Violet and Benar did fall, but you got the goat on Tracer. Forget about it. Zeta Division are no longer carefully approaching the throne, bowing and scraping. No, they're here to seize the title before Twisted Minds can reorganize themselves.
That's a rough map there for Twisted Minds. Look, one where the Symmetra ban is used and they put up a valiant effort, but a somewhat expected result there on Route 66. Just take a look at some of the highlights. Violet on the cat, just being a nuisance, putting Shu in the best possible positions. That is just a filthy pulse bomb there. Only Proper can hit those. Quartz almost makes it interesting here towards the end. He finds 2 somehow.
That guy is just, he's running on instinct at this point, as I'm sure many of us here in the room. Let's check in with our experts to try and give some sense to the madness that we're witnessing.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt. He called us experts, Johnny. Now we have to deliver. There's a lot of pressure.
I can handle it. We've done this for a while.
You can? Okay. Let's lock in, just like our teams are currently doing, because, listen, Twisted Minds, they tied up the series, but now the Simban came out on Route 66, and just like expected, they started to struggle there. But let's talk about Suravasa first here, Johnny. What went right, what went wrong? Because Twisted Minds, they took that one fairly convincingly in the end.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that we find ourselves here after 5 maps, and neither of the teams have really flinched. They've won the maps they needed to win, rather. And you saw here how comfortable Twisted Minds were on Suravasa. I actually said behind the scenes that, ironically, this is a map where if they played Crazy Raccoons, then Junbin would have loved to play something like the Wrecking Ball here and really made that work. But instead, Bernard forced over onto the Doomfist. And this look just wasn't as powerful for Zeta Division. Twisted Minds, they've dealt with a composition like this so many times before, and they felt really comfortable here on Suravasa.
What are your thoughts on Doomfist in the meta? We've seen it a few times now in this tournament. Is he in? Is he out? Is he too niche?
Well, that's the problem, right? Like, a lot of these teams, they default to Doomfist as a Symmetra counter, and we've seen many teams bring it up. Donghack, for example, but Doomfist has been receiving a couple of nerfs, not as potent anymore. And you can see in a matchup like this, that makes a world of difference as we headed over here to Route 66.
Yeah, Route 66, of course, there is where the big Symmetra ban was utilized by Zeta, and they abused it, because we now had to have Yubi going against proper Tracer, one of the best to ever do it. That's a tall order for any great Tracer we have in the league.
Yeah, 100%. Yubi, obviously, he has a great Symmetra player, and he also is a pretty decent Tracer player. But it's not like he can hang with the likes of Proper in a matchup like this. And even Violet on the Jetpack Cat came in and added some extra pressure. I think Violet has had a really good series. And as I look forward to the rest of this series might come down to Violet's performance on the Jetpack Cat. Really volatile player, sometimes make game-winning plays, but sometimes as well get ahead of himself. When we saw it on Neon Junction a couple of times, Violet getting deep into the backline, but getting punished for it. So this is a real back-and-forth series so far. Everything kind of going as expected for both teams, but it comes down to the individual play. Players like Violet on the Cat, Funny Astro, needing to make sure that in every single moment get value from that sound barrier. One Ajax could make a world of difference in a series like this one. But so far, neither team has really flinched, and we're coming down to the final 2.
Okay, so no real individual mistakes, or not at least big ones, are being made. So is this really just going to be a compositional chess game in the end?
This is going to be a chess game, but as the series progresses, you dispose a hero ban, you can't use it later on in the series. So now we're getting to map 6, map 7, and Zeta Division. Their bans are so powerful because Twisted Minds, they like to play this consistent composition of the Symmetra, the Sojourn, the Diva de Lucio Kiriko. But as Zeta Division has dispelled those bans, used them already, suddenly Twisted Minds are able to play their own game, and they grow into the series. So 3-2 scenario here for Zeta Division, but Twisted Minds, they definitely are confident in this one yet.
I do like that we do see some different looks from those teams. I mean, very early on Route 66, we even saw the Domina. Yes, we switched off of it very quickly, but do you still feel like that's a viable pick in any situation here?
Like, the Domina has actually been like a bit of a sneaky pick so far, so I'm not going to count it out. But the problem is, Twisted Minds have played a lot of Reinhardt so far, and Reinhardt might come into the mixer as well. That's another ban that Zeta Division already used on Neon Junction. So now, when we go to map 6, the map pool is going to reset, which means that a lot of these maps open up again. The game modes open up for Zeta, or for Twisted Minds rather. Where do they want to go? You can go Control, Flashpoint, regardless if you already played that map mode already. And so the Reinhardt might come out to counter the Domina, and that is a hero that Zeta Division will have to plan for accordingly.
That's right, so Twisted Minds get to choose the map, but then also we're going to look at the bans that they can utilize against Zeta, because I think they have not banned Jetpack Cat yet. So that would be, in my opinion, the next logical step for them.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, Violet has been so critical so far on that cat. So that is a ban that they can use if they need be.
Yeah, let's send it down to the floor. We have Jake and Puckett soaking it all in. Let's hear their thoughts on how this series progresses.
You smell that, Jake? Passion. A whole lot of gamer passion in this venue.
It's been incredible. The fan support out here in Paris is amazing. The crowd showing up, not just for the teams you'd expect, right, but really the global audience is here. It's an amazing moment here at the Esports World Cup. And Bucket, you know, this match, these first 5, they feel like almost formality. For me, this one has to go to distance to 7.
Can I go ahead and call them out, though?
Please.
Twisted Minds fans have been silent
I haven't heard any noise from this whole section. Probably because they don't understand my English right now, but it's been a little bit softer than it was at the start of this matchup. Can they get back in the series and force this to go all the way to a 7?
They have to, but this is their best chance to do it, Puckett, because now that the map pool opens back up, there's a lot of opportunity for them to strike back hard in map 6. But honestly, from here on out, it's anybody's game. I mean, fatigue setting in, not only for the fans, but for the players too. Like, this has been a long day of Overwatch for everybody. This is the true test, though, where champions are crowned, and, you know, for the second place team, a key to be crushed.
1 goal, 1 trophy. We got some fantastic art. We have some fantastic audience members. I found a guy repping an NA jersey. We got a Team Liquid member here. So as an unbiased fan, are you going Zeta Division or TM?
You know, I'm sitting on the TM side, so I kind of feel overwhelmed that I gotta rep TM on this one.
Very smart thing. There's a lot of people watching that answer from you. And who has been the best player on TM throughout this matchup?
Obviously Quartz. Obviously Quartz.
Jake, I feel like this guy knows ball.
I mean, look, it doesn't take a genius to spot Quartz. What he's doing on the server is monstrous. Incredible performance from both sides. But Zeta, they have the edge for now. I mean, I could see them closing it out here. TM need that resurgence. They need that energy to force this to Game 7.
Jake and I are about to take a seat with the fans and chew on some baguettes. In the meantime, the show continues with these beautiful faces.
Well, thank you so much, Puckett and Jake. Yeah, they got some good seats there. In fact, every seat in here is a good one. So if you're not here yet with us, then what are you waiting for? There's still maybe 2 or 3 are available because it's crowded, it's packed. Johnny, we all want to see the conclusion of this match. Twisted Minds are on the back foot, but you know what? I am not worried because they have been before. Now, where are they taking us?
It's going to be Eichenwalde, and a map we haven't seen so far at this tournament.
Whoa.
As we take a look at the bans as well, the Zarya and the Bastion coming out. So Twisted Minds here, making sure that their tanks are protected heading into this very final map. This is going to be a barn burner. I can't wait to see how this grand final unfolds.
What kind of compositions do you expect to see here? Because Eichenwalde, again, as you just said, it's new in the mix here for the map pool. We haven't seen much of it.
Yes, we haven't seen a lot of it so far, and this is a great Symmetra map. That is why Twisted Minds have elected to go here. But I worry a little bit. You can play the Symmetra here, but you're gonna be stuck indoors a lot of the time, both on the first point and the second point, navigating the indoors and putting pressure on the payload. That actually allows Zeta Division to control the skies with something like a Jetpack Cat and surround their opponent. It allows someone like Knife to continue just raining damage down on this Sojourn as well. So Twisted Minds, they've elected to go to Eichenwalde, feeling really comfortable on this one, but I actually think that this might set up Zeta Division to close out the series.
Right on, let's find out. They're just 1 map away from hoisting this trophy, so let's send it back over to Matt and Mitch.
This Zeta Division roster were built to conquer the Overwatch world, and now they stand 1 map away from fulfilling that mandate. For Twisted Minds, Matt, no more room for error, no more second chances.
They've been in this spot before, though. They are not going to be phased by the moment. Eichenwalde, a little bit of a surprising pick for me. Obviously, we haven't seen this map in the pool, played just yet. And, the devs kind of talked about it a little bit. This also isn't like a great Jetpack Cat map, right? Like, not a lot of spots to flank, potentially. And, the devs kind of highlighted of it. Violet's going to play it again. For me, he's like the MVP. I mean, I know people are going to think differently and, other opinions. His playstyle on the Jetpack Cat is unlike anyone else in the tournament, and it's really what has unlocked this team, which kind of feels like an MVP to me. But obviously anybody here on this Zeta Division squad could take that role. Really good D.Va map here for TVNT. That's probably why you also get rid of the Zarya as well. Protect that. The gates open, nothing too surprising here from Twisted Minds. Ramatra's the pick here for Bernard.
Zarya here for Twisted Minds as well, also might ward Bernard away from direction. Just seen some effectiveness over the course of this series. UB though, just, again, it's pretty tough to create that spacing away from these dangerous enemy front lines, but this has been a pretty dominant defensive display off the bat.
So they try and collapse on Shu, and then all of a sudden Shu starts going flying through the sky. Take a look here from Shu's POV. Bio grenade there, pretty huge as soon as the pressure comes in. Here I go. And then,
That is so hard to do.
Nasty stuff there from Shu.
All right. Yeah, okay, let's see you do it again. Astonishing moment. What a superstar. Twisted Minds have taken a more circuitous route to try and get towards them.
TVNT's going to get demexed here. Yeah, not able to make it back. He actually kind of gets body blocked by that doorway.
Twisted Minds are trying to outmaneuver here, Matt. They're trying to, get into a decent rotation, but on the way, they're taking a ton of damage. They're getting hit by biotic grenades, and TVNT gets demexed. This is a terrible start for Twisted Minds on a must-win map.
If you would have asked me, I would have thought maybe they gone back to control and played like Nepal. We've seen them obviously have great results on Nepal. But they decided Eichenwald is the answer. Maybe they think that Zeta is going to take us to control if we get a 7th map.
Oh, what an opener! What's this down?
Yeah, I mean, TVNT just turns to go try and chase Violet, just drags them all the way back to the spawn.
This is not where you want to be at all. We are halfway through the attacker's time bank here. Twisted Minds are in disarray. They've picked this map, thinking maybe it's an edge for them. Maybe they've been working on something, and I think this theory has already met some stiff opposition.
Yeah, I mean, Court's over to the Cassidy here. You need to punish Violet with a hinder. If he kind of comes on down, gets close, there'll be annihilation here for Bernard. Catnap here.
Staying pretty healthy. Violet might need to heal Bernard. No, says, you know what? The best defense is a good old offense. I'm gonna fire these poor blasters.
Knock back onto the map.
That's just rude.
And you know why? If you're on the cat, why do you even need to heal Bernard? Because if you just do the damage, before they can do enough damage to Bernard.
Frankly, Bernard was fine anyway. Bro's chilling.
Yeah, he's got block, he's got annihilation. He's set up perfectly to succeed.
Time is getting a little short, folks. Can you be trying to get through? We get hit with the biotic grenade. Shu just waits for him to come. That was a pretty important pickup to get the Ana, and she will be a little slow to get back into the fray. The TVNT just throws himself off the map to avoid being staggered. We are down to the last minute. Twisted Minds. These fans never quite heard them quieter.
Yeah, they are silent here in Paris.
Stony-faced.
Minute to go. No support ults to work with. Simwall available. TVNT finally actually gets into the back line, deals with Ninth. He may end up losing his mech, but's got self-destruct.
That was big. Yeah, Bio didn't really matter in the end, Matt. They kept TVNT alive long enough, and he did. He's a very important work. Nice switching over towards Genji for a moment, but I think Zeta realizing here there's just no chance of contesting this. Wait a minute! Malga? Okay, guys. Let's just take a breath.
Looks like,
here's some old charge.
Yeah, here's... Not gonna be an over the top that we remember there. Sends the Maga flying to his death.
Momentum means so much right now. You've got to create a mini snowball if you can. But that biotic grenade for Shu might have extinguished it in a heartbeat. Zeta now have this high ground control. No chance for Twisted Minds to meaningfully push up forward, and look, it's another 3-player biotic grenade. That is going to be a regularity if you don't unseat Shu somehow, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the Simwall here, but the nano boost onto Bernard that tries to buy them some space as Bernard's in a lot of trouble. Now, obviously, the one thing with Ana, right, is not going to be able to kind of heal Bernard through that Simwall, so kind of splits him off from the Ana of Shu. They were able to just kind of burn him down as a must-needed fight win there for Twisted Minds. Catnap here comes on in.
Oh, no.
TVNT.
Violet knows he himself has to go down there in that exchange.
It's a 1-for-1 you'll take, right?
I mean, it ends the fight instantly.
Yeah.
We've seen that a couple of times from Violet, just to find these like real tempo killers.
Oh, I mean, that stops. You would have had control over the bridge here. Maybe Quartz is on the high ground. It just stops everything.
TP, they avoid the pulse bomb dropped in their wake there by Proper. All of Twisted Minds set up on the card right now, but for the next 5 or so seconds, they can't TP away from this spot. So what's the response? Zeta Division are going to come up with an answer and come up with it soon now as the Vortex is thrown at the card, but it is still hurtling towards those doors. Zeta Division have to have a plan, and it involves Shu shooting Quartz in the face. Apparently, Is nice and safe here, as TVNT won't be given a chance to rematch, because if the shoe fits, it's got to get stuck when the sun don't shine. That is disgusting! 3 for Shu, uncontested. starting to deliver a championship to Zeta fans everywhere.
The only one playing really any on it in this tournament. Shots there on the courts. TVNT gets in the mix. Bio grenade, nasty, just a little jump shot over the top. The tracking of Shu is unreal.
He just might be him.
Oh, he'd already used.
Yeah, UB down here as well. This is getting a bit rushed, a bit hurried here for Twisted Minds. They realize they're at the end of their rope. 22 seconds left of Bernard's Annihilation. Surely is going to quench them, Matt. And now only the fire inside.
Nano used there onto Knife when he had the overclock. UB over to the Tracer. I wonder if they feel like anybody can get a touch here. I mean, UB's in a world of trouble. I don't think he's going to be able to make it there.
5 seconds left to play. TVNT desperately running, rolling, trying to touch. It's not to be! And the win condition for Zeta Division has been established. 1 checkpoint and change will get you home and get you the championship.
See if they can seal the deal. These players have all been champions before, but not with Zeta Division in this new look for this season. Dude, the stuff that Shu and Violet are able to do. I mean, it's just, nobody else can match this in terms of the support line.
No one else is trying.
I mean, they would be crazy to, right? We would be laughing at, like, if we saw other teams and supports trying to do this as the Jetpack Cat boxes out the ball there. Sets a clear path to victory for Zeta Division. Does TM have one more trick up their sleeve? Being able to get a hold here on defense, send us to a Game 7. The Sim probably, pretty potent on defense, right? Going to be annoying to work through here in the choke. See how Zeta deals with it. TM goes down with the comp that they are the best at. Potentially a different look here for Zeta. Yeah, they're gonna go all out here, Mitch. Xion, Reaper, Mauga. The Kiri, Cat in the mix. Typically don't see the Mauga come from this angle.
Yeah, a little bit odd to see him there dropped on in, but straight on into the hunting lodge here. Funny Astro's awkward. He's able to stay alive there, importantly. Yubi, though, is the loss. That's the casualty for Twisted Minds. But TVNT still alive and kicking, and Quad still doing his thing. So far, the house stays intact.
It's one way to get through the choke, right? Just airdrop the Mauga directly over it. Everybody has to back up to respect that hero. Proper rate form gets used here. Violet, yeah, that's what you need to be doing there consistently if you're TVNT. Vortex behind him, gonna try and wait it out there. Nice use of the defense matrix from TVNT, gonna get back to the choke, but
yeah, that little invulnerability window for the Suzu player gives you so much time to get him top back up. TVNT knew he was under no threat there. It's a free kill to push up and get on Violet. Kitsune Rush is coming in about the same time, though. Shu and Simple have them both developed here, and they're going to be popped straight away. Simple first, Shu second, doesn't matter. We've got roads overlapping. Proper taken down very early. Talked about how the Reaper can stifle his skill expression. Here is just Quartz with his own brand of skill on display. His Shu's knocked down to side. Big headshot, forces the Kiri out of the fight, and Quartz doubles back for the rest of his meal.
Always a potential path to victory for Twisted Minds. Is Quartz just dominating the game. It'll be the catnap here. It's going to get Yubi all the way to the spawn.
How's he alive still? Okay, defense matrix there for TVNT. Now the D.Va has to get out alive.
And now we just drop Bernard into the back line.
Yep, this is going to be too quick as well. Nemesis farm from Bernard, nobody ready. Cat amongst the pigeons now as all of Twisted Minds scatter. But Bernard a little bit isolated here on account of being deep in enemy territory. Still healthy enough though, and still found Simple. Twisted Minds feel their grip on point A loosening.
And it's the Jetpack Cat yet again. Violet diving on in on that hero, grabbing Yubi, bringing him back to the spawn, somehow able to live, then dropping Bernard into the back line. Just no other hero can give you that type of advantage. No other player playing this hero can give you this type of advantage. Gets the high ground, tries to go with a knock there, somehow able to live.
And he's just wrapped around behind him. This guy is just dialed in. He jumped back out, such a nuisance. Violet is everywhere all at once. Now Proper picks up where Violet left off. 3 damage on an enemy Diva. I'll take that. TVNT is low. How are they going to get him healed up in time? TP him away. Quickly tend to his wounds. But this is all time that Zeta Division can use to set up, to progress. 3 minutes 20 is their time bank. Simple stretching himself thin to try and keep Quartz alive on that off angle. Now Kitsune Rush comes on down. A 1-for-1, but now another Annihilation, but needs healing. Needs it badly. Tries to hide out of line of sight, but eventually brought down as Twisted Minds weather the storm.
Maybe a huge fight win there. Bernard gonna go over to the Diva, try and match TVNT here. This is a huge fight. Zeta, obviously Catnap, Kitsune Rush. You can weather this storm if you're Twisted Minds. Dream starts to become real of getting this hold.
I can't even imagine what awaits us on the other side of this 2 minutes and 40, Matt. If it's even that long. Catnap here for Violet. He's got his eyes on only one target. Catches out Quartz. Tries to drag him down to the depths. Quartz though to slide back up. He won't be down so easily. He's able to find Knife on the return, but it's not going to be enough. Zeta Division break through Twisted Minds yet again. With 2 minutes 20 to go. Victory is within their grasp.
It's going to be Violet going back to spawn. Think to go grab Knife. Bring him over the top. Get him back in the action rather quickly. Still a little bit more to go. Bernard is going to try and deny some of the exits here. Proper with a pulse bomb here up the high ground. Is he going to go through the window?
They're not ready. They don't know what's coming. Now, Proper Herald is arrival. Gets rid of the TP at the very least. This is a bit awkward now for Twisted Minds, but they're committed. They know there's only one way out of this fight, and that is through Zeta Division. Stake their claim to the high ground, up on the castle, and that will be enough to buy them some moments to breathe, a chance to set up.
I think they know that Violet's underneath them. Not going to be able to kind of really go engage with the cat.
Nothing like the pitter-patter little pause to give it away, Matt.
No, he's... Look at this.
Oh my god. He has the knockback perf now available, so... Oh, he has the slash perf, excuse me, so still dangerous in a 1v1.
They're running out of time here, and if he dies, they're in a bit of trouble.
Minute 15 on the clock. Corsi very mindful about Proper turning up at a moment's notice, and that could be it. The opener from Knife, and he twists it in the back of these Minds. Now Simple, just flat, nowhere to go at all. Twisted Minds in desperation know they've got to pull TVNT out of there, but if he dies here, it's all over. He's got to get back to the card. He's got to go for a self-destruct, and he needs to get his mech back, but it's not to be. Bernard finds himself a couple, and Talent will give these guys a seat at the table, but it never promised them a championship. Nothing was given. Everything was earned. Zeta Division are your 2026 mid-season champions.
I mean, just an unbelievable display of skill matched with teamwork. The coordination really came together there for Zeta Division. Twisted Minds so close to yet another championship. 2 finals back-to-back. They're just not able to get it done against Korea's best. You see Knife, just how happy he is to get one under his belt.
Spent a long time on this Zeta Division roster through multiple eras of that team, waiting for his chance to be called up to play alongside these giants, but he didn't stand on their shoulders. He stood on his own 2 feet and towered over the competition. 5 extraordinary careers were brought together for a shared purpose. Here in Paris, purpose has become permanence, and Zeta Division will ascend to the throne. And yes, a new era in Overwatch begins tonight. South Korea back on top. Let's head down to Ian on the floor.
High emotions. What a win for Zeta Division here at the Esports World Cup. They are your champions. Before you raise your trophy, there's something we need to do. One more key crush.
이제 우승 컵을 들어올리기 전에 마지막으로 해야 할 일 하나 있죠. 마지막 키를 부수는 일만 남았습니다, 여러분. 한 분이 가셔서 바로 키 부수러 가시겠습니다. 여러분 다 이쪽으로 가시죠.
Any of you can step forward and do the honors here. The last key to be crushed for Overwatch at the Esports World Cup here. Please join our key master and complete the mission. Every team comes here believing that this can be their moment. Twisted Minds came closer than all but one. And that one is Zeta Division. Twisted Minds, key is crushed and will be sent to the graveyard with the rest. But what a run it was. Gentlemen, the time has come. Please raise your trophy in front of this crowd.
바로 앞으로 나오셔서 바로 트로피 틀어 올리시겠습니다.
This is it. Ladies and gentlemen, your Overwatch Champion Series mid-season champions at the Esports World Cup. It's... Hold on. Zeta Division! Incredible. You can see the tears in their eyes and the emotion.
You guys did amazing. This is an insane performance. See here, a lot of people in the French crowd were rooting for you. Bernard, congratulations for this title. I know you haven't been very lucky since your last title in the Overwatch League in 2022. 4 years in the making. Why do you feel it was worth waiting for it?
베르난 선수 우승 정말 축하드리고요. 일단 베르난 선수께 질문은 22년도 이후로 4년 동안 정말 고생길을 걸어오셨습니다. 정말 4년 만에 이렇게 우승컵을 다시 들어올리시게 되는데 그간의 기다림이 좀 값진 기다림이었는지 묻고 싶네요.
일단 제가 선수 생활 정말 오래 하기도 했지만 이런 EWC라는 정말 큰 대회에서 우승을 하게 돼가지고 사실 아직도 실감이 안 나는 것 같고요. 또 이제 저희 팀이 사실 너무 잘해줘서 기쁜 마음도 크지만 좀 고마운 마음도 되게 큰 것 같고 그냥 이 맛에 프로게이머 하는구나 싶습니다.
I mean, it's a surreal feeling that it's almost the first time that I've been lifting this trophy of international land, and yeah, we have great teammates out there. I have a great teammate and I've played a lot better this time, but it's just that. This is why I play as a pro. This is why I compete. This is how I'm feeling right now.
This is beautiful and that's what you deserve, Bernard, I'm telling you. Donc évidemment, cette question, t'as pas été très lucky. Ça fait 4 ans que t'as pas pu soulever un tournoi, un trophée international depuis la dernière fois en Overwatch League. Qu'est-ce que ça fait? T'as l'impression que ça valait la peine d'attendre ces 4 ans? C'est littéralement pour ce genre de moment que je joue à Overwatch. Ça a été long, franchement, j'y croyais plus forcément trop. Mais j'ai continué à avoir confiance, jouer avec des teammates qui sont incroyables. Et je suis tellement content d'en être arrivé là. Donc mesdames et messieurs, est-ce qu'on peut applaudir Bernard, s'il vous plaît?
you came here as Korea's champions, you leave as the mid-season champions here in Paris. When this roster was assembled, did you always believe you could achieve this?
바이올렛 선수께 질문은 바로 이제 한국을 우승하신 이후에 다시 이렇게 여기까지 파리에 와서 우승을 하시게 됐습니다. 팀 로스터 구성된 순간부터 이 순간이 오기까지 이 순간이 올 거라고 생각을 하셨는지 한 번이라도 묻고 싶네요.
이번 연도 로스터가 제가 초창기 했던 19년도, 20년도 이후로 진짜 엄청 그 이상으로 강력한 로스터였다 생각해서 진짜 올해 하면서 그냥 저만 잘하면 무조건 우승할 수 있다 약간 그런 마음가짐을 했고 결국에 이렇게 우승할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Honestly, seeing this roster in this coming this year, I felt myself that this is strong. This is what I have experienced since 2019, 2020, or even stronger than that. So yeah, I felt myself that if I get to do my part, then yeah, we'll definitely get to lift the trophy.
And you did. Congratulations.
Of course he did. Donc très belle réponse de la part de Violet forcément. Est-ce que tu t'y attendais avec ce roster-là à faire une performance pareille? Honnêtement, quand je suis arrivée dans cette équipe, je me suis dit c'est au moins du même calibre qu'en 2019, qu'en 2020, mes premières équipes. Et je me suis dit si j'arrive à faire ma part du boulot, on va soulever des trophées. Et il avait raison, and you were right, Violet. And don't think that I'm forgetting our MVP here at the STC Arena, our Sony MVP, guys. Do you have any guess? Because I heard his name, and you hear it now. It is you, Shuj Kaya. Congratulations. Wow, congratulations. I imagine how much it must feel for you. You are used to winning trophies. This is not your first one. This is probably not your last one either. But I want to know, with this roster, why is it special winning 2 titles at the same time here in 2026 in Paris?
사실 슈 선수가 우승 경력도 많고 앞으로도 우승을 많이 할 선수인 만큼 좀 익숙한 관격이긴 할 텐데 그럼에도 불구하고 올해 이 2개의 트로피를 이 로스터와 함께 들어 올리시면서 뭐가 더 특별한지 좀 묻고 싶습니다.
제가 또 늘 말씀했지만 저는 다른 거 필요 없이 저를 믿어주신 니시아라 사장님이랑 황통 매니저님한테 너무 감사하다는 말을 좀 드리고 싶고 그다음에 제일 뒤에서 제일 열심히 해준 크러스티 형 때문에 저희 팀이 제일 잘 되게 된 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
Well, honestly, I just want to thank 3 names. First of all, Nisharas, our CEO, and Pengtong, our manager, for believing in me, and also the 3rd name, Krusty, for supporting beneath our team. So yeah, because all of them, I could stand here now.
Beautiful words once again. Je n'ai que des remerciements à la bouche. Ici, j'ai envie de remercier mon CEO, j'ai envie de remercier mon manager et Krusty également parce que sans eux, je n'aurais pas pu faire ce que j'ai fait ici. Mesdames et messieurs, une nouvelle fois, for your Sony MVP, Shu, please a ton of applause. Faites du bruit.
As a victor here at the Esports World Cup, there's one last piece of business to conclude. You all need now to grab your trophy and head on over to the totem.
이제 마지막으로 남으실 건 한 가지뿐입니다. 이 트로피를 들고 가셔서 이제 전당으로 향하셔서 이제 토템을 꽂으실 시간입니다.
And Maddox, can we encourage the fans to follow them too, please?
팬분들도 같이 이 여정을 함께 해주시죠. 바로 가시죠.
Vous allez faire votre route avec les états division jusqu'au totem. Please guys, take the trophy with you. We're gonna go this way for your last step in the history of the EWC Overwatch.
Paris, make some noise one more time for your Overwatch Champion Series mid-season champions at the Esports World Cup, Zeta Division!
What an epic run by Zeta Division here at EWC 2026. They are our mid-season champions, and that man at the front walks away not just with MVP honors. Shu also will bank $25,000 for his efforts this weekend. It's not always that supports get the glory. It was well-deserved tonight.
And in a roster full of stars, it's hard to pick out individual stories, but for me, there's one that shines through. Knife. He started his journey into top-tier professional Overwatch, asked to do the impossible to turn around the fates of a struggling team. He played on 200 ping, a team that could barely get a win, and yet he still distinguished himself. He still made us believe that there was something special about this player. Now, to see him lift the trophy in Paris, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful moment.
Yeah, and for this organization of Zeta Division, they took a gamble heading into this year. They let go of the entire roster except from Bernard. They gave Shu the keys to form a new one, and it all paid out.
Everyone at the totem, please welcome your Overwatch champions, Zeta Division! An incredible achievement for this team in Overwatch once again, Trav. What a tournament from these guys. Please, congratulations. Give it up for Zeta Division one more time. Guys, please, take to the totem. Cement your name in the history of the Esports World Cup.
Put your hands together one more time and make some noise for your EWC 2026 Overwatch Mid-Season Champions!
What an effort from these young gentlemen, champions once again, and for Knife, you can see the tears in his eyes, the emotion that comes with the glory. $400,000 banked this weekend for their efforts, but more importantly, they're going to walk away with the trophy and the memories that come with it.
Struggle and sacrifice, it's an inevitable part of the journey, the long road for all of these players to arrive here at this moment, and so well deserved. A superstar squad backed with incredible confidence by Zeta Division. So well deserved.
Absolutely. They toppled giants along the way. This very season was theirs. They were so close last year, but this organization just couldn't quite get over the final hurdle. They assembled a super squad, and now they get to lift the EWC trophy.
Last year, Proper wins MVP. This year, with a new team, he gets another trophy. Congratulations to Zeta Division, our EWC 2026 champions.
Overwatch now, okay?
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Bye.